Many years hence, beneath the tree at the village's edge, Qin Xiao cradled the dragon egg birth from his union with Gu Yue, surrounded by the whimsical children of Xinglan, and Yuanen Yehui, regaling them with tales from his youth. Father, what about me? My life can be broadly divided into 3 stages. For the sake of vengeance, I dismantled Shrek. For the continent, I unraveled the abyss. And for our family, I shattered the divine circle. Chapter 1. I am called Qin Xiao, 13 years of age, a time traveler. Residing in the upscale district of Dingxin, located in the northeastern old town of Gongxin City within the Golden Star Alliance of Douluo continent, my ancestral roots trace back to the orphanage of Dingxin, where my days are spent in tranquil monotony. Although I am one of the few core students of Dingxin High School, nurtured with high expectations, once I acquired this identity, I ceased attending school altogether, choosing instead to remain ensconced in my home, diligently practicing the art of crafting soul-guiding devices or honing my soul power. Moreover, with a little gluttonous darling named Nar at home, a significant portion of my time is devoted to catering to this little sovereign, resulting in my nightly slumber extending late into the hours, whereupon I would embrace the small feline and drift into a deep sleep. I would awaken at dawn, rising to prepare her breakfast, resolutely ensuring that no undue stress accumulates for the following day. Even the doctor attests to my normalcy. Initially, I harbored aspirations akin to a certain individual desiring a mundane existence. Upon arriving in Douluo continent, I yearned for a simple life, dismissing thoughts of little dragons or the abyss as far too distant from my orphan reality. I vividly recall the moment of my martial soul awakening. My greatest dream was merely to awaken soul power, not necessarily at a high level, but enough to become a soul master, marry several wives, and bear children, thus leading a life of distinction. The awakening of my martial soul was devoid of any earth-shattering events. It was an unremarkable manifestation of a standard suit of armor, yet what elated me most was the concurrent awakening of level 5 soul power. While I may not compare to those of higher talent, I was not lacking either. With steady cultivation, I could one day aspire to the level of Soul King, ultimately relishing a life of leisure that would evoke envy from ordinary folk. Perhaps the archetype of a time traveler coupled with an orphan was too conventional, for it was precisely 6 years after my arrival in Douluo continent, and on the very night I first endeavored to cultivate post-awakening, my golden finger materialized. It was neither a system nor an old man, but a remarkably enigmatic realm, wherein countless luminous screens floated, reflecting tales from myriad worlds, through which I could procure treasures corresponding to those realms to enhance my own cultivation. However, nothing came without a price. Each time I retrieved items through the screens, I had to pay a corresponding cost. The more I acquired, and the higher the quality, the greater the energy I expended. Upon my initial entry into this mysterious space, I obtained the scroll of the 9-yang divine art from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, which I adopted as my first technique for cultivating soul power. I have since mastered it, with my soul power transformed into the 9-yang attribute, endowed with various miraculous effects. It may appear splendid, yet upon retrieving this artifact, I found myself bettered in a hospital for several days, my pitiful state mistaken by others for that of a malevolent soul master who had drained a significant portion of my essence. Consequently, for 3 years following my discovery of this extraordinary ability, I refrained from further attempts, until 3 years later, when my soul power naturally ascended to level 10. Aided by the kind-hearted grandfather, Qin Xiao of the orphanage, I procured my first soul spirit, mustering the courage to make a second attempt. Through 6 months of diligent study, while I discerned the functions and limitations of my golden finger, I also leveraged resources obtained from other worlds to advance my cultivation by 5 or 6 levels within a mere 6 months. At this juncture, I became somewhat complacent, for as a time traveler, an orphan wielding this golden finger, I embodied the quintessential protagonist archetype, which led me to act impulsively. Thus, on my first day at Dingxin Intermediate Soul Master Academy, after enduring ridicule from a foolish scion of a noble family, I retaliated with a decisive punch to his face. Subsequently, I naturally became the target of this noble youth's ire. However, unlike my fellow time travelers who faced similar adversities, I quickly realized that my personal strength was insufficient when confronting a family that had thrived for centuries. In terms of both power and connections, I found myself thoroughly suppressed by these individuals. My status as a time traveler had scarcely afforded me any opportunity to show off before being soundly chastised by the societal realities of Douluo continent. And although I ultimately avenged myself, I nevertheless brought considerable disgrace upon the Time Traveler Association. Thus, I learned the virtue of discretion in daily life. Unless absolutely necessary for my safety, I would not readily expose myself, despite the myriad of events that would later unfold. Along the way, by a stroke of fortune, I was captivated by a sermon delivered by a prominent figure on the verge of ascension within a celestial realm. prompting me to embark upon a path of cultivation distinct from that of soul masters. Thus, I cultivated steadily, gradually revealing the prowess acquired through my investment, ultimately impressing the higher-ups of Dingxin High School, who conferred upon me the privileges of a core student. With my identity as a core student to shield me, I could gradually unveil my true capabilities, no longer constrained to conceal my formidable strength, while being unable to account for the sources of my resources, thereby avoiding the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. On my 12th birthday, I recognized the need to ascertain the current temporal juncture, prompting a visit to the East Sea, where I encountered Wu Changkong, who had just lost his wife. After engaging in combat and offering him a commendation of not bad, I proceeded to Owleye City, the residence of Tang Wulin, the little dragon. Upon realizing that I am approximately 6 years older than the young dragon, Tang Wulin, it is worth noting that at this juncture, Nar and Tang Wulin have yet to cross paths. In light of my previous life's fervent interests and hobbies, I took it upon myself to lure Nar out in Owleye City, abducting her and preemptively stifling the encounter with the Gold and Silver Dragon King in its infancy, thus nurturing Nar by my side until the present day. However, due to the lavish nature of my culinary offerings, Nar's little belly has been steadily growing day by day, making her utterly resistant to any attempts at weight loss. Although there have been a few rather vexing incidents along the way, our relationship remains relatively harmonious, save for Nar's somewhat plump appearance. When my cultivation in the realm of immortality surpassed the foundational stage, and my soul power ascended to the rank of a 4-ring soul master, I found it necessary to become one of the candidates for the Shrek Academy, in order to justify the resources that Dingxin Middle School had invested in me over the years. In truth, I had not intended to attend Shrek Academy at all, nor did I wish to partake in the examination. However, given the constraints of my situation, I was compelled to provide Dingxin Middle School with an explanation. Thus, with the intention of taking Nar on a leisurely excursion, I arrived in Shrek City, planning to casually fulfill the requirements of the examination, allowing myself to fail and promptly depart, concluding our journey together. To my dismay, unforeseen complications arose. Somehow, Nar managed to attract the attention of the current Sea God Pavilion Master, the very character template who met his demise in the narrative Qin Xiao de la Yunming. Nar continued to take Yunming as her master, while I found myself targeted by Yunming due to some unsavory past entanglements with Shrek, and this venerable figure, a soon-to-be deity, resorted to exerting his soul power pressure of level 70 upon me, a mere 4-ringed soul master, in an attempt to force my submission. Well, this is quite the predicament. Yet, despite the magnitude of my own capabilities, I'm still unable to bridge this terrifying chasm of power, ultimately succumbing before Yunming. So brace yourself, Yunming. I shall inevitably avenge this grievance and dismantle Shrek until not a single brick remains. Chapter 2. The Sea God Pavilion. Within the Shrek City, specifically inside the Shrek Academy, a black-haired youth, drenched in blood, collapsed onto the ground as if his body were devoid of bones, landing with a dull thud. Blood splattered around him, blooming like a vivid flower upon the tiled floor of the Shrek building. A group of individuals stood nearby, a mix of men and women, young and old. Among them was a graceful and gentle woman cradling a beautiful silver-haired girl, whose eyes were glistening with tears, rendered unconscious. At the forefront of the group was a handsome young man who gazed down at the fallen boy with a furrowed brow, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he pondered silently. After a lengthy pause, he sighed with resignation. Honestly, why must you be so stubborn? If you would only relent, I would spare you. Upon hearing the young man's words, an elderly man with white hair could not help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, you've reduced him to this state, and yet you still have the audacity to say such things? At that moment, a spirited young girl hurried over to turn the boy onto his back to assess his condition. However, the state of the youth was dire. He was losing copious amounts of blood, with broken bones and displaced organs. It was solely due to his formidable physique that he had not succumbed to death, for any ordinary Soul King or Soul Emperor would have perished under such circumstances. Ignoring the blood staining her garments, the girl, Tayo, examined him briefly, her heart sinking. As she turned him over, it felt as if she were handling a rag doll. His skeletal structure provided no support, all bones shattered. With concern etched upon her face, Tayo looked up at the elderly man and the others, asking, Elder, what about Qin Xiao? Stubborn fool, just like that little rascal. The elderly man, reminded of his beloved disciple whom he regarded as a son, could not contain his emotions and, muttering a curse, walked away. The gentle woman holding the silver-haired girl pointed a finger at Qin Xiao, releasing a stream of pure soul power that entered his body, temporarily stabilizing his condition and preventing further deterioration. Do not worry, Qin Xiao, said the spirit Douluo, Yali as she embraced though he is gravely injured. I'm absolutely confident in my ability to save him. This ordeal will serve as a trial for him. Elderly conjured a milky white bubble, encasing Qin Xiao within it, and then turned to Tao Taio, saying, "Do not speak of today's events to anyone. Otherwise, expulsion from the academy will be the consequence." This pronouncement startled Tao Taio, for it had always been the Shrek style to threaten expulsion with such casual ease. Once the others departed, only Tao Taio and Gu Yue remained in the corridor. Amidst the chaos left behind, the bloodied footprints and the marks of impact at the corridor's end were still vivid, instilling a sense of dread. Gu Yue scrutinized Tao Taio, her gaze piercing, before instructing, "Come with me." Without allowing Tao Taio a moment to respond, she turned and left, compelling Tao Taio to hastily follow. Meanwhile, Yunming and the others carried the unconscious Qin Xiao and to a serene azure lake. The water was crystal clear, and although it was already evening, the setting sun cast shimmering reflections upon the surface, creating a tranquil, ethereal atmosphere mingled with the fragrance of surrounding flora. At the center of the lake lay a small island, and for the powerful individuals present, distance was of little consequence. In an instant, they traversed the waters, arriving at the fabled island that was whispered about in the outside world, Sea God Island, the most important and central location of Shrek Academy. Upon reaching the island, Yunming glanced at the bloodied Qin Xiao encased in the bubble and coldly remarked, "Once he is healed, cast him out of Sea God Island. Elder, will he still remain a student of Shrek?" Yunming shot him a sharp look, retorting, "He doesn't even care for our humble abode anymore. We need not humble ourselves to plead for him. He can do as he wishes, but he shall not step foot on Sea God Island again, unless he immerses himself in Sea God Lake for 3 days." Elderly could not help but break into a cold sweat, perplexed by Yunming's intentions. Was he truly willing to abandon such a talent as Qin Xiao? Given Qin Xiao as potential, entry into Sea God Island would be well within reach, and to relinquish such an opportunity seemed a tremendous loss. At that moment, Yali chuckled. Yunming is merely stating that Qin Xiao cannot enter Sea God Island, not that he cannot visit Shrek. He is free to roam between the outer and inner academies. Only then did Elderly grasp Yunming's strategy. Though publicly declaring Qin Xiao no longer a student of Shrek, he had not entirely closed the door to Sea God Island, granting Qin Xiao the liberty to traverse the inner and outer academies. However, this privilege did not equate to the right to study at Shrek as other students did. In time, witnessing the rapid advancement of Shrek students, would Qin Xiao be able to resist? Despite his exceptional talent and strength, it was evident that with Shrek's support, he could achieve even greater heights. Eventually, they would wear him down. Elderly was confident that Shrek's profound legacy would captivate this obstinate youth. Yunming's plan aimed to temper Qin Xiao's stubbornness, yet Elderly found himself exasperated by Yunming's cryptic nature, wishing he could be as forthright as Yali. Yali, cradling made a playful face at Yunming before departing, eager to indulge in the adorable young girl. "Yali, wait for me," Yunming called out, chasing after her like a youthful boy. Elderly observed the scene with indifference, having grown accustomed to their antics. It was evident that their penchant for flaunting their affection before the unfortunate souls of singlehood was one of their shared pastimes. Sighing, Elderly muttered to himself, "Alas, I am but a weary soul," before leading Qin Xiao to a wooden cabin, his residence. He prepared to administer treatment to Qin Xiao. Although Yali's assistance would have made the process easier and quicker, he resolved to allow this obstinate youth to endure a bit more hardship under Yunming's insistence. Elderly was not only a skilled craftsman, but also a scholar with profound knowledge of pharmacology. His concoctions were well known among the titled elders of Sea God Island. From his treasured collection, Elderly retrieved dozens of various millennium spiritual herbs, and even his weathered visage could not conceal a flicker of pain. Although these were merely millennium herbs, Li, as a member of the Sea God Pavilion, could effortlessly acquire a substantial quantity. It all depended on the type of spiritual item in question. Certain millennium spiritual items could be more precious than those of 10,000 years. In order to ensure that Qin Xiao, who was gravely injured, would not suffer any lasting repercussions and to offer him an opportunity for transformation, Elderly was willing to part with one of his most cherished treasures. With a sigh, he gazed at Qin Xiao, submerged in the nutrient solution, and remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Truly, I shall seek reimbursement from the pavilion master. I cannot bear this expense alone." In Chapter 3, Rebirth and Renewal, Elderly placed Qin Xiao's battered body into a futuristic-looking nutrient pod, which starkly contrasted with the rustic aesthetic of the wooden cabin. He first suspended Qin Xiao's breath with nutrient fluid, then proceeded to concoct a potion using his spiritual herbs. After Elderly departed, an extraordinary transformation began to unfold within Qin Xiao's body. Encased in a nutrient pod, "He is strong, he shall prevail," echoed through a mysterious space as Qin Xiao's spiritual essence recited these lines. The oppressive soul power he previously faced from a soul saint had inadvertently led him to master the 9-yang divine skill, and now, under the immense pressure from Yunming, his mastery of the 9-yang technique advanced further. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to Yunming's overwhelming force long before reaching the third step. Yet, even so, under the intense pressure of Yunming's level 70 soul power, Qin Xiao's bones shattered completely. Had he not managed to transfer his consciousness into the realm of awareness just before losing consciousness, his condition would have been far more dire. After practicing the 9-yang divine skill twice, Qin Xiao felt the 9-yang soul power within him whispering, "After this ordeal I, who had just broken through to level 44, sensed the signs of another breakthrough. The solidity of my soul power has increased significantly, nearly doubling. At this rate, I may condense a soul core by the time I reach level 60 or even 50. What achieving a soul core at level 50 entails, Qin Xiao did not know. But he gleaned some understanding from the descriptions in the original text. The benefits of condensing a soul core at the soul saint level were immense, and he believed that achieving this at the soul king level would bring him closer to exacting revenge on Yunming for today's transgressions. Although this ordeal left him with shattered bones, it did not harm his essence. Rather, the destruction of his body allowed him to forge ahead further in the path of the 9-yang divine skill. Once his body fully recovered, the cleansing effects of the 9-yang technique would bring about a significant transformation. Equally transformed were his 2 external soul bones, which, akin to Tang San's experience facing the 3 council members of the Tiando Royal Academy, fused completely with his being under the immense pressure. Although Qin Xiao's right arm and pelvis were severely fractured, he could sense a peculiar power brewing within, merging with his original bones in a slow yet steady manner. Within the mysterious space, Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and declared, "Just wait, Yunming, I swear, you shall pay for today's deeds." It was not that Qin Xiao did not wish to take more drastic measures, such as eliminating Yunming outright. The fact remained that Nader was still in the enemy's grasp. If, as in the original text, Nader viewed Yunming and Ali as parental figures, how could he act ruthlessly? He could not. However, it was not in Qin Xiao's nature to let this grievance go unaddressed. Thus he opted for a compromise. Next, Qin Xiao began assessing his true essence. The powerful soul pressure from Yunming had inflicted injuries, yet in the end, his foundational essence liquid transformed into a pure spiritual fluid that enveloped his limbs and nourished his body. Without this, his condition would have been far worse than mere shattered bones. This spiritual fluid became one with him, though it did not dissipate, and his foundational layer of cultivation remained intact. However, this foundational essence liquid needed to be recondensed. Fortunately, as the saying goes, pressure can be a catalyst for growth. Although Yunming's soul power was lethal, it brought about tangible changes for Qin Xiao. He felt his true essence had solidified considerably, accelerating the speed of his cultivation compared to before. With a sigh, Qin Xiao mused, "I must hasten my training to recover swiftly. I wonder what Yunming and the others are planning for Nara and me." He then began to cultivate, seizing this opportunity to strive for a breakthrough to level 45 and to recondense his foundational essence liquid. At this moment, he was oblivious to the external world, and he had no desire to dwell on the pain he would feel upon returning to his broken body. He vaguely recalled that in the final moments of consciousness, he had felt his bones shatter and his blood vessels rupture. Emerging from this state would undoubtedly be excruciating. He was not overly concerned that Nar and his body would be mistreated by the Shrek Academy members. While they were indeed shameless, they would not stoop to such depths. Thus, he devoted himself to his training within the mysterious space. Meanwhile, Elderly returned, carrying several vials. One contained a vibrant green liquid, brimming with life energy and resembling jelly. This was the life-giving water entrusted to him by Ali, intended to heal Qin Xiao's injuries. It was a rare treasure, conjured from Ali's own essence, and she could produce only 1 vial per year. While it could not achieve the miraculous effects of a millennium-grade ginseng that could revive the dead, it was capable of extending the life of a dying person by a year. Even within Shrek, individuals needed to exchange significant favors to acquire it from Ali. Thus, The simplicity with which it was given to Elder Li for Qin Xiao demonstrated Ali's affection for Nar, making even Elder Li envious. Sister Ali, do you need a son? The second vial contained a dark substance, exuding an ominous aura that instilled fear in those who beheld it. This was the potion Elder Li had crafted. Although its appearance was uninviting, its efficacy was assured, promising that Qin Xiao would recover without any residual effects. However, it came at a steep price. This single vial cost Elder Li 30 millennium spiritual herbs and 2 rare millennium herbs equivalent to 10,000 years, some of which could no longer be cultivated. The total expenditure amounted to 300 million federal coins, and even Elder Li felt a pang of regret. The monetary aspect mattered little. But the loss of those precious spiritual herbs was significant, as each one was irreplaceable. Well, consider it a good deed. After all, using those items on you is not a loss, he concluded, pouring the life-giving water and his concocted potion into Qin Xiao's nutrient pod. Before turning his gaze to the third vial he had brought, the pain in his eyes intensified. This item was exceedingly rare across the entire continent. He had only acquired this precious vial through fortuitous circumstances, and even the likes of Zhuo Shi and Feng Wuyo had pleaded with him for it. Yet he had been reluctant to part with it. Due to attribute incompatibility, one a red armor dragon and the other a blazing fire dragon. What use would they have for it? Giving it to them would be a waste. The final vial, cherished above all by Elder Li, contained a small amount of blood, merely 10 drops or so, but within it flowed an elusive golden hue. Never mind, bestowing this upon you will surely unleash its utmost potential, perhaps even catalyzing an evolution in your bloodline, consequently transforming your martial soul. Elder Li mused, resolutely pouring the blood into the nutrient chamber. As soon as the blood entered, the nutrient solution, along with the life essence that had yet to be absorbed by Qin Xiao and the concoctions prepared by Elder Li, erupted violently. It roared like boiling water, as if threatening to shatter the nutrient chamber. However, Elder Li harbored no apprehensions. He cast a final glance at Qin Xiao, who was submerged in the chamber, before departing. Surely, upon awakening, he would express gratitude for this, wouldn't he? Indeed. Chapter 4. Golden Dragon Blood. After depositing 3 treasures into the nutrient chamber, Elder Li left it be. Despite the commotion, it was remarkably safe. There was no need to worry about Qin Xiao's well-being, for the life essence from Yali was no trifling matter. Lying within the nutrient chamber, enveloped in a nutrient solution, Qin Xiao remained untroubled, the exact mechanism of which eluded him. With his eyes closed, as his consciousness drifted into a mysterious realm, his control over his body diminished sharply. Unless he willed his awareness back from this enigmatic space, he could not command his physical form. As Qin Xiao succumbed to slumber and Elder Li departed, tranquility returned to the room, interrupted only by the gentle undulations of the liquid within the nutrient chamber. Drip! In the silence, the green nutrient liquid suddenly rippled, and tendrils of golden essence began to spread forth. With their emergence, the previously placid waters boiled violently, and blood-tinged bubbles ascended to the surface, bursting around the sleeping Qin Xiao, scattering wisps of pale golden liquid that seemed to possess sentience, wrapping around his form before swiftly permeating through his pores and wounds. As the pale golden liquid entered his body, Qin Xiao's muscles contracted violently, and the once fractured bones began to heal gradually under the influence of the life essence, faintly adorned with the patterns of that golden liquid. Within, it seemed as though a golden dragon beast roared. This was the source of the blood that Elder Li had introduced into the nutrient chamber, golden dragon blood. Beyond the silver dragon king Gu Yue, the golden-eyed black dragon king Di Tian, and the hellish demon dragon ZG, pure-blooded dragons were virtually non-existent on Douluo continent, and none could claim lineage from the ancestral golden dragon. So how had these 10 drops of golden dragon blood come to be? The answer is straightforward: purification. While true pure-blooded dragons are scarce, even lesser draconic soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Many existed in ancient times, before the large-scale extinction of soul beasts. The Spirit Transmission Tower had extensively hunted them to create artificial soul spirits, conducting various experiments using their bodies. Though true golden dragons cannot be found, soul beasts possessing traces of the golden dragon bloodline still existed, even if their lineage was diluted. The extraction from dozens or even hundreds could yield a single drop of golden dragon blood. While such concocted blood may not possess the sheer strength of genuine golden dragon blood, it is nonetheless a treasure akin to a rare natural resource, capable of enhancing the abilities of soul masters attuned to its attributes. Moreover, under fortuitous circumstances, it could subtly alter one's bloodline, granting them a semblance of a golden dragon bloodline, albeit lacking hereditary traits. No one knows how much golden dragon blood was produced when the spirit transmission tower first crafted this treasure, just as they are unaware of how many soul beasts they annihilated. Yet, it is irrefutable that, with the extinction of soul beasts, golden dragon blood has become increasingly rare. Thus, these 10 drops represent one of the most significant occurrences of golden dragon blood in contemporary times. This knowledge emboldened Elder Li to proclaim that Qin Xiao would surely be grateful upon awakening. It was precisely because Elder Li understood the immense value of these 10 drops of golden dragon blood that he felt justified in such assertions. After all, such a boon would be the stuff of dreams for any soul master. However, Qin Xiao was no ordinary individual. As a transmigrator with knowledge of parts of the Dragon King legend, he exerted every effort to dissociate his power from the dragon lineage of Douluo continent, particularly to avoid being overshadowed by the golden dragon bloodline of the little dragon. Even when forging his Qin Xiao sword, he had utilized the fangs of true dragons from another realm. In Douluo continent, especially during the age of the Dragon King legend, anything pertaining to dragons was akin to a debuff in Qin Xiao's eyes. He sought to evade it at all costs. Yet, Elder Li had now forced upon him the fusion of golden dragon blood. All his 6 to 7 years of effort rendered futile. Regrettably, at this moment, all of Qin Xiao's consciousness remained ensconced within the mysterious realm. Otherwise, even if Elder Li were to seal the nutrient chamber shut, he would have crawled out. Hoarse voice rasping, "Thank you very much." As time passed, perhaps due to his prior training in the Nine-Yang divine art, the absorption of the nutrient solution, potions, life essence, and golden dragon blood proceeded remarkably smoothly. This interaction generated a wondrous chemical reaction with the cleansing effects of the Nine-Yang divine art. When a few black impurities seeped from his body, Qin Xiao, who had recently gained a height increase due to a soul power breakthrough, found himself shrinking once more. The process did not cease. Qin Xiao's body continued to diminish, yet with each reduction, his aura and inner strength solidified. His wounds gradually healed, and the fractured bones began to regenerate, while the ruptured veins grew more resilient. The nutrient solution's tumult did not endure long. After approximately 10 minutes, it gradually subsided, and within that brief span, Qin Xiao shrank from his original height of 1.70 meters to a stature even shorter than Naru's, measuring only 1.1 meters, a head shorter than her. However, as the saying goes, concentration is essence, and through this compression, the 44th level, previously loosened under Yunming's pressure, was finally breached. The nutrient chamber trembled slightly. He had attained the 45th level. By this time, the nutrient solution had already cycled through 7 or 8 times, and all fell silent. Within Qin Xiao's body, wisps of golden essence flowed gently through his limbs and bones. Where's this place? After a day and a night, Qin Xiao opened his eyes in the nutrient chamber, gazing vacantly at his surroundings. He had been diligently training in the mysterious space when a sudden warmth enveloped his head, leading to increasing dizziness, and he vaguely perceived a fierce golden dragon beast roaring. This dragon beast even lunged at him, but he was no simple character. He immediately utilized all his means to engage in combat, ultimately employing his primordial strength to subdue it. At the moment of surrender, I found myself utterly exhausted, and darkness enveloped me as I fainted completely. I could not ascertain how long I had been asleep, but upon awakening, I discovered myself submerged in a nutrient solution, facing a vast glass wall. As I reached out and gently tapped the glass, a hollow sound echoed, reminiscent of water being drawn away, and the nutrient liquid gradually receded. Once the solution was entirely drained, the glass wall before me slid open. I surmised that Yunming and his companions must have sent someone to tend to my recovery, and thus I felt little apprehension as I stepped outside. However, the moment my body made contact with the outside world, an uncomfortable sensation washed over me. My newly reborn body was far too sensitive. Every sensation felt magnified. The chill of the floor and the humidity of the air were intensified several-fold in my perception. Gazing at my pale, tender hands, reminiscent of a newborn's, I murmured to myself, does this mean I have been thoroughly rejuvenated? Without the calluses formed from crafting soul-guiding devices, I felt somewhat disoriented. I could hardly fathom what I looked like now. Surely, I must appear rather handsome, wouldn't I? I then retrieved a set of clothing from the soul-guiding device that Oldly had placed aside while helping me undress. I was still quite exposed, and the thought of someone walking in and catching me in such a state was rather distressing. Wait a moment, why have I shrunk? Chapter 5. The Smaller Qin Xiao. While changing clothes, I noticed an unsettling shift in my condition, and my face immediately paled. I had indeed become younger, in every conceivable sense. Although I felt a powerful force slumbering within me, my physical prowess had improved significantly. I had undeniably regressed in age. I had transformed from a tall figure of 1.7 meters to a diminutive 1 meters. How was I to face Nara now? I was uncertain whether this transformation was a blessing or a curse. I took out a mirror to inspect my appearance. My looks were reminiscent of when I was just over 6 years old, still strikingly handsome, as though I had been granted a second youth, yet the dark circles under my eyes had faded, imparting a more pleasant aura. My eyes had transformed into a deep golden hue, and though my hair remained black, the tips shimmered with a hint of gold, resembling hair adorned with a golden edge. This was a welcome change, unlike before, where I was handsome yet lacked distinction. Now there was a certain charismatic quality to my appearance that would allow me to stand out in a crowd. Why had my eyes and hair changed color? Could it be due to the secondary evolution of my martial spirit? I pondered, surveying my youthful form, when suddenly the door swung open. A girl entered, clad in a short-sleeved top and denim overalls, her hair adorned with numerous star-shaped accessories, exuding a trendy flair. "You must be Qin Xiao," she remarked, having caught sight of me putting on my pants. With a chuckle, she covered her mouth, her eyes crescenting in delight as she continued to observe me without a hint of embarrassment. It was I who felt my composure falter at her playful laughter. Hastily, I finished dressing and glared at the fashionable girl, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at?" "Why, at you, of course," she replied candidly, her smile unwavering, resembling a little imp. With a scowl, I retorted, "And who might you be? What business do you have with me? By the way, where's Nar?" Having donned my clothing, I fired off a barrage of questions. The fashionable girl chuckled lightly. "Let's take it one question at a time. Come with me. According to the rules here, you cannot remain in this place." With that, she opened the door and beckoned me to follow her out of the wooden cabin and towards the exterior of Sea God Island. As we walked, she introduced herself. "I am Yuanen Yehui, a disciple of Qin Xiao, the old man with the white beard you encountered during the trial." So, that was his name, Xiao. What a peculiar name, reminiscent of ancient tales where names invariably contained a character for mourning. I mused to myself. At that moment, Yuanen Yehui continued. "The reason I sought you out is that my master sensed your awakening and instructed me to escort you away from Sea God Island, as the regulations here dictate that you do not possess the qualifications to remain." I inquired in Na. "You mean Nar, right? She is now a highly regarded disciple of the Pavilion Master and will naturally reside on Sea God Island for her training," Yuanen Yehui replied nonchalantly. When Xiao returned yesterday, he had informed her about the Pavilion Master Qin Xiao accepting disciples and emphasized my identity, urging her to cooperate with Yunming's plans to provoke me. Hearing that Nar was eased my worries, yet I could not shake the feeling of discontent. After all, having Nar study under Yunming was not entirely unfavorable. It aligned with the original narrative, but still left a bitter taste in my mouth. In the current circumstances, studying under Yunming was undoubtedly superior to being by my side. After all, the 100 years of cultivation and battle experience he possessed far surpassed my own, not to mention the added safety. However, my thirst for vengeance remained undeterred. I would not let Nar's presence make me forget the events of yesterday. The extent of my retribution might be less severe, perhaps merely breaking a leg instead of outright killing. Seeing the contemplative expression on my face, Yuanen Yehui mistakenly assumed I was sorrowful, which was indeed partially true. I felt a pang of sadness. After all, Nar had been nurtured by me for so long. Rest assured, if Nar wishes to see you or leave, she merely needs to inform the elder on duty at Sea God Island. However, I suspect it won't be long before Nar forgets you," Yuanen Yehui added, her tone laced with mischief. "What?" I exclaimed. Yuanen Yehui shrugged. "Haha. There are so many talented youths at Shrek. Which of them isn't superior to you, this oblivious brat? Nar will surely be drawn to these exceptional individuals on Sea God Island and forget all about you." Noticing my darkening expression, she continued to stoke the flames. "So, how does it feel? Regretful, perhaps? Who told you to be so obstinate and contradict our elders at Shrek? We were originally considering keeping you at Shrek, but now, you won't be able to set foot on Sea God Island again. You'll have plenty of time to regret this." With a derisive snort, I retorted, "Regret? I have no regrets about what I have done. I have no interest in Shrek." "What did you say? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Though she had already been informed of my erratic nature by Qin Xiao, witnessing it firsthand inevitably incited Yuanen Yehui's ire, especially since she regarded Shrek as her true home. Yuanen Yehui glared with her exquisite brows, looking at Qin Xiao with a countenance full of fury, and declared, "Unlike my teachers, who would be labeled as bullies if they laid hands on you, I am different. We are of the same generation. If I strike you, it would merely be a dispute among peers, and you would have no recourse if I were to injure you. Qin Xiao responded with a derisive smile. What? Do you wish to engage in combat? Come then. After all, your group deserves a good thrashing. The air between them crackled with tension, and Yun Qinxiong was the first to unleash her soul power. Four soul rings of optimal configuration, shimmering in shades of yellow and purple, rose from her feet. While not the most prestigious ring configuration, it was crucial to note that Yun Qinxiong was still under the age of 15. At her age, along with her level, it would not be far-fetched for her to enter Sea God Island as a direct disciple of a title Douluo. However, her most remarkable trait was not her soul power, but rather her prowess as a craftsman, which was her primary vocation. In the face of Yun Qinxiong's soul power pressure, Qin Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Having encountered the pressure of a quasi-god at level 70, he found the pressure of a four-ringed soul master beneath his notice. Nevertheless, he did not back down and summoned his own soul rings and soul power pressure. For soul rings of superb configuration, all purple, arose from his feet, overwhelming Yun Qinxiong in both quality and quantity. His soul power transformed into a fearsome dragon-like beast that lunged at Yun Qinxiong, easily shattering her protective soul power and sending her tumbling onto the grass. What? Yun Qinxiong's face paled. She had not anticipated Qin Xiao's strength to be so formidable. It seems your master has not provided you with adequate information about me. Otherwise, you would not dare to be so brazen in my presence. After intimidating Yun Qinxiong with his soul power, Qin Xiao chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, they were on Sea God Island, where one might find themselves beset by a dozen soul saints in battle armor at any moment. Yun Qinxiong cast a frustrated glance at Qin Xiao. He was right. Li Beiqiu had indeed not shared detailed information about Qin Xiao with her, and having spent the entire day on Sea God Island, she was unaware of his performance during the enrollment examination, leading her to this unfortunate encounter. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, her face flushed with anger. But she found herself at a loss as she couldn't reclaim her dignity. She was simply outmatched. Thus, she awkwardly rose from the ground, brushed the dirt off her trousers, and silently led the way forward. As she walked, she mumbled, "Honestly, why is he so strong when I just arrived?" Qin Xiao paid no heed to Yun Qinxiong's grumbling, silently following her. Upon reaching the shore, he spotted a silvery figure and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Qin Xiao, donned in a silvery gown, waved her delicate hand at him from the shore. Chapter 6, Qin Xiao and Nar. By the azure lake, a silver-haired girl stood on the dock, adjusting her sun hat while waving at him, calling out his name. What bashful literary young man could resist? She is truly stunning, Qin Xiao remarked. At that moment, Yun Qinxiong interjected coldly, "Don't even think about it. If you dare to disrespect her as you did before, the entire Sea God Island will see you as an enemy." Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Yun Qinxiong, saying, "Are all of you from Shrek missing a few marbles?" Yun Qinxiong's face darkened with indignation, but considering Qin Xiao's strength, she could not retort. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao relentlessly continued, "What are you going to do about it? Come at me if you can. Oh, right, I forgot. You can't defeat me, so just shut up." Yun Qinxiong's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing he was indeed insufferable. Just because you're strong now doesn't make you invincible. Just wait. Qin Xiao laughed scornfully. Wait for what? I'll wipe the floor with every last one of you from Shrek. Yes, I'll set a small goal for myself. I'll take down everyone from Shrek, especially that Yun Ming. I swear I'll make him look like a panda. Yun Qinxiong was thoroughly unconvinced. You may have subdued me, but do you really think you can defeat all the powerful figures from Shrek? Huh, you must be out of your mind. Such grandiose claims. Just wait and see. The two of them bickered as they approached the dock, where Nar hurriedly lifted her gown and ran towards him. Qin Xiao, Qin Xiao. You. Just as she attempted to rush towards her familiar figure, her concerned words were cut short upon realizing that Qin Xiao appeared to have become younger. How could this be? Nar chuckled uncontrollably as she noticed that the boy she once knew had shrunk to a size smaller than her own. Yet, she was certain that this was indeed Qin Xiao. The essence of his true energy was unmistakable. Qin Xiao, looking up at Nar, who was 20 centimeters taller than him, sighed in resignation. All right, Nar, stop laughing at me. It's just that I've become smaller, that's all. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiao felt an unsettling discomfort as he gazed at the taller Nar, akin to facing an authority figure, evoking an instinct to submit. Could it really be just because I've shrunk? Surely this wouldn't shatter my confidence, he pondered. You mock me for being a child. Who's the child now? After making her point, Nar playfully stuck out her tongue at Qin Xiao and ruffled his hair, mimicking the way he used to tease her. Strangely, Since Qin Xiao had shrunk, Na felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to him, one that transcended emotional bonds and felt more like a kinship. Wait. Qin Xiao's eyes widened as he attempted to assert some authority, but Na met his gaze with equal intensity. Wait. The intensity of Na's gaze only heightened Qin Xiao's sense of submission, leaving him feeling increasingly uncomfortable. What was happening? It seems Qin Xiao must take his leave now. At that moment, Qin Xiao, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. And I pause it. Gently stroking Qin Xiao's hair, she asked, "Is it true that Qin Xiao cannot stay on Sea God Island?" Qin Xiao sighed. "Miss, rules are rules. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted on Sea God Island. If it weren't for his injuries requiring treatment, he wouldn't even qualify to enter." Inwardly, she added, "He had his chance, but squandered it. I've never seen someone so oblivious, yet he dares to claim we from Shrek are lacking in wits? Please." "I see." And suddenly appeared despondent. Qin Xiao sought to comfort her. "It's all right, Na. This girl informed me that while I cannot stay, you can come out. I'll just rent a room in the hotel where we were staying, and you can live with me outside." Upon hearing this, Na's expression shifted from sorrow to contemplation. Her lips pursed before uttering words that left Qin Xiao momentarily speechless. "I am sorry, Qin Xiao, but I can no longer continue living with you," Na coldly declared, her small face resolute. "I have grown up. I can't stay with you any longer, Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Qin Xiao reached out and pinched her little face, playfully kneading her chubby cheeks, and said with a hint of irritation, "Who are you trying to fool? I've been with you for over a year. I remember every time you wake up at night perfectly. You can't even lie properly. Is that something that Yiming taught you?" Na could only emit meaningless whimpers as Qin Xiao playfully contorted her face, but that was sufficient for him to ascertain the truth. Releasing her face, Qin Xiao muttered disdainfully, As expected, that old scoundrel hasn't an ounce of decency, only malice." However, what truly troubled Qin Xiao was that Na had actually acquiesced to Yunming. That old rascal, just thinking about it soured his expression, and Na, too, hung her head in silence. These past few days had made her understand the meaning of what Qin Xiao had once said about finding a good teacher and being happy for a lifetime. Although Yunming and Yali had indeed treated her well, they also had their moments that irked her, such as their insistence that she should not be with Qin Xiao. Did they think she wanted that? If it weren't for Yunming threatening her with Qin Xiao, she would have packed her bags and moved out with him long ago, disregarding the need for a teacher. But Yunming was truly unscrupulous, employing underhanded tactics and showcasing the so-called virtues of the Sea God Pavilion's leader. Yet, Na couldn't share this with Qin Xiao. It was simply exasperating. At that moment, the atmosphere at the edge of Sea God Island was rather gloomy, particularly between Qin Xiao and Na, with Yin Xinxiong merely serving as an onlooker. Yin Xinxiong wore an expression of hesitation, aware that Qin Xiao had already wasted much time. But seeing the somber demeanor of Qin Xiao and Na, she feared that speaking up might lead to unfortunate consequences, so she prudently remained silent. Finally, it was Qin Xiao who broke the silence, saying, "Well, you're not at a disadvantage with Yunming. Focus on your studies." After saying this, he gently patted Na's lowered head and smiled before her widening eyes. "I can't keep you by my side forever, Na. You've grown. It's time for you to have your own personal space." However, Na felt an overwhelming urge to cry, though she ultimately refrained from voicing her true feelings. Who could fathom what she had been enduring these past few days? Though Yunming and Yali had been kind to her, being in an unfamiliar environment with her closest person's fate unknown felt suffocating. When she finally met with Qin Xiao, she also dreaded his potential misunderstanding of her decisions. The pressure that little Na bore far exceeded what someone her age should be capable of handling. But for now, it seemed that Qin Xiao did not harbor any resentment toward her. He still exuded a hidden warmth. "But I don't want to part ways," Na murmured softly as she gazed at Qin Xiao's retreating figure as he boarded the boat. The three boarded a small boat, and it was evident that neither Qin Xiao nor Na could row, so the task fell to Yin Xinxiang. "How shameless of you to make a girl do all the work," she grumbled under her breath while rowing, her anger simmering as she glanced at Qin Xiao sitting opposite Na. She thought to herself, "No wonder that fellow had me keep an eye on Qin Xiao. They are both equally insufferable." As Qin Xiao and Na sat facing each other, Yin Xinxiang diligently rowed the boat across the Sea God Lake, taking in the scenery on the surface of the water. Qin Xiao. At that moment, Na suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and called out to him. Qin Xiao turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Na adjusted her skirt and patted the space beside her, saying, "Come, see." Yin Xinxiang halted her rowing, taken aback. "Huh? Both Yun Qin and Qin Xiao responded in unison. Nar, with a serious expression, insisted, "Sit beside me." Qin Xiao's large eyes were filled with confusion. Huh? Nar continued, her excitement palpable. "I've wanted to try this for a long time. Now that you're smaller, I want to see what it's like." In the past, when they went out together, Qin Xiao would carry Nar, as she was so small and delicate. He couldn't risk her being taken by someone unscrupulous. Qin Xiao immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, that's too embarrassing. Do you think my face is as thick-skinned as Tang's?" The thought of using his lap as a pillow was more acceptable. "What's embarrassing about it? Come over," Nar exclaimed, reaching out to grab Qin Xiao, forcibly pulling him beside her, then tightly hugging him and refusing to let go. TSK, just as the teacher said, he's nothing but a perverse metalworking enthusiast. Yun Qinxiang thought to herself with a roll of her eyes. What kind of strength do you have? A fourth ring soul master, yet you can't even resist Nar? Are you joking? Qin Xiao felt a silent struggle within. He didn't understand why he felt so powerless when Nar grasped his wrist. The moment she touched him, he lost all will to resist, allowing her to pull him closer. What was happening? Qin Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine. How had he become so weakened in Nar's presence? He finally comprehended the feeling of vulnerability Nar must have experienced when she was with him, which was quite uncomfortable. However, unlike Nar, Qin Xiao was primarily grappling with his own mental barriers. At that moment, Nar softly murmured from behind him, "Qin Xiao, you smell so good." Qin Xiao was instantly flustered. "What do you want, Noth? There are others here." Meanwhile, within the Sea God Island, beneath the golden tree, in a modestly decorated yet uniquely furnished room, the current leader of the Sea God Pavilion, Yun Ming, was instantly engulfed in a dark cloud of anger. Chapter 7. 1,000 Years of Promises. Yali, did you really explain the differences between men and women to Nar? Utilizing his mental prowess to observe the scene before him, Yun Ming felt his head throbbing. He contemplated taking the sky-piercing spear and aiming it directly at Qin Xiao, teaching him a lesson. How could I not have said something? Without my prompting, Nar would have learned everything already. Yali sighed helplessly, resembling a worried mother. Nar had informed her that over a year ago, Qin Xiao had already imparted relevant physiological knowledge to her. She was thoroughly aware of the distinctions between genders. Everything she knows? Then how come? Yun Ming glanced at Nar, who was virtually clinging to Qin Xiao, her expression one of disbelief. Yali, exasperated, replied, "Haven't you noticed Nar's subtle feelings? She has known Qin Xiao far longer than we have known each other." As she spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed Yali's face. She remembered her childhood sweetheart, someone she had not ended up with in the end. As for the age difference between Qin Xiao and Nar, it was, in her eyes, a matter of little significance. Take a relationship with Yun Ming, for instance. Although there exists a considerable gap of several decades between them, they experience hardly any generational divide. After all, it is merely 6 years, a trivial concern. Yun Ming feels somewhat exasperated, yet Nar is only 7 years old. Yali interjects, some girls mature quite early. Yun Ming retorts, but this early maturity seems rather outrageous, doesn't it? This simply won't do. I must have a serious talk with Nar. Yali rolls her eyes at Yun Ming, playfully poking his forehead with her delicate fingers, and remarks, "Have you forgotten what you've done to Qin Xiao? Nar is currently giving you the cold shoulder." She adds, "I merely intended to test Qin Xiao, but it seems I overstepped." At this point, Yun Ming's expression turns somewhat bitter. He had just managed to persuade Nar to take him as her teacher, yet now, due to the incident involving Qin Xiao, Nar harbors discontent towards her new mentor, having not uttered a single word to him in the 2 days they have known each other. Why not go and apologize to Qin Xiao? Yali suggests with a mischievous smile. Yun Ming immediately shakes his head in denial, exclaiming, "Are you joking? He is the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion, the strongest on the continent. Apologizing to Qin Xiao? Absolutely not." As the boat reaches the shore, Nar gently sets down the pale-faced Qin Xiao, her face glowing with satisfaction. "All right, Qin Xiao, we've arrived." Qin Xiao hastily rises from Nar's embrace and scurries off the boat. He cannot fathom why he is unable to unleash his full power in her presence. He feels utterly stifled, having been held in her arms and drained of energy. When faced with Nar, his body trembles involuntarily. Despite his reluctance to submit, his body betrays him. This sensation is akin to a lower-tier martial soul encountering a higher-tier one. Yet his martial soul bears no hierarchical relationship with Nar's silver dragon spear. Only his body quakes. His soul remains lucid. Qin Xiao is perplexed, and just then, Yun Qinxiang steps off the boat, handing him a token adorned with the carved head of a green monster. Curious, Qin Xiao inquires, "What is this?" Yun Qinxiang replies, The teacher stated that due to Miss Nar, you have gained recognition from Shrek Academy. Henceforth, you may freely enter and exit the inner and outer academies, except for attending classes with the students. However, should you wish to purchase anything, there will be no discounts. Please adhere to the market price. Upon reflection, Qin Xiao smirks inwardly at this strategy to entice him. Do they think they can attract me this way? Were it not for my special abilities, I might have been tempted to bow to them, but now, that's merely a fantasy. They wish to provoke me and then expect me to owe them a favor? How naive. Nonetheless, Qin Xiao decides to accept the token, although he does not intend to lower himself and study at Shrek. The ability to enter and exit freely is undeniably advantageous. After all, he cannot constantly call Nar to come find him from Sea God Island, can he? Stowing the token, Qin Xiao asserts, being able to enter and exit Shrek is sufficient for me. I have no need for your items, nor do I find anything worth my interest. Yin Qinxiong scoffs dismissively. Stubborn. You'll regret this eventually. After escorting Qin Xiao and Nader off Sea God Island, Yin Qinxiong departs, leaving time and space solely to the two children. They walk side by side toward the outskirts of Shrek. Initially, they proceed in silence until Nader breaks the tense atmosphere. Fixing her gaze intently on Qin Xiao's face, she exclaims, Qin Xiao, this is far too dangerous. Do you realize that? You are far too impulsive. Qin Xiao, aware of her concerns, shrugs and replies, rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. I'm certain I won't perish so easily. But I worry about you. Nader suddenly states, stunning Qin Xiao into silence. He turns to observe her, noticing a delicate blush on her cheeks, momentarily taken aback. The wind tousles Nader's silver hair as she presses down her sun hat, gazing intently at Qin Xiao, her eyes reflecting only him. Qin Xiao swears he has never realized how beautiful Nader truly is. Nader, with unwavering seriousness, looks into Qin Xiao's dark golden eyes and implores, Qin Xiao, promise me you won't engage in such dangerous actions again, all right? Qin Xiao's face reddens as he turns away, focusing ahead in an attempt to avoid Nader's silver gaze, nodding as a sign of agreement. Pinky promise. Nader extends her pinky toward Qin Xiao, her serious expression lending a sense of solemnity to the gesture. All right, pinky promise. Qin Xiao reluctantly extends his hand, linking his pinky with hers. Qin Xiao and Nader chant, pinky promise, for 100 years and 1,000 years, we shall not change. Qin Xiao quips, wait a minute. I initially said 100 years. How did it suddenly become 100 times that? Nader huffs playfully, holding on to Qin Xiao's hand without releasing it, declaring, I like it. Besides, I think 100 years is far too brief. Reflecting on the plot of the original story, Qin Xiao realizes that in a few decades, the Douluo continent will undergo significant upheavals, and he nods in agreement. Indeed, however, I suspect that in 100 years, this world will no longer present dangers akin to those I face today. Nader shoots him an eye roll, boastful. Qin Xiao laughs heartily, whether I am boasting or not. We shall see in 100 years. But if I achieve invincibility, what will you do? Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Qin Xiao's face, Nader's cheeks flush crimson, revealing a hint of panic, yet she still manages to stick her tongue out at him. Me? If you become invincible, what concern is it of mine? Qin Xiao suddenly seizes Nader's hand, preventing her from escaping, and grins mischievously. Oh? Still daring to make faces at me? Nader feels her heart race, pounding rapidly as her face reddens. With her eyes shut tight, she exclaims, Qin Xiao, don't come any closer. Stop. As soon as the words leave her lips, Qin Xiao unexpectedly loses control of his body, obediently following Nader's command, his movements halted against his will. Qin Xiao, what the hell is going on? After waiting for a considerable time, without seeing Qin Xiao make a move, Nader, sensing something amiss, opens her eyes once more, only to find Qin Xiao's expression grim. Qin Xiao, what is wrong? She asks with concern. Qin Xiao sighs, his face marked with weariness, replying, Nader, when you return to Shrek, could you please ask what exactly Li Beiqiu did to me while treating my injuries? I feel as though he has implanted something within my body. Chapter 8. The Opening Ceremony of Shrek Academy. Nader finally discerned the peculiarities in Qin Xiao's demeanor, and with a nod of consent, she agreed to his whims. However, the journey ahead became increasingly arduous for Qin Xiao. Upon realizing that her control over him extended to his physical actions, she, the mischievous little demon, began to exploit this newfound power with glee. Qin Xiao, from now on, you must prepare whatever I desire to eat, she declared. Qin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she dreaming? Just look at how much you put on weight. Clearly, commands were not absolute. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Nader attempted once more. Qin Xiao, raise your hand. Are you treating me like a monkey? Qin Xiao's eyelids twitched in irritation. He wished to refuse, yet his body betrayed him, compelling him to comply with Nader's directive. What was happening? Ultimately, in a state of disbelief, he relinquished control of his body and raised his hand under the radiant gaze of Nader. Now carry me, she commanded. That is absolutely out of the question. All the while, Qin Xiao yearned to silence Nader, wishing to prevent her from calling out to him. But he lamentably realized that addressing his own physical predicament was a distant dream. Thus, he found himself traversing towards the Spirit Ice Plaza alongside Nader. Due to Qin Xiao's day-long unconsciousness, today also coincided with the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy's outer campus. Upon entering the Spirit Ice Plaza, Qin Xiao was greeted by a throng of students, neatly arranged into 6 squads at the heart of the square. Each one radiated an extraordinary aura, granting Qin Xiao a preliminary understanding of the total student body at Shrek Academy. The outer campus comprised 6 grades, akin to typical institutions. Yet the age disparity within a single grade was considerable, as admissions occurred every 3 years. Each grade spanned a university year, resulting in an average age gap of 3 years among students. The number of students in each grade varied, averaging around 100, culminating in approximately 700 individuals across all grades. The 6th graders were at least 30 years old, exuding a dignified presence and boasting formidable abilities, with the weakest among them being at the Soul King level, a significant tier above Qin Xiao. Despite their age, they remained within the outer campus. Typically, students graduate from elite academies between the ages of 22 and 25, yet these individuals lingered at 30. Nevertheless, their current capabilities were on par with students from other academies who might not reach such heights even at 40 or 50. However, an unspoken rule at Shrek dictated that only students below the 3rd grade were considered true students, as these individuals faced intense scrutiny and the pressure of assessments to advance into the inner academy. Once they crossed the threshold of 20, life became considerably more relaxed, allowing them to meander through the academy. In stark contrast to the elite talents that had been meticulously selected, the future accomplishments of these older students appeared rather lackluster. The youngest among them were, of course, the fresh first-year students, all under the age of 15, predominantly represented by youths like Qin Xiao, who was merely 13 or 14. As Qin Xiao scanned the first-year students, he spotted Tiao, though she did not notice him. Observing her animatedly chatting with classmates, he chuckled softly, deciding it best not to interrupt her. Witnessing Tiao successfully enroll at Shrek brought him a sense of relief, as he felt he had finally unraveled the thread of fate connecting them. At that moment, Nader sidled up to him, following his gaze and spotting an infuriatingly voluptuous woman. Qin Xiao, what are you laughing at? She inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Startled, Qin Xiao shook off his reverie and chuckled awkwardly. Oh, nothing. Just saw an acquaintance. Ne, Askolft, hier skepticism evident. An acquaintance, huh? What is so amusing? Comparing her figure to Tiao's, she felt a wave of discouragement, muttering, in a few years, I'll grow too. Well, that's obvious. If you don't grow in a few years, will you remain a little girl forever? Qin Xiao, oblivious to Nader's underlying sentiments, blurted out, inciting her frustration as she twisted his ear several times. Amidst their playful banter, a multitude of figures descended gracefully from above. A total of over 20 silhouettes floating down. Gu Yue, adorned in a dark silver gown with her long hair elegantly pinned up, stood with an air of solemnity and authority. Surrounding her were several middle-aged men and women, generally aged between 30 and 50, who were the instructors at Shrek Academy's outer campus, each boasting a strength of at least the 6th ring and as battle armor masters. Their collective prowess rivaled that of a Soul-Law without armor. In essence, these were the students from the inner academy, dispatched to serve as mentors once they reached a certain level of strength. Given Qin Xiao's current abilities, he believed that if these instructors refrained from using their battle armor, he could hold his own against them, possibly even emerge victorious. However, if they activated their battle armor to amplify their strength, he knew he would have to retreat as far as possible. With my 4th ring, I can attempt to forge my own battle armor. I'll get started on that when I return, Qin Xiao mused, feeling a surge of desire at the thought of the tremendous enhancement battle armor could provide to his soul master, even though he had yet to successfully create one. He had already envisioned what he would name it. As he indulged in these daydreams, Gu Yue discreetly cast a sidelong glance in Qin Xiao's direction, her gaze enigmatic, clearly harboring ulterior motives. A middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing the assembly. A new academic year is about to commence. For Shrek, this time of year signifies the influx of fresh blood. I invite the esteemed director of the outer campus, the Silver Moon Douluo, Qin Xiao, to share a few words with us. As with any institution, the commencement of each academic term required the leadership to deliver an inaugural address. However, unlike the drawn-out speeches typical of other academies, Shrek maintained a straightforward approach, prompting Qin Xiao to wish that the principal and board of his previous school could adopt a similarly succinct style. Gu Yue spoke plainly. Shrek Academy has never compelled anyone to cultivate. Yet, it is also not a place of compulsory education. Every year, we have a minor examination, and every 3 years, a major one. Failing the minor exam twice results in expulsion, while failing the major exam once leads to the same consequence. Thus, the number of students at the academy will only decrease over the next 3 years, never increase. This applies universally to all grades. Oh, only a decrease, never an increase? What about transfer students? Qin Xiao muttered upon hearing this declaration, recalling the instances of favoritism outlined in the original narrative. Although he was far away and the students could not hear him, Gu Yue, Super Douluo, certainly could not miss his murmurs. Her speech faltered momentarily, as if she had hit a snag, taken aback that Qin Xiao was aware of transfer students and dared to undermine her authority. Even if the students could not hear, it was still a challenge to her standing. Such a bold young man, daring to undermine my authority, is quite audacious. Casting a glance toward the distant Qin Xiao, Gu Yue continued, for those 6th grade students who have yet to graduate, your chances of entering the inner academy are dwindling. I hope you seize this opportunity. 35 years of age marks your final threshold. As for the new students, you may relax and refrain from exerting yourselves. However, perhaps 3 years hence, there may be no place for you here. Simultaneously, Shrek has never hesitated to provide support to diligent students. Your teachers are your mentors, and all the educational facilities within the academy are at your disposal, provided you possess sufficient contribution points. Soon, the new students will come to understand the significance of these points. A new year is on the horizon, and the glory and brilliance of Shrek have been inscribed by generations of Shrek individuals. In the future, whether you become a part of this radiance or remain outside of it is not for me to decide. It is for you to determine. That is all. Teachers of each class, please escort your students back to the classrooms. The opening ceremony is concluded. Having spoken, Gu Yue prepared to depart, but paused momentarily, casting a cold smirk in the direction of Qin Xiao, which sent an ominous chill through him. Gu Yue then added, let me assign a task. A few days ago, a certain brat embarrassed our Shrek, but this lad possesses considerable strength. He is a 4-ring soul master, proud and arrogant. Your mission is to reason with him well. 1 victory earns you 1,000 contribution points. Initially, the students were puzzled as to who would dare to provoke the esteemed Silver Moon Douluo, but upon hearing the prospect of 1,000 contribution points, their eyes gleamed with greed, although the new students were still unclear about the utility of these points. That brat is over there, she said, gesturing toward Qin Xiao's direction before departing. The students followed her pointed finger and indeed spotted a couple of children. Under the scrutiny of nearly 1,000 gazes, Qin Xiao halted, casting a fierce glare at the direction in which Gu Yue had exited. Internally, he screamed, Gu Yue, you wretch. Chapter 9. The Alter Ego. Upon hearing Gu Yue's words, Tao Qiao sensed impending doom. As one of the witnesses from that day, she quickly comprehended whom Gu Yue was referring to. She hurriedly joined the crowd in looking over, and indeed, she discovered Qin Xiao. Tao Qiao gazed at the diminutive figure with black hair and golden eyes, smaller than Nar, and momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Utilizing the superior vision granted by her status as a soul master, she recognized Qin Xiao's face, noting that it bore little difference from before, except for the fact that he had transformed. Where was my Qin Xiao? The once formidable Qin Xiao had become this little boy. What had the powerful individuals of Shrek done to him? It was both wonderful and dreadful. For some inexplicable reason, seeing Qin Xiao in this state made Tao Qiao feel an overwhelming urge to hold him, and her heart raced, infusing her gaze with an unusual warmth. With a sudden jolt, Qin Xiao's body began to rapidly grow, transforming back into his former appearance. Although his physique had expanded, it was uncomfortable. He felt weak all over, only able to exert 70% of his strength. This was the inverse application of the bone compression technique from the Nine Sons Divine Art. While the original technique compressed the skeletal structure to increase density, Qin Xiao was now diluting his bones to achieve a larger form and conceal his true identity. Fortunately, few had witnessed his true appearance, and those who had were at a distance, rendering it difficult for them to discern his features. Naur, watching Qin Xiao suddenly enlarge, exclaimed, "Hey, Qin Xiao, what happened?" Qin Xiao replied, "Oh, just a little trick. Naur, please don't reveal my appearance to others." In truth, Qin Xiao aimed to establish an alter ego. He sensed that his life would become exceptionally vibrant with Naur present at Shrek. Thus, he seized this opportunity to prepare a disguise. Naur understood his intent, nodding as she regarded his morphing form, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Now that Qin Xiao has grown, could I possibly do the same? The group of 10 second-year students from Shrek, who had been utterly defeated by Qin Xiao during the entrance examination, also recognized him. They would never forget the visage of the boy before them. Of course, they wouldn't forget. After all, his face bore wounds from their encounter. However, they refrained from disclosing to their classmates that they had been bested, for it would be profoundly embarrassing. Moreover, they were eager to witness how others fared against Qin Xiao. The more individuals he defeated, the more it validated that they were not inept. Rather, the opponent was simply too powerful. Thus, the 10 students shared a tacit understanding to remain silent, instead joining the majority in casting disdainful glances at Qin Xiao. Within the outer academy of Shrek, comprising approximately 700 to 800 individuals, the lowest level of strength was a 3-ring soul master. Collectively, their combat prowess could rival that of a military regiment, capable of engaging in positional warfare. All eyes were gravely focused on a singular individual, creating immense psychological pressure upon him. Beside them, Naur timidly retreated behind Qin Xiao, gripping his sleeve tightly, concealing her form behind him. Yet, Naur's beauty did not deter these formidable students from scrutinizing Qin Xiao, for although she was indeed attractive, she had yet to fully blossom into the so-called dragon spear goddess of the later years. Thus, Qin Xiao stood as a shield for Naur, absorbing all the pressure. Facing the gazes of hundreds, he displayed no hint of retreat. While these individuals were undoubtedly powerful, under the oppressive aura of Yun Ming's 70th level spirit power, they were all mere weaklings. Of course, had the students of Shrek chosen to disregard the principles of martial ethics and launched a collective assault against Qin Xiao, he would have no choice but to flee. In a one-on-one scenario, Qin Xiao could even take on 10 opponents below the 3rd year, and against a 1st-year class. He could single-handedly defeat them all. However, above the 3rd year, the presence of battle armor masters would emerge, each equating to a 7-ring soul sage. If they banded together to confront Qin Xiao, even his strength would be insufficient to counter their assault. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao was confident that these students would not dare to gang up on him. While Shrek may be shameless, they had not yet fallen to the depths of ambushing a 4-ring soul master. Thus, with one hand shielding Naur, Qin Xiao faced the assembled students of Shrek, smirking. With a playful flourish, he extended his middle finger toward these so-called prodigies, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating a mixture of arrogance and disdain. Oh dear, this lad is rather bold. A group of upperclassmen who initially held little interest in Qin Xiao found themselves compelled to take action, particularly upon witnessing his raised middle finger. They were filled with an overwhelming desire to break it. A seemingly formidable 4th-year student stepped forward first, scrutinizing Qin Xiao with an appraising gaze. "Are you the reckless youth who has been placed on the director's wanted list?" Indeed, Qin Xiao affirmed, recalling Gu Yue's last trickery that had left him feeling vexed. "Just you wait, Gu Yue. Sooner or later, I shall reclaim my territory." Another name has been added to Qin Xiao's little notebook. A student scoffed. "Do you even realize what you just said, brat?" Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I merely speak the truth. Shrek, I disdain it. Not only do I disdain it, but I will eventually dismantle it." Ha ha, this kid has ambition. To declare he would dismantle the academy? The students were amused by Qin Xiao's bold claim. For 2 millennia since Shrek's founding, no one had ever dared to breach its gates, not even a limit Douluo. Yet this lad claims he will tear it down. Who does he think he is? A blonde girl beside Tao Xiao giggled uncontrollably. Xiao, this child is quite amusing. Ha ha. In response, Tao Xiao could only chuckle wryly, for she was aware that Qin Xiao might indeed have the credentials to make such a statement. However, with 1,000 contribution points at stake, Yueji, should we consider grinding for some points? At that moment, a girl with short black hair, acquainted with the blonde, spoke up. Absolutely not. Tao Xiao immediately interjected, concerned for her newly acquainted friends. She knew of Qin Xiao's prowess. He had crushed 10 second-year students effortlessly. If her friends faced him, even if he showed mercy for being girls, a lesson would be inevitable, and she would find herself in a difficult position. Thus, she disclosed the truth to her 2 newly made friends. What? Xiao, you must be joking. This kid defeated 10 second-year seniors in just 3 minutes? Mu Yueji asked, incredulous. The black-haired girl looked equally astonished. I have no reason to deceive you, Tao Qiao replied with a bitter smile. Qin Xiao and I are both from Gongxin City, and we took the same exam. You know how challenging the 8th assessment was. I wouldn't lie about this. Look, isn't that Mo Sicheng? He was in the same batch as Qin Xiao and me. Just look at him now. As she spoke, Tao Qiao pointed to her classmate Mo Sicheng, who had entered alongside her. Gu Yue and the black-haired girl glanced over and indeed saw Mo Sicheng with his head down, not participating in the verbal assault against Qin Xiao like the others. One could vaguely sense fear in his demeanor, which made them believe Tao Qiao's words were mostly true. I told you, 1,000 contribution points are not so easily obtained. It seems that those without skill are merely setting themselves up for humiliation. There truly is no free lunch, the black-haired girl lamented. Gu Yue chuckled. All right, let's focus on our studies at Shrek. However, I suspect it won't be long before we witness a spectacle. Tao Qiao, curious, asked what kind of spectacle. Gu Yue smirked mischievously. We know Qin Xiao's true nature. The others, apart from a few witnesses, are oblivious. Moreover, he just made such infuriating remarks. Coupled with the 1,000 contribution points, who knows how many will set their sights on him, thinking he's a sheep when he is, in fact, a tiger? They'll soon learn the consequences. Indeed. By the way, Qiao, aren't you acquainted with Qin Xiao? Why not suggest he deliberately lose to us? We can split the contribution points 50-50. The black-haired girl proposed a ridiculous idea, earning her disdain from Gu Yue. Chui pei you little money grubber, shut up. As soon as the 4th-year student spoke, it seemed to ignite a powder keg, and the students began to vilify Qin Xiao. He doesn't seem strong at all. Could he be some descendant of a titled Douluo, feeling invincible enough to swagger into Shrek? Does he look down upon a Shrek? Does he think he is worthy? And he says he will dismantle Shrek? He should be wary of his own tongue. Qin Xiao raised his hand to silence them, stating calmly, No, let me clarify. I did not look down upon Shrek. I merely disdain garbage. This statement was like lighting a fuse. For years, since their enrollment at Shrek, they had been branded as monsters. When had they ever been called garbage? Even before entering Shrek, they had been hailed as prodigies. Don't hold me back. I want to teach him a lesson. He is asking for it. Exactly. What does he mean calling Shrek garbage? Who does he think he is? Garbage? Just wait until I pin him down and teach him a lesson. Qin Xiao shook his head, feigning a hint of trepidation. Please do not misunderstand. I did not imply any of you are garbage. I meant that all present here are garbage. The students of Shrek were taken aback. You arrogant brat. Chapter 10. You're quite arrogant. Nar sensed the Shrek students across from them transforming into dormant volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment, and anxiously tugged at Qin Xiao's sleeve, saying, Qin Xiao, aren't you taking this too far? This could end badly if they decide to strike. Qin Xiao patted Nar a small hand reassuringly. It's fine, I know my limits. I am merely venting my frustrations and found this group of Shrek students suitable for that. Nar was momentarily at a loss for words. His words implied that Shrek students were weak enough to be toyed with. She was worried he might get injured. Among the upperclassmen were numerous Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, along with enhanced battle armors. How could he possibly stand a chance against them? Brat, care to repeat what you just said? At that moment, a robust figure emerged from the 3rd-year ranks, casting a dark glare at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao found the individual somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. He gently urged Nar to step aside. Nar, feeling disheartened, warned, just be careful. Don't let things escalate. Don't worry. As long as it's just these misfits from the outer academy, I can handle them one-on-one without issue. Qin Xiao replied. Nar pressed on. But what if they gang up on you? Then I shall run. Qin Xiao stated nonchalantly. TSK, typical. Nar rolled her eyes at him. Relieved yet still worried he might stubbornly refuse to back down like he did against Yunming. After bidding Nar farewell, Qin Xiao approached the hulking 3rd-year student. Standing 20 meters away from the glowering youth, Qin Xiao declared, I don't wish to repeat myself. If you want to throw down, just come at me. The boy smiled wickedly upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty grin. Then, like an arrow loosed from a bow, charged at Qin Xiao. A powerful aura erupted from him, for soul rings of optimal configuration swirling around him as he donned fiery crimson armor, resembling a rampaging dinosaur as he barreled toward Qin Xiao. The 20-meter gap was quickly closed, and the boy extended his hand. Fiery scales manifested, transforming into a dragon claw aimed directly at Qin Xiao's chest. As Qin Xiao deftly sidestepped, he caught sight of the fiery glow and scales adorning the youth before him. And, suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind. This individual was someone he had encountered years ago, one of the Shrek Academy students he had bested. Much like Luo Yiling and Yun. However, This person was their senior, a second-year student from 2 years prior, now a third-year student, known as Wu Chuanqiong, whose martial soul was the Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus. Is that you? Qin Xiao recognized the figure before him, his heart tinged with surprise. No wonder this individual wasted no words upon his arrival. It seemed he had suffered at Qin Xiao's hands before. 2 years had passed, and Wu Chuanqiong's strength had significantly increased. At 15, he had been a peak soul master at level 39. Now he had ascended to the 4th ring, becoming a level 43 soul scholar, merely 2 levels beneath Qin Xiao. Not too shabby indeed. His progress was notable, and the intensity of his flames had risen considerably, making them quite suitable for roasting. While evading Wu Chuanqiong's dragon claws, Qin Xiao jested, "How have you fared these past 2 years? Perhaps you've indulged too much in games?" Despite his ignorance of what indulging in games entailed, Wu Chuanqiong could discern the mockery in Qin Xiao's tone, causing the flames enveloping him to blaze even brighter. With a radiant 100-year yellow soul ring and a 1,000-year third soul ring shimmering, Wu Chuanqiong unleashed his augmented soul skills, significantly amplifying the power of his flames and enhancing his physical attributes. "Today, I shall cleanse the shame you have inflicted upon me," Wu Chuanqiong bellowed, leaving onlookers to wonder what Qin Xiao had done to provoke such wrath. He then launched an enhanced version of his second soul skill toward Qin Xiao. Observing Wu Chuanqiong's frenzied demeanor, an unexpected surge of blood surged within Qin Xiao, filling him with an insatiable desire to engage in a fierce contest. He deftly maneuvered, employing the wave step to effortlessly evade the torrent of dragon flames, only to be met with an intense heat that radiated from his side. Upon glancing down, he discovered that Wu Chuanqiong had charged at him from beneath the fiery breath, his figure splitting into multiple shadows that encircled Qin Xiao, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Donc cette ultimate technique, ghostly shadow disappearance. So, you wish to obscure my vision with your dragon flames? How intriguing. Qin Xiao observed the myriad of Wu Chuanqiong's shadows, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He altered his footwork, the effects of the wave step dissipating, yet his form transformed, splitting into 9 figures to counter Wu Chuanqiong's ghostly shadow disappearance. Spiral 9 shadows versus ghostly shadow disappearance. What? The students of Shrek Academy, also disciples of the Tang sect, gasped in astonishment. This person is a Tang sect disciple as well? When did such a talent emerge from the Tang sect? One Tang sect student remarked in bewilderment. It must be said that visually, ghostly shadow disappearance bore striking similarities to Spiral 9 shadows. This was no mere wave step. Even the seasoned Tang sect disciple, Wu Chuanqiong, might misidentify it, let alone these students. Only Wu Chuanqiong, engaged in close combat with Qin Xiao, realized that this was not ghostly shadow disappearance at all. In fact, it could be deemed a technique of even greater profundity. Who exactly is this Qin Xiao? Wu Chuanqiong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration after a minute of combat, without even grazing the hem of Qin Xiao's garment. Despite his initial appearance of folly, it was merely a ruse to lower Qin Xiao's guard, making it easier for him to strike. 2 years ago, Qin Xiao had deceived him with a similar technique to ghostly shadow disappearance, launching a surprise attack. Yet now, he could scarcely keep pace with Qin Xiao's elusive form. Slippery as an eel, if you possess the ability, then do not evade. Wu Chuanqiong shouted in exasperation, only to hear a cold laugh resonating from behind him. You said it. The voice, startlingly close, sent cold sweat cascading down Wu Chuanqiong's forehead. Qin Xiao had somehow maneuvered himself right behind him. Before he could turn, a sudden jolt of pain struck his rear as an immense force propelled him forward, landing several meters away. Qin Xiao retracted his kicked foot, giving the ground a gentle tap. I told you, you are but trash. He then turned to the Shrek students behind him, grinning, hey, care to send a few more my way? Do not get too cocky, Qin Xiao. Wu Chuanqiong, having risen from the ground, charged at Qin Xiao once more. Yet this time, Qin Xiao had lost all interest in toying with him. Without even glancing back, a dark golden, chain blade-like tail erupted from his pants, lashing out toward Wu Chuanqiong. What? Wu Chuanqiong gasped in terror, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Qin Xiao's tail. The appendage ensnared his legs, lifting him off the ground. Following the restoration of his fractured golden crystal tail, its resilience and power had increased once more, now fully integrated with Qin Xiao's being, allowing him to manipulate it as effortlessly as his own limbs. The tail's edges shifted from dark gold to a brilliant gold, enhancing its potency. However, it was regrettable that there was no worthy opponent to test its full capacity. Honestly, it's no longer entertaining with just you. Time for you to exit the stage. Qin Xiao, ignoring the flustered expressions of the Shrek students, hoisted the immobilized Wu Chuanxiong and remarked, "You deem me arrogant, and rightly so. I am indeed quite audacious before you. But such audacity requires merit." With that, the golden crystal tail propelled Wu Chuanxiong toward Class 4, where several students rushed to catch him, only to be forced back several steps by his momentum. A third-year student who assisted in catching Wu Chuanxiong remarked in astonishment, "Qin Xiao possesses immense strength." Chapter 11. Shrek's Embarrassment. With merely 3 moves and 2 techniques, Qin Xiao effortlessly subdued Wu Chuanxiong, a 4th-ring soul scholar, without even employing his martial soul or soul skills, relying instead on a singular external soul bone. The ease with which he dispatched a 3rd-year student who had studied at Shrek Academy for over 6 years illustrated that Qin Xiao's prowess had far surpassed that of the majority of Shrek students. Faced with such an individual, many Shrek students felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Those who are capable of defeating Qin Xiao are likely to be of considerable age, and those of a similar age to him stand little chance of victory. In a moment, the students of the Shrek Academy found themselves in a predicament, torn between the desire to restore the glory of Shrek in front of Qin Xiao and the frustrating realization that they could not match his prowess. The students were utterly vexed. A 3rd-year student cursed under his breath, "Damn it, are we really going to let this Qin Xiao flaunt his might within our Shrek?" A fellow student beside him sighed in resignation. He easily dispatched Wu Chuanxiong from our class. Sending other 3rd-year students against him would merely be self-deprecation. The frustrated student replied, "So what should we do? Are we to call upon the seniors from the 4th year? Qin Xiao is merely 13. It's already unfair for 2nd-year students to challenge him. And even if the 4th-year seniors were to win, it would be an unworthy victory." Upon hearing this, students from nearby 3rd-year classes erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Among them, a blue-haired girl, strikingly beautiful yet appearing much younger than her 18 years, observed Qin Xiao, who stood defiantly with his hands in his pockets, blocking the way for all Shrek students. Anger welled within her, and she gritted her teeth. Where did this Qin Xiao come from? Why have I never heard of him? He is not even listed among the continent's prodigies. A similarly blue-haired girl beside her pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Sister, why don't we step up?" After a brief pause, Lan Mengyun lowered her head, contemplating the disparity in strength, and sighed. "This Qin Xiao is formidable. Without our battle armors, we would likely fall to him. Yet, even should we don our armors, a victory would be tainted and prove nothing." But if we were to lose, Lan Mengyu understood the implications without needing further explanation. The two were 3rd-year prodigies from Shrek's Outer Academy, twins possessing a unique martial soul fusion technique, and were on the brink of reaching the threshold of a 5-ring Soul King. A successful breakthrough would grant them entry into the Inner Academy, but a defeat at the hands of Qin Xiao would mar their records, severely impacting their future prospects. They could have confidently advanced into the Inner Academy, but should they falter against Qin Xiao today, it would spell disaster. Victory would bring joy, albeit little gain, while defeat would incur significant losses. Thus, the two decided to feign ignorance and quietly observe as bystanders. After waiting for some time without seeing anyone emerge, Qin Xiao felt somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to engage in a spirited encounter with someone of considerable strength yet manageable danger, but why had they all turned mute? Wasn't he had said that Shrek's students feared nothing? How had they all become quail before him? "Hey!" Qin Xiao was the first to break the silence, looking at the group of so-called prodigies with an expression of amusement. "Is this how Shrek's students present themselves? It's quite comical. Is this the so-called monster talent? It's laughable." Many students turned pale with indignation at his words. Some contemplated taking action, but ultimately succumbed to the oppressive atmosphere. Finally, a 2nd-year student could no longer bear the insult, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao. "Qin Xiao, don't get too cocky. You can only speak to us like this because of your current strength. Let me tell you, the prodigies from every class in Shrek are currently away training. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to act so brazenly here." Qin Xiao halted his mocking, focusing on the speaker with a derisive smile. "So, you rely on those prodigies to back you up? Aren't you all supposed to be geniuses? Aren't you the so-called monsters? What is this? Unable to defeat me, you wish to place your hopes on others?" The student, overwhelmed by a barrage of rhetorical questions, stammered, unable to respond. With a cold chuckle, Qin Xiao pointed to the ground, addressing all the students of Shrek. "I stand here, and I permit even the 5th or 6th-year students to come forth and challenge me one-on-one. I also invite you 3rd-year students to form a group and confront me directly. If I lose, I'll offer no excuses. If you win, I want to push my luck. But you must accept that my statement about Shrek being lackluster stands. So, what say you? Do you dare?" The students' faces darkened at his challenge, caught in a dilemma that left them feeling defeated regardless of their response. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from above. Enough! All Shrek students and Qin Xiao looked skyward to see an elder, whose hair stood on end like steel needles. Hovering above the Lingbing Square, his eyes radiating a fierce aura, with sparks of electricity crackling through his hair. A title de law, undoubtedly a title de law, and a three-word battle armor master. Upon seeing the elder, Qin Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, sending a chill down his spine. Why did he feel this way? The students below, particularly the younger first and second years, erupted into joyous shouts upon seeing the elder, while students from the fourth, fifth, and sixth years displayed expressions of discomfort and fear. Director Long has arrived. Director Long, this Qin Xiao is simply too much. Yes, Director Long. With a resounding shout, Director Long silenced the clamorous students, fixing them with a look of disappointment. Enough. I say you've embarrassed yourselves. Utterly disgraceful. The students, taken aback by the harshness of Director Long's reprimand, wondered why he was not siding with them. In the past, when Shrek students faced defeat, teachers would rush to their aid, showcasing what it meant to protect their own. Why was it different this time? Director Long scornfully remarked. Each of you is bringing shame upon Shrek. To be mocked by a mere 13-year-old boy in Lingbing Square. What right do you have to call yourselves Shrek students? You are tarnishing the very face of Shrek. Just when Qin Xiao thought Director Long was commendable for understanding honor and reason, he continued his tirade. Qin Xiao has already extended the invitation for a group challenge or to send higher-year students against him, yet none dared accept, all fearful and hesitant. Damn it, I should never have had any expectations of you Shrek students. It seems you are merely taking advantage of opportunities. At this point, a senior student could no longer hold back, exclaiming, but Director Long, it's not that we don't want to fight. It's just that Qin Xiao's situation is too unique. Even if we were to win, it would be an unworthy victory. That is no excuse. Director Long bellowed, then produced a piece of paper, his expression dark as he ominously declared. This is an edict from the Dean of the Outer Court Shrek, the Silver Moon Douluo. Gu Yue, all of you, regardless of your grade, will have 1,000 contribution points deducted as a punishment. This is to atone for the shame you have brought to the academy today. Upon hearing this decree, the senior students remained unfazed, as they had reserves to draw from. However, the newly arrived first-year students were not so fortunate. They had just stepped into the academy and possessed not a single contribution point. Now, their balance not only stood at 0, but had plunged into the negative. Young as they were, they now bore the heavy burden of debt, 1,000 contribution points. Even the senior students felt a pang of regret at such a loss. At that moment, Director Long spoke again. There is one more matter. Upon hearing this, all the students raised their gazes towards the sky where Director Long stood. He lowered his gaze to the distance, fixing it on Qin Xiao, and continued. Every student below the third year must engage in at least one battle with Qin Xiao this academic year. Otherwise, the punishment will be doubled. After delivering this ultimatum, he shot a fierce glare at Qin Xiao and departed, leaving Qin Xiao utterly bewildered. Well, today I have come to understand just how petty Shrek's administration can be, almost as petty as myself. There are around 700 to 800 students at Shrek. Even if we only consider those in the third year and below, there are still about 300 of them, with only 365 days in a year. This implies that Qin Xiao will face at least one battle each day, from start to finish, without respite. I'm not even one of Shrek's own. How can they unilaterally decide my future? Shrek, you think I will cower? Qin Xiao gazed towards the direction of Sea God Island and silently raised a middle finger, confident that a certain powerful spirit would see his gesture. Indeed, as his finger shot up, a thunderous rumble echoed from the sky, as if to issue a warning. TCH, such a petty little thing. I have resolved to dismantle Shrek, and not even Jesus can stop me, Qin Xiao muttered, simultaneously making a firm decision to set a second target regarding Shrek. After thoroughly thrashing every student at Shrek, his next goal would be to tear the institution down. With Director Long's departure, the Lingbing Square finally regained its previous tranquility. However, the gazes of Shrek's students towards Qin Xiao now brimmed with a blend of battle intent, resentment, and pity. 1,000 contribution points. How could they not feel the sting? Noticing this, Qin Xiao let out a derisive snicker, raised another middle finger at the group, and proceeded to find Nar. No one dared to confront Qin Xiao immediately, for seeking a fight right after suffering embarrassment would seem rather insincere. The senior students, concerned about their reputation, hesitated to engage, while the lower years had to consider if their fists were strong enough to contend with Qin Xiao's immense power. It was foreseeable that Qin Xiao would have a busy time ahead. Nader walked beside him, her face displaying a mixture of annoyance and concern. "You just know how to stir up trouble," she remarked. Qin Xiao shrugged, responding with a hint of exasperation. "I am equally at a loss. Do you expect me to grovel before them? I cannot endure such humiliation." At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, where the bustling chaos of the modern city lay just beyond the gates, starkly contrasting the serenity of the academy grounds, as if they belonged to two entirely different worlds. Standing at the entrance, Qin Xiao turned to Nader and said, "This is where we part ways. From here on, you must forge your own path." Nader wore an expression of amusement. "Are you the one sending me off? Or am I sending you off? How did you end up comforting me?" Qin Xiao laughed heartily. "Do not be deceived. While it seems I'm sending you off, in truth, I am the one being sent away. Without my constant care, you will need to learn to navigate life on your own." As he spoke, a note of melancholy crept into his voice, akin to a father watching his daughter prepare for independence. Nader instinctively felt a twinge of discomfort and retorted, "It's as if you think I cannot survive without you." Yet, upon reflection, she realized her daily life had indeed been managed by Qin Xiao. Even her little belly was a result of his nurturing. If she were to be without him, she would surely manage. "Wouldn't she?" Shaking her head to dispel her fleeting insecurities, she asserted, "Do not worry. I am a capable young adult now. I will take care of myself." Qin Xiao sighed. "As long as you can cook porridge, I will be satisfied." Nader glared at him. "Of course I can." Qin Xiao shot her a challenging glance. "Then tell me, what must you do before cooking the rice?" Momentarily flustered under Qin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, Nader pondered before declaring, "You obviously need to take the rice out of the bag." Qin Xiao paused, considering her words, and realized she was not wrong. After a moment, he thought of the presence of service staff on Sea God Island, and reassured himself that Nader would not suffer. Besides, she lived with Yun Ming, so she would be well looked after. That sounded about right. Let's skip this topic. "Nader, how long have we known each other?" Nader reflected for a moment. "It has been a little over a year since you brought me back from the city of Aolai. What's on your mind?" Her tone was casual. Though she referred to being brought back, she bore no resentment, treating it as an ordinary occurrence. Qin Xiao paused. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering how quickly time flies. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so much." He intended to ruffle her hair affectionately as before, only to find himself too tall now to perform the endearing gesture. To his surprise, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkled as she reached up to tousle Qin Xiao's hair, laughing. "Indeed, you've shrunk. Qin Xiao, is this conversation even feasible anymore?" After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Nader, you know, I'm knowledgeable about many things." Nader pushed, her hand resting on his, her gaze fixed on his dark golden eyes, which were filled with earnest seriousness. She nodded. "Yes, I am aware." Qin Xiao pressed further then. "Do you wish to know how I came to know these things? About you and your past?" Nader's smile was gentle as she shook her head. "There is no need. I have recalled much on my own. Moreover, if you wish to tell me, you would do so. Your inquiries suggest you are not ready to share. I will not press you." Qin Xiao blinked, taken aback by her response, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Finally, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Thank you. I believe that one day, I want to share it with you, Nader." As he turned to leave, Nader called out to him once more. "Qin Xiao, wait." Qin Xiao turned back, only to be enveloped by a silvery hue. Suddenly, a cool sensation graced his cheek, a moist and tender feeling that overwhelmed his senses. Blushing, Nader stepped back, lowering her head as she murmured, "This is a reward for the protection you offered me back then." Qin Xiao swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he asked, "Could I possibly have another?" Nader's lips twitched as she confirmed her suspicions. The familiar recipe unmistakably belonged to her former, whimsical companion, Qin Xiao. With a disdainful scoff, she retorted, "Dream on. Perish." Qin Xiao, wearing a woeful expression, pleaded, "Don't be like that. Just as I was beginning to feel something, you let go. I barely received any benefits, and now I have no memories. How can this be acceptable? Please, Nader, help me solidify this." "Absolutely not. Get lost, get lost," she insisted. Meanwhile, within a wooden cabin beneath the golden tree on Sea God Island, Yali was intercepting Yun Ming, who was intent on giving Qin Xiao a shot. Ultimately, Qin Xiao departed with an overwhelming sense of regret. Nader was not one to easily grant favors to that insufferable Qin Xiao, even if he had transformed into a younger boy than herself. Thus began Qin Xiao's life apart from Nader, leaving him uncertain if they would acclimate to their separation. Chapter 13. The Shrek City Practitioners Association. Upon returning to his room, Qin Xiao seized the opportunity to contact the Dingxin Academy via a soul communicator. After all, The Shrek admissions examination had concluded, and his original purpose in attending was to provide an account to Dingxin. Now, due to Nar's affiliation with that antiquated Yunming, he found himself unable to stray far from Shrek City. For both emotional and rational reasons, he felt compelled to send a message to Dingxin. As he stretched his newly restored, youthful body, Qin Xiao finally connected with Dingxin Academy. "Hello, is this Qin Xiao?" came the steady voice of Dean Wujian from the other end of the line, accompanied by several audible breaths, indicating a meeting was underway. After carefully choosing his words, Qin Xiao aimed to inform Dean Wu of his non-acceptance in a Shrek, saying, "Dean, we're already aware. Qin Xiao, you have performed admirably." Before Qin Xiao could finish, Dean Wu interjected, a hint of relief evident in his tone. "What do you know?" Qin Xiao arched an eyebrow, suspecting a misunderstanding, and proceeded to explain his situation to Dean Wu. "I'm aware of your circumstances. You needn't worry too much. Remember, Dingxin Academy will always be your steadfast support. For now, just enjoy your time in Shrek City. There's no rush to return. All right, I must hang up now." With that, the call ended, leaving Qin Xiao listening to the busy tone of the communicator, feeling an urge to express his frustration. What on earth is going on? Has Dean Wu finally lost his mind? Murmured Qin Xiao as he then called his acquaintances, Dean Sun Xiao and teacher Suan Hu, in Gongxin City, to assure them of his well-being. While conversing, Qin Xiao sensed something amiss and probed further, only to receive a vague response. I understand. Ending the communication, Qin Xiao gazed through the hotel window at the distant, shadowy figure of Shrek Academy, furrowing his brow. He felt he might have underestimated Shrek's audacity, suspecting they had orchestrated something underhanded against him. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a luxurious hotel suite in Gongxin City, the higher-ups of Dingxin Academy were gathered for a banquet. Suan, who hung up the Soul communicator, savoring a sip of wine, and with a tipsy grin, continued to boast to his colleagues at the table. "Listen up. I've long realized that Qin Xiao is not an ordinary talent. Despite their inner discontent, none of the attendees displayed any displeasure outwardly. Typically, a junior division homeroom teacher like Suan Hu would not be entitled to partake in such gatherings with the Academy's higher-ups. But his association with a remarkable student granted him some leniency. As the only student from Dingxin Academy to gain admission to Shrek Academy in decades, Suan Hu could afford to be a bit reckless, receiving not only toleration but also occasional encouragement from the others. As the feast progressed, the conversations flowed more freely, with the clinking of glasses reflecting the excitement on everyone's faces, embodying a spirit of celebration. Even the usually stern Dean Wu Zhan joined in the merriment. While on his office desk lay a notification from Shrek regarding Qin Xiao. A week had passed since the Shrek admissions examination, and during this time, Qin Xiao's life had settled into a predictable routine of daily training and soul tool crafting. He contemplated retrieving Nar from Shrek, that den of calamity, for some leisure, but was puzzled by the frequent rumblings of thunder in the sky lately. As time progressed, Qin Xiao's cultivation steadily advanced. Within just a week, he had firmly established his soul power at level 45, continuing his pursuit towards level 46. He estimated that within 2 months, he would achieve another breakthrough. Surprisingly, Qin Xiao noted that no students from Shrek had approached him during this period. After all, Gu Yue had mandated that all external students must duel him at least once this year. So why had no one sought him out? The truth was not that the Shrek students lacked desire, but rather, they were unable to approach him due to the humiliation they had suffered on the day of the opening ceremony. Though unspoken, it was a truth they all acknowledged. Gu Yue, the External Academy's dean, faced inquiries from other Sea God Pavilion members, including the venerable Dragon Yue, the oldest elder. This led Gu Yue to feel a profound sense of disgrace. After resolving issues within the Sea God Pavilion, she returned to the External Academy, venting her frustration and promptly implementing a series of rigorous training regimens for the students, resulting in a memorable month-long military training. There was no escape from this drill, which involved daily sessions from dawn till dusk, coupled with sudden inspections. Moreover, due to the military training, students found their leisure time drastically reduced, compelling many to work harder to earn contribution points, further compressing their schedules. Under such circumstances, with fatigue from endless training and labor weighing heavy upon them, students had little inclination to seek out Qin Xiao for trouble. They would rather collapse onto their beds than engage in anything else. The elite students, just emerging from their closed-door training, were bewildered, questioning why they faced such hardships upon their return. Upon understanding the circumstances, they not only scorned their peers, but also harbored resentment towards Qin Xiao, who had brought disgrace upon Shrek, vowing to exact retribution when the opportunity arose. However, their immediate priority was to endure the month-long military training. Thus, Qin Xiao enjoyed a peaceful month, far from the irritations of Shrek students. The Shrek City Makers Association stood as a modest structure, appearing rather unremarkable, even somewhat dilapidated. With only 10 stories and around 50 meters in height, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the association in Gongxin City, let alone that of some third-tier cities. Logically, an association of this caliber hardly seems worthy of such a magnificent metropolis as Shrek City. Yet, there is little recourse. For Shrek City is home to the illustrious Shrek Academy. The very inclusion of the word city in the title of the Shrek Association of Makers is a significant burden. Were it simply called the Shrek Maker Association, its circumstances would be markedly improved, sparing it the indignity it currently endures. The foundation of Shrek City is inherently linked to the transcendent organization of Shrek Academy, which encompasses practitioners from all professions. Naturally, Shrek Academy boasts a plethora of vocational associations, all founded by its students who rent the Academy's premises. These associations function independently, akin to clubs, yet they undoubtedly eclipse the college clubs that Qin Xiao was once acquainted with in his previous life, thriving far beyond the official organizations of the continent. Each vocational association within Shrek is graced with its own elite practitioners. For instance, the Forging Association, to which Tang Wulin belongs in the original narrative, is presided over by the 8th-level master craftsman, Feng Wuyu. Furthermore, Shrek admits a multitude of prodigies from across the continent, thus ensuring that its new generation of craftsmen is unparalleled. This creates a virtuous cycle. However, over time, various vocational associations within Shrek City have increasingly found themselves in dire straits. The disparity between the Shrek City Maker Association and the Shrek Forging Association is stark. One need only observe the contrast in working conditions after Mu Chun resigned from EC City and arrived at Shrek to grasp the extent of this difference. Presently, Qin Xiao has stepped into the Maker Association of Shrek City, poised to undertake the assessment for the 4th-level Maker certification. He has been preparing for this as second vocation for several years, currently pursuing the path of a maker. After enduring countless hardships, he has finally reached this pivotal moment. Having developed his own unique style of mecha manufacturing based on insights gleaned from other worlds, he has now attained the status of a 3rd-level mecha master and is ready to commence his 4th-level assessment at the association. While it might have been more advantageous for him to enter the internal Maker Association of Shrek, there is no necessity for such a move. Additionally, Qin Xiao harbors a grudge against Shrek, and if he can avoid entering, he shall do so, sparing himself further discomfort. Upon entering the Maker Association, he finds that, though lacking the opulence of the East Sea City Maker Association, it possesses a certain charm, infused with a touch of humanity. For instance, in East Sea City, one rarely encounters service personnel, as they are entirely replaced by soul-guided puppets. Yet here, he is greeted by an actual receptionist. Upon seeing Qin Xiao's entrance, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man rises from behind the front desk and approaches him, inquiring, "Hello, young lad. How may I assist you today?" "Young lad." Qin Xiao glances down at his form, which, even after a week of recovery, has only grown a mere centimeter, remaining shy of 1.20 meters. To others, he undoubtedly resembles a 6 or 7-year-old child. Very well, he concedes. He retrieves a badge from his storage soul guide and presents it to the staff member, stating directly, "I am here to participate in the 4th-level Maker assessment. I have made a prior appointment." 4th-level assessment? The middle-aged man stands momentarily dumbfounded as he receives the badge, reflecting on how many years it has been since he last heard of anyone attempting the 4th-level assessment at the Maker Association. Observing Qin Xiao's appearance, he queries, "Wait a moment, are you trying to deceive me? You wish to take the 4th-level assessment? Are you capable of handling the crafting table and wielding a carving knife?" With a sigh of exasperation, Qin Xiao replies, "I did not wish for this predicament either. My physique has shrunk due to unforeseen circumstances. I was once a height of 1.78 meters. Young man, do not attempt to fool me." The middle-aged man remains skeptical, his expression one of disbelief. Qin Xiao exhales a resigned breath. "Ah, you still do not believe me." With that, he summons his soul power, unleashing the energy of a 4-ring soul master. As 4 magnificent purple soul rings materialize beneath his feet, the middle-aged man, startled, nearly drops the badge as he gazes in astonishment at the 4 purple 1,000-year soul rings shimmering at Qin Xiao's feet. For purple 1,000-year rings, though not particularly powerful himself, and having had limited exposure as a front desk attendant at the Shrek City Maker Association, he possesses a discerning eye and understands the significance of 4,000-year soul rings. They signify genius. Now do you believe me? One cannot deceive with cultivation. If I were truly a child, I would not be an ordinary child, Qin Xiao asserts, retracting his soul rings. The middle-aged man, now convinced, examines Qin Xiao's badge. Let me see, Qin Xiao, 13 years old, third-level maker, registered in EC City. You are merely 13? Are you not a new student from Shrek? The middle-aged man gazes incredulously at Qin Xiao. To be a third-level maker at such a tender age is already remarkable. Should he succeed in becoming a fourth-level maker, he would be a 13-year-old fourth-level maker, a veritable prodigy destined for greatness. Why would such talent seek out the Maker Association of Shrek City? Surely he ought to be taking the assessment at the Shrek Maker Association. Evidently, the middle-aged man has mistaken Qin Xiao for a new student at Shrek. Harboring doubts about whether Qin Xiao has come to their association to mock them, given the history of Shrek's students. Rest assured, I am not affiliated with Shrek. I am merely here to take the fourth-level maker assessment. When may I begin? I have pressing matters to attend to. Understanding the undercurrent of hostility in the middle-aged man's demeanor, Qin Xiao deduces his concerns and reflects on the notoriously difficult nature of Shrek's people, while simultaneously reassuring him, dispelling his apprehensions. Oh, please follow me. Confirming the legitimacy of Qin Xiao's badge, the middle-aged man leads him deeper into the association. Do not take offense, young brother. Our association's mindset has been somewhat affected by those troublesome individuals from Shrek, he explains as they walk. Indeed, I understand. The people from Shrek do seem to have some issues, Qin Xiao responds, nodding in agreement. It is evident that the students of Shrek are not above engaging in acts of intimidation. As exemplified in the original narrative when Tang Weilin and his peers directly confronted the Royal Soul Master Academy of Sun Moon. The middle-aged man, his tone tinged with melancholy, continues from the very establishment of the vocational associations in Shrek City. We have had conflicts with Shrek Academy. After all, a city can only sustain one vocational association, and conflict was inevitable. However, Shrek is so overwhelmingly powerful that it leaves one feeling hopeless. After our association suffered a complete defeat, Shrek did not eradicate us or expel us from Shrek, but rather turned us into a monster spawn point, Qin Xiao interjects. The middle-aged man contemplated the implications of the monster spawn and nodded, saying, indeed, it's roughly accurate. After all, it's hardly a matter of good fortune. Currently, our practitioner association resembles a half-dead entity, relegated to accepting only the most trivial tasks. The only assignments that fall into our laps are those that the Shrek Academy's crew is unwilling to undertake. However, we are fortunate that Shrek City is the largest city, allowing us to scrape by on these meager leftovers. Qin Xiao chimed in, there's no remedy for being outmatched, alas. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, lamenting, indeed. It's unfortunate that even ninth-level practitioners are reluctant to come to Shrek City and confront the Academy. Otherwise, would we be struggling so? Our manufacturing association hasn't seen a single practitioner above level 5 register for assessment in quite some time, as the vast majority of those practitioners are students of Shrek. Today, having a 4th-level manufacturing apprentice like you is already the highest rank we've seen assessed in over a year. You truly are in a dire situation, Qin Xiao remarked. Unlike the blacksmiths, who have but one master craftsman per generation, the other professions boast multiple 9th-level practitioners coexisting. Yet, the pitiful reality is that even among the other 3 main professions, the pinnacle 9th-level practitioners are all affiliated with Shrek Academy. Even if other 9th-level practitioners were to come and lead the practitioner association in Shrek City to challenge the internal factions of Shrek Academy, they're likely to be bullied collectively. Reflecting on this, one can grasp the immense difficulties faced by these practitioner associations in Shrek City. Nevertheless, it is best to remain informed without getting entangled in the conflicts between the 2 factions. Any meddling in their disputes is sheer folly. The middle-aged man led Qin Xiao to a room, knocked on the door, and called out, Master Zhao, are you there? What is it? The door creaked open, revealing a rather disheveled old man who emerged from within, emanating a foul odor that nearly overwhelmed Qin Xiao. How long has this gentleman gone without a bath? The middle-aged man clearly struggled with the old man's scent, exclaiming, Master Zhao, shouldn't you take better care of your personal hygiene? This smell. Haha, busy are we? Master Zhao grinned, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth, with a piece of chive lodged between them. The middle-aged man displayed a clear look of distaste, but proceeded to introduce, this is young Qin Xiao, who wishes to participate in the 4th-level manufacturing assessment. So I hope he can serve as the judge. Master Zhao glanced at Qin Xiao and, noticing the boy appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, furrowed his brows. The middle-aged man clarified, this young man has a slight physical issue that has caused him to appear smaller. But I assure you he is indeed a third-level manufacturer. I have verified this without oversight. Only then did Master Zhao relax his brows, saying, well then, it seems we have a prodigy on our hands. Follow me. He led Qin Xiao into a room that was roughly the same size as the manufacturing assessment room in Gongxin City, yet lacking in the superior facilities. There were no soul-guided screens, just an overseeing old man, a workbench, and a row of shelves displaying various forms of metal. Master Zhao pointed at the shelves and explained, the assessment method is quite simple. Create a fourth-level soul-guided device. The topic is unrestricted, but you must prepare your own design blueprint. That's all. As Qin Xiao nodded, preparing to select his desired metal from the shelves, he realized the quality of the metals was rather low, comparable to those he encountered during his third-level assessment in Gongxin City. Yet, he was now attempting to craft a fourth-level device. He looked at the metals with a bemused expression. Master Zhao shook his head, shedding flakes of dandruff, and sighed, do bear with us. The association's funds are rather limited. However, this means the evaluation standards will also be adjusted accordingly. Very well, Qin Xiao conceded, accepting the situation while gaining a newfound understanding of the Practitioner Association's plight in Shrek City. If even the wealthiest manufacturing association among the four major professions is in such a dire state, one can only imagine the conditions of the other associations. Qin Xiao selected a few pieces of ordinary thousand forging level metal from the shelves and began crafting the soul-guided device. This time, he intended to create a fourth-level soul-guided hand cannon, one of the types he had frequently made recently. This was preparation for his second mech, as Qin Xiao had recently realized that his long-range attack capabilities were limited to a single controllable Qin Xiao sword. Although formidable, it was too singular and not suitable for widespread assault. Hence, Qin Xiao planned for his second mech to be equipped with a plethora of long-range attack options, while also boasting formidable defense, considering the inadequacy he faced during Yunming's attack. Although Yunming's strike would have injured even a Soul Douluo, Qin Xiao still viewed it as a shortcoming. On that day, he had employed all his defensive measures, relying not only on his four soul skills, but also on the fusion of his armor spirit and the Iron Cavalry Wolf King form. However, the Wolf King was initially designed for agility and offensive enhancement, offering decent defense, but not as a primary focus. Thus, during Yunming's assault, it was Qin Xiao's Iron Cavalry spirit that was first breached. Now that Qin Xiao had reached the fourth level, he could fuse another mech into his Iron Cavalry. Therefore, he envisioned transforming his second mech into a heavy artillery type, enhancing both offense and defense. He already had a rough design in mind, and now all that remained was to pass the fourth-level manufacturing assessment before commencing construction. As time passed, Qin Xiao diligently used a carving knife to inscribe the core formation on the metal components. He chose not to employ the dazzling effects that Tang Weilin had utilized during his assessment, opting instead for a straightforward approach in his usual state. This earnest demeanor did not go unnoticed by Master Zhao, who nodded approvingly at Qin Xiao's performance. Just this earnest attitude surpassed the flamboyant displays of many others. As time slowly elapsed, when the final cut was made and the last formation took shape, Qin Xiao infused it with soul power, causing the nearly 100 formations to light up in a beautiful golden glow. The fourth-level soul-guided device was complete. Finally, assembling the entire soul-guided hand cannon, Qin Xiao presented this newly birthed device to Master Zhao. While it appeared quite ordinary at first glance, it was, in fact, an exquisite creation. On a scale of 100, I would award you 90. The remaining 10 is withheld to prevent you from becoming overly proud. Congratulations, Qin Xiao. From this day forth, you are officially a fourth-level manufacturer. Master Zhao jested before, solemnly stating, fourth-level manufacturer, Qin Xiao. Achieved. Chapter 15. The Transformation of the Dragon and the Dragon Tomb. Upon successfully attaining the rank of fourth-level manufacturer, Qin Xiao returned home and entered the training room prepared in his workshop. Due to the exorbitant real estate prices in Shrek, Qin Xiao managed to acquire a modest factory space for his studio after spending several tens of millions of federal coins. Although not expansive, it was sufficient to carve out a meditation room spanning several dozen square meters. Furthermore, with the various formations and treasures he meticulously arranged, the spiritual energy within this cultivation chamber rivaled that of Sea God Island. This was all achieved through financial means. Once Qin Xiao had set everything up, he seated himself on a cushion within the meditation room and retrieved 3 jade slips. These contained a fragment of a body-tempering martial art he had acquired from a fantastical realm. While not particularly advanced, as it was merely a partial manuscript, it nonetheless held considerable potential. The complete original work was of a high caliber, yet Qin Xiao's current cultivation level rendered him unable to access it fully. The forbidden realm housing this martial art had a stipulation. One must reach a certain level of strength before being permitted to obtain subsequent chapters. Consequently, over the past few days, Qin Xiao had only managed to access the foundational 3 techniques, all of which pertain to the first tier. This posed a significant barrier to his aspirations of delving deeper into the remaining techniques, for even these initial 3 would suffice for a substantial period of cultivation. The full name of this martial art is 9 Mysteries Heavenly Gang Transformation Technique, abbreviated as the Transformation Technique. It is divided into 9 segments: bone refinement, blood refinement, muscle refinement, organ refinement, acupoint refinement, flesh refinement, aperture refinement, soul refinement, and spirit refinement. At present, Qin Xiao possessed the first tier of the initial 3 segments: bone refinement, blood refinement, and muscle refinement. Among these, the most precious are the aperture refinement, soul refinement, and spirit refinement segments, as they not only enhance the physical body, but also the soul. The complete 9 Mysteries Heavenly Gang Transformation Technique can significantly elevate the practitioner's physical attributes, enabling them to withstand the attacks of various martial arts and even divine weapons. This is a common effect of many body-tempering martial arts. However, the 9 Mysteries Heavenly Gang Transformation Technique offers benefits that most lack. Specifically, it fosters the emergence of acquired abilities derived from the martial art itself. Each segment comprises 4 tiers, and together the 9 segments yield 36, subtly alluding to the number of the Tian Gang stars. Completing each segment allows the martial artist to forge a unique reaction between the martial art and the corresponding physical part, potentially manifesting an acquired ability through the fusion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. For instance, should Qin Xiao cultivate the bone refinement segment to a sufficient level, he can not only significantly enhance his skeletal strength, but also acquire an ability related to bones. The notion of bones possessing skills may seem familiar. Indeed, within the realm of Douluo, such treasures are referred to as spirit bones. Yet, this technique enables spirit masters to forge their own spirit bones, akin to spirit beasts. The third era of Douluo is markedly different from the previous 2. With the rise of battle armors, their existence has supplanted the role of spirit bones. Additionally, as spirit beasts gradually face extinction, the sources of spirit bones have dwindled considerably, although numerous spirit bones have accumulated over the millennia. The vast majority are held by major powers, with many battle armor masters incorporating spirit bones as materials into their armors. Nonetheless, spirit bones remain valuable and highly sought after, as they not only grant spirit masters soul skills, but also significantly enhance their intrinsic attributes, facilitating the merging with more advanced spirit entities. Should one merge with a spirit bone of mental attributes or one from the head, their mental prowess will be greatly amplified, rendering spirit bones an elusive and coveted treasure. Presently, Qin Xiao stands before an opportunity to acquire such a spirit bone. However, the path to obtaining this acquired ability is fraught with challenges. Closely tied to the latter part of the martial art's name, transformation, many body-tempering martial arts require the complement of specific heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the 9 Mysteries Heavenly Gang Transformation Technique is no exception. Moreover, it necessitates the absorption and fusion of not just any ordinary materials, but those associated with some of the mightiest beings across myriad realms, particularly those linked to the dragon lineage. Dragon scales, flesh, and bones are among the finest heavenly materials. The higher the quality of the dragon-related substances, the greater the enhancement to the practitioner's power upon absorption, culminating in the ultimate transformation, a leap into one's own dragon lineage, thus becoming a true divine dragon. Indeed, this martial art, when perfected, endows the practitioner with the capacities akin to those of the dragon race, or even the ability to transform into one, reminiscent of Lin Dong's Azure Dragon Transformation Technique in Martial Universe. This allure is precisely why Qin Xiao is drawn to this martial art. After all, what is the original story about? The legend of the Dragon King. Recently, Qin Xiao learned from Nar the truth of his condition. During his treatment, the old man Li Beiqiu had infused him with 10 drops of golden dragon blood. No wonder he felt a strange kinship with other dragon martial souls and a sense of submission towards Nar. The issue lay therein. Although these 10 drops of golden dragon blood greatly augmented his physique and granted him a fragment of the golden dragon lineage, he perceived it as a debuff. How would he face the little dragon man Tang Wulin in the future? Even if he had no intention of becoming adversaries, how could he assert himself alongside Nar? Li Beiqiu, you old rascal, you've wronged me. I shall remember this grudge. Once I gain strength, I will shave every hair from your body. One of the reasons for choosing this martial art is precisely due to the golden dragon blood that Li Bei-Qiu forcefully embedded within him. In pursuit of maximizing his benefits, Qin Xiao opted for the transformation technique. After all, with countless martial arts in existence, there is no need to hang himself on the crooked branch of transformation. Naturally, considering the exalted status of the little dragon man Tang Wulin and Gu Yue in the Douluo realm, Qin Xiao would refrain from absorbing anything pertaining to the dragon lineage of Douluo. As a citizen of the Zhonghua, he would instead seek to absorb the treasures of his own ancestral dragons. After all, within his mysterious space lies an entire dragon tomb, no search required. Qin Xiao is resolute in his belief that becoming a dragon from another world would not subject him to the suppression of the golden and silver dragon kings of Douluo. Moreover, a crucial aspect of cultivating body temper martial arts is that the enhancement of physicality also aids in the future upgrading of one's spirit. For it is known that the limitations preventing spirit masters from ascending their spirits are not solely due to mental strength, but also physical prowess. Many fail to meet the physical requirements, finding themselves unable to accommodate multiple high-level spirit rings despite possessing high mental strength, leading to bodily collapse. With the assistance of a nine-yang divine art, Qin Xiao's physical condition is not lacking. His indestructible body allows him to bear 4,000-year spirit rings simultaneously. However, the nine-yang divine art has now fully integrated into the spirit energy system, and any further enhancement requires a breakthrough in spirit energy levels, thereby limiting the advancement of his physical attributes. This has rendered Qin Xiao unable to continue absorbing spiritual energy from the ascension platform to extend the lifespan of his two primary spirits. Should he successfully cultivate the Nine Mysteries Heavenly Gang transformation technique, Qin Xiao could resume absorbing spiritual energy to elevate his spirits, potentially upgrading his primary spirit to 10,000 years. At that point, wielding 4 10,000-year spirit rings would surely instill fear into many. In the future, when I have attained formidable strength, I shall endeavor to seize the remaining manuscripts. At that juncture, when I engage in combat with others and my adversaries, having laboriously breached the defenses of my armor spirit, revel in their triumph. They shall be astonished to discover that my corporeal form possesses a hardness akin to that of my armor. I wonder what expressions will grace their faces. Mused Qin Xiao with a mischievous grin. After indulging in such daydreams for a spell, Qin Xiao composed himself, embracing tranquility as he entered a meditative state. Prior to embarking on the cultivation of his physical enhancement techniques, he must first procure the celestial treasures essential for his journey. With this objective in mind, Qin Xiaogui's consciousness traversed into a mysterious realm, arriving before a luminous screen. This screen reflected a land teeming with vitality, yet shrouded in an eerie silence. It was vibrant due to the multitude of spiritual flora and celestial herbs within. For even the most commonplace weeds at the periphery could rival the 1,000-year spiritual entities of Douluo continent. Yet it was also steeped in desolation. As apart from the various spiritual plants, no other life forms existed. Only the colossal remains of dragon kin, some as grand as mountains, with the smallest measuring nearly 100 feet in length. This was the dragon tomb. Gazing upon the immense dragon corpses resembling mountain ranges, Qin Xiaogui refrained from immediate action. Instead, he respectfully bowed thrice to these fallen dragons. With hands clasped, he spoke, "Esteemed ancestors of the dragon lineage, I, a humble descendant, have come today driven by personal desires, seeking to utilize your noble bodies for my cultivation of physical enhancement techniques. I am aware this is a profound disrespect, yet I beseech your forgiveness. I do not wish to lose face among my kindred dragons. I implore your assistance, for I vow to honor your legacy and propagate your illustrious names across the Douluo continent." Without waiting for a response from the dragon remains, he extended his claws towards the luminescent screen. "Having expressed my intentions, your silence shall be taken as acquiescence." Qin Xiaogui did not direct his efforts towards the imposing dragon corpses, but rather set his sights on the little golden dragon from his past endeavors in crafting his innate treasure. After all, those dragon remains were too formidable for him to handle. It was wiser to focus on an old friend. Hee, little golden dragon, I am coming. Chapter 16, Relatives from Otherworld's Stardow Forest. Although the Stardow Forest has suffered immense degradation from millennia of human exploitation and no longer boasts its former glory, the heart of this perilous land remains preserved, for it harbors the strongest beasts of the continent, each over 200,000 years old, capable of assuming human form and blending into human society. Should humanity attempt to invade this treacherous territory, these spirit beasts would infiltrate human society to launch terror attacks. A collective of beasts wielding power equivalent to that of a super Douluo could wreak havoc. Even the Sun-Moon Federation would be hard-pressed to withstand such an onslaught. Thus, the Spirit Transmission Tower and the beasts, led by Emperor Tian, forged an agreement. The spirit beasts would remain confined to the perilous land, while humans could enter, albeit with the understanding that the beasts had the right to eliminate any intruders. The spirit beasts recognized this as a mere expedient measure. One day, when humanity develops super weapons that even their beast god, Emperor Tian, cannot withstand, their doom shall indeed arrive. Towering trees grew densely, blocking sunlight to the extent that only shadows prevailed within this vast forest. Deep within, a small lake lay, its waters crystal clear and as pristine as a piece of azure crystal. However, its level was distant from the shore, resembling more of a puddle than a lake. The breath of life rippled across the water, yet it was faint, even somewhat frail. By the lakeside stood a figure clad in a long black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, with strikingly handsome and resolute features. A strand of golden hair hung down one side of his forehead. Not far from him stood several others of varying heights and builds, each distinct in appearance. These individuals were the last remaining spirit beasts of the Douluo forest, and a handsome middle-aged man at the forefront was their leader, the monarch of the Douluo forest, the most powerful entity on the Douluo continent, golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Emperor Tian. In the past, Emperor Tian exuded an aura of dominance, yet there lingered a sense of melancholic decline. For he had been stripped of his confidence by the human, soul-engineered mechas and various weapons, and his companions felt similarly. However, the present was different now. Emperor Tian and the spirit beasts he led had welcomed the return of their true sovereign. Emperor Tian gazed intently at the silver-haired maiden reclining in the center of the lake, believing that once she awakened, she would lead their kin to resurgence. Suddenly, Emperor Tian jerked his head upward, his eyes ablaze with two beams of golden light, and an overwhelming aura erupted, causing the very world to tremble. The ground beneath them quaked slightly, and the lake's surface began to bubble, as if boiling. With elation, Emperor Tian exclaimed, "She's coming, she's coming. Our master has finally awakened." The silver-haired maiden opened her eyes, revealing orbs reminiscent of amethyst, captivating in their beauty, as if one could lose their very soul in their depths. Streams of pure energy surged from the lake into her being, nourishing her body, which had suffered greatly from forced separation. "Welcome, master." Emperor Tian led all the spirit beasts in a reverent bow towards the silver-haired maiden, each gazing at her with fervent admiration. The maiden, her eyes now open, regarded Emperor Tian, a hint of bewilderment crossing her features as she spoke coolly. "Emperor Tian, how fare our endeavors?" Emperor Tian replied with utmost respect, "Reporting to you, our master, the barriers sealing us have begun to permeate, but full infiltration will require additional time." The silver-haired maiden instructed, "Accelerate the process. The sooner we succeed, the sooner our spirit kin shall rise again." With fervor, Emperor Tian affirmed, "Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations, master." The silver-haired maiden nodded, intending to say more when an unusual sensation washed over her. Not only she felt it, but so did Emperor Tian and a woman in purple-black attire among the crowd. All three turned their gazes towards the direction of Shrek Academy. In the past, the silver-haired maiden had sensed an inexplicable pull from the eastern shores, as though something was beckoning her. During her amnesiac state, her instincts led her there, where she encountered a most vexing individual who unceremoniously whisked her away, claiming she would return as his wife. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian and his kin had merely watched her departure, though she was well-fed and cared for. Awakening earlier than anticipated had cost her half of her power and birthed a troublesome persona named Nar. In the end, a force division transpired, separating a portion of consciousness and power that returned to the Soul Beast organization. However, this act rendered the original power incomplete, necessitating time for restoration. Even with a yearning to explore the wonders of the East Sea, the opportunity and time to do so were beyond reach. Yet now, in the direction of Shrek, an alluring and peculiar force seemed to draw her closer. Although it lacked the innate essence emanating from the East Sea, it captivated the silver-haired maiden's attention like a culinary delight tantalizing the senses. After all, the Douluo forest, notorious for its perils, lay in close proximity to Shrek City. When Shrek was first established, it was situated at the very edge of the Douluo forest, far closer than the East Sea, which was separated by thousands of kilometers. The Lord God, Tian, gazed at the silver-haired maiden, hesitating to speak. Her eyes remained fixated on Shrek as she queried, "Do you feel it too?" A look of conflict crossed Tian's face, Reminiscent of the moment he entrusted the Lord to that little thief, as he replied, "Yes, it feels reminiscent of the dragon lineage, yet distinctly different." The silver-haired maiden asserted, "No, it is indeed of the dragon lineage, though not of my kin. As a fragment of the dragon god, she could be considered one of the origins of the dragon race, possessing a more profound understanding of the purity of the dragon bloodline than Tian. She was certain that this sudden manifestation of draconic aura did not belong to the original dragon god, although it lacked the power of the dragon god itself. Its essence was undeniably potent. As a long-lived entity who had experienced the dragon goddess war, Tian was acutely aware of the vastness of the world and the cosmos. Nonetheless, he harbored the belief that his dragon god of the Douluo divine realm remained the strongest. In an instant, Tian comprehended the silver-haired maiden's words, his eyes lighting up. "Are you suggesting?" The maiden nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, dragons from another world have arrived." Excitement mingled with hesitation on Tian's face. He was eager to witness these dragons from another realm, but also felt a sense of wariness towards this mysterious relative. "Are they truly our kin from another world?" The silver-haired maiden replied, "It depends. If they join us, they are considered kin. Otherwise, they are not." Tian nodded, then resolutely proposed, "Lord, should I and Ziji venture to Shrek?" The silver-haired maiden contemplated for a moment before rejecting the idea. "No, both of you are far too powerful. Your presence might attract the attention of that fellow Yunming. Especially you, as humans place the utmost significance on your existence. If they fail to detect you for an extended period, they might attempt to probe the perilous lands. Our family is already scarce. We cannot afford further losses." With a sigh, she gazed toward Shrek and continued, "I shall go personally. My current strength, while not at its peak, is sufficient to avoid drawing attention. And I also need to gradually enhance my abilities in the human world." Chapter 17. My name is Gu Yue. "My lord, is this not too perilous?" Tian expressed his concern. "How could he not be anxious? The last time their decisions led to Nader being abducted by Qin Xiao. It resulted in the silver-haired maiden awakening to her memories, yet simultaneously categorizing Nader as an unintended consequence, losing half of her power in the process, which she was still in the midst of recovering. Should she falter again, it would be catastrophic, according to Tian and the others. Even if they were to venture out this time, it would be best to remain in a common household, avoiding another encounter with the peculiar Qin Xiao. The silver-haired maiden shook her head, stating, "There is no need for concern. Although my strength has not yet returned to its zenith, should I unleash my full potential, even a super Douluo from the human realm would not be able to subdue me. Not even Yunming could easily contend with me, which would be sufficient for you to come to my aid." Nevertheless, Tian hesitated, prompting the silver-haired maiden to glance at him and question, "Is there anyone among us more suitable?" Sighing, Tian conceded. Just as the silver-haired maiden had indicated, their numbers were far too few. The living soul beast population was already diminished, and only a handful possessed the ability to transform into human form and infiltrate the human realm. After all, while it might be feasible to send the brawny bear monarch to commit acts of violence, expecting him to assimilate into human society to gather intelligence would be a recipe for disaster. Furthermore, human oversight of their kind was stringent, often necessitating meticulous accounting after a period, with nearly all soul beasts living under the watchful eye of the spirit transmission tower. Even Tian himself had expended significant effort to lead individuals out of the perilous lands. Now, there was truly no capacity to allocate additional personnel for this mission, as not all soul beasts possessed the sensitivity to the otherworldly dragon lineage that he, the silver-haired maiden, and Ziji did. Once the plan was firmly established, Tian utilized special means to send the silver-haired maiden out of the perilous lands, providing her with his own black dragon reverse scale to safeguard her from danger. 100 miles outside the perilous lands, the silver-haired maiden gazed at the resounding roars emanating from within. Her cold eyes fixated on the metallic walls constructed from the latest human technology, a glimmer of hatred flickering in her gaze. "Humans will inevitably pay for their blood debts. You shall experience the humiliation of being caged." With determination, she resolutely advanced toward Shrek City. With each step, her appearance shifted. Her silver hair transformed into black, her violet eyes into dark orbs, and even her visage morphed into an unremarkable countenance. "From this day forth, I shall be known as Gu Yue." 5 days had elapsed since she commenced her cultivation of the 9 mysterious celestial transformation dragon method. Throughout these 5 days, Qin Xiao had been seated in the quiet chamber, engrossed in his cultivation. By the end of this period, while his exterior remained unchanged, his internal transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Streams of golden energy coursed through his meridians, gradually coalescing into the form of a diminutive golden dragon. The image was not entirely distinct, but it was discernibly draconic in nature. This singular golden dragon-shaped energy traversed his entire meridian system, marking the completion of the first stage of the muscle refinement section of the 9 mysterious celestial transformation dragon method. 3 dragon-shaped energy streams indicated the first stage. 6 represented the second, and 9 denoted the third. Upon reaching the 4th stage, 9 golden dragons would merge into one, integrating with the meridians and transforming them into dragon tendons, thereby achieving the full mastery of the muscle refinement section. In addition, Qin Xiao's bones and blood had undergone changes during these 5 days. His skeletal structure bore faint golden dragon patterns, which, like the energy within his meridians, were only vaguely discernible. Once the draconic shapes within his bones fully formed, they would ultimately become dragon bones. As for his blood, it now exhibited a faint golden hue, lacking the extraordinary properties of his meridians and bones, yet possessing a unique quality that rendered it noticeably thicker. These transformations were the fruits of Qin Xiao's rigorous practice of the 9 mysterious celestial transformation dragon method. In a mere 5 days, he was on the cusp of mastering 3 foundational sections, an astonishing pace, especially considering the resources he had consumed during this period. In recent days, Qin Xiao has immersed himself entirely in a mysterious realm, delving into the dragon tomb to procure various materials related to the dragon lineage, effectively embracing the role of a grave robber. The treasures he has acquired, even a mere fraction of which would leave a gold core cultivator envious, have been amassed in such quantities that if he were unable to progress to the next level of cultivation, it would be better for him to perish. During this period, Qin Xiao has absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy, most of which remains unutilized, leading to a significant waste and a low conversion efficiency. Consequently, much of the dragon aura extracted from the dragon tomb floats freely in the air, resulting in a dramatic increase in both the air quality and spiritual energy concentration within his studio. Gradually, as the golden dragon within his meridians fully takes form, Qin Xiao's body undergoes a transformation. His veins suddenly swell, gradually changing color, as if enveloped by a golden net, presenting a fierce visage. Each vein pulses with life, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heartbeat, while resonant roars akin to dragon chants echo from within him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Amidst this, countless golden arcs of electricity manifest on his surface, and a rich crimson aura envelopes him, as if he were on the verge of metamorphosis. As these golden arcs leap and begin to wreak havoc against the walls, a myriad of runes materializes around the room, coalescing into formations to resist the onslaught of golden lightning. Yet, in the next instant, the golden arcs slice through the defensive formations with ease, obliterating the entire chamber. A brilliant column of golden light erupts from Qin Xiao, breaking free from the constraints of the formations and piercing through the roof, soaring to a height of over 100 meters, if not straight to the heavens. Simultaneously, the starry sky above Shrek's city witnesses a sudden explosion of dazzling light from multiple stars. Upon closer inspection, there are 36 of them. As these 36 stars shine in unison, 3 of them release a gentle glow, their stellar energy transforming into a unique force imperceptible to ordinary eyes, flowing into Qin Xiao's body to stabilize the dragon-shaped aura within him. This phenomenon is known as the 36 heavenly stars of Douluo continent. The 9 Xian heavenly dragon transformation technique, bearing the name heavenly, is naturally linked to these stars. At the moment the dragon-shaped aura within Qin Xiao fully solidifies, he can no longer contain himself and lets out a powerful roar, resonating across a 10-mile radius. This sound incites a tumult in the surrounding spiritual energy, which, as if drawn by a magnet, rushes towards him, forming a spiritual energy storm above him that pours into his body. When this storm arises, all soul saints and above in Shrek City sense the commotion and instinctively feel compelled to investigate. Just then, a piercing light from the direction of Shrek Academy shoots into the sky, illuminating a significant portion of the city. The powerful beings retract their movements, clearly wary of this light, while simultaneously curious about its source, resulting in an undercurrent of intrigue within Shrek City. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao embarks on his final transformation. As the spiritual energy enters his body, it does not flow into his true essence or soul power vortex to enhance his cultivation. Instead, it gradually merges with his blood, bones, and meridians, strengthening these 3 aspects of his physique and amplifying his physical prowess. With a resounding crackle, as all the spiritual energy is absorbed. Qin Xiao's bones emit a noise reminiscent of popping beans, and his body subtly grows. He rises from a height of 1 meter to approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Still slightly shorter than Nar, yet no longer feeling the frustration of being a head shorter. There's a faint golden dragon-shaped aura swirling within him, and delicate, illusory dragon scales appear at the corners of his eyes, gradually fading as his growth halts. Qin Xiao opens his eyes, his dark golden irises flashing with 2 streams of golden light, creating an illusion of a colossal golden dragon reflected within his gaze, roaring with delight. Exhaling a plume of golden mist, it shimmers in the night sky like fine gold dust, giving the impression of solid particles. This is the dragon aura he absorbed from the dragon tomb, derived from the pure essence of a deceased little golden dragon, now expelled like waste. Illustrating the sheer quantity he has absorbed, extending his hand, he can faintly see the veins within pulsating with a faint golden aura. He murmurs after 5 days, "I have finally succeeded." Assessing his current physical condition, he realizes that his physical strength has increased by at least 5-fold, with his single-arm power reaching 10 tons. Although he still cannot rival the juvenile version of the ancient heavenly emperor, he stands out among the locals of Douluo continent. Even a soul emperor would require the enhancement of soul skills to contend with him. It is crucial to note that Qin Xiao has merely mastered the first layer of the foundational techniques of the 9 Xian heavenly dragon transformation. Specifically the 3 basic aspects of bone tempering, blood refining, and sinew honing. Moreover, the enhancement is not limited to strength alone. The body tempering techniques elevate and evolve all attributes, with speed, strength, and defense being the most evident 3. In terms of speed, due to spatial constraints, he cannot fully unleash it yet. However, in defense, Qin Xiao experiences a noticeable difference, in a manner reminiscent of many protagonists who, after surpassing physical limits, test their resilience with daggers. Qin Xiao employs his golden extreme terror claws to scratch his arm, assessing their power. As the claws extend, they undergo a transformation. For Qin Xiao has a technique specifically designed for bone refinement, resulting in a crystalline layer of golden starlight enveloping them. A rich crimson aura bursts forth, instantly covering his entire right arm, merging seamlessly with the 5 golden claws. Does this mean I possess Tang Wulin's golden dragon terror claws? Qin Xiao chuckles at the sight of his transformed arm, then directs the golden claws toward his left arm. A layer of blood flame rapidly envelopes his left arm, resisting the attack of the golden claws. Although a small wound is inflicted, it vanishes almost instantly. Witnessing this, Qin Xiao cannot help but exclaim, "Is my defense truly this formidable? It is indeed worthy of a high-level technique from a fantastical realm." In the past, when crafting soul tools, he used his golden extreme terror claws as chisels for engraving formations, easily slicing through even 1,000 forged metals. Yet now, he finds his own physical defenses impervious to such attacks. Although 1,000 forged metals are not overly formidable, they still require considerable effort from a typical soul king to breach. This indicates that Qin Xiao's current physical constitution can withstand most assaults from soul king-level adversaries. This is merely the first layer of the 3 foundational techniques. Once he has mastered the basic 3 volumes of the 9 profound celestial dragon transformation technique, Qin Xiao estimates that he could contend against the limit Douluo solely relying on his physical prowess. It would be akin to a being at the indestructible golden body stage of the body sect, where one could simply stand and withstand any onslaught. Reflecting upon his physical capabilities, Qin Xiao mused, "Surely, my physical attributes should now allow me to elevate my unspoken iron cavalry spirit to the 10,000-year level. I should be able to safely merge 3 10,000-year soul rings. I ought to find a moment to visit the intermediate spirit ascension platform in Shrek City." After calming his exhilaration, Qin Xiao rose from the mat, only to be struck by the sight of the devastated meditation chamber and the fragmented array surrounding him. Momentarily taken aback, he then noticed something amiss with the light and looked up to behold the starry sky of Shrek City. The environment in Shrek was quite splendid. Previously in Gongxin City, Nar had to be lifted 3,000 meters high by Qin Xiao just to gaze upon the stars. However, in Shrek, unless it was raining or overcast, the stars were visible every night. Yet, today, Qin Xiao had little inclination to admire the beautiful scenery, for he had stumbled upon a rather infuriating truth. "Where's my roof?" Qin Xiao exclaimed, bewildered, just as his communication soul guide began to ring. Ding ding ding. Qin Xiao retrieved the communication soul guide and noticed an unfamiliar number, furrowing his brows, yet he answered nonetheless. "Hello. Come to the inner courtyard of Shrek." A familiar voice echoed from the other end, and before he could respond, the line went dead, as if the speaker felt that any further conversation would be a waste. This voice was unmistakable. It belonged to that old man, Yunming. You expect me to come just because you say so? Am I your student? Do you think you can summon me at will? Qin Xiao spat, stowing away the communication device. Nevertheless, he knew he had to make the trip to Shrek. Merely observing his surroundings allowed Qin Xiao to surmise several things. He had set numerous formations before his breakthrough, yet now they lay in ruins. And there was a gaping hole overhead. It was evident that the explosive force of his breakthrough had wreaked havoc upon the environment. The commotion he had caused was undoubtedly significant, and given Yunming's strength, he would have certainly sensed it. While others might not be as powerful as Yunming, there were many formidable individuals in Shrek City, including the Limit Daw guarding the Spirit Transmission Tower, who could also detect the disturbance Qin Xiao had created. The fact that none had come to seek him out suggested that someone had intervened to prevent them from doing so. After some contemplation, he realized that the only person capable of shielding him was Yunming, the very individual who had just contacted him. Their relationship was rather strained, each harboring a desire to best the other. This dynamic was indeed convoluted. It seemed absurd that he would need to consider his revenge carefully, unlike those like Tao Shui, Tao Li, and Yi Hua, who were completely reviled. Qin Xiao, feeling agitated, scratched his head and changed into a fresh outfit before heading toward Shrek. It has not been easy, but I've finally grown taller by several centimeters. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Shrek City, atop a grand tower, a shadowy gaze scrutinized Qin Xiao as he made his way toward Shrek. With a cold snort, the figure cast a dark glance toward Shrek Academy. Yunming, Shrek. The owner of the shadowy gaze abruptly waved his sleeve and turned away, each step seemingly brewing a volcanic eruption. Sooner or later, I shall ensure your obliteration in this world. You have enjoyed far too much for far too long. It is time for another to occupy the throne of supremacy. Chapter 19. It's reversed. Qin Xiao arrived at Shrek with an air of nonchalance, taking half an hour to traverse from the grand entrance to the inner courtyard's gate. This was not due to the vastness of Shrek City. At his current speed, he could easily outpace even the swiftest of racing cars, competing with the speed of agile mechas. His deliberately slow pace reflected his stubbornness in the face of Yunming's summons. After all, he could not match Yunming's power. Following the instructions from Yunming's message, Qin Xiao headed directly for the office of the inner courtyard's dean upon entering. As he stepped inside, a petite silver figure lunged toward him, exclaiming, "Qin Xiao!" Instinctively, he caught her in his arms and was greeted by a familiar, sweet aroma, prompting a smile. Nair, what brings you here? At that moment, a gentle and beautiful woman emerged from the office, smiling softly. Nair suddenly awoke in the night, having overheard Yunming mention needing to speak with you. She insisted on accompanying me, claiming she wanted to see you. Qin Xiao affectionately stroked Nair's silvery hair, chuckling, "Oh, Nair, have you missed me so much?" He then noticed that she had yet to release her embrace, burying her face in the nape of his neck and occasionally sniffing. Sniff, sniff. Qin Xiao stiffened momentarily. "Nair, what are you doing?" Nair's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor somewhat peculiar, as she giggled. "Qin Xiao, you smell wonderful. It feels even more fragrant than before. I just want to devour you." Qin Xiao began to piece together the reasons behind her strange behavior. During the past 5 days of absorbing dragon energy and materials in the dragon tomb for his cultivation of the dragon transformation technique, he had accumulated a considerable amount of power. This energy was immensely potent, even having merely mastered the first layer of the technique. It was more than sufficient to achieve the third layer. However, he could not absorb it all at once and had to store it, allowing time for gradual transformation. This dragon energy now resided within Qin Xiao, imperceptible to the ordinary person but detectable by those with ties to dragons. The pure dragon aura possessed an unparalleled allure for anything connected to the dragon race, as exemplified by Nair. In her eyes, he had become akin to a delicacy, irresistible and nourishing. Understanding Yunming's earlier words, Qin Xiao realized that Nair had been stirred awake by the dragon energy released during his breakthrough. "Wait, don't bite." Feeling a slick warmth against his neck, Qin Xiao was suddenly covered in goosebumps. Even a bite from Nair, given her current state, felt akin to a kiss. He had no fear of her teeth breaking through his defenses, yet it was undeniably awkward. Thus, he immediately began to resist. Noticing his struggle, Nair huffed in discontent and unleashed her previously effective aura of dominance. "Just one bite. Be obedient." To her surprise, Qin Xiao did not succumb to her pressure this time. Instead, he countered with an aura of his own. "I won't listen. Let go." Qin Xiao suppressed the diminished sense of submission within him. darkening his expression as he playfully slapped Naer on her petite bottom, bringing her back to her senses. Naer leaped off Qin Xiao's body. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Hey, why aren't you listening to me anymore, Qin Xiao? And you've grown a bit taller." In her haste, she had not noticed, but upon closer inspection, she realized that Qin Xiao had indeed grown, now only slightly shorter than herself. It was uncomfortable to hold him. "Listen to you? If I did, you'd practically be riding on my neck, causing a ruckus," Qin Xiao retorted, tapping Naer lightly on the forehead. "Not at all." Naer blushed as she countered, acknowledging that she had been a tad haughty these past few days, yet she could clearly see that he also bore a look of amusement. Subsequently, Naer fell into a despondent state, recalling that ever since Qin Xiao had been infused with the golden dragon blood by Li Beiqiu, the past half-month had been a time where she felt like the master, no longer subjected to Qin Xiao's discipline, nor worried that he would remain immobile like a stone. She could freely indulge in her whims. But now, that blissful time seemed to be fading away. If Qin Xiao no longer feared her, how could she continue to absorb his true essence at will? Would she revert to the days of being cradled by him? Naer felt utterly despondent, as though she had turned to shades of gray. At this moment, Yunming could no longer bear to watch. He cleared his throat twice and stepped out from behind the screen, addressing Yali behind him. "Ahem, Yali, please take Naer away for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with this little rascal." "Why can't you say it right here?" Naer muttered, tugging at Qin Xiao's clothing, reluctant to leave. This scene struck Yunming's heart with pangs of pain. Naturally, he would not vent his frustrations on Naer, for her cuteness compelled him to direct his ire solely at Qin Xiao, who he regarded with a melancholic gaze, his intentions unmistakable. Qin Xiao, rolling his eyes dismissively, seized the moment before Naer could react. Amidst Yunming's fiery glare and Yali's teasing smile, he leaned in and planted a kiss on Naer's round cheek. With a mischievous grin, he turned to Yunming, saying, "All right, Naer, you go ahead and step out. I need to have a word with your master." However, the anticipated scene of Naer blushing and agreeing did not unfold. Instead, she twisted her ear with a delicate, pale hand. Naer's face flushed crimson as she indignantly exclaimed, "Qin Xiao, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you steal a kiss? There are outsiders present." Though her ear was pinched, Qin Xiao appeared disheartened, realizing the stark contrast between his imagination and reality. Yali, with a sigh, pulled Naer aside, noting that after the kiss, Naer had lost her desire to remain. Though she still shot a fierce expression at Qin Xiao, Yali sighed again and turned to Yunming, advising, "You should be more cautious. Don't be too aggressive." "Understood." Yunming waved his hand, signaling Yali to take Naer away, then turned his scrutinizing gaze towards Qin Xiao, stating, "So you've arrived?" Qin Xiao thought to himself, "Was it you who called me here? I'm standing right in front of you, and you ask if I've come? Yet." Perhaps it was the unusual aura emanating from Yunming that left him momentarily subdued, and he replied obediently, "Yes, I'm here." Yunming sighed, adopting a somewhat melancholic demeanor. "You shouldn't have come." Qin Xiao, feeling something was off about Yunming, retorted impatiently, "Spit it out. Don't keep me guessing." Yunming's aura shifted dramatically from melancholy to one of palpable intensity as he locked eyes with Qin Xiao, demanding, "Who exactly are you? What forces lie behind you?" In the depths of Yunming's gaze, Qin Xiao faintly discerned a swirling purple mist, causing his mind to momentarily waver. However, a burst of golden light erupted from his eyes, stabilizing his focus. Seeing the golden gleam in Qin Xiao's eyes, Yunming was taken aback, astonished that this Qin Xiao could withstand his mental pressure. Mental intimidation and soul pressure differ significantly. The latter tests one's willpower and physical resilience, while the former directly assaults the opponent's spirit, compelling them to yield answers. It resembles a form of hypnosis, albeit with the subject remaining conscious. Only those with formidable mental strength can resist. This explains why many subordinates cannot conceal secrets from their superiors, not because they wish to be honest, but because they are incapable of deceit. Yet, Yunming had not anticipated that Qin Xiao could withstand his mental assault. Observing Qin Xiao's pale countenance, Yunming mused, "This is becoming increasingly intriguing." A subtle smile crept onto his lips, only to vanish as he continued to regard Qin Xiao, pressing, "Who are you truly? And what force supports you?" Qin Xiao, meeting Yunming's intense gaze, spat defiantly, "I am simply myself, with no force behind me." Yunming scrutinized Qin Xiao for a moment longer before asking, "I'll ask you once more. Are you willing to join us at Shrek?" Without hesitation, Qin Xiao replied, "Let me return your question. I have no interest in your Shrek." This declaration sent Yunming into a fit of frustration. unleashing an aura that made the entire office tremble as if caught in a tempest. Yet, amidst this storm, Qin Xiao remained unyielding, standing firm like a mountain. Unaffected by the turmoil, this brat has indeed grown stronger. Realizing his current pressure had no effect on Qin Xiao, Yunming waved his hand, casting a wave of soul energy that propelled Qin Xiao out of the door, coldly sneering, "Humph, get lost, like I care to be here in your pitiful establishment." Qin Xiao scoffed, "You can glare all you want. I will dismantle your Shrek sooner or later." A surge of sky blue soul energy erupted, crashing into Qin Xiao, sending him and the sofa sliding across the floor to the office door. The shrill sound of metal scraping against the tiles left 6 deep grooves, 4 from the sofa, and 2 from Qin Xiao's legs. Cough, cough. It seems there is still a considerable gap between us, Qin Xiao mused, coughing lightly after enduring Yunming's soul energy assault, his expression unchanged, merely clearing his throat. Realizing his attack had failed to deliver the expected results, Yunming's eyes sharpened like those of an eagle. As he scrutinized Qin Xiao's physique, he thought, this kid has only been half a month. How has his physical prowess increased so dramatically? He lifted his hand, intending to test Qin Xiao's strength once more, only to see Qin Xiao swiftly turn and exit the office, vanishing from Yunming's sight like the wind. This isn't about not wanting to engage with Yunming. It's just that I'm not afraid of him. Observing Qin Xiao's hasty departure, Yunming halted, his hands suspended in midair, his expression twitching. This little rascal. Yunming could not help but mutter a curse under his breath as Yali entered the room. Upon witnessing the disarray, she helplessly remarked, "Oh you, can't you show a little leniency towards that child Qin Xiao? You, the world's foremost powerhouse, squabbling with a mere child? Ha, him, a child?" Yunming scoffed, "Yali, have you forgotten how old he truly is?" Yali responded, "He is merely 13 years old." Pointing disdainfully in the direction Qin Xiao had departed, Yunming retorted, 13? I reckon he is more like 33. Just look at him. Which 13-year-old resembles him? I extended such a sincere invitation for him to join Shrek. Yet he dares to turn up his nose at me. This is akin to rejecting a toast and opting for a penalty drink. Yali narrowed her eyes, suppressing a smile as she said, "But he did not accept your penalty drink either." Yunming's expression froze at her words, recalling how he had tried to force Qin Xiao into submission with his soul power, only to be met with unwavering resistance. His demeanor visibly soured. Yali, gently tidying the chaos in the office caused by Yunming's outburst, chuckled softly, "Truth be told, I know you have a fondness for that child Qin Xiao. You wish to bring him to see God's island for guidance, so he doesn't get into trouble out in the world." Yunming regarded Yali's blatant fib with a cold smirk. "Are you jesting? With Qin Xiao's current disposition, do you truly believe Yunming would concern himself with him?" Seemingly oblivious to Yunming's scorn, Yali subtly placed her hand on his waist and continued, "Have you ever considered Qin Xiao's own wishes?" Yunming's broad shoulders tensed, and he instinctively began to tidy up the office, now in disarray once more, while muttering, "What? Is it a disgrace for him to join my ranks?" Yali exhaled, placing a hand on her forehead in exasperation. "Ah, you remain as stubborn as ever. Yielding to a junior won't cost you a thing." Yunming shrugged noncommittally. "You expect me to take a step back for that insufferable brat? Dream on." Suddenly struck by a thought, he paused, turning mechanically to Yali and inquired, "By the way, Yali, where's Na?" A maternal glow illuminated Yali's face as she replied with a smile, "That child, Na, pleaded with me for a day off, intending to have a proper chat with Qin Xiao. So, I'll let her go find him." The documents in Yunming's hands fell to the floor, scattering everywhere, and the once orderly room was thrown into chaos once again. "What? You allowed Na to seek out that little rascal? Have you forgotten the allure Qin Xiao holds over her?" All right, Qin Xiao isn't the type to take advantage." Yali covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Yunming shouted in frustration, "But Na is the one who doesn't know her own strength." As they strolled along the paths of Shrek Academy, a black and a white figure were intertwined. The white one clung to the back of the black one like a koala. Qin Xiao, bearing the weight of the white-haired little girl Na, remarked, "Can you believe Yunming actually allowed you to stay over?" Has his mind finally snapped? Na buried her face in Qin Xiao's neck and playfully pinched his cheek. "Qin Xiao, Master Yunming is still my master, so don't speak so bluntly. You might only end up hurting his feelings." With a shy smile, Na lifted her little face and said, "Hey, Qin Xiao, have you broken through again? I feel like you smell even better now. I could just eat you up. Once you grow up, you can eat me anytime." Qin Xiao unexpectedly made a suggestive remark. causing Na to feel a rush of embarrassment and annoyance. She playfully smacked his head, scolding, "What is wrong with you? Do you talk to girls like that? I'm still just a child." Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at her, shaking her off his back. "Still a child? Just look at you. How heavy have you gotten?" "Qin Xiao, oh woo." Na unleashed a mock dragon roar, biting down on a piece of Qin Xiao's flesh and began to tug at it. However, her meager bite force was insufficient to elicit any pain from him. Na felt as though she were gnawing on leather, her spirit deflating as she murmured, "Qin Xiao, what has happened to your body? Why does it feel so different from before? Didn't you just ask? I made a breakthrough in strength, but not in cultivation," Qin Xiao explained with a smile, elucidating the effects of his training method. Na fell silent for a moment after absorbing his words, then gently draped herself over Qin Xiao's back, now much softer, inhaling his scent. Dragon aura, perhaps from another world? Na's silver eyes shimmered with a glint. Her thoughts a mystery. After a fortnight, Qin Xiao and Na finally had the opportunity to share the same bed once more. However, considering the possibility of certain old man lurking, Qin Xiao made a point to hold Na close throughout the night, refraining from any further advances. Yet, for that old man who harbored a paternal affection for Na, it was a significant blow. Throughout the night, Qin Xiao was jolted awake several times by the sound of thunderous complaints, rousing the sleeping Na in his arms. Thus, the days passed uneventfully, and a week later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower in Shrek City. Qin Xiao gazed up at the towering structure, now closer, feeling truly awed by its grandeur. The headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower was magnificent. Looking up, its upper section was shrouded in clouds, appearing ethereal and sublime, a true marvel reaching towards the heavens. As he observed the tower, Qin Xiao mused, "This tower must be several thousand meters tall, right?" Ascending the steps and arriving at the entrance, Qin Xiao registered his identity, which granted him access inside. Gaining entry into the Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters was no small feat. Without the requisite background or power, one would need to make prior appointments. Even considering his current status as a 4-ring Soul Master and a level 4 craftsman, he had to secure an appointment a week in advance to be admitted today. Shrek City held a prominent position on the continent, not only due to the presence of Shrek Academy, but also because the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower was located here. In contrast, Shrek Academy operated with greater independence, almost as a self-sufficient entity. Besides the area occupied by the Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters, most of Shrek City was under the autonomous governance of Shrek Academy, possessing its own military and even implementing its own currency system, known as the Contribution Point System, a nation within a nation. Conversely, the Spirit Transmission Tower wielded broader control, maintaining an excellent relationship with the federal government, working in a mutually beneficial partnership. Its ties with Shrek Academy were also amicable, rooted in a legacy passed down by the Ice Empress Douluo Huiyuhao, and they enjoyed favorable relations with various major forces across the continent. Moreover, with their monopoly over soul beasts, the Spirit Transmission Tower's status and power surpassed that of the Spirit Hall from 2 millennia ago. However, the expansion of power often alters one's psyche. Under the control of ancient families, the Spirit Transmission Tower has gradually changed, as evidenced by their collusion with evil spirit masters to bomb Shrek City and their aggressive pursuit of social influence and seats in the federal parliament. Let us speak of the present. Not long ago, Qin Xiao found himself pursued by the emissaries of the Spirit Tower in Donghai City. However, his formidable strength led his pursuers to misjudge his capabilities, resulting in their current inaction. Nonetheless, the vendetta remains, and Qin Xiao has resolved to avenge himself. In the original narrative, Tang Wulin dismantled a branch of the Spirit Tower. Thus, Qin Xiao has decided to one day raise the headquarters of the Spirit Tower, cleansing the stain of enmity. For now, however, he shall harness the power of the Spirit Tower to augment his own strength. Upon entering the headquarters of the Spirit Tower, Qin Xiao was astounded by its vastness. A cursory glance revealed a colossal arena stretching over 1,000 meters in diameter. This was merely the main hall of the first floor, while the entire tower was conservatively estimated to span 2,000 meters. Truly, this is the headquarters of the Spirit Tower, as this singular hall dwarfs the combined size of the 2 branch towers Qin Xiao had previously visited. The expansive hall was adorned with murals, each depicting a fragment of an ancient tale, the legend of Huiyuhao. Yet, Qin Xiao found little interest in these artworks and proceeded directly to the reception desk, placing a mid-level ascension platform access card upon the counter. "Take me to the mid-level ascension platform," he commanded. Chapter 21, Mid-Level Ascension Platform. The general access card proved remarkably convenient. After a brief registration, Qin Xiao was escorted to a chamber reminiscent of the Ascension platform in Gongxin City. Unlike the Junior Ascension platform, which utilized coffin-like metallic transport chambers, the mid-level version featured a towering, transparent glass enclosure. The staff of the Shrek City Ascension platform regarded Qin Xiao, a mere child, with curiosity as he entered the mid-level chamber. While many esteemed families and powerful factions employed such platforms to assist their young in achieving the limits of their spirit rings and spirits, it was rare to witness a child of merely 7 or 8 years venturing into the mid-level platform unaccompanied. Nevertheless, they chose not to inquire further. Perhaps he hailed from a prominent lineage, driven by curiosity about the Ascension platform, or perhaps he was simply unaware of his own limitations, seeking to test his meager strength against ancient soul beasts. In any case, they reasoned that his independent exploration could contribute to their performance metrics. Due to regulations prohibiting spirit masters from bringing armor or other spirit devices into the mid-level Ascension platform, Qin Xiao was required to disrobe for a thorough inspection by the staff before being granted entry. "Now, stand still," instructed one of the attendants. With all preparations complete, metallic rings encircled his body, and a glass dome descended, enveloping Qin Xiao. A radiant golden light emanated from the rings, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. And in the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision. Gradually, light began to emerge, revealing a verdant world teeming with vibrant flora. To the untrained eye, it bore a striking resemblance to the Junior Ascension platform. Yet Qin Xiao knew he had entered a realm of greater potency, as evidenced by the enriched spiritual energy and the lush vegetation surrounding him. Within this mid-level Ascension platform, 1,000-year soul beasts were the standard inhabitants, relegating the 10-year beasts of the Junior platform to mere footnotes. Only the 10,000-year beasts were deemed formidable elites, while the Guardians were capable of contending with soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years in strength. Among these Guardians was Tang Wulin's second spirit, the unyielding spirit Tyrannosaurus, whose overall power would easily surpass that of an average title Douluo. Surely, the Tyrannosaurus spirit would complement my armored martial spirit, Qin Xiao mused, contemplating the possibility of seizing Tang Wulin's fortune. However, as he considered the disparity in bloodline between himself and Tang Wulin, who possessed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, he dismissed the thought. Despite his own Golden Dragon blood, he feared he would merely be seen as a morsel by the Tyrannosaurus and decided it prudent to focus on elevating his own 2 spirits to the 10,000-year level. Muttering to himself, Qin Xiao ventured deeper into the Ascension platform. In stark contrast to the life-affirming vibrancy of the Junior platform, the mid-level space exuded a profound silence, as the more powerful soul beasts claimed their territories. After several minutes of searching, Qin Xiao finally encountered his first soul beast. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the velociraptors he had previously encountered, though it was significantly larger, measuring an impressive 15 meters in length and approximately 6 meters in height. With its deep green hue and formidable tusks, it emitted a low, rumbling roar. Before Qin Xiao could fully assess the beast, it charged towards him with alarming speed. Thundering like an oncoming train, the 6,000-year soul beast, known as the Forest Tyrannosaurus, inspired fear in all who beheld it. This creature, a distant cousin of the Tyrannosaurus, represented a devolved species, thriving within forested environments and exhibiting extraordinary strength. Faced with this imposing 1,000-year soul beast, Qin Xiao felt no trepidation. Rather, he erupted into joyous laughter, proclaiming his good fortune at encountering such a formidable adversary. With that, he released a surge of golden-hued blood energy, standing resolute as he charged toward the oncoming Forest Tyrannosaurus. The moment the blood energy enveloped him, the creature's eyes gleamed with excitement, stimulated by the abundant, draconic aura emanating from within Qin Xiao. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from its maw as it lunged forward, jaws wide enough to engulf a spirit-guided vehicle. "Do you dare to consume me? I shall feed you," Qin Xiao declared, incensed by the beast's audacity. With the force of a cannonball, he struck the Tyrannosaurus' lower jaw with a punch. As his blood-tinged fist connected, a wave of golden soul power erupted, manifesting a colossal phantom fist that shattered the beast's jaw, forcing it to rear back uncontrollably. "Great demon fist," Qin Xiao scoffed. "You think such paltry strength could devour me?" He scoffed disdainfully before launching himself forward, his foot shattering the ground beneath him as he soared like a golden meteor, crashing into the Forest Tyrannosaurus's chest and sending the massive creature tumbling back several meters, crushing countless trees in its wake. With a firm foot planted on the beast's head, Qin Xiao extended his right hand, summoning the golden extreme claw, whereupon 5 10-centimeter-long golden blades erupted forth, coupled with the dense blood energy surging from his right arm. It resembled a vicious claw, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Crushing divine claw. The enhanced golden extreme claw sliced through the forest Tyrannosaurus's formidable skull with ease, allowing Qin Xiao to obliterate its brain matter, ending its life swiftly. Feeling the millennia-old spiritual energy from the ancient forest Tyrannosaurus Rex coursing through his body, Qin Xiao couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. Although the duration was brief and the battle against the forest Tyrannosaurus could be described as a one-sided affair, it still left him with a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him to engage in unfettered combat. Just look at the caliber of opponents he had faced. Either too strong to defeat, too weak to provide any thrill, or those of equal strength who looked down upon him and refrained from initiating a confrontation. It had been a long time since Qin Xiao had experienced a battle of equals. Now, having arrived at the intermediate spirit ascension platform, he could finally fight without reservation, which was a source of great joy for him. After absorbing nearly 1,000 years' worth of spiritual energy from the ancient forest Tyrannosaurus, he had increased the age of each of his 4 soul rings by over 200 years. Yet his soul rings, each approximately 5,000 years old, still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 10,000-year mark. Thus, Qin Xiao ventured deeper into the forest, where more powerful soul beasts awaited, ready to serve as a testing stone for his strength. Some towering trees even completely obscured the light, and as he advanced further into the woods, this phenomenon became increasingly pronounced, causing the illumination within the spirit ascension platform to gradually dim. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao's pace remained unimpeded. He encountered several soul beasts along the way, all of which were inferior to the forest Tyrannosaurus, allowing him to easily dispatch them and absorb their spiritual energy, further enhancing each soul ring by 100 years. As he walked, Qin Xiao murmured, "At this rate, I'll be entering the mixed zone, where I'll encounter soul beasts of the 10,000-year caliber. Perhaps only when I reach that level will I feel some pressure." Soul beasts at the 10,000-year level undergo a qualitative transformation. Those beneath this threshold may lack ranged attack capabilities, but those above certainly possess them. The increase in attack range directly escalates the threat posed by these soul beasts, while their intelligence far surpasses that of their 1,000-year counterparts. Upon reaching the 10,000-year mark, a soul beast's intellect becomes akin to that of an ordinary human, no longer relying solely on instinct for combat. For soul beasts with immense power, intellect can determine whether they can truly unleash their potential, especially when facing humans. A being that excels in both physical prowess and soul power, coupled with intelligence comparable to that of humans, poses a far greater threat than mere wild beasts. Qin Xiao halted his steps, sensing that he had entered the territory of a formidable soul beast, feeling hostility emanating from all directions, as if to expel him. "Come out!" Qin Xiao snorted coldly, raising his leg and stomping the ground. The earth trembled as if a dragon were stirring, causing the surrounding towering trees to sway wildly. "Earth Dragon, rise!" With his cultivation reaching the foundation establishment stage, Qin Xiao wielded his 5 spirits immortal technique with greater finesse, effortlessly casting spells that previously required incantations. And with even greater power, a massive shadow was finally compelled to emerge, as trees were pushed aside, revealing a humanoid creature before Qin Xiao. This was the Dark Demon Twins. As this figure appeared, a layer of faint black mist enveloped the surroundings, rapidly concealing the vegetation as if shrouded in secrecy. Simultaneously, the ambient light dimmed significantly, as though consumed by this black fog. When the mist fully coalesced, the massive creature lurking in the dense forest finally revealed itself. It was a humanoid being, possessing human-like arms and legs, with a tattered strip of iron bark wrapped around its waist. However, unlike humans, this creature had 2 heads, each adorned with a single horn, a solitary eye, and a mouth. Its nose was reduced to 2 nostrils, truly a sight to behold. Its skin exhibited an eerie dark hue, standing 10 meters tall, resembling a colossal black giant. This was the hidden soul beast known as the Twin Giants, an exceptionally powerful humanoid soul beast, marked by high intelligence. The presence of 2 heads indicated its ability to wield 2 distinct attributes of power, placing it on par with the likes of the human-faced demon spider within the hierarchy of soul beasts. It had made an appearance during the era of absolute Douluo when Gu Yue acquired his soul ring. However, unlike the contradictory attribute of the twin giant from the original text, this one exhibited more harmonious properties. Qin Xiao's gaze burned with intensity as he scrutinized the imposing figure before him, remarking, darkness, a dual attribute psychic twin giant. Judging by its size, it must be at least 20,000 years old, with a comprehensive combat power comparable to that of a 50,000-year advanced soul beast. 50,000-year soul beasts, according to ancient standards, are equivalent to the level of a 7-ring soul sage, and many soul sages would struggle against beasts of this caliber. Perfect for me to test my strength. 4 soul rings rose beneath Qin Xiao's feet. This was the first time he had unleashed his soul rings since entering the spirit ascension platform. Previously, he had been able to resolve encounters using only his physical strength, rendering the release of his soul rings unnecessary. At the very moment Qin Xiao activated his soul rings, a thick black mist surged from all directions. Within this mist lurked terrifying entities, morphing into grotesque apparitions that lunged at Qin Xiao with malicious intent. Ho-un-pi-ho, mi-a-tsifis. Qin Xiao scoffed coldly as his first and second soul rings ignited, a burst of golden light erupting outward from his form, accompanied by countless golden arcs of electricity, resembling a miniature sun exploding within the forest. Boom! Upon contact, the black mist seemed to encounter its nemesis, disintegrating instantaneously, while the explosive flames surged relentlessly toward the dark demon twin giant. This clash of attributes showcased the might of the Nine Yang soul power, a force of utmost brightness and fortitude, perfectly countering the dark attribute of the twin giant's black mist. The dark demon twin giant let out a roar, producing a stout metallic rod from somewhere, launching it with the force of thunder, entwined with black energy, to collide with the advancing golden flames. To the twin giant, this rod was a weapon, but to an ordinary human, it was akin to a massive metallic pillar. Upon their contact, an overwhelming force erupted from the point of contact, generating a whirlwind that uprooted all vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters. As the golden flames dissipated, Qin Xiao, clad in dark golden armor, charged forth toward the twin giant along the path of its metallic rod. The twin giant's high intelligence rendered it one of the most astute soul beasts of its age. Upon seeing Qin Xiao approach, one head emitted a sharp shriek, while the other clenched its fist, transforming it into a black energy sphere that hurled toward Qin Xiao. This shriek carried the mental power of the twin giant, constituting a psychic attribute attack, while the attack from its hand bore the dark attribute, replete with corrosive potency. A flash of golden light flickered in Qin Xiao's eyes, and even with his current mid-level spiritual prowess in the Spirit Sea realm, he could not help but feel a tremor in his soul amidst the piercing shriek. His form momentarily faltered, and in that brief delay, the dark attribute attack of the twin giants surged towards him. Just as the assault was about to strike this golden little insect, the twin giants witnessed a surge of golden light erupting from within Qin Xiao, transforming into a menacing dark golden silhouette clad in armor, enveloped in a layer of golden aura, colliding fiercely with its fist. Boom! It was as though a colossal mountain had been struck, causing the twin giant to recoil in pain, its large eyes betraying a look of disbelief at the sight of its shattered finger bones. "Where are you looking?" At that moment, Qin Xiao regained his composure, his right hand swiftly enlarging into a fearsome armored claw that confronted the twin giant. The golden extreme terror claw radiated an intense aura of sharpness, sending one of the giant's heads into a state of sheer terror. As it realized that Qin Xiao's target was none other than itself, the golden light coalesced upon the claw's edge as Qin Xiao reached out towards the giant's head. 5 streams of golden radiance emanating from his fingers, cleaving the very air in twain with their sharpness. Without any unnecessary movements, Qin Xiao opted for a close-quarters assault rather than utilizing the ranged capabilities of the golden extreme terror claw. The 5 streams of golden light sliced through the twin giant's mental side of the head, and in the next moment, that half of its head instantaneously split apart, tumbling down in chunks from its massive form. Roar! The remaining head emitted a thunderous roar, filled with immeasurable agony, both psychological and physical. The twin giant was, in essence, a singular entity with dual existence. Each twin could be likened to siblings sharing an inseparable bond. How could one not feel pain when witnessing one's brother, a part of oneself, being slain? Just as Qin Xiao intended to continue his assault on the other head, a dense black radiance erupted from the twin giant's body, akin to the golden spirit flame Qin Xiao had just unleashed. Boom! Like a black sun slowly rising from the depths of the ascension platform, the surrounding vegetation within a radius of several hundred meters was corroded by the erupting dark energy. Qin Xiao promptly summoned the silent iron cavalry, merging with his martial soul, while simultaneously unleashing his soul power. A golden sun, slightly inferior to the black sun, ascended, illuminating the space within hundreds of meters, with countless golden arcs of electricity flashing across, shredding the remaining vegetation to pieces. The golden sun and black sun clashed, causing an elemental upheaval within a kilometer radius. A massive arm, adorned with black demonic runes, reached out from the black sun, devouring and dispersing the encroaching golden lightning and flames as it lunged towards the golden sun. In response, a mechanical arm of equal stature emerged from the golden sun, its fingers resembling the sharpest blades known to mankind, colliding thunderously with the demonic arm. Boom! A shockwave dissipated both the golden and black suns, revealing the formidable entities behind the mechanical arm and the demonic hand. The black sun housed an enlarged version of the twin giant. Its height increased from 10 to 15 meters, grotesque black runes manifesting upon its form, transforming it into a demonic apparition. This was one of the twin giant's most potent offensive maneuvers, Dark Awakening. Upon awakening, its attributes experienced a substantial enhancement, coupled with formidable immunity to energy attacks. If its brother, the one possessing the mental aspect, still existed, the power of the twin giant would have surged even further. Alas, that portion of the head had already been slain by Qin Xiao. Within the golden sun, however, stood a dark golden humanoid mech, its long legs and angular physique radiating an air of striking handsomeness, especially accentuated by its formidable hands and the tail at its back, making the entire mech resemble a battle machine. Standing at 15 meters tall, it matched the transformed twin giant in stature, exuding an even greater aura. The Wolf King of the Silent Iron Cavalry has arrived. Chapter 23. The Wolf King emerges. The Wolf King mech, officially known as the Silent Iron Cavalry Wolf King form, was the first mech crafted by Qin Xiao, constructed from materials sufficient even for creating black-grade mechs. It was later repurposed as one of the raw materials for his spiritual weapon, integrated into his second soul spirit, the Silent Iron Cavalry, endowing it with the ability to transform into a mech. In this fused state, Qin Xiao could contend with a soul sage in his martial soul's true form purely based on his soul power cultivation. As Qin Xiao summoned the Wolf King mech to engage in battle with the dark demon twin giant, a researcher at the Shrek City Spirit Tower headquarters, in a rather modestly decorated office, burst through the door in a frantic hurry, failing to knock due to the urgency of the matter at hand. My lord, trouble looms. Someone has brought a mech into the Ascension platform. Inside the office, a tall woman sat behind a desk. She appeared to be in her 30s, with striking features and long red hair cascading behind her, making her the most captivating ornament in the room, infusing it with vitality and vigor. Upon noticing the intrusion without permission, Lung Yaozhu initially felt anger rising within her, but upon hearing the researcher's words, her ire dissipated, and she stood in shock, exclaiming, "What did you say? Who has the audacity to smuggle a mech into the Ascension platform? What are you all doing? Was there no thorough inspection beforehand?" The Ascension platform strictly prohibited the entry of mechs and battle armors, as they provided a significant enhancement to soul masters. Even an ordinary person piloting a mech equipped with an attacking soul guide could contend with a 1,000-year soul beast. Allowing soul masters to hunt soul beasts with mechs and battle armors within the Ascension platform would drastically increase the efficiency of soul hunting, leading to an overwhelming success rate for soul masters, which would ultimately be detrimental to the Spirit Tower. Thus, upon learning that someone had infiltrated the Ascension platform with a mech, Lung Yaozhu's fury boiled over. "Speak, whose family is so reckless?" she queried, her pretty face shadowed with displeasure. The researcher's expression shifted, hesitating as he stammered, It's a child." Lung Yaozhu was taken aback. "A child? A child piloting a mech into the Ascension platform? Are you jesting with me?" The researcher explained, "His entry card is universal, lacking any markings. It likely was purchased at an auction. We are unaware of his family background. A child entered the intermediate Ascension platform, even with a mech. He would have no means to defeat any soul beast within." Lung Yaozhu sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, calming her rising anger to inquire further. The researcher continued, "No, my lord, this child's mech exhibits unusual characteristics. Its level is indiscernible, yet it possesses strength comparable to black-grade mechs. He is currently engaged in combat with a 10,000-year soul beast." Huh! Lung Yaozhu felt as though the researcher was mocking her. As a top-tier, black-grade mech master herself, she had an unparalleled understanding of mechs. "You mean to tell me a child is battling a 10,000-year soul beast in a black-grade mech? Are you jesting? To wield a black-grade mecha, one must possess the prowess of a soul emperor. A mere child, regardless of the mecha's presence, would be utterly incapable of operating it. Do you jest, suggesting that a child could possess the cultivation of 6 rings? Cold Yao Zhu, filled with skepticism, declared, "Do not take him away from the Spirit Ascension platform just yet. Allow me to ascertain his identity." Understood. The researchers escorted Cold Yao Zhu to the Spirit Ascension platform beneath the transmission tower, guiding her to the chamber where Qin Xiao resided. Upon glimpsing the diminutive figure of Qin Xiao within the glass chamber, Cold Yao Zhu was convinced that the researchers had spoken the truth. He was indeed just a child. There was something oddly familiar about him. As she observed Qin Xiao in slumber, Cold Yao Zhu shifted her gaze to the soul-guided screen beside her, where 2 titanic figures were embroiled in combat. At that moment, her expression transformed. Goodness, this little rascal truly brought a mecha into the fray. But why can't I discern the rank of this mecha? Within the Spirit Ascension platform, Qin Xiao was fervently maneuvering the Wolf King as it engaged in a fierce battle against the twin giants. Golden claw blades sliced through the air, releasing 5 10-meter-long beams of golden light that struck the twin giants, leaving behind 5 ghastly wounds. Yet, in the blink of an eye, arcane patterns surged forth, gradually healing those injuries. Though slow, recovery was indeed in progress. In its awakened, dark state, the twin giants exhibited a terrifying level of regenerative and defensive capabilities, rendering Qin Xiao's Golden Extreme claws less effective than before. With a thunderous roar, the twin giants conjured a black energy sphere in their maw, which erupted into a 5-meter-wide beam of light directed at Qin Xiao. Goodness gracious, it's a tailed beast bomb. Qin Xiao deftly evaded the onslaught, yet the beam persisted, twisting in unison with the twin giant's head movements as it pursued him. I misspoke. It's more akin to a phantom dog cannon. With a leap, Qin Xiao ascended dozens of meters, narrowly avoiding the attack. As the mecha adjusted midair, it delivered a powerful kick to one of the twin giants' remaining heads, forcing the unfinished black beam back down its throat. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated within the twin giants, causing their abdomen to swell explosively, resulting in a gaping wound. With a flick of its tail blade, the Wolf King mecha ensnared the twin giant's neck, leaping off its body and as it descended, delivering a powerful kick to the back of the dark magic twin. The tail blade, influenced by the gravity of the Wolf King's descent and the tension from the previous kick, tightened abruptly, embedding itself into the twin giant's neck. Meanwhile, the arcane patterns on the twin giants writhed fiercely, augmenting their physical hardness to prevent the Wolf King's tail blade from severing its head. 2 massive hands emerged, grasping the Wolf King's tail blade, the sharp edge leaving deep gashes on the twin giant's hands. Nevertheless, the twin giants wielded the tail blade like a rope, utilizing their prodigious strength to fling the Wolf King away. In midair, Qin Xiao adjusted his posture for a steady landing, then charged back toward the twin giants, engaging the monstrous creature in close combat. Observing the clash of titans on the screen, the heavenly phoenix, Douluo, Cold Yao Zhu, felt a surreal sensation wash over her. While she knew she could execute similar maneuvers if she piloted the mecha herself, and likely do so with greater speed and efficiency, there was an undeniable naturalness to this child's actions that set him apart. Could this truly be a child? Cold Yao Zhu pondered, ordering her subordinates to gather intelligence on Qin Xiao. During the ensuing wait, Cold Yao Zhu once more focused her attention on the soul-guided screen, eager to witness the extent of Qin Xiao's capabilities. Inside the mecha, Qin Xiao sprinted as swiftly as if he were controlling his own body, rapidly closing the distance to the twin giants. As the Wolf King approached, the twin giants opened their massive jaws, brewing an even more potent dark energy, the energy waves hinting at the pinnacle of Soul Sage power. Being struck by such an attack would surely be disastrous. Yet, Qin Xiao remained unfazed, continuing his advance toward the twin giants without even attempting to evade. The Wolf King was not equipped with any ranged weaponry. However, its close combat prowess was unparalleled. Unlike other mecha pilots, who often found it challenging to use their soul skills while controlling their mechas, since soul skills are typically self-acting, Qin Xiao's situation was wholly unique. His Wolf King mecha was not merely a machine. It was his soul spirit, intricately fused with his martial spirit. Within the Wolf King mecha were 4 deep purple soul rings, and the first 3 rings shimmered in succession, unleashing the soul skills: Indestructible Diamond, Golden Annihilation, and Golden Transformation. A layer of golden energy enveloped the mecha, and the claws rapidly enlarged. Instead of augmenting his defense with Golden Transformation, Qin Xiao chose to bolster his offensive power directly. He intended to shatter the twin giants' attack. With dark energy fully charged, a colossal 10-meter-wide black beam erupted from the twin giant's mouth, aimed at the Wolf King mecha. The imposing black beam traversed hundreds of meters, carving a grotesque scar through the forest. Yet, in the next moment, 5 golden beams burst forth from the darkness, cleaving through the black beam like celestial flowers, dispersing it into countless fragments and expanding its destructive range to encompass hundreds of meters, obliterating everything in its wake. However, no matter how fiercely the twin giants intensified their output, their dark energy assault could not disperse those 5 golden beams. Nor could they harm the dark golden mecha behind the radiant golden light. The golden blades of light shone like a beacon in the darkness, impervious to the might of the shadows. Chapter 24. The True Monster. Faced with the onslaught of his opponent's dark energy, Qin Xiao finally swung his remaining claw downward. The 5 golden blades solidified completely, resembling golden knives surging against the current of a waterfall, shattering the twin giants' dark energy attack. They surged forward, slicing through the immense form of the twin giants. The golden blades maintained their momentum, continuing onward and leaving 5 smooth fissures, each 100 meters long, etched into the ground. As darkness gradually dissipated, the moment the golden light traversed the body of the dark magic twin, the shadows receded, revealing the twin giants in their original form at a visibly accelerated pace. A tempest, born from the stark contrasts of battlefield temperatures, swept through, causing the colossal form of the twin giants to shatter into numerous fragments that fell to the ground, transforming into a mound of blackened flesh. Subsequently, a pure essence of spiritual energy emanated from these remnants, which was absorbed by the Wolf King, more precisely, by Qin Xiao. This was not Qin Xiao's first encounter with the absorption of spiritual energy. However, this particular essence was unlike any he had previously encountered. It divided into 3 distinct portions. One seamlessly merged with the immense Wolf King mech that encased him, while another portion infiltrated his dantian, melding with the Zhen Xiao sword that lay dormant within. The final fragment surged into his mind. Qin Xiao couldn't suppress a soft moan. He faced a predicament reminiscent of Tang Wulin's ascension. The twin giants were also a spirit beast of mental attributes, possessing formidable powers on the mental plane. The mental-type soul beasts within the Ascension platform bore a particular trait. When absorbing the spiritual energy, they imparted to transform it for their soul spirits. One would simultaneously endure the residual mental impact they left behind. Nonetheless, this was not a significant concern. For Qin Xiao was a soul master with mental prowess that had reached the sea of spirit realm. However, upon feeling the chaotic black mist ravaging his mind, Qin Xiao grimaced and remarked, "I must seize an opportunity to learn a couple of techniques for utilizing mental energy. Otherwise, possessing the mental capacity of the sea of spirit, without a means to harness, it would be akin to the shame of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm." Thus, Qin Xiao began addressing the mental influence of the twin giants. The Grand Wolf King mech stood silently amidst the forested battlefield, as a gentle breeze stirred the smoke of conflict, caressing the platinum-hued metal armor that adorned the Wolf King. Towering, it loomed over the earth. Yaozhu, observing the stillness of the Wolf King mech, snorted, "Enough of this. Teleport this brat back. I must inquire where this little fellow found the audacity to bring a mech to the Ascension platform." At that moment, the personnel from the transmission tower finally completed and delivered Qin Xiao's dossier to Yaozhu. Upon reviewing the information, she recalled the identity of the individual resting within the glass chamber. "Qin Xiao, is he not the one who claimed he would conquer Shrek?" Yaozhu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. It was no fault of hers for not recognizing Qin Xiao immediately. As the deputy master of the transmission tower, her duties kept her exceedingly occupied. Much like the disparity between a national leader and a young entrepreneur, regardless of the latter's vigor, their levels were not comparable. For a national leader to even be aware of such an entrepreneur would be remarkable. After perusing Qin Xiao's information, Yaozhu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there no more detailed intelligence available?" The staff member replied, "None. Shrek's information is tightly controlled. This is all we could ascertain." Yaozhu did not express disappointment. Instead, she offered a wry smile. Indeed, for that is Shrek." Without a doubt, Yaozhu regarded Qin Xiao as a student of Shrek, albeit one with issues. Yet, she still held Qin Xiao in higher esteem. After all, numerous students from Shrek ventured to other institutions. But Qin Xiao remained the sole one who sought matters pertaining to Shrek itself. Should one say that he truly adhered to the adage that avoiding trouble signifies mediocrity? Yaozhu's thoughts drifted to someone who lingered in her mind, contemplating. However, Qin Xiao must be significant to that person, right? Given the commotion he has caused here, that individual would surely need to come and collect him. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao had also resolved the mental assault of the twin giants, taking merely a span of 10 seconds. Having thoroughly absorbed the spiritual energy of the 20,000-year-old twin giants, he gained over 2,000 years of spiritual energy, equating to more than 500 years for each of his 4 soul rings, thus elevating them past the threshold of 6,000 years. This advancement brought Qin Xiao closer to the realm of 10,000-year soul rings. However, upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to find the vibrant green scenery transformed into a futuristic metallic hue. He had emerged from the Ascension platform. What on earth? Why am I out? I did not perish within the Ascension platform. Qin Xiao sat up abruptly, only to be startled further by the multitude of figures surrounding him. At the forefront stood a tall, striking woman clad in a black gown. As Qin Xiao rose, all eyes turned to him, their gazes decidedly unfriendly. This sudden wave of hostility unsettled him, and he instinctively felt discomfort in the presence of such malevolence. Cold Yaozhu regarded him with a frigid stare. Though it was merely a facade, as a member of the transmission tower, she had to maintain a clear boundary between public and private affairs. Regardless of her close ties to Shrek, and stated, "Qin Xiao, is it? Come with me." Qin Xiao, utterly bewildered, thought, "What do you mean, just walk away? Am I a criminal? I have committed no offense." Nevertheless, despite his righteous stance, he refrained from voicing it outright. After all, he was within the stronghold of the transmission tower, not in the East Sea as before. Now is not the time to act recklessly, as he might encounter a titled Douluo who would teach him a lesson, although he possessed means to escape from those beneath the limit Douluo. The transmission tower was not devoid of limit Douluos, hence it was prudent to remain cautious. Alas, his power was insufficient. Thus, Qin Xiao respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, what offense have I committed?" At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao, and coldly huffed, "You little rascal, when told to leave, you should simply go. Why the excessive chatter?" Following this, he glowered at Qin Xiao. "Do you not realize that entering the Ascension platform with a mech and battle armor is strictly prohibited? Do you comprehend the losses your presence has inflicted upon our transmission tower?" Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Qin Xiao's expression twitched involuntarily, and he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. It was always like this. With each growth in his strength, a more powerful figure would come to chastise him, reminding him that he was still young. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiao calmed his agitated heart and replied to the middle-aged man, "Sir, let us converse civilly. There is no need to lose our tempers. I am well aware of the regulations of the Ascension platform, and I have not overstepped your boundaries. Damn it, were it not for my inferior strength and the current circumstances favoring you, I would certainly deliver a punch to your face to make you aware of the proper manner in which to address me." The middle-aged man emitted a puff of white air from his nostrils, retrieving a soul guide screen to display the footage of Qin Xiao operating the Wolf King mech against the Dark Demon twins, exclaiming, "No evidence? The witnesses and material proof are all here, and you dare to claim otherwise?" Noticing the middle-aged man's escalating agitation, Cold Yaozhu glanced at him and said, "Enough, Xiao Su. Do not let your temper get the better of you. It would be quite troublesome if we were to injure this little rascal." The middle-aged man, upon being halted, did not express anger but instead bowed respectfully. "Understood, Lady Tianfeng." This shift in demeanor contrasted starkly with how he had treated Qin Xiao moments before. Tianfeng? Upon hearing this title, Qin Xiao deduced the identity of the red-haired woman, Gu Yue's mentor, a super Douluo of rank 98. One of the few forward battle armor masters in existence today. He is indeed a formidable figure. Though the reason for his ostentatious emergence from the Ascension platform remains a mystery, Qin Xiao currently lacks the confidence to display any defiance before him. Thus, he obediently crawled out of the glass chamber and followed along. As he departed, he cast one last glance at the middle-aged man referred to as Xiao Su by Lung Yaozhu. The man's strength was not to be underestimated, and he naturally sensed Qin Xiao's scrutiny, his fierce eyes widening in indignation as he let out a cold snort. Qin Xiao let out a soft huff before turning away. Meanwhile, the other staff members were busily engaged within the Ascension platform, and Lung Yaozhu led Qin Xiao to her office. "I have just witnessed your matter. Now enlighten me. What transpired?" Lung Yaozhu inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Xiao. At this point, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. Through the intel she had gathered, she recognized Qin Xiao's considerable strength, yet she had not anticipated it to be so formidable. Although aided by his mecha, the ability to vanquish a 10,000-year twin giant, equivalent to a 50,000-year soul beast, was still quite astonishing. From their earlier dialogue, Qin Xiao had gleaned the reason for his summoning, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, while his Wolf King mecha was indeed a mecha, it also served as his soul spirit. He had ample justification to articulate his grievances. In truth, operating the Wolf King mecha within the Ascension platform was not entirely erroneous on Qin Xiao's part. He had merely exploited a loophole in the rules, thereby eliciting moral condemnation, but no actual breach of protocol. Of course, this was contingent upon the acknowledgement of the rules by others. If they chose to disregard them, asserting Qin Xiao's wrongdoing would leave him powerless, for rules are only applicable among equals. When faced with those of a lower tier, the necessity of rules becomes a matter of personal sentiment. Consequently, Qin Xiao carefully considered his words before responding. Mecha? Are you referring to the Wolf King? That is not merely a mecha, it is my soul spirit. Leng Yaozhu paused, her face a mask of disbelief. What jest is this? How could a soul spirit and a mecha possibly coexist? Unless it is a divine-grade mecha, a complete fusion of the two is unattainable. Pure soul spirits do not manifest in mecha form. The existing artificial soul spirits predominantly take the shape of various cold weapons. And even the ancient soul-guided devices do not possess such modern high-tech mecha forms. The reasons are manifold, and with humanity's current technology, it may take millennia to create a soul-guided device resembling a soul spirit. Thus, upon hearing Qin Xiao's claim of his soul spirit transforming into a mecha, her immediate reaction was skepticism, suspecting that he was attempting to deceive her. Qin Xiao then feigned a display of confidence, stating, "What you see is a manifestation of my soul skill. Through this skill, when fused with my soul spirit, it transforms into a mecha-like existence, significantly enhancing my power." He then summoned his silent iron cavalry soul spirit and demonstrated it before Leng Yaozhu. Observing the transformation of his arm armor and the illumination of his third soul ring, Leng Yaozhu began to accept Qin Xiao's assertions. She finally understood why it appeared so natural for him to control the mecha. It was simply an extension of his own abilities. She did not find it overly surprising. After all, the varieties of soul skills are countless, and there surely exists one with remarkable and unique effects. Moreover, considering her belief that Qin Xiao hailed from that particular place, it seemed less extraordinary. A monster, indeed, but how normal is that? This represented a fusion of soul spirits and soul-guided devices, a technique that the Spirit Transmission Tower had studied for over a millennium without success. Now realized in the hands of a mere child? Has Shrek's technology advanced to such an extent? Within Shrek, there exists a Spirit Transmission Tower, albeit not under their jurisdiction, serving as a soul spirit supply for Shrek, a legacy from Hua Yuhao a millennium ago. Thus, Leng Yaozhu's assumption that this was a product of Shrek's soul spirit technology was not unfounded. Although according to Qin Xiao's explanation, it was merely a mutation resulting from the fusion of his soul skill and soul spirit, not a pure mecha, this still marked a significant advancement in research. Unable to restrain herself, Leng Yaozhu bit her lip, contemplating whether to retain Qin Xiao within the Spirit Transmission Tower for further study. However, she quickly dismissed the idea, despite her capabilities. Her pride and dignity would not permit such actions. Furthermore, Qin Xiao was a student of Shrek, and she had already contacted individuals from Shrek to collect him. It would be unrealistic to detain him unilaterally. As she pondered the implications of Shrek's representatives unveiling this technology before the Spirit Transmission Tower, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 25. Rivals meet. Leng Yaozhu gazed intently at Qin Xiao, as if beholding an exquisite gem. At merely 13.5 years of age, possessing a 4-ring cultivation level and the formidable strength to contend with a soul beast of 50,000 years, she found herself at a loss for words to describe the prodigy before her. In him, she perceived echoes of the illustrious Yunming. Only Shrek could nurture such extraordinary talents, she mused, viewing Qin Xiao as a problem student from Shrek. With the misunderstanding resolved, Qin Xiao exhaled in relief, stating, "Now that the matter has been clarified, and I have not entered the Ascension platform with a mecha, may I take my leave?" At that moment, the Tianfeng Douluo chuckled lightly. "Leave? Not so fast." Qin Xiao's brow furrowed at her words, fearing that this Tianfeng Douluo intended to detain him against his will. After all, she was a devoted admirer of Yunming, and given his poor rapport with the old man, she might resort to intimidation in favor of her beloved. Thus, he braced himself, ready to make a swift exit. Observing Qin Xiao's sudden shift into a defensive stance, Leng Yaozhu couldn't help but smile slyly, thinking to herself that this young man truly possessed remarkable audacity, daring to draw his weapon before a titled Douluo of 98 levels. With a smile, she clarified, "Initially, We summoned you from the Ascension platform because we believed you had entered to hunt soul beasts with a mecha. However, now that we have established it was an error on the part of our spirit transmission tower, it would be remiss not to offer you some form of compensation. Qin Xiao's earlier expression of discontent transitioned into one of inquiry. What? You speak as if compensation is warranted? Honestly, you should have just been more straightforward, he thought bitterly, though he maintained a facade of playful nonchalance, quipping, a token compensation would suffice, of course. I wouldn't mind a little less, but more would be even better. Initially, compensation had not crossed Qin Xiao's mind, although he possessed the moral high ground. The tactics employed by protagonists like the little dragon in the original work were ill-suited for someone of his unremarkable background. Hearing Leng Yaozhu proactively suggest compensation left him momentarily stunned. Nonetheless, he had no reason to doubt her intentions. After all, given her status, it was unlikely she would deceive someone of his humble standing. Qin Xiao's shameless demeanor left Leng Yaozhu momentarily stunned. Such a brazen child was evidently a first for her. The exceptional juniors she had encountered previously were either reserved or maintained a dignified composure, only daring to speak to her in such a manner after establishing a rapport. Unlike Qin Xiao, who approached her with a mischievous grin, exuding a rather cheeky charm. He even had the audacity to suggest that having less was inconsequential, while more would be even better. Oh, you little rascal, she mused, glancing over his profile. It revealed that due to financial constraints when selecting his first soul spirit, he had been limited to choosing a decade-old spirit. Although he had ultimately elevated it to a millennium level thanks to his remarkable talent, he had also fused a second spirit. Unless he continued to elevate his spirits, his 2 millennium-level spirits would only suffice to support his cultivation up to the 4th ring. Moreover, his mental strength remained at the Spirit Sea realm. Impressive, yet he could only integrate 1 more millennium spirit. In comparison to his contemporaries, he lagged significantly, as they all aspired to obtain 10,000-year spirits by the 4th ring. Upon hearing Leng Yaozhu's remarks, Qin Xiao, with his dark golden eyes wide open, feigned ignorance and inquired, "What does the celestial phoenix crown wish to convey?" Observing his demeanor, Leng Yaozhu internally scoffed and appended her assessment of him with the label little sly boots. She continued, "Given your strength, you are fully qualified and capable of challenging the Soul Spirit Tower. Should you find suitable companions, I can grant you an opportunity to enter the tower and procure the soul spirits of your desire. With your prowess, once you reach the Spirit Abyss realm, you could even acquire a high-ranking 10,000-year spirit exceeding 50,000 years in age. While your mental strength is still a bit shy of the Spirit Abyss realm, I see that your mental strength talent is formidable. You are already at the intermediate stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Given your cultivation speed, it is plausible that you could attain the Spirit Abyss realm before turning 18. This would provide you with the perfect chance to consolidate your physical conditioning. Although this might delay your soul power level's progress, it would likely enable you to elevate all your soul rings to over 10,000 years before you reach the age of 20, effectively compensating for your innate deficiencies. However, Qin Xiao ceased to listen at this point. Leng Yaozhu, misunderstanding his situation, made an erroneous judgment. If Qin Xiao's Zhen Xiao sword still occupied a portion of his mental strength, her advice would have been quite beneficial. Unfortunately, she was unaware that Qin Xiao's current mental strength and physical prowess permitted him to elevate all 4 soul rings provided by his 2 spirits to the 10,000-year level. At this moment, Qin Xiao's thoughts were entirely captivated by the earlier segment of Leng Yaozhu's discourse. The Soul Spirit Tower? Her words reminded him of a plot point from the original narrative. The Soul Spirit Tower had a stipulation to obtain spirits over 1,000 years old. One could either spend a fortune to procure them or attempt to challenge the tower. The headquarters of the Soul Spirit Tower housed a tower with 108 levels, each guarded by different formations. Surpassing each level allowed one to select spirits for purchase from that level, with a discount of 50%. 2 types of individuals could challenge the tower: those nurtured by the Soul Spirit Tower itself, and those with exceptional talents who, upon verification of their identities by the tower, could also attempt the challenge. Considering the variance in Soul Masters' martial souls and the nuances of support-type Soul Masters, challenges at the Soul Spirit Tower were conducted in teams, with a maximum of 7 members. Naturally, the difficulty of the assessments was scaled for 7 individuals. The first 18 levels contained Millennium Spirits. The higher one ascended, the greater the spirit's tier and quality. Levels 18 to 36 were home to 10,000-year spirits, while levels beyond 36 hosted spirits exceeding 10,000 years. The top 9 levels contained fearsome beasts, classified as 20,000-year spirits, an aggregation of nearly all soul beasts possessing over 100,000 years of cultivation amassed by the Soul Spirit Tower over millennia. Qualification to challenge the Soul Spirit Tower was restricted to soul masters under the age of 30. Once one surpassed that age, entry was no longer permitted, and they could only procure spirits through direct purchase. Thus, to obtain a fearsome beast-level spirit, 7 individuals under 30, each possessing combat capabilities at the title Douluo level, were required to undertake the challenge. Consequently, only the most exceptional geniuses could secure fearsome beast spirits within the tower, ensuring that their prowess was not squandered. In the original narrative, Su Xiaoyan's Millennium Ice Bear spirit and Yuanen Yehui's 10,000-year Diamond Monkey spirit were both acquired from within, showcasing their formidable quality. If Qin Xiao were to procure his third spirit from within, he might very well encounter a spirit perfectly suited to his armored martial soul. With this thought in mind, a genuine smile graced Qin Xiao's face, a manifestation of joy, as he had discovered a potential resolution to one of his future concerns. He could also surmise some of Leng Yaoju's intentions. Her offer of a chance to challenge the Soul Spirit Tower was not solely a form of restitution, but also a means of fostering goodwill. After all, his talent and strength had already captured her attention. However, the presence of Shrek Academy had prevented her from extending an immediate invitation. Although he had no intentions of joining the Soul Spirit Tower, the exquisite spirits within the tower were undeniably tempting to Qin Xiao, a sweetened bait to be savored while deftly countering the challenge. Your Highness, individuals from Shrek Academy have arrived. A middle-aged woman announced in a hushed tone as Qin Xiao and Leng Yaoju engaged in their lively discourse. Shrek, what brings them here? Qin Xiao, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, inquired. Who has arrived? Leng Yaoju asked, her tone devoid of inflection. After a brief hesitation, the middle-aged woman replied softly. It is the Holy Spirit Douluo, Your Highness. Upon hearing that name, Leng Yaoju visibly stiffened, while Qin Xiao nearly choked on his saliva. Although he was unclear on many plot details, he was well acquainted with the recurring theme of love triangles in the Douluo series. Unfortunately, Leng Yaoju, Yunming, and the Holy Spirit Duo, Yali, were embroiled in one such triangle. If one were to factor in Leng Yaoju's sister, the Dark Phoenix Duo, it would become a quadrilateral entanglement. Shrek had dispatched the Holy Spirit Duo Yali to meet with Leng Yaoju at the Soul Spirit Tower, indicating that something significant was afoot. Oblivious to his position at the center of the maelstrom, Qin Xiao merely observed as Leng Yaoju rose, her demeanor calm, as she stated, "Please, come in." Soon, Qin Xiao found himself once again in the presence of the Holy Spirit Douluo Yali. In the face of arrival, today's Holy Spirit Douluo exuded an air of elegance. Adorned in a pristine white gown that appeared untouched by dust, radiating an ethereal beauty. Her fair skin seemed so delicate that it could be easily bruised, clearly indicating that she had meticulously prepared for this encounter. Celestial Phoenix Duo, the Holy Spirit Douluo, inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Yali, when did you become so formal? Leng Yaoju responded with a beaming smile, though Qin Xiao could discern a hint of rigidity beneath her cheerful facade. You flatter me, Lady Leng Yaoju. This is merely a matter of official business. Moreover, it has been quite a while since we last met. I have missed you dearly. Has this child, Qin Xiao, caused you any trouble? Her smile was warm, yet carried an undertone of distance, mingled with a subtle sense of boasting. It was remarkable how she could convey such a plethora of emotions within a single expression. The celestial phoenix, Duo, smiled faintly. Indeed, there is a minor inconvenience, which is why we informed you at the earliest opportunity. However, it is not his fault. It is our own matter. She succinctly recounted the events that transpired, and Yali refrained from questioning Qin Xiao. The two conversed with the joy and ease characteristic of long-lost friends. Were it not for the knowledge of the sordid history between them, Qin Xiao might have truly believed in the facade they presented. This led Qin Xiao to reflect, indeed. Life is such a mere performance. Compared to these two, he felt he still had much to learn. Despite their mutual desire to tear each other's hair out and yank at one another's bras, they maintained the pretense of sisterhood, which was quite the feat for them. Then, Qin Xiao, shall we return? After engaging in some light conversation, Yali, who had gained the upper hand in their verbal sparring, took Qin Xiao's hand and declared. The angel Douluo smiled and said, Sister Yali, it has been a while. Let me treat you to a meal. The day is waning, he added, look. Yali shook her head with a smile. No need. He is waiting for me to return and cook. You know, he can only eat my cooking. Pulling Qin Xiao along, she strode towards the exit. As Yali turned, Qin Xiao caught a glimpse of Leng Yaoju's darkening expression from the corner of his eye. In this encounter, Yali had decisively triumphed. Chapter 26. I shall just listen. Upon exiting the transmission tower, the Holy Spirit waved his hand, enveloping himself and Qin Xiao in a sphere of white light. Instantly, the surrounding scenery became blurred. There was no sensation of flight, nor could one see the outside world. It was as if they were ensconced in a comfortable, isolated space. This left Qin Xiao somewhat astonished by Yali's capabilities, for this was not a soul skill, but rather a pure application of soul power. Although the majority of offensive capabilities in the Douluo realm lie within soul skills, over the years, these elite beings have gradually developed various methods of utilizing soul power to augment their strength. This indicates that the level of cultivators in this world is indeed on the rise, signifying the advancement of the times, much like the evolution of soul cores, which once could only be condensed by tidal Douluos in the second generation, but now can be formed by those of the soul sage rank. Of course, this advancement comes at the cost of the overall desolation of the planetary environment. Noticing the inquisitive expression on Qin Xiao's face, Yali could not help but nod in silent approval. Though Qin Xiao's personality was rather eccentric, his attitude towards learning and his inherent talent made it easy for others to overlook his less amiable traits, allowing them to harbor great tolerance towards him. Are you curious about my attitude? The Holy Spirit, Douluo, initiated the conversation, and before Qin Xiao could respond, Yali continued, I didn't need to be here today, but upon hearing it was Lung Yaozhu, I felt compelled to come. I cannot allow her to bully you. Let me share a little secret. She is your rival in love, and I am aware of your situation. Before Yali could finish, Qin Xiao interjected. How do you know? Yali asked in surprise. If someone of equal standing knew, she would not be astonished, considering the tumultuous nature of their past relationships. However, Qin Xiao was merely a 13-year-old child. How could he possibly know? What could Qin Xiao say? Should he admit to having read the original text? Instead, he chuckled and replied, You are among the top echelon of the continent. Gossip and rumors abound. I simply chose to believe the most credible account. And, judging by your earlier conversation with the Angel Douluo, it seems my assessment was quite accurate. Yali regarded Qin Xiao with a hint of astonishment, not expecting him to be so perceptive, deducing the intricacies of their relationships from their dialogue. Reflecting on her cherished apprentice, she felt that Yun Ming was indeed correct. In dealing with Qin Xiao, Nar was at a distinct disadvantage. For Qin Xiao possessed a sharp mind. With a veneer of forced cheerfulness, she remarked, Qin Xiao, you exhibit remarkable talent for cultivation. I foresee great accomplishments in your future. However, be cautious in matters of the heart. It is precisely because of your exceptional qualities that, as you mature, you will attract an increasing number of young women. But do not be frivolous. Fidelity is a virtue that a good man should possess. Do not follow the path of certain individuals. Upon hearing Yali's words, Qin Xiao's thoughts began to drift. He wholeheartedly agreed with her. A good man ought to be devoted. And the same applies to good women. Yet, he was not a good man. Instead, he hoped that all the women associated with him would be virtuous. After all, he aspired to be a king of harem. Indeed, he intended to be a rogue. Thus, in response to her seemingly nagging advice, Qin Xiao wisely chose to let it go in one ear and out the other, lest he feel guilty. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, as Nar was diligently practicing her cultivation under Yun Ming's guidance, he suddenly sneezed. What is happening? Yun Ming murmured, rubbing his nose. At his level, he had long mastered the ability to remain impervious to cold and heat. How could he possibly sneeze? Could it be that some past romantic interest was thinking of him? No, he was a married man now, and maintaining relationships with other women was necessary, lest he be barred from his own chamber by the jealous wife. Yun Ming stroked his chin, a wicked smile creeping onto his face as he muttered, the allure of being a man is inescapable. Butterflies will naturally flock to one. Master, what are you saying? Nar, who had been practicing the spear techniques taught by Yun Ming, lowered her silver dragon spear and looked at her master. She had sensed something unusual in his demeanor earlier, but upon seeing that distasteful smile, she refrained from asking. Ahem, it's nothing really, just a sudden thought. Yun Ming coughed twice and then shifted the topic. All right, Nar, your foundation is quite solid. It appears that Qin Xiao has not hindered your cultivation talent, and you have not been indolent. Net Ashadi's face flushing. Previously, she had always been dragged out of bed by Qin Xiao for training. Otherwise, her weight would have been even more considerable. Yun Ming continued, Your mental strength is the finest I have seen among your peers. In combat, a soul master's insight and grasp of opportunities are paramount, and in this regard, you have already outpaced all your contemporaries. Your martial spirit is the silver dragon spear. Although I cannot discern its origins, I can feel that your spear surpasses my divine gun of heaven. A spear is the king of all weapons. Yet regardless of the weapon, it is the wielder that matters. The distance between you and your opponent is crucial during combat. Therefore, I shall now teach you a powerful footwork technique. With that, he moved, his form becoming ethereal, akin to a specter as he traversed the surroundings. After demonstrating, Yunming explained, this is the Tang sect's ultimate skill, Phantom Shadow Steps. Once mastered, you will move like a ghost, making it exceedingly difficult for others to catch you. Nar, why are you looking at me like that? Before he could finish, Yunming noticed Nar gazing at him with a complex and subtle expression, as if she were about to say something, but hesitated. Master, isn't this called the wave step? Nar awkwardly raised her hand and asked. Yunming was taken aback. His curiosity piqued. What wave step? Nar, with a complicated expression, stepped closer to Yunming. The moment she moved her leg, Yunming's gaze froze. As he beheld Nar's form becoming equally illusory, akin to a specter, as she instantaneously appeared before him. Yunming's expression stiffened as he gazed at the petite Nar before him, momentarily rendered speechless. What was this? The Lingbo Weibu, and furthermore, after Nar finished her explanation, her form became ethereal once more, and 9 silver silhouettes erupted from her, swirling around Yunming like fluttering butterflies. Under normal circumstances, Yunming would likely be overjoyed, thinking, oh, how delightful. My daughter has multiplied into several. However, this was based on his teachings of the Phantom Steps. What was Nar employing now? Why did it resemble the Phantom Steps, yet seem more exquisite? Yunming was bewildered. It was impossible for him not to be. With his level of cultivation, he could discern the intricacies of the footwork Nar demonstrated, which surpassed the Phantom Steps, giving him the impression that the original was indeed his own. While this was but a copy, as the 9 Nars vanished, only one true form remained, with Nar still standing in place as if she had not moved at all. Observing Yunming's dazed expression, Nar suddenly felt a swell of pride and cheerfully declared, this is the Spiral 9 Shadows. Who taught you this? Yunming snapped back to reality. Incredulity etched on his face as he questioned Nar. She shrugged and replied, this was taught to me by Qin Xiao. There are 2 techniques. The first is the Lingbo Weibu, a combination of footwork and internal martial arts suitable for long-distance travel. And the latter is the Spiral 9 Shadows, which allows one to create 9 illusory forms to engage in combat. Upon hearing Nanner's explanation, Yunming's heart sank. The time-honored Tang sect's secret arts had been deciphered and innovated upon. Chapter 27, Nanner puts on a show. Suddenly, Yunming recalled that there had been intelligence regarding Qin Xiao, mentioning that he possessed footwork akin to the Phantom Steps, which he had even demonstrated during the opening ceremony. Though Yunming had failed to pay it much heed at the time. Now, witnessing these 2 martial arts up close, he realized the profound intricacies of both the Lingbo Weibu and the Spiral 9 Shadows, even finding them superior to the Phantom Steps, which had been handed down through the Tang sect for millennia. Thus, he spoke seriously, Nar, in the presence of outsiders. When you employ the Lingbo Weibu and the Spiral 9 Shadows, you must declare it as the Tang sect's Phantom Steps. Understood? Why, master? Nar inquired, puzzled, as Qin Xiao had previously imparted similar words to her. Yunming gently ruffled Nar's hair, letting out a wry chuckle. As someone also hailing from the Tang sect, he had hoped to draw her into its fold by teaching her its secret arts. However, now that Nar possessed martial skills surpassing those of the Tang sect, what would happen if this were to be exposed? What would the Tang sect think? What actions would those forces with grievances against the Tang sect take? Conflicts were inevitable. Nar had his protection, so there was no immediate concern, but as for Qin Xiao, despite being backed by a mysterious force, he was even more worthy of caution in the eyes of the Tang sect. Sighing, Yunming remarked, this is to protect you. That little rascal, Qin Xiao. Didn't he mention any precautions while imparting these skills to you? Upon hearing this, Nar pursed her lips, a look of regret crossing her face. How reckless she had been. She should have kept everything to herself. Qin Xiao had long warned her not to disclose these techniques to outsiders and to avoid demonstrating them in public to prevent drawing attention. Yet, recalling how Yunming had treated Qin Xiao, leaving him in a pitiful state, Nar had wanted to embarrass Yunming, so she had acted mischievously. Now, having showcased the martial arts taught to her by Qin Xiao before Yunming and witnessing his astonished expression, she felt a sense of satisfaction but realized she had exposed her own hand. Nevertheless, the complex emotions on Nayer's face lasted but a fleeting moment. She then averted her gaze and mumbled shyly, Qin Xiao said so. Curious, Yunming asked, then why did you tell me? With a hint of embarrassment, Nar replied, you're not an outsider, master. Qin Xiao said, I should learn well from you. He trusts you greatly. Yuming's heart melted at Nayer's smile, though he dismissed her subsequent comments about Qin Xiao as mere fabrications. Huh, would that little brat actually say that? I'll never believe it. Nevertheless, he selectively chose to believe Nayer's overall sentiment, feeling that even her performance was not merely an act, but a genuine display of emotion. After all, how could such a delightful girl harbor any ill intentions? Yiming smiled and said, Good Naer. Now, let me teach you another secret art. Watch closely. This is the Tang Sect's supreme technique, the purple extreme demon eye. Once mastered, as Naer listened to Yunming's enthusiastic exposition, she could not help but smirk slightly. Indeed, Qin Xiao had been right. Her beauty possessed a considerable charm over the opposite sex. In truth, Qin Xiao had added another remark. If Naer could shed a few more pounds, she would be even more perfect. However, at the time, Naer had been too engrossed in savoring the specially prepared Bodhi snake soup by Qin Xiao to take it to heart. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao was led by Yali to the entrance of Shrek, where she paused and asked, Aren't you going to see Naer? She often mentions you. Qin Xiao shook his head, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his neck. Naer seemed to gnaw on him every time they met. Sighing, he replied, She's studying at Sea God Island now. I wouldn't want to disturb her. Besides, I can't even go to Sea God Island. I'll come back on the weekend. Yali responded helplessly, it's merely a matter of taking a step back, yet you insist on making it so awkward. Qin Xiao scoffed, recalling his own self from years past, and said with a laugh, I've already taken enough steps back. Farewell, Sister Yali. That little rascal knows how to ingratiate himself. I could easily be his grandmother. Doesn't that make you seem younger? Such flattery. Bidding farewell to Yali, Qin Xiao looked up at the sky, realizing it was quite late. The streetlights were gradually illuminating, heralding the arrival of night. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered at the transmission tower for quite some time. With a sigh, he took strides towards his home, walking along the path to Shrek. Taking advantage of the sparsely populated inner city, Qin Xiao relished an unusual tranquility, something he had seldom experienced before. Not to mention, the environment of Shrek was indeed unparalleled. After all, where else in the continent could one find such a high coverage of greenery? Qin Xiao chuckled as he approached the entrance of Shrek. At that moment, a girl with her head down was walking in, and under the glow of the lights, he could distinctly tell that she was quite well endowed. When a person possesses a particularly striking feature, others naturally gravitate their gaze towards it. This was the principle of the turning rate, and Qin Xiao was no exception. After all, it was hard to resist taking a few lingering glances at such a captivating figure. However, that chest shape seemed oddly familiar. Qin Xiao lifted his gaze, breaking free from the gravitational pull of those alluring curves and focused on the girl's face. To his surprise, she looked familiar. Tao Xiao Xiao. Qin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, and Tao Xiao Xiao instinctively looked up, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Qin Xiao, discovering the person she longed for day and night. Tao hurriedly approached Qin Xiao with quick strides. Qin Xiao, how did you come out of Shrek? She exclaimed, as she reached him and grasped his hand. Qin Xiao, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, found himself momentarily speechless. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had experienced such an overt display of affection from a girl, aside from his female relatives and Naer. He pursed his lips and replied, I had some matters to attend to at Shrek. After saying this, he glanced at his hand and offered Tao an awkward smile. Regaining her composure, Tao blushed fiercely and quickly released his hand. Observing her bashful demeanor, Qin Xiao playfully inquired, I noticed you just returned from outside. Is there something on your mind? Tao's face reddened even further, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her flustered state, Qin Xiao chuckled softly. Well then, I shan't disturb you further. You should head back to rest. I recall Shrek's schedule is rather demanding. He intended to sidestep her, but Tao, head bowed, extended her hand to block his path. I have something I need to discuss with you. After stammering for a moment, she finally gathered her courage to express herself. Qin Xiao, observing her demeanor, swallowed hard, and a thought crossed his mind. Why is her face so flushed? Could it be that she is about to confess her feelings? He dismissed the notion, reminding himself that this was one of life's great misconceptions, and he must not fall into such a trap. Yet, despite his internal admonishments, he couldn't help but entertain the thought, given Tao's generous figure and her kind nature. Their relationship was decent, and he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. Thus, it was not strange to harbor carnal desires. He scratched his cheek and said, Well, go ahead, I'm listening. Tao glanced around. They were at the entrance of Shrek's inner city. Though the area was sparsely populated, it still attracted the attention of several passersby. This isn't the right place for a discussion, May I accompany you back to your residence? She murmured. Qin Xiao was taken aback. Chapter 28. A bold resolution. In the end, Qin Xiao, uncertain about his own motivations, agreed to accompany Tao Tayo. The studio was too far, and it would be inconvenient to take her there. So he led her to the hotel where he and Naer had previously resided. Considering the prolonged separation that lay ahead for both him and Naer, Qin Xiao decided to utilize his financial prowess to purchase the apartment, thereby making it his home. Upon returning home, Qin Xiao invited Tao Tayo to sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. Does Shrek permit students to leave campus at night? He inquired. Tao Tayo bit her lip and replied, as long as students ensure they attend classes on time, there are no issues. The academy does not interfere with how students spend their leisure time. Hearing this, Qin Xiao's thoughts drifted to Naer, whom he had just returned to Sea God Island. And his expression darkened. Then why was Naer sent back at night? Damn it. Tao Tayo, noticing his murmured discontent, asked, What's wrong? It's nothing at all. By the way, what did you want to discuss with me? Tao Tayo hesitated, cradling the glass of water in her hands. Her gaze fixed on her chest as she fumbled for words. If you have difficulties, just tell me, and I'll see how I can assist. Is it that the folks at Shrek are bullying you because they see you and I as close? Qin Xiao pondered this possibility. Despite Shrek's strict management, who could guarantee such incidents wouldn't occur? After all, this was a microcosm of society, and if he had caused others considerable harm, it was entirely plausible that Tao Tayo could become a target due to their closeness. Did not Tang Weilin and his companions face similar adversities from the likes of Wu Sidua in the original narrative? Tao Tayo, blushing, quickly shook her head in protest. No. The teachers and students at Shrek have not turned against me. It's just that. What is it? Are you struggling with your studies at Shrek? No, she exclaimed, her cheeks aflame. Then, as if making a momentous decision, she took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, lifted her gaze to Qin Xiao, and said, Qin Xiao, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Tao Tayo seemed to find her resolve, tucking her hair behind her ear, her gaze unwavering as she continued. I know that if it weren't for your assistance, it would have been quite challenging for me to gain admission to Shrek with my abilities. So, thank you for helping me realize my dream. Qin Xiao felt a bit awkward. The girl who usually averted her gaze when facing him now regarded him with an intensity akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey. He chuckled nervously. You need not thank me. Had I not inadvertently caused you to lose those 10 points with your talent and skills, gaining admission to Shrek would have still been within reach. Qin Xiao, Tao Tayo suddenly called out his name. What is it? As she gazed at his face, her own flushed crimson, her earlier boldness waning as she reverted to her bashful self, her forehead seemingly emitting steam as she stammered, I want to ask if you would. At this point, Qin Xiao could decipher her intent. Although his dream was to establish a harem, Tao Tayo had not initially been part of that plan. While she possessed many admirable qualities, the presence of her sister, Tao Shuetao, complicated his feelings for her. Curiously, he wondered how Tao Shuetao was faring lately. He had not contacted her since arriving at Shrek over a month ago. He shook his head, saying, All right, Tao Tayo, please don't say any more. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Tao Tayo's emotions surged, and with a speed that caught him off guard, she sat beside him, grasped his hand, and, with a mixture of shyness and determination, declared, No, I must speak. Qin Xiao, I like you. Please go out with me. One audacious confession. Though Qin Xiao was confident that he would never lack for female attention in his lifetime, experiencing such a declaration from a girl was entirely new for him. This bold move seemed to overwhelm Tao Tayo as well. Her mind bubbled over with emotions reminiscent of an old kettle about to boil over. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Qin Xiao, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence without an answer from Qin Xiao, disappointment washed over her. You do not refuse me? Qin Xiao's hand remained held tightly in hers, and although he wished to withdraw, he found her grip surprisingly firm. He sighed. I'm sorry, you're truly wonderful and an exceptional girl, but it's Naer. I assent to it. You like Nao? Tao Tayo's voice was muffled as she lowered her head, her bangs obscuring her expression. Yes, but that is not the primary reason. Actually, Enough. Qin Xiao. Tao Tayo's emotions erupted, and she released his hand only to seize his shoulders, pushing him back onto the sofa. Suddenly, Qin Xiao felt something wet drop onto his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that tears were streaming from Tao Tayo's crimson eyes, falling due to the force of gravity. Tao Tayo pressed against Qin Xiao, declaring, I like you. I truly like you. I know in my heart. I am fully aware. Your affections for others are your own concern. But my feelings for you are mine. I will absolutely, without a doubt, bring you to my side. Qin Xiao swallowed hard, a sense of panic rising within him. After all, the situation was rather peculiar. He replied, no, please calm down. Yet, Tao Tao continued to express her feelings, entirely disregarding Qin Xiao's words. Seeing that she was on the verge of doing something reckless, Qin Xiao quickly summoned his strength to break free from her grasp and escape from beneath her. Once Qin Xiao fled, Tao Tao appeared momentarily dazed. Observing this, Qin Xiao sighed and said, I'm sorry, Tao Tao, but if I were to be with you, neither of us would find happiness. With tears welling in her eyes, Tao Tao pressed on. Why? Could he say it was because of your sister? As he recalled a certain individual, whose negative traits defied description, Qin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his cheek. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her mind was, regrettably, flawed. Clearing his throat, Qin Xiao replied, the matter between us is rather complicated. It's difficult to articulate. Indeed, it was primarily due to his own weakness. At that moment, Tao Tao seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation, lowering her head, a shadow of gloom upon her face. After all, without your assistance, I stand no chance of entering Shrek Academy, while you are a genius capable of defeating third-year seniors. How could someone like me possibly be worthy of being with you? As Tao Tao's murmurs reached his ears, a chill washed over Qin Xiao, for she seemed enveloped in a dark, ominous aura. Hey, Tao Tao, he exclaimed, startled by her demeanor. He quickly seized her shoulders and admonished, what nonsense are you talking about? Perhaps Qin Xiao's voice was too loud. It jolted Tao Tao back to reality, leaving her looking bewildered as she stared at him. You are a wonderful girl, Tao Tao, he said gently. But if that is the case, why do you reject me? She stammered, her eyes slowly reddening. Isn't that akin to the words of a good person comforting someone? Qin Xiao managed a bitter smile, one that conveyed deep misunderstanding. Frankly speaking, the notion of a pure, everlasting love was quite foreign to him, as his aspirations lay elsewhere. Had it not been for the troublesome matters concerning Tao Tao's sister, he would have acted upon her confession without hesitation. There were numerous reasons for his reluctance, but he could not elucidate them clearly. All he could assert was that not being together would yield the best outcome. Before he could finish, Tao Tao reached out, pressing her finger against his lips, gazing into his eyes. Qin Xiao, I simply want to ask you, do you have feelings for me? There was no doubt that he did. After all, how could he not? Qin Xiao's face turned slightly awkward, while Tao Tao, noticing his expression, discerned his true feelings. As long as you have feelings, that's enough, she said, gently caressing his cheek, gazing at him in the soft glow of the lights. The next day, with a rosy complexion, her attire and hair somewhat disheveled, but her spirit high, Tao Tao left the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying, returning to Shrek with an invigorated stride. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, lay on the hotel sofa in a daze for nearly an entire day, struggling to recover from the warmth of the previous night. He licked his lips, reminiscing about the flavors of their encounter, feeling as though the memories were akin to a dream, filled with an aura of unreality. After some time, he sighed and murmured, well, this is of my own making. Tao's determination is too strong for me to resist. Rising, Qin Xiao resolved to return to his studio, intending to immerse himself in the weighty burden of work and training to regain clarity. On his way to the studio, he encountered a young girl, inexplicably drawn to her presence. Qin Xiao found himself unable to look away. At that moment, it seemed she sensed his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Illuminated by the streetlights of Shrek City and bolstered by his potent spiritual force, Qin Xiao could clearly discern her features. She was a girl clad in white trousers and a white top, of young age, perhaps 7 or 8 years old. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a certain delicate charm. With black hair and black eyes, her large, dark orbs sparkled with an intensity that seemed capable of drawing in one's very soul. Her physique was slightly plump, her cherubic face bearing a hint of baby fat, yet it did not appear unhealthy. At her age, it could only be deemed adorable. Upon laying eyes on Qin Xiao, the girl's eyes suddenly brightened, a flash of purple light shimmering through them, and she began to stride toward him. Her steps carried a unique rhythm, accompanied by an unusual aura that exuded comfort. As she approached, Qin Xiao felt an unbidden sense of alarm. The intensity of her presence felt almost predatory, as if she intended to devour him whole. It was a literal sense of being consumed, and he felt like prey under the gaze of a predator. Despite her being merely a little girl, this girl was no ordinary child. Qin Xiao silently activated the energies within him, blood, true essence, and soul power, readying himself for action. Yet, as he prepared his defenses, the girl seemed to sense this energy like a delicacy, her desire to taste him igniting. Gu Yue felt an attraction to the familiar, yet strange power emanating from Qin Xiao. She had an inkling that if she were to consume him, she would gain immense benefits, potentially restoring her to her peak condition. However, the risk was great. They were in Shrek City, home to the strongest human warriors on Douluo Star. If she acted carelessly, she might be detected, and if she failed to subdue Qin Xiao immediately, her own safety would be jeopardized. Moreover, despite being a predator, she felt an aversion to consuming her own kind. Gu Yue did not assume that Qin Xiao lacked defenses. After all, he was an entity capable of capturing her attention. As she neared Qin Xiao, once within a certain proximity, Gu Yue discovered the source of the alluring power. It was the vast reservoir of pure dragon energy within him. This energy was compressed, and she surmised that a single bite could unleash an explosive burst. It is precisely due to this overwhelming draconic aura, coupled with the diminutive size and altered appearance of Qin Xiao, that Gu Yue remains oblivious to his true identity. Secretly swallowing hard, Gu Yue speculates that the formidable dragon energy within him is likely a form of sustenance bequeathed by his ancestors for his growth, a practice not uncommon among dragonkind during the procreation of their offspring. Gazing into Qin Xiao's dark golden eyes, Gu Yue muses, could he be a kindred spirit from my otherworldly lineage? By the looks of it, he appears to be in his juvenile phase. As the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yue has existed for several 100,000 years since her separation from the dragon god, spending most of her time recuperating in the lake of life. Yet she remains an esteemed elder, far surpassing the newly born dragon cub before her. Moreover, her standing in the Douluo world is quite elevated, naturally instilling a sense of superiority when regarding the nascent dragon of another realm. With an icy demeanor, Gu Yue inquires, "Greetings, my young descendant. What is your name?" Qin Xiao, taken aback, contemplates. Is this girl a relic of antiquity? The moment Gu Yue begins to speak, Qin Xiao feels a wave of calm wash over him. It is rather amusing to realize that he is unnerved by a girl afflicted with delusions, struggling to comprehend. He thinks, of course, being from another world, she likely cannot grasp our language. Observing Qin Xiao's puzzled expression and his lack of response, Gu Yue assumes he cannot understand the tongue of Douluo continent, thus taking a deep breath and emitting a series of howls. Awu, awu, awu. This sound carries an enchanting rhythm, and as Gu Yue vocalizes it, Qin Xiao senses a subtle stirring of the elements around him, though it is barely perceptible. Only upon close inspection could one truly notice. Gu Yue's howling leaves Qin Xiao bewildered. What on earth is she doing? Has he misjudged her? And she is not of an ancient lineage, but rather a being of electromagnetic waves? Seeing Qin Xiao still wearing a bemused expression, Gu Yue feels a headache coming on. Murmuring to herself, still not comprehending? It seems you hail from a world with a language distinct from ours, which complicates matters. Communication is futile. At this point, Qin Xiao can no longer contain himself, and speaks up, "Little sister, where are your parents?" Gu Yue exclaims, "You can speak the language of Douluo continent. Why didn't you respond earlier?" Her cheeks flush with anger as she retorts. Indeed, even a dragon cub from another world can be insufferable. Qin Xiao chuckles. "You appeared before me out of nowhere, babbling on about a myriad of things, and I thought something was amiss. Young one, where are your parents? Let me help you find them." Gu Yue, displeased, replies, "You dare call me a child? Do you know who I am?" Qin Xiao, sensing that this girl has indeed succumbed to delusions, replies curtly, "Call it what you will. It is quite late, and it is unwise for a child to wander alone. Share your address, or I will simply contact the authorities to escort you home." Huh, I can't believe you are so knowledgeable about the human world, even knowing about calling the police. And I'm not a child. I have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. I'm at least as old as your grandparents. So you should show me some respect. Gu Yue declares, hands on her hips. If an older sister were to adopt this stance, it might exude authority. But as Gu Yue appears to be merely a plump 7-year-old girl, her posture only conveys a semblance of the intimidation akin to a certain lowly vampire. Even hundreds of thousands? My life, combined with my brother's, barely totals 40 years. I could be your father. Stay put while I wait for the police to arrive. Qin Xiao presses down on Gu Yue's head, effectively dampening her hard-won air of authority, before dialing the communication number for the Shrek City Police Department. "Hello. Is this the Shrek Police Department? I have a little girl here, likely a reckless one who has run away from home. Could you send someone to take her back?" Address. Let me check." Gu Yue, breaking free from Qin Xiao's grip, stares at him in disbelief as he speaks to the police, exclaiming, "You're serious?" She cannot afford to be discovered by the official forces of Shrek City. She currently lacks a legitimate identity in human society. Upon arriving in Shrek City, she had rushed to seek out Qin Xiao, intending to acknowledge this relative in advance, leaving her subordinates in human society uncontacted. Thus, she is effectively a stateless individual in the Sun-Moon Federation. Furthermore, her powers have not fully recovered. If the authorities were to take notice, it would spell trouble, and she is reluctant to squander the energy she has painstakingly accumulated. Gu Yue, in a fit of rage, jabs her finger into Qin Xiao's chest, declaring, "You wretched brat, wait for me." With that, she turns and bolts, determined to escape the area swiftly, only to find that her position remains unchanged. Looking down, she realizes her feet are off the ground, her entire being suspended in midair. With a blank expression, she glances back at the boy who has lifted her by the scruff of her collar, vowing that once her strength is restored, she will surely teach this impudent boy a lesson. Such a lack of respect for his elders. Chapter 30. The Rude Dragon of Another Land. Put me down, Gu Yue demands, still hanging in the air. Qin Xiao, exasperated, replies, "Little girl, cease your antics, behave yourself, and soon you will be reunited with your parents." Imagine how worried they must be. I said, "Let me down. I cannot be captured by humans." Gu Yue protests, resisting as a circle of yellow soul rings rises beneath her feet, glowing brightly. In the next instant, a red fireball, 10 centimeters in diameter, swiftly forms and hurtles towards Qin Xiao's face, trailing flames. Ah, this little one is a soul master as well, both powerful and somewhat delusional. What was her name again? Qin Xiao observes the fireball approaching with unruffled composure, allowing it to strike his face, creating a flurry of sparks. A flash of crimson light envelopes Qin Xiao, nullifying any damage, and regarding the girl in his grasp, he states coldly, "Little girl, my patience is not boundless." Amidst the flying sparks, Gu Yue catches a glimpse of Qin Xiao's indifferent gaze, and for a fleeting moment, she feels a surge of anxiety. Has the T or family ever taught you to regulate your power when interacting with others? Qin Xiao inquires, his tone devoid of warmth. Gu Yue remains silent, still unable to comprehend his meaning. Qin Xiao smirks. "Ah, so you choose silence? It seems your parents either neglected to teach you, or you have simply forgotten. No matter. I shall assist you in recalling and reinforcing your memories." Upon witnessing his smile, Gu Yue feels an unsettling familiarity, as if she has encountered it before. And with its emergence, she senses that trouble is imminent. As expected, after a tumultuous upheaval, Gu Yue found herself ensnared under Qin Xiao's arm, her body awkwardly positioned with her head facing backward and her rear end facing forward. Blushing fiercely, Gu Yue regained her composure and exclaimed, "Wait, what do you intend to do?" Qin Xiao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Gu Yue's rather ample posterior. Smack! One melodious sound, akin to the rhythmic beat of an Ensai waist drum. Oh! Gu Yue's sensitive area felt the impact, and she immediately flushed crimson, crying out. Although it did not truly hurt. After all, even after her transformation into a human and her subsequent cultivation as a soul master, her physical condition remained robust. Qin Xiao had moderated his strength, and her loud outcry was largely a psychological reaction. I've been struck. Me, the Silver Dragon King, has been assaulted by an outsider dragon, and on my behind, no less. Thoughts raced through her mind as she began to squirm and shouted, "Do you even know who you're hitting? Let me go." Smack. Ah. Another slap landed, the sound crisp and vibrant, indicating familiarity with the technique. Qin Xiao retorted, "Whoever you are, at this moment, I am merely an educator disciplining a disobedient child." Smack. This time, Gu Yue refrained from vocalizing her pain, gritting her teeth and swallowing her cries, her small fists pounding against Qin Xiao's body in indignation. "You rogue! How dare you strike a girl in such a manner? Of course, that area has the most flesh and is the least painful. Would you prefer I strike your face instead? That would hurt far more and be far more humiliating." Qin Xiao shot the young girl a disdainful glance before delivering yet another slap. Smack! That does seem to hold a semblance of logic, she thought. But wait. That isn't the crux of the matter. Gu Yue protested, "Release me. This is utterly humiliating." Qin Xiao shot her a glare. "Now you're concerned about shame? What about when you hurled fireballs at me without a thought for the consequences? I just want you to let me go. You have no right to grab the collar of my clothes. That is no justification for your earlier attack." With that, another slap fell upon Gu Yue's petite behind, the sound echoing far and wide. "Stop. Enough already. How rude of you, outsider dragon." Shortly thereafter, the Shrek City Police Department dispatched an officer to the scene. Qin Xiao disdainfully handed over the sobbing Gu Yue, who was clutching her swollen posterior, to the officer. After briefly explaining the situation, he departed, for he had other matters to attend to that day. As he dusted himself off, he muttered, "Honestly, I detest unruly children. That little brat kicked me several times." Observing Qin Xiao's retreating figure, the officer and Gu Yue bore contrasting expressions. The officer nodded slightly, appearing somewhat gratified, while Gu Yue's demeanor transformed into that of someone who wished to devour Qin Xiao whole. After all, she, a being of noble lineage as the Silver Dragon King, could scarcely tolerate having her behind slapped repeatedly. The local dragon clan's reputation had been utterly tarnished by this incident. At that moment, the officer, still holding her hand, spoke up, "Little miss. Who are you calling little miss?" Gu Yue's mood was sour, and she spoke with a simmering anger, even to a stranger. The officer, assuming it was merely childish petulance, chuckled awkwardly and inquired, Young lady, where do you reside?" Gu Yue hesitated, casting a subtle glance toward the street where Qin Xiao had vanished, and then exhaled, saying to the officer, "Leaning closer." The officer, unsuspecting, crouched down to hear better, only to be met with a sudden sharp pain in his neck before darkness enveloped him. Gu Yue retracted her hand, gazing down at the unconscious officer with a sigh, murmuring, "I cannot afford to reveal my identity just yet, so my apologies." With one last glance in the direction Qin Xiao had taken, she spat softly before limping away in the opposite direction. Despite the embarrassment of being struck on her derriere, she had gleaned a valuable lesson. She needed to secure her standing in human society. Feeling the lingering soreness in her backside, Gu Yue indignantly vowed, "Just you wait. I shall have my revenge. How dare you strike the posterior of the Silver Dragon King, you audacious little outsider." Thus, under the night sky of Shrek City, the young girl resolved to exact retribution upon the one who had dared to strike her. Days turned into weeks, and before long, half a month had passed, ushering in the midterm examinations of Shrek Academy's first semester. The atmosphere of learning at Shrek was palpably intense, primarily due to the heavy workload imposed by the teachers. Without diligent study and cultivation, students would find it impossible to meet their goals and could face elimination. There was even a system of elimination for those at the bottom, compelling Shrek students to employ every means at their disposal to elevate their academic performance. Particularly in the lower grades, the students were determined to avoid expulsion from Shrek Academy, leading to a veritable flurry of activity as they sought to secure commendable results in the upcoming exams. Consequently, the frequency with which Tao Qiao and her peers sought out Qin Xiao noticeably diminished. However, Qin Xiao paid it little mind, for while he appreciated their company, he also needed to consider his own well-being. Constantly being teased was wearing him thin. As the fortnight slipped by, Qin Xiao's mastery of the 9 Xian Heavenly Dragon Transformation, a technique for refining bones, blood, and muscles, advanced significantly under the overwhelming influx of dragon energy. Achieving another breakthrough in the first stage, 2 dragon-shaped currents flowed through his meridians, their forms becoming increasingly distinct. Dragon-like patterns slowly began to manifest within his bones, and the golden hue of his blood deepened, the rhythm of his breath resonating with a faint thunderous sound. All these signs indicated that Qin Xiao's physical prowess was steadily enhancing. His physical capabilities had surged several levels, and he estimated that he could now contend with a Soul Emperor without armor, and even engage a black-level mech with confidence. Such a level of physicality was formidable. While he had not yet reached the rank of Title Daw, he had certainly attained the strength of a Soul Douluo. Qin Xiao was bold enough to assert that if he were to face Yun Ming under the same pressure of soul power as before, he can endure at least 10 levels. Chapter 31. Dominance over Shrek. Upon completing his training for the day, Qin Xiao rose, stretching lazily, and planned to visit Shrek to spend time with Nar and the others. However, as he reached the door and attempted to contact Nar, he was met with the familiar voice of an elder commanding him to scram and refrain from disturbing Nar and her companion's cultivation during this period. Damn it! How have I disrupted their training? Qin Xiao scowled into the communications soul guide. From the other end, Yun Ming's cold snort echoed. "You've taken Nar out too frequently lately, causing her to become restless and distracted from her training, constantly pondering where to go next with you. This cannot continue." Distracted from her training? I recall that Nar and I typically venture out only once every 2 or 3 days, and yet she is already frolicking about. In truth, it seems you all are the ones pressing her too tightly. Nar is still just a child, after all. Qin Xiao retorted, "Hey, don't place the blame on me. I am merely guiding her to engage in activities suitable for her age. If she were to spend all her time training with you, that would only lead to problems." On the other side, Yun Ming, upon hearing this, felt veins bulging on his forehead and scolded in a tone steeped in disappointment. "Humph. A decayed wood cannot be carved. All you do is play. Do you think you can continue like this at your age? Qin Xiao, upon hearing these words, became incensed and retorted, Hey. Clarify what you mean by always playing? Were you blind when I was putting in the effort? Yes, you couldn't see my hard work. Yunming's anger flared at this, thinking, this insolent little brat. Who does he think he's calling old man? What do you say? Old fart. Old fart? Yunming was taken aback, astonished that this fellow dared to insult him in such a manner. Was the reputation of the sky-soaring Douluo not illustrious enough? Or was his sky-soaring spear not sharp enough? How dare he insult me like this? You're a finished kid. Listening to Yunming's suppressed fury, Qin Xiao continued to provoke. Finished? I'm terrified of you. Bring out some of my age from Shrek, and I'll show them a thing or two. They wouldn't stand a chance against me. Yunming's face twitched. This audacious brat was truly challenging him. If you have the ability, how about you bring forth someone who is 7 or 8 years older than you? I can summon a group of first-level armored masters from the Inner Academy for you to contend with. However, Yunming soon felt an unusual sense of defeat. The quality of this year's Shrek students was lacking. It was genuinely challenging to find someone of the same age who could rival Qin Xiao. Even if he found someone capable of defeating Qin Xiao, that would likely have to come from the 5th or 6th grade or the Inner Academy itself. But even then, winning wouldn't bring him glory. Damn it, Yunming snorted coldly. If it weren't for his desire to earn Qin Xiao's respect, he wouldn't bother speaking so amicably with him. He would have long since unleashed the Sky-Soaring Academy's teachings upon this insolent child. Yunming scoffed him. At Shrek, we may lack in certain areas, but we have an abundance of geniuses. Any one of them from the Inner Academy could teach you a lesson. Maintaining pride and dignity for Shrek was paramount. He needed to intimidate the opponent first. Qin Xiao burst into laughter upon hearing this. How shameless of Yunming to claim that any random student from the Inner Academy could teach him a lesson, while second-level armor masters might stand a chance. Those first-level armor masters would have no idea who is truly educating whom. Such boasts without any preparation. Qin Xiao sneered. Oh, if that's the case, then find me a student under 20 years old to fight me. Coughing awkwardly, Yunming felt somewhat embarrassed. This impudent brat was not giving him any leeway as a centenarian. In truth, Yunming wished someone would come and give Qin Xiao, this overconfident child, a severe lesson. However, he could not consider whether this was unfair. At this moment, it was precisely the time for the Inner Academy's training, and even if he found a suitable student, he couldn't simply pull them out of practice. After a moment's thought, Yunming snorted, if you wish to spar with our Inner Academy's geniuses, you should first assess whether you are worthy. Do you think our students are as idle as you? You must first establish a reputation in the Outer Academy. Establishing a reputation in the Outer Academy? Qin Xiao mused, thinking to himself, is my reputation not already considerable? I've even been placed on the wanted list due to that Caillou. Yunming continued, indeed. Our Inner Academy's geniuses were the pinnacle of the Outer Academy when they first entered. If you do not reach the top in the Outer Academy, how can you expect to contend with our Inner Academy's prodigies? Though he spoke with righteous indignation, his true intention was to showcase to Qin Xiao that those ordinary talents in the Outer Academy, who didn't qualify for the Inner Academy but could graduate smoothly, could still put him in his place. These students, while not as gifted as those who entered the Inner Academy in the 3rd or 4th grade, were still formidable in terms of combat prowess. He could not believe that Shrek's Outer Academy could not handle a 13-year-old 4th-ring soul master without an armor. Qin Xiao suddenly understood, oh, so that's what it is. To put it plainly, I must become the top of your Outer Academy before I can challenge those in the Inner Academy, right? Yunming smirked. Exactly. How about it? Do you dare? Sounds good. Qin Xiao scoffed, for he had his own ambitions of conquering the entirety of Shrek, and this was merely a step towards fulfilling that goal. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's enthusiastic agreement, Yunming felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, sensing he may have made an irrevocable decision that would lead to deep regret. Shaking his head and sneering, he thought, how could this be? P.S. merely Qin Xiao. Even if he possesses talent and strength, can he truly rival the 5th or 6th grade Soul Kings? At this moment, Qin Xiao added, by the way, if I'm going to fight your students, shouldn't I be compensated for my labor? Earlier, when he was approached by first-year students, he had already considered this matter. He was not one of Shrek's own, and it was absurd for them to come seeking trouble without reason. Although he wasn't afraid of these novices, their incessant buzzing was quite bothersome. Yunming raised an eyebrow, sneering, you want compensation? Fine, tell me what you desire. Qin Xiao replied with a cold smile. I don't want anything. I'm not short on money and have no interest in receiving anything from Shrek. Instead, I wish to turn Shrek into a battlefield. Turn into a battlefield? Upon hearing this, Yunming's brow furrowed even further, and he straightened his back, sensing something amiss. What exactly did Qin Xiao intend to do? Qin Xiao chuckled. That's right. Each time I engage in battle with your students, I have to go through the motions of spar. I'm not that idle. I prefer to resolve matters on the spot. Qin Xiao's second goal concerning Shrek was to dismantle it. Due to his current strength, he could not yet bring down the entirety of Shrek Academy. But he could certainly tear down a few classrooms to practice. Yunming found himself hesitating, although he was the head of the Sea God Pavilion. This was the first time he encountered the prospect of allowing an outsider to fight freely against Shrek's students. Qin Xiao fanned the flames. You, the esteemed head of the Sea God Pavilion, wouldn't he dare, would you? Or do you think your Shrek students are merely a bunch of trash? Yunming snorted. A rather crude form of provocation, but I must admit, it is effective. Very well, but I hope you won't regret this. Chapter 32. This is trouble brewing. The one who should be regretting is you. Qin Xiao sneered, then hung up the communication first. As he listened to the busy tone from the communication soul guide, Yunming felt a surge of blood pressure rise within him, pondering why such a person as Qin Xiao existed in this world. Fuming with rage, he clutched the communication soul guide, which emitted mournful sounds, as if it were trying to convey to Yunming, I truly cannot withstand your torment any longer. At that moment, a delicate hand gently pressed against his temple, soothingly kneading it, alleviating the anger that simmered within Yunming's heart. Yali chuckled softly. What troubles you? Have you been vexed by that impish Qin Xiao again? Her warm smile and gentle demeanor dissipated the flames of ire within Yunming, yet he retorted with a cold laugh. That insufferable brat? How could he possibly provoke me? Never. You stubborn one. Must you really maintain such a stiff stance against Qin Xiao? Yali sighed, a wry smile gracing her lips. She had lost count of how many times she had posed this question to Yunming, the illustrious #1 expert in the world, the Titan Douluo and the master of the Sea God Pavilion. Did he truly need to harbor such resentment toward the mere 13-year-old? If word got out, people would surely label him as petty. Yunming scoffed. Rest assured, Yali, I know my limits. That little rascal is not as simple as he appears. Because of Nar, we are compelled to protect him as well, but he must also feel some pressure, lest he become arrogant and lose sight of reality. Yali replied with a pained smile. Just be cautious. If anything were to happen to Qin Xiao, Nar would undoubtedly lay the blame squarely at your feet. Enough about that wretched boy. How is Nar faring? Yunming inquired. The month-long special training they had arranged for Nar was no trivial matter. One of its purposes was to help her harness the immense energy accumulating within her. They had discovered this when they recently examined her while teaching her cultivation. Despite her remarkable physique and astonishing data, she was merely a 3-ring soul master, yet her physical capabilities surpassed many soul ancestors. Within her, vast energy lay dormant, unutilized, as evidenced by the slight bulge of her abdomen, a clear indication of the excess fat. Through conversations with Nar, they learned of her past life with Qin Xiao, which confirmed their suspicion that this was not a dire issue, but rather a result of her overindulgence in heavenly treasures, compounded by a lack of proper exercise, leading to her weight gain. Contemplating this, Yunming's resentment towards Qin Xiao deepened. Good heavens, did you treat Nar like a pig, feeding her excessively? If Qin Xiao were aware of Yunming's words, he would surely protest. How could I not want Nar to exercise? It's not that she is unwilling. She cries for help even when washing a dish. Forcing her to run would be akin to asking for her life. Moreover, Qin Xiao pondered whether he should seek a specific cultivation technique for Nar to utilize the surplus fat, which led him to neglect the notion of having her exercise. Yet, before he could find such a method, Nar was whisked away by Yunming and Yali. Unlike Qin Xiao, who coddled her, they were prepared to be strict. Thus, this month-long special training essentially translated to a regimen for Nar to lose weight, striving to diminish that little tummy. At present, Nar was likely still sweating it out on the treadmill. Meanwhile, in Shrek's outer courtyard at the Academic Affairs office, Silver Moon Gu Yue set aside a portion of the documents she had been grading and indulged in a leisurely sip of tea, exhaling a sigh of relief as she basked in the warm sunlight. The world believed that they, the titled Douluo, led idle lives. But those who had reached such heights could hardly afford to be idle. While those solely focused on cultivation had it easier, she, bearing both a title and responsibilities, was perpetually busy. Do you think managing an academy is a simple task? As the foremost institution in the world, akin to a nation within a nation, her role as a titled Douluo and the head of Shrek's outer courtyard was anything but leisurely. After a brief respite, she intended to resume her duties. Stretching languidly, The elderly visage of Silver Moondal belied a youthful innocence that was somewhat jarring. Just then, a strong hand pushed open the door to her office. Director Long, who had previously reprimanded the outer courtyard students at Ling Bing Plaza, rushed in, exclaiming, "Kai Academy head, something's gone awry." Kai Yue opened one eye, casting a glance at Director Long, and replied with a hint of exasperation. Little Long, what could possibly have you in such a tizzy? It won't do for the students to see you in such a state. This little Long, so clumsy. He hardly embodies the demeanor of a director. He still needs to cultivate his composure, she thought. Could it be that his martial soul has manifested some issue, inheriting the explosive temperament of the blue lightning tyrant dragon? As Kai Yue reminisced about her youthful days, Director Long interrupted her thoughts, shouting, "Oh no, it's not that I'm anxious, but that rascal Qin Xiao." Kai Yue's eyes brightened, intrigued. What has that boy done? Finally got into a scuffle with our Shrek students? Director Long, realizing her thoughts were misplaced, quickly clarified, "No. He has been beating up our students, even the ones in the broadcasting room. Right now, he is in there, brandishing a sword and intimidating the students on duty. Who knows what he is planning?" "What?" Kai Yue exclaimed, springing to her feet. Just like many academies, Shrek had a broadcasting room for disseminating important information to students, though it had fallen into disuse over time, with messages now sent directly to students' communication soul guides. The broadcasting room was only utilized during significant events or emergencies. Furthermore, Shrek's broadcasting system had the advantage of a wide reach. As long as one was within Shrek's inner city, they could hear it. That insufferable brat. What is he doing in the broadcasting room? Does he dare to lay a hand on students outside the arena? How audacious! Kai Yue darkened her expression, preparing to confront Qin Xiao and set him straight. At that moment, the amplification soul devices throughout Shrek's inner city activated in unison. Damn it, the formation has been triggered. Kai Yue was a step too late. The next instant, a voice, tinged with both nonchalance and a hint of mischief, echoed through the air. "Ahem, hello there, esteemed members of Shrek. I wonder if you still remember me. If not, fret not, for I'm here to jog your memories." The voice of Qin Xiao gradually echoed through the air, slowly permeating the entirety of the inner city of Shrek. At this moment, whether students were engrossed in their cultivation or merchants were busy tending to their shops in the bustling streets, all those present in the inner city of Shrek, unless they were engaged in training within various secret realms, lifted their heads in bewilderment, pondering the peculiar spectacle unfolding before them. What on earth was happening? Tao Qiao Qiao naturally recognized Qin Xiao's voice, yet her mind was a blank slate, equally unsure of his intentions. Beside her, Cui Peiyu asked curiously, "Hey, Qiao Qiao, what is your boyfriend up to?" Tao Qiao Qiao dumbly shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Mu Yuejia then restrained the inquisitive Cui Peiyu, saying, "Let us just listen quietly. Soon the person in question will explain himself." No sooner had she spoken than Qin Xiao's voice resonated once more. "I suspect many of you are wondering why I have come here to broadcast to you. Do you remember that tumultuous day over a month ago when Shrek held its opening ceremony?" Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, numerous individuals recalled that dreadful day. A day that had seen them unjustly penalized for 1,000 contribution points, all thanks to this insufferable brat. Many were still struggling to repay that debt. What could he possibly want to announce? As the thought of Qin Xiao using the broadcast to address the entire school crossed their minds, a nagging suspicion took root among the students of Shrek. Could it be that this arrogant brat had been taught a lesson by our Shrek prodigies? Was he now compelled to apologize to all the faculty and students? As this notion took hold, expressions of delight spread across their faces. "Huh, serves you right. You insolent brat. It seems you've finally fallen into our hands." However, the scene within the broadcast room was starkly different. Several students on duty bore the marks of a recent altercation. Their faces were bruised, and some had even lost a tooth, each of them wearing a woeful expression. Originally, these Shrek students had simply been assigned a routine task at the broadcast center, a role that was meant to be leisurely. But today had taken a turn for the worse. A familiar figure strolled in leisurely and, without a word, delivered a punch to their faces, sending one hapless student crashing to the ground. Initially, they had contemplated resisting, but bizarrely, their strength felt as fragile as thin paper before this individual, who easily shattered their defenses, leaving them battered and sprawled on the floor. These elite students, hailing from various academies, had never encountered such humiliation, not even during examinations. Yet, this was not their most humiliating moment. That honor belonged to the fact that this ruffian had unceremoniously piled them together, using them as a makeshift seat. Damn, are we to be treated as mere furniture? Were it not for the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies from his blows, they would have surely retaliated. They too heard Qin Xiao's words, and, had they not been pinned beneath him, likely would have shared the same sentiments as those outside, who remained oblivious to the situation. At that moment, Qin Xiao continued, I can imagine many of you are thinking that I am here to apologize to Shrek. I regret to inform you that you are mistaken. I am not here to admit my faults. My perception of you remains unchanged since that day. Unchanged? The students of Shrek reflected on Qin Xiao's prior assessment of them a month ago, their expressions darkening. Damn it, he is the real trash here. A fourth-year student stood up, flames of indignation flickering in his eyes, exclaiming, this arrogant brat named Qin Xiao is insufferable. With that, he stormed toward the exit, only to be halted midway by a youth with blue hair. Furrowing his brow, the blue-haired youth asked, where do you think you're going? The student retorted, I'm going to teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Brother Wang, are we just going to let him spout nonsense? His words resonated with many students, who began to express their outrage, eager to give Qin Xiao a thorough thrashing. Silence. The youth known as Brother Wang, evidently a figure of authority among the fourth-year students, commanded, and the class fell silent. With a fierce glare, he admonished, we are all over 20 years old, Shrek students, seeking to brawl with a 13-year-old child like Qin Xiao. Whether we win or lose, we would be the ones losing face. It's no different than when we challenged other Soul Master Academies in the past. Regardless of the outcome, if our opponent is older, we lose our dignity. The student who had sought to confront Qin Xiao protested, Brother Wang, are we to allow this Qin Xiao to continue insulting Shrek? Brother Wang sneered. It's been years since we've been the ones to instigate trouble. This is the first time outsiders have come to confront us. Leave this matter to the younger students. I refuse to believe that no one in Shrek can put him in his place. At this juncture, a female student interjected. But I heard that during the entrance examination, Qin Xiao dispatched 10 second-year students in just 3 minutes. Can our younger classmates withstand him? Even if they could not. We cannot strike first. Otherwise, we would be branded as bullies. Brother Wang sighed in resignation. He finally understood how those Soul Master Academies must have felt when confronted by these Shrek students. This was indeed more than just a little frustrating. Meanwhile, within the inner academy of Shrek on Sea God Island, in a relatively large wooden cabin, Yunming was grimacing as he listened to Qin Xiao's voice outside. Opposite him sat an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles, arms crossed, glaring at Yunming with palpable indignation. Yunming, is this the outcome of your actions? Being bullied by a brat who is not even from Shrek. Yujia, this situation. Yunming sought to explain, but words failed him. He had not anticipated Qin Xiao's audacity to confront them so boldly. After 2,000 years, this was the first time the broadcast room had been overtaken. Neither he nor any of his predecessors had ever faced such a predicament. At this moment, the ever-supportive Yali stepped in to diffuse the tension, attempting to summarize the recent events involving Qin Xiao and Yunming for Long Yue in the simplest terms. After listening, Long Yue's expression grew complex. She wished to voice her thoughts, but considering Qin Xiao's talents, she likely would have acted similarly. Yet, remaining silent left her feeling uneasy. Ultimately, it was a matter of Shrek losing face. With a sigh, Long Yue resignedly stated, very well, do as you please, just keep the chaos to a minimum. After a millennium of stability, a few ripples in the water may not be such a bad thing. With that, she vanished in a flash. Yunming and Yali exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Yunming, displaying a countenance etched with frustration, muttered, in the end, I underestimated this lad. He truly knows how to bring trouble upon me. Is this not a reflection of our school motto? A coward who shies away from conflict is indeed a mediocre talent. Yali chuckled softly, yet upon hearing her words, Yunming's smile turned increasingly bitter. At that moment, within the broadcasting room, a question emerged from the students and teachers of Shrek Academy, resonating with their collective curiosity. Qin Xiao, what do you intend to do? A student, trapped at the bottom of the pile, managed to voice his concern. What do you think? Qin Xiao replied with a cold smirk, stepping onto a nearby chair with a resounding thud, his voice chillingly clear. I declare war. Chapter 34. Is it really you, Qin Xiao? Déclarava. The students and faculty of Shrek were momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? Déclaring va? Are you jesting? You do realize you are challenging Shrek Academy, the foremost institution on the continent, possessing the highest combat prowess and the greatest number of battle armor masters. I acknowledge your talent. After all, achieving a foreign spirit power at such a young age suggests you may one day become a super Douluo. You have every right to be proud and arrogant. But to declare war on Shrek is to be utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Qin Xiao, are you truly serious? A female student, seated beneath Qin Xiao, exclaimed in shock. Do you understand what you just said? You wish to wage war against us alone. Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, disregarding her words, and continued, from this day forth, I shall challenge a student from Shrek's outer academy every day, starting from the 1st grade and culminating with the 6th. After that, I shall seek out your so-called inner academy students to cause them trouble. Once I have dealt with the students, I will confront your faculty one by one, right up to your esteemed God Pavilion. This time, Qin Xiao's tone had shifted from flippant to solemn, leaving no doubt that he was not merely jesting. He genuinely intended to confront every student from Shrek. Of course, you are welcome to seek me out beforehand. I shall not refuse anyone who believes they possess the strength to challenge me. Oh, and a final reminder. Your God Pavilion Master is already aware of this matter. From today onward, Shrek Academy shall become my hunting ground. Should I desire, I may engage you even without formal duels. Having proclaimed his intentions, Qin Xiao abruptly ended the broadcast and rose from his makeshift seat, departing the room amidst the bewildered expressions of the Shrek students. The girl at the top gulped nervously and murmured, Is he serious? Did the Pavilion Master truly acquiesce to his demands, allowing him to drag all of Shrek's students into this madness? The boy nearby interjected, It seems genuine. Did you not notice that not a single teacher has come to address the commotion caused by Qin Xiao? The girl pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, Do you think Qin Xiao will succeed? Impossible. We are Shrek after all. Yes, Qin Xiao is strong. But he cannot. The boy's words faltered as he considered their current state, although their strength was modest. It was indeed improbable to find an opponent among the outer academy who could easily subdue all 3 of them. Thus, he amended his statement. He might manage to rattle the outer academy, but he could never stand against any student from the inner academy. Any senior, there could easily be a one-word battle armor master. How could Qin Xiao possibly contend with them? The girl contemplated this, responding, That is true. Yet deep within her, an inexplicable feeling stirred, suggesting that Qin Xiao might indeed create a significant uproar. Just then, the boy beneath him finally could no longer contain himself. Could you two please get off me? I am being suffocated. The girl blushed and apologized, I'm sorry, but I'm completely exhausted and can hardly move. Speaking is already a challenge. The boy attempted to shift his position, realizing his body was unresponsive to his commands, and sighed in frustration, I feel the same way. The boy trapped at the bottom lamented, My fate is truly miserable. Why couldn't Qin Xiao have ensured a different arrangement for me during his planning? Unbeknownst to them, had Qin Xiao been aware of the boy's plight, he might have found it amusing and alleviated his discomfort out of goodwill. As he exited the building housing the broadcasting room, upon emerging, he was greeted by the stormy visage of Gu Yue, to whom he cheerfully waved. Is that not the esteemed director of Shrek's outer academy, Lady Gu Yue? It has been quite some time. Gu Yue, observing the boy who had just stirred a significant uproar at Shrek, felt her temper flare, wishing to chastise Qin Xiao soundly. However, recalling the message from Yun Ming and the others, she could only suppress her ire, darkly stating, Are you aware of what you just did? Of course. I declared war on your Shrek students. Qin Xiao replied with a persistent smile, remaining unabashed even before the super Douluo. Gu Yue felt her blood pressure rising dramatically. She thought to herself that she would need to take medication to lower it. With an exasperated huff, she retorted, I hope you do not come to regret your decisions today. Shrek is far stronger than you can imagine. Regret? The moment I withstood the pressure of 70-level spirit power from that old fogey Yun Ming, I knew there would be no room for regret between myself and Shrek. I would only lament my own lack of strength. Qin Xiao scoffed, dismissing Gu Yue and sauntered away from Shrek's outer academy. Gu Yue watched Qin Xiao's departing figure, her gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts, before she sighed in resignation. How wonderful it would be if you joined Shrek. As he made his way, due to Qin Xiao's audacious behavior that had left an indelible mark on the faces of Shrek's teachers and students, coupled with the influence of an old fogey, his visage was now firmly etched in their memories. In the brief span of his journey, Qin Xiao noticed numerous individuals pointing and whispering about him, yet none dared approach, which left him somewhat dissatisfied as he muttered under his breath, Disappointing. I expected to find a throng of Shrek's students eager to be bested by me. Yet they all merely stand at a distance, observing. Qin Xiao. From afar, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he recognized Tao Tiao, the girl with whom he shared a close bond, bounding towards him with buoyant energy, accompanied by 2 other girls who appeared to be friends she had made at Shrek. Tiao Tiao, it has been a while. Qin Xiao greeted the trio with a warm smile. What just happened? That person was not you. You were wronged, weren't you? As soon as she arrived before Qin Xiao, Tao Qiao bombarded him with questions, to which he responded with an expression of resignation, nodding occasionally to affirm her inquiries. Indeed, that person is me. Upon receiving Qin Xiao's affirmation, Tao Qiao's petite visage gradually turned pale. In her eyes, Qin Xiao's actions undoubtedly placed him in opposition to all students of Shrek. How could Qin Xiao behave in such a manner? Noticing Tao Qiao's concern, Qin Xiao chuckled. Haha, Tiao, rest assured, my strength is formidable, as you witnessed during the opening ceremony. But this is different. Tao Qiao replied anxiously. Beside them, Shui Peiyu, observing the interaction between Tao Qiao and Qin Xiao, couldn't help but pat Mu Yue on the shoulder, teasing. Tao Qiao claims Qin Xiao isn't her boyfriend? With this attitude, it seems she wishes to hang onto him entirely. Mu Yue couldn't suppress a wry smile. She was at a loss for words. Tao Qiao's close association with Qin Xiao was a double-edged sword. At that moment, a deep voice interrupted their musings. Are you Qin Xiao? The four turned in the direction of the voice to see a tall and imposing youth striding toward them with an air of authority. He was strikingly handsome, with a strong physique and features reminiscent of a spirited protagonist from shonen manga. As he approached, an unmistakable aura emanated from him, compelling those nearby to instinctively submit. The expressions of Mu Yue and the others shifted. They recognized that this individual was unfamiliar to them, indicating he was certainly not a first-year student at Shrek, but rather an upperclassman. Were Shrek students finally coming to confront Qin Xiao? The thought darkened Tao Qiao's expression. While she had confidence in Qin Xiao's abilities, she feared that such an encounter would complicate his life at Shrek in the future. Conversely, Qin Xiao remained unperturbed, intrigued by the newcomer, thinking to himself that a leader had finally arrived. How refreshing. It was about time for some action. With that thought, Qin Xiao felt an uncontrollable urge to slap the handsome face of the young man before him. As the youth reached them, he regarded Qin Xiao and spoke again. So, you are Qin Xiao? Senior, the matter is actually. Tao Qiao intended to assist Qin Xiao, but he clearly wished to handle it himself. Before she could finish, he pulled her back. Enough, Qiao. Do not speak. I know how to manage this. As he said this, he felt that Tao Qiao was the kind of woman who only caused trouble for men and needed to be taught a lesson. But Qin Xiao, Tao Qiao attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by his sharp reprimand. Enough. Women should stay at home, cooking and tending to children. Why meddle in men's affairs? Hey, Tao Qiao was taken aback, exclaiming, what kind of nonsense are you spouting, Qin Xiao? We haven't even reached that stage yet. Are you implying I should bear your children? At the very least, we should meet our parents first. Seeing Tao Qiao suddenly preoccupied with thoughts of what to name their future children, Shui Peiyu's eyes twitched, and she remarked to Mu Yue, is Qiao a bit daft? She seems overly indulgent of Qin Xiao. Mu Yue shot an irritated glance at Shui Peiyu and replied, be quiet. Just watch and keep your comments to yourself. Have you forgotten that Qin Xiao mentioned he would take on all of Shrek's students? We are on his list too. It's wise to observe his strength in advance. Shui Peiyu considered this and settled down to wait alongside Mu Yue for the unfolding confrontation. Due to his height, even with Qin Xiao using his skills to enhance his stature, he could not match the towering youth who stood nearly 2 meters tall. Qin Xiao looked up at him and replied coolly, yes, I am Qin Xiao. The youth scrutinized Qin Xiao before disdainfully scoffing. To be honest, I am quite disappointed. I expected someone formidable to cause a ruckus during our Shrek opening ceremony and declare war against us, but it seems you were merely a pretender. I heard you even declined to join us at Shrek? Haha, truth be told, that is your gravest error. Fortunately, our teachers are magnanimous enough to allow you. Qin Xiao felt an itch in his fists. This young man was rather arrogant and verbose. He directly interrupted, who are you? The youth paused, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. After a chuckle, he arrogantly declared, apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Su Yuan, the class leader of Shrek's second-year class. Class leader? The 3 girls behind Qin Xiao gasped, and even he couldn't help but regard the young man with newfound respect. After all, the selection of class leaders at Shrek was quite straightforward. It was the strongest individual in the class, typically a reserve student from the Inner Academy. Most members of the Sea God Pavilion had also held class committee positions, indicating this individual's formidable strength. Su Yuan continued, I heard you defeated several of our less capable students in a minute during the exam. Impressive, but if you think you can dominate Shrek based solely on that, you are gravely mistaken. We are not short of geniuses at Shrek. Enough of your incessant prattle. Qin Xiao finally lost his patience. speculating whether Su Yuan's endless talking had earned him the class leader title by irritating everyone else. He had grown weary of the banter, and, in an instant, swung his hand towards Su Yuan. The gust of wind preceding his strike ruffled Su Yuan's hair. Wait! Su Yuan gaped, astonished as the palm approached his face. Despite his earlier demeanor of disdain, it was all a ruse to provoke Qin Xiao into striking first, allowing him to seize the upper hand in retaliation. After all, a genius who could become class leader at Shrek wouldn't recklessly insult someone without a plan. Though he had some foreknowledge of Qin Xiao's strength, he never anticipated it would be this formidable. The sheer force of that palm could whip up a gale. If it struck him, the consequences would be dire. Was this truly a 13-year-old? Merely a soul master? Nevertheless, Su Yuan would not sit idly by and allow his handsome visage to be struck without resistance. A surge of powerful soul energy erupted from within him, manifesting 4 dazzling soul rings, forming a defensive barrier before him. Qin Xiao's hand remained poised, not infusing his palm with soul power, instead relying solely on his physical prowess for the strike. Su Yuan smirked. While I may not be a defensive soul master, my soul power defense is by no means weak. You think you can breach my defenses with just one hand? As the remaining words of the dream lingered unspoken, Qin Xiao's palm struck upon his first soul ring. The soul ring recoiled effortlessly, aligning with the second, followed by the third and fourth soul rings. His soul power defense proved utterly futile. What? Witnessing his opponent shatter his soul power defense with such ease, Su Yuan could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. Yet, he quickly realized that if he did not act, that palm would soon descend upon his face. Just as he intended to move, Qin Xiao's speed was overwhelming, leaving Su Yuan no time to react as a single palm, accompanied by 4 soul rings, met his cheek. Crack! 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 Su Yuan's handsome visage rippled like a stone cast into water, gradually contorting under the might of this force, sending his body spinning through the air several times. 2 teeth flew out mid-arc. Thud! He ultimately collapsed to the ground, a cloud of dust rising as he dizzily spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, the side of his face struck by Qin Xiao swiftly swelled, transforming into a small mound. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, only to be broken by the sound of someone swallowing hard. No way. Tao Taio and her companions gaped, staring at Su Yuan, the class leader of the second-year Class 1, who had been knocked unconscious by a single strike. How could a 4-ring soul master be so easily subdued? Those who underestimate me will certainly face dire consequences. Qin Xiao retracted his hand, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Su Yuan, his fierce demeanor leaving Tao Taio utterly captivated. Indeed, in a world such as this, formidable individuals of the opposite sex draw greater attention and admiration. Conversely, Cui Peiyu appeared utterly terrified, trembling as she turned to Mu Yuejia, saying, Yuejia, perhaps we should implore Taio to plead with Qin Xiao, asking him to hold back a bit when he faces us. This delicate pair of girls cannot withstand the rough housing of such a brutish fellow. Mu Yuejia nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on Su Yuan's swollen face, equally horrified. Of course, excessive strength may also incite fear in others. Chapter 36. A world where only Su Yuan is injured. Qin Xiao turned to the blushing Tao Taio, saying, see, my strength is quite commendable, so you need not worry. Tao Taio's eyes sparkled with admiration. Beside her, Cui Peiyu and Mu Yuejia exchanged awkward glances, but their attention was swiftly drawn back to Su Yuan's pitiful condition, which was more shocking than anything. If Qin Xiao's strength was so formidable, how would they fare against him? A single punch from him could leave them weeping for ages. No, they must ask Tao Taio to intercede. Within Sea God Island, Yunming opened his eyes, a flash of purple light illuminating his gaze, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. He had witnessed the confrontation between Qin Xiao and Su Yuan through the vast expanse of his spiritual power, which allowed him to see miles away. It was precisely this sight that left him so astounded. As for Qin Xiao's cultivation, he was not overly shocked. Although attaining the 4-ring level at 13 was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own achievement of reaching the title Douluo realm at 21. In his generation, every prodigy had excelled among their peers, with even the previously defeated Ming Wang Douluo achieving the title Douluo status at 19, surpassing his own timeline. Thus, barring extraordinary talents like Nar, who possessed 3 rings at the tender age of 7, Yunming and his contemporaries would not be easily surprised. What truly astonished Yunming was Qin Xiao's prowess. He was well acquainted with Su Yuan. For each class committee member from Shrek's Outer Academy was a seedling from the inner academy, and they were always under observation. Hence, the shock was intensified. Su Yuan was indeed formidable among his peers, having been appointed as class leader for a reason, yet he could not withstand even a single slap from Qin Xiao. Despite having prepared himself mentally for Qin Xiao's strength, the reality exceeded Yun Ming's expectations. What had he himself been doing at Qin Xiao's age? Hadn't he only held the position of class leader at Shrek Academy for less than 2 years? While he could defeat class leaders from higher grades, he could never have knocked an opponent to the ground with a single slap, not even at that time. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yun Ming finally let out a cold chuckle, amusement flickering across his features. The astonishment on his face dissipated, replaced by confidence and poise. As if Qin Xiao's earlier display had rendered his shock a mere facade. He murmured, "Truly, every generation produces its own talents, each leading the charge for centuries. This Qin Xiao possesses some intrigue. Let me observe the tempest you will stir within our Shrek." Nearby, Yali, who was watering the plants in Yunming's office, rolled her eyes upon hearing his villainous murmurs, wondering if her husband's head had finally gone awry. Not long after, the tale of Qin Xiao knocking down the second-year class leader, Su Yuan, spread swiftly among the students of Shrek, igniting a considerable uproar. Who was Su Yuan? The leader of the second-year class 1, the most powerful presence of that year, boasting a 4-ring soul master level and a configuration of purple soul rings. He was a super genius destined to enter the inner academy. According to Shrek's stringent standards, the class leader of the second year was often stronger than many ordinary students from the 5th or 6th year, lacking only in combat experience and a number of battle armors. In terms of cultivation, lower grade class committee members could indeed surpass average students from higher grades. As for Qin Xiao, his strength was also formidable, capable of defeating third-year seniors. Yet the manner in which he showcased it was undeniably shocking. To fell Su Yuan with a single blow, even considering Su Yuan's carelessness, was a display of terrifying combat ability. At the very least, seniors from the 5th and 6th years would certainly be unable to achieve such a feat. It could be said that Qin Xiao's true strength had already surpassed that of 80% of the students in Shrek's outer academy, without employing battle armor. They were no match for him. Thus, Qin Xiao finally garnered the attention of the vast majority of Shrek's outer academy students, who began to take this audacious lad seriously. This strength demanded their respect. Otherwise, Su Yuan, still unconscious in Shrek's infirmary, would serve as a grim reminder of their impending fate. Henceforth, the students of Shrek gained a new adversary, and Qin Xiao began to carve out his reputation. Su Yuan was granted a 2-day leave, and his notoriety even reached the inner academy, establishing a foundation for his future admission. One could say they both possessed bright prospects. Congratulations were in order. On Qin Xiao's end, having dealt with the obstruction posed by Su Yuan and secured his first victory, he was in high spirits. At that moment, Tao Tao and her 2 companions approached, and since he could not directly enter the inner academy to seek out Naer due to their presence, he engaged in conversation with the 3 girls instead. After all, although Qin Xiao is a person who does not adhere to trivialities, he is certainly not a naive simpleton oblivious to the most basic social nuances. Moreover, he has a close relationship with a young lady Tao Tiao, which makes it impossible for him to simply disregard her and walk away. Thus, under the lively guidance of the spirited Chui Pei Yu, the group made their way to a beverage bar nestled within the heart of Shrek City. As they entered, Chui Pei Yu enthusiastically introduced the establishment to Qin Xiao and the others, saying, "The drinks here are quite delightful. I've been coming here frequently over the past few days." At that moment, a bartender recognized Chui Pei Yu and exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, Pei Yu, back at work again? Work?" Mu Yujie looked at her friend with a questioning expression, and Tao Tiao mirrored her curiosity. "Indeed. Have you all forgotten that we owe the Academy 1,000 contribution points? Everything within the Academy requires funding. If we don't start saving now, we might end up eating dirt." Chui Pei Yu lamented with a sigh, casting a resentful glance at Qin Xiao, the source of the dilemma. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes and retorted, "What are you looking at me for? It's not my fault. If you're seeking someone to blame, it should be that old hag Kai Yue." The boldness of Qin Xiao's remark left Tao Tiao and the others awkwardly chuckling, for he had already declared war on the entire school. His irreverent words were hardly surprising. Chui Pei Yu then said, "You all sit down. I'll go change clothes and personally attend to you." Tao Tiao chuckled softly. "All right then, we'll do our part to help you boost your sales." The beverage bar was bustling with activity, already filled to about 80% capacity, with many patrons donning Shrek Academy uniforms. The waitstaff wove through the crowd, busily attending to orders. However, with Chui Pei Yu's assistance, Qin Xiao and his companions were soon seated comfortably on a sofa, without much delay. The inner city of Shrek, as well as its outer academy, boasted a plethora of diverse enterprises, predominantly established by renowned alumni or successful graduates. This greatly enriched the daily lives of Shrek's students, transforming the inner city into a multifunctional hub where all activities could be conducted without the need for external interactions. While this may appear advantageous to Qin Xiao, the lifelong adversary of Shrek, it represented a further act of social segregation. Sooner or later, this commercial street within the inner city would become a tourist attraction. Qin Xiao plopped down onto the sofa and extended a finger toward the departing Chui Peiyu, saying, "Excuse me, 1 cup of milk, please." Chui Peiyu's expression stiffened. She felt that Qin Xiao's request was somewhat teasing. Who goes to a beverage bar to drink milk? With a playful huff, she teased him. "You're still drinking milk? Aren't you always cuddling with Qiao Qiao?" Qiao Qiao, who was about to sit beside Qin Xiao, turned beet red, awkwardly standing next to him, unsure whether to sit or remain standing. Muyuiji, exasperated, urged Kui Peiyu. "All right, Peiyu, stop teasing Qiao Qiao, Qiao Qiao. Please sit down." With a few playful hums, Chui Peiyu stuck her tongue out at Qin Xiao before turning to prepare drinks for them. Grateful for Muyuji's timely intervention, Qiao Qiao finally relaxed, though she couldn't shake off the embarrassment from Chui Peiyu's teasing. Recalling some of her recent foolish antics, she timidly settled beside Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, uncharacteristically flustered, scratched his cheek, remaining silent about the proximity of Qiao Qiao's presence. An awkward silence enveloped them, neither daring to speak. Muyujie, noticing Qiao Qiao's bashful demeanor, was astonished, her beautiful eyes flickering toward Qin Xiao. While she was aware of her dear friend's close relationship with him, it seemed she had underestimated their bond. Their connection undoubtedly ran deeper than she had imagined. However, the lingering silence was not conducive to comfort, prompting Muyujie to break the ice. "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. E.M. Muyujie, Qiao Qiao's best friend, with the martial soul of the Moonlight Mirror, a 33rd level control-type battle spirit master." She extended her hand toward Qin Xiao, who, recognizing the gesture, reciprocated with a friendly handshake. Qin Xiao, Qiao Qiao's boyfriend, with a martial soul of armor, a 46th level defense-type battle spirit master. Qin Xiao reflected for a moment, deciding that this introduction was more appropriate, especially given his deep involvement with Qiao. He felt it only fair to acknowledge their relationship, even if he had stumbled into it. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's introduction, Qiao, who had been shyly looking down, immediately lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with delight. "He said, yes, my boyfriend." Feeling elated, she straightened her back and leaned closer to Qin Xiao. Despite her words being somewhat hesitant, her body was undeniably honest as she wrapped her arms around his, clearly contradicting her verbal expressions. This left Muyujie feeling quite uncomfortable, questioning whether Qiao's actions were appropriate. "Ahem, that is a bit too close, I senti it." Sensing the familiar warmth, Qin Xiao, not one to act like a saint, couldn't help but react, wishing to maintain a semblance of respect for Qiao. He awkwardly remarked, leaning closer to her ear, "Let us refrain from being too intimate with others around." Hum. Qiao nodded, her face flushed, reluctantly releasing his arm, but still maintaining close proximity, at least enough for Qin Xiao to feel her presence. Of course, the closeness would be perceived differently by others. If it were nair, the situation would undoubtedly be distinct. Before long, Chui Peiyu returned with their drinks, placing the cup filled with milk before Qin Xiao, muttering, "Honestly, you're grown up yet still drinking milk." Ignoring her grumbling, Qin Xiao lifted the cup and took a hearty sip. In truth, he had never been particularly fond of milk. It wasn't tea that he disliked it, but he simply preferred other beverages. However, recent events had taken a toll on him. Despite employing a reverse technique to temporarily restore his original height, he was still fundamentally that diminutive figure of 1.30 meters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Qiao, who had sought him out, slip away so easily. Indeed, his desire for milk stemmed from a wish to grow taller. Although this cup would have little effect on his current stature, any benefit, however small, was better than none. As the conversation began to flow, Qiao couldn't help but inquire, "By the way, Qin Xiao, why did you make such a grand declaration of war against Shrek today?" Muyueji, upon hearing Tao's inquiry, could not help but perk up her ears, her curiosity piqued by the audacity of the brash young man. Qin Xiao, "Well, you see, I have some grievances with your Shrek Academy. I intended to give your teachers and students a sound thrashing, while also dismantling Shrek itself. However, given my current prowess, Facing Shrek remains quite a formidable challenge. Coincidentally, I recently made a bet with your Shrek's esteemed Yuan, and I thought to seize this opportunity for some preliminary practice. Qin Xiao candidly divulged his intentions and the motivations behind today's events to the two women. What kind of joke is this? Mu Yueji's eyes twitched slightly, and she silently sipped the milk tea that Shui Piyu had recommended. Nonetheless, she found herself believing a portion of Qin Xiao's words. After all, if he was bold enough to declare war on Shrek, there seemed to be little reason for him to deceive himself about it. Tao, being one of the witnesses to the earlier incident, was even more convinced by Qin Xiao's words and inquired, did that esteemed gentleman truly agree? Indeed, Qin Xiao finished his milk in one gulp and remarked, though I harbor a disdain for that old fool Deng, I must admit that he possesses a certain audacity. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's characterization of Yuan, whom she regarded as the strongest in the realm, Tao could only manage an awkward smile. While she believed Qin Xiao was somewhat overestimating his own capabilities, he was still her partner. It was best not to voice anything that might complicate matters for him. Mu Yuejia, however, felt no such reservations. Unfamiliar with the identity of the old fool Deng referenced by Qin Xiao and Tao, she nonetheless recognized that he must be a formidable and influential figure within Shrek. Otherwise, Qin Xiao's brazen act of seizing the broadcasting room and declaring war on all Shrek's faculty and students would undoubtedly have drawn swift retribution from the senior students in the Inner Academy. Furthermore, as a current member of Shrek, under the powerful influence of Shrek's glory, more potent than the will of fire in Konoha, Mu Yuejia was acutely aware that she was no match for Qin Xiao. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, have our esteemed Shrek elders wronged you? They graciously allow you to wreak havoc here. Don't push your luck. At these words, Tao's heart raced with urgency. Mu Yuejia was unaware of the complexities surrounding Qin Xiao and Yuan. As a direct participant, she was well aware of the nuances. Given that Qin Xiao was not one to back down easily, a confrontation between them would place her, seated between the two, in an untenable position. She hastily began to clarify, Yuejia, it's not like that. Qin Xiao is actually enough, Tao. Qin Xiao placed his hand gently on Tao's shoulder, effectively stifling her remaining words. Tao turned to meet Qin Xiao's gaze, and he nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I'm not one to lose my temper. I will resolve any misunderstandings that can be explained. I want to place you in a difficult position, he said with a warm smile, which eased Tao's concerns about a potential conflict arising from miscommunication. Then, Qin Xiao regarded the visibly displeased Mu Yuejia with a faint smile, stating, I am quite accommodating, you know. I can overlook your previous remarks as the misguided words of an uninformed individual. Pardon? Mu Yueji furuit herberais. Glancing between Tao's knowing expression and Qin Xiao's smile, she began to piece together that there was indeed a story between Shrek and Qin Xiao. In the following moments, Qin Xiao recounted the sordid history he shared with Shrek in an unremarkable tone, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. To him, what had transpired was not a stain upon his past, unworthy of the weighty consequences it might imply. Life is about knowing when to hold on and when to let go. One need not allow hatred to consume their existence. It suffices to retaliate in due time. He philosophized, emphasizing the importance of balance between the extremes of the past and present. Though he spoke with apparent ease, Mu Yuejia found the revelations unsettling. She had not anticipated that Qin Xiao's grievances with Shrek would manifest in such a manner. For most individuals across the Douluo continent, entering Shrek was regarded as an unparalleled fortune. Gaining the attention of the title Douluo within its inner academy was akin to striking gold. Yet, Qin Xiao seemed utterly indifferent to such accolades, even rejecting the overtures of the contemporary Sea God Pavilion Master due to their unsatisfactory words. This obstinacy was shocking to Mu Yuejia, a student who had long relished her acceptance into Shrek. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yuejia struggled to articulate her thoughts, recognizing that she could not pass judgment on Qin Xiao's actions. Was he wrong? Certainly not. Yet, he had spurned the invitation of the very institution she cherished, leaving her in a quandary. Should she harbor animosity towards him, or sympathize with his perspective? The internal conflict left her with a dull ache in her head as she pressed her fingers to her temples and asked, Qin Xiao, do you truly wish to maintain such an antagonistic stance with Shrek? The instructors were merely testing you. Testing? Qin Xiao scoffed derisively, his tone laced with sarcasm. Is it a test to force me into submission through sheer power? Is it a test to threaten me with my own treasures? They look down upon me from their high pedestal, calling their torment a test of my worthiness. all while claiming to have my best interests at heart without ever considering my needs. They are a cadre of decayed relics, arranging what they perceive to be beneficial for their juniors without regard for our feelings. When we are wounded by their whims, they merely proclaim, "It was for your own good," as if that absolves them of responsibility. As Qin Xiao grew increasingly animated, his grip on the cup tightened, inadvertently shattering it and startling both Mu Yuejia and Tao Tao Tao. "Qin Xiao, your hand!" Tao 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 exclaimed, her panic rising as she hurriedly retrieved a cloth to bandage his hand, only to be met with his refusal. "Do not fret, it's nothing. This minor injury is hardly worth mentioning," he reassured them, displaying his unscathed hand. Relieved, Tao 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 exhaled deeply. After all, it would be absurd for someone of Qin Xiao's caliber to sustain injury from a mere glass cup. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of other patrons and staff. A nearby server hastily approached to clean up the remnants of the shattered glass. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I will cover the cost of the cup when I settle the bill." Qin Xiao offered an apology to the staff. "No worries. It's quite normal for guests to have their concerns. Is there anything else you require?" The server responded with a gentle smile. "Another glass of milk, please." "Thank you." As the waitress departed, Mu Yuejia gradually emerged from the shock of witnessing Qin Xiao shatter the glass. She glanced at Qin Xiao, pursed her lips, and inquired, "Must we truly be adversaries? You must have noticed, haven't you? The teachers at Shrek hold you in high regard. Others do not receive such preferential treatment." This sentiment echoed not only Mu Yuejia's inner thoughts, but also mirrored the perspectives of a vast majority of students at Shrek, or indeed, 95% of soul masters across Douluo continent. Despite the pressure and torment they exert upon him, it is ultimately for his own benefit. Were it not for the esteem in which they hold this prodigy, others would not enjoy such privileges. Qin Xiao internally scoffed at this group, deeming them masochistic. Although he lingered around Shrek, giving the impression of being affiliated, his true intention remained unchanged, dismantling Shrek. Accepting the glass of milk from the waitress, Qin Xiao remarked, "I have no need for such treatment. Your appreciation for me is inconsequential. The suffering you impose, even under the guise of goodwill, is unappreciated. Those individuals are not my kin. I have no obligation to accept their supposed blessings." Observing Qin Xiao's steadfast resolve to oppose Shrek, Mu Yuejia could not suppress a sigh. While she acknowledged the validity of his points, she felt the situation need not escalate to such extremes. Deep down, she yearned for Qin Xiao to let go of his grievances. After all, she was a part of Shrek. Thus, she turned to Tao Tiao Tiao, hoping that as Qin Xiao's girlfriend, she might persuade him. However, Tao Tiao Tiao merely lowered her head and shook it, evidently reluctant to act as a mediator. After all, one side was her school, while the other involved a boy with whom she shared a close relationship. Though Tao Tiao Tiao lacked strong opinions, she understood the gravity of the matter. Seeing this, Mu Yuejia felt a renewed wave of frustration, and the atmosphere among the three grew increasingly oppressive. Yet before long, the lively Chui Peiyu arrived. Though it was frowned upon to chat and slack off while working, she embodied the adage that working is not merely about earning money. It is about enjoying oneself while doing so. Chui Peiyu was not one to bury herself and work alone. She seized opportunities to inject humor into the day, especially since she was serving friends. When the supervisor arrived, she simply claimed to be busy. With her presence, the oppressive air among the trio began to dissipate. Although she had a tendency to ask awkward questions with her unfiltered candor, Qin Xiao found her antics rather appealing. In truth, he identified with her straightforward demeanor, albeit in a more reserved manner. He even candidly expressed that had she not been a girl, he would have eagerly forged a blood bond with her, as such fortuitous encounters with girls were exceedingly rare. As the day drew to a close, the presence of Chui Peiyu lightened the atmosphere, rendering the day's festivities quite fulfilling. When it was time to part ways, Tao Tiao Tiao could no longer contain herself and grasped Qin Xiao's hand. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, Qin Xiao. About these recent days, noticing her bashful demeanor, Qin Xiao understood her intentions. Although he bore no objections to the matter, the situation was indeed complicated. "In a couple of years, once I've recovered, you will find it impossible to escape," he teased, blowing gently on her earlobe, causing her to weaken momentarily before he released her, bidding farewell to her and her friends. Under the starlit sky, Qin Xiao contemplated the warmth of Tao Tiao Tiao as presence, sighing, "If it weren't for that old fool Beichio's meddling, would I be in this predicament? Alas, my esteemed 18 centimeters have been completely remade." Chapter 39. Farewell, Gu Yue. With his resentment towards Li Beichio soaring, Qin Xiao returned to his studio, ready to work. However, upon reaching the door, he encountered an unexpected individual. Not Tao Tiao Tiao, but a petite girl of similar age stood quietly at the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. Qin Xiao felt a flicker of familiarity upon seeing her, and the girl's eyes brightened as she approached him. "Fancy meeting you again," Gu Yue said, tucking a strand of her long black hair behind her ear, offering a gentle smile. Yet, Qin Xiao found that smile disconcerting, as it radiated a particular intent. Frowning, he inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Gu Yue hesitated, her initial attempt at casual conversation faltering as her eye twitched in frustration. "Have you forgotten me?" Qin Xiao blinked. "Have we met before? You do seem familiar." Realizing he had indeed forgotten her, Gu Yue sighed. "We crossed paths a month ago on a nearby street." Qin Xiao remained perplexed, responding, "Do you have any idea how many people I encounter daily on those streets?" Seeing his continued confusion, Gu Yue's patience wore thin, and her face flushed as she reminded him, "You slapped my backside." At this revelation, Qin Xiao's memory sparked. He had indeed smacked a few girls, and among them, this small girl stood out. With a sudden clarity, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, the girl who ran out of her house. What brings you out again? Aren't your parents worried?" "Gu Yue, does this guy still not grasp my meaning? Is it possible that his identity as an otherworld relative renders him completely oblivious?" She suspected that he might not even be aware of his true nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't navigate the human world so effortlessly. It seemed he had only recently awakened. Judging by his appearance, he could only be around 6 or 7 years old. Could it be that he mistook his draconic heritage for a human martial soul? Having pieced together the truth, Gu Yue studied Qin Xiao, her dark eyes glimmering with contemplation about her next steps. She had only just settled in and successfully joined the Spirit Transmission Tower as a disciple under the formidable Tianfeng Duo, Leng Yaozhu. Only yesterday, after completing her tasks, did she recall that Shrek City held a relative from her other world. Thus, upon exiting the Spirit Transmission Tower, she hurriedly followed her instincts and sense to locate Qin Xiao in Shrek City. Now, just as she had found his home, Qin Xiao returned. At this moment, Gu Yue remained entirely unaware of his true identity. She suspected he still believed himself to be human. Revealing the truth could lead to complications. It would be prudent to proceed with caution and establish a rapport with him first. Having devised her strategy, Gu Yue revealed a warm smile, saying, "My family knows I'm out, so the rest no need to worry. What brings you here?" Qin Xiao asked bluntly. "I would like to get to know you." Gu Yue replied with a chuckle, gesturing towards the entrance of Qin Xiao's studio. "Aren't you going to invite me in? Am I to stand out here all alone?" Qin Xiao was taken aback by her familiar demeanor. It seemed their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy, given that this was merely their first encounter. However, since she had spoken up, he acquiesced. "Well, come in then." He opened the door to his studio and led Gu Yue inside. As soon as she stepped in, she was enveloped by a potent aura of dragonkind, causing her to involuntarily swallow. She harbored serious suspicions that, even if he were a dragon, he belonged to a particularly delectable kind. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yue discerned several distinct dragon auras. 1, 2, 5 different types. To her astonishment, there existed such a multitude of dragons here, all from other realms. Furthermore, each possessed considerable power. While their numbers were few, the essence of their strength was undeniably high, each at least on par with a first-level deity. This young man surely had formidable dragon forces backing him. Gu Yue gazed intently at Qin Xiao. Even if he were to decline collaboration with her Soul Beast organization, they could not afford to act against him. 5 first-level deity dragons equated to 5 great dragon kings during the height of the ancient dragon era. Such entities were best befriended rather than antagonized. However, Gu Yue had no intentions of leveraging his power to further her own plans, for his strength was far too overwhelming. Who would lead, and who would follow? Unbeknownst to Gu Yue's mental turmoil, Qin Xiao felt a surge of joy from the dragon power within him upon returning to his studio. He had meticulously arranged a spiritual locking formation that contained the dragon power he had extracted from the dragon tomb within the confines of his studio. By integrating the principles of the 5 elements, he had constructed a transformation array based on the 5 elemental dragon powers, creating a cycle that not only facilitated the exchange of attributes, but also functioned as an oxygen generator, maintaining the vitality of the dragon power to aid in his cultivation. Little did he realize that this very arrangement had led Gu Yue to a misunderstanding. Gu Yue, entranced, inhaled deeply within the studio, feeling that if she remained there, she could swiftly restore herself to her peak form in human guise. "There must be treasures hidden here. Is this your home?" Gu Yue inquired, surveying her surroundings. Qin Xiao led her to the lounge, inviting her to sit at her leisure while he rummaged through the refrigerator, selecting a juice. Primarily, this is my studio. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Gu Yue. And you?" She replied without hesitation, considering it just a name, with no need for concealment. Gu Yue. Wait, Gu Yue. Qin Xiao paused in disbelief, turning to look at the girl seated on the sofa. What is it? Gu Yue asked, puzzled. Nothing. Just sound familiar. I used to know someone with the same name. Qin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, turning away, though his expression shifted to one of darkness in an instant. Gu Yue? Was it that the name of a fragment of consciousness belonging to the Silver Dragon King in the original tale? As a counterpart to Nar, she had fallen in love with Tang Wulin after succumbing to a wager. Wait, in Nanner's eyes. Qin Xiao suddenly recalled something he had long forgotten. On that day, when Nan's eye color shifted from violet to silver, could have been due to the split between Gu Yue and Nar. Gu Yue, unaware of the change in Qin Xiao's demeanor, his mental prowess far surpassed hers, asked, someone with the same name as me? Yes, but that person was male. Qin Xiao replied with feigned indifference, producing a bottle of grape juice. Gu Yue, wearing a hint of displeasure, queried, are you implying my name sounds masculine? By the way, what's your name? Qin Xiao set the grape juice on the table, stating, Qin Xiao. In the absence of clarity regarding how much the other party knew about him, it was wiser to remain honest, ensuring maximum self-preservation. Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao. Gu Yue's mind conjured a familiar figure. That scoundrel was the reason she had birthed a second consciousness, leading to her forced split in this unfortunate state. If it weren't for her agreement with Nar, she would have long since sent someone to obliterate that scoundrel Qin Xiao. At present, Gu Yue did not associate the child Qin Xiao with the detestable Qin Xiao she loathed. To her, they were entirely different individuals. Just observing the rich dragon aura surrounding the young Qin Xiao made her crave more, wishing to take a bite from him. The human Qin Xiao she despised could not possibly be the same as the child Qin Xiao. Merely a coincidence of names. He mentioned another male with the same name. It could only be a remarkable coincidence. I should have Dtion investigate the situations of Qin Xiao and Nar to ensure Nar isn't being led astray by that scoundrel. Gu Yue mused darkly. At that moment, Qin Xiao, feigning curiosity, asked, what is wrong? Gu Yue quickly masked her dark expression, returning to her usual demeanor. Nothing. I wanted a friend named Qin Xiao, though he was much older than you. Is that so? It seems we are quite fated to have friends with similar names. Qin Xiao remarked, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his dark golden eyes. He smiled, confirming that this Gu Yue was indeed a fragment of Nar. Yet, Qin Xiao was left with new questions. It appeared her awakening had occurred rather early, likely before arriving at Shrek. However, judging by her demeanor, she had not discovered his true identity. What could her intentions be in seeking him out? Though Qin Xiao had effortlessly gleaned information about himself from Gu Yue, his mood remained far from joyous. Instinctively, he poured her a glass of grape juice, Nar as favorite beverage. Here, please enjoy, he said. Thank you, Gu Yue replied, her eyes brightening as she took a sip, exclaiming, delicious. Though it fell short of her usual fare, this drink was entirely new to her, providing a unique experience. Qin Xiao inclined his head slightly, apologizing, you're welcome. I should apologize for earlier. I shouldn't have spanked you. After all, it is rather inappropriate to strike a girl. Gu Yue's chubby cheeks quivered. She felt as though her heart had been pierced by Qin Xiao's words. How pitiable it was for the dignified Silver Dragon King to have been bested by a mere dragon cub from another world. What a disgrace. I must not lose my temper. I am the Silver Dragon King, and I must maintain my composure. With a forced smile, Gu Yue replied, it's fine, just don't let it happen again. Even if you're just a child. Your words sound as if you possess the wisdom of an adult, remarked Gu Yue. Damn, can we even have a conversation today? This little dragon from another world is truly insufferable. Suddenly, Gu Yue's expression shifted as a thought struck her, and she inquired, by the way, Qin Xiao, are you the only one in your family? Feigning nonchalance, Qin Xiao replied, there are a few elders, but they are quite busy, often away for extended periods. I suppose I serve as the caretaker. A flicker of violet light danced in Gu Yue's eyes as she murmured, is that so? You're the sole one left in your household then. Chapter 40. The Mountain's Obscured Path under Gu Yue's guidance. Qin Xiao half-truthfully divulged some information about himself and his family. He mentioned that his household was filled with a multitude of individuals, many of whom were of similar age. Though his relationships with them were strained, conversely, he enjoyed a good rapport with his elders. He also had several fiancées, one of whom he favored greatly. But circumstances had forced them apart, and her influence was rather significant. Now, he was striving alone in the world, and this studio was his own purchase, a place for his endeavors. Through Qin Xiao's heartfelt revelations, Gu Yue gleaned the information she sought. He was a descendant of a dragon clan from another realm, surrounded by numerous dragon kin of his age and powerful elders. The 5 distinct attributes of dragon energy within his studio served as testament to this. Due to his troubled relations with his peers, he had embarked on this solitary path, having fallen into this predicament, while his family members would periodically visit to check on him. This revelation sent shivers down Gu Yue's spine, for the implications were profound. She discerned that his family's power was vast enough to traverse the cosmos, yet they seemed disinterested in occupying or harvesting the faith from this life-bearing planet, treating it merely as a testing ground for their young. Such a divine realm, by mere perception, appeared far more formidable than the Douluo divine realm, which currently managed only 108 lower planes. Douluo star could be considered one of the high-energy worlds, and expanding the reach of its divine faith remained one of its primary objectives. However, the indifference shown by Qin Xiao's family towards Douluo continent was akin to a playful attitude, akin to guiding a child through games, casting their offspring into this world. How could this not terrify Gu Yue? Yet, this was merely a preliminary conjecture. She would not place her complete faith in it without time to verify. Gu Yue believed that her wisdom, accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, would eventually unearth the depths of his true nature. With such thoughts in mind, Gu Yue engaged in a brief conversation with Qin Xiao before taking her leave, assuring him that she would return to visit him whenever time permitted. Farewell. Do you need me to see you off? It's quite late, Qin Xiao inquired, concern etched across his face as he escorted her to the door, treating her as a cherished friend. No need. I am a soul master after all. Who would dare to trouble me? Gu Yue replied with a gentle smile, a flicker of orange flame dancing on her fingertip, emphasizing her identity. With that, she bid Qin Xiao farewell and departed. Qin Xiao watched her retreating figure for an extended moment, only closing the studio door once he confirmed her complete departure. Once the door was secured, he clutched his chest, breathing heavily. His heart raced, for during their conversation, he felt as though he was precariously balancing on a tightrope over an abyss, with a single misstep leading to irrevocable consequences. Nar waited as Qin Xiao composed himself, her thoughts drifting to the matters concerning Nar and Gu Yue. Given the current situation, it seemed that Gu Yue and Nar had likely parted ways long ago. It was probable that Gu Yue had awakened even before he took the entrance exam at Shrek Academy. But why Nar concealed this from him? Qin Xiao shook his head vigorously, his mind in turmoil. He felt overwhelmed, his thoughts a jumbled mess, rendering him indecisive. In times of anxiety, one's ability to think clearly often plummets, leading to mistakes. This was precisely the predicament in which Qin Xiao found himself. Gu Yue's sudden appearance had disrupted his previously established course of life. Initially, he had believed Gu Yue's consciousness to be securely nestled within her form, only to discover that she had long since emerged. While others may be oblivious to Gu Yue's true nature, he was not. If she wished him harm, even with his current advantages, he would find himself in dire straits against her capabilities. Unlike Nar, who had not turned to violence until she had developed feelings for Tang Weilin, Gu Yue had once intended to eliminate him directly before her affections took root. However, it appeared that he had not yet exposed himself, and Gu Yue did not seem intent on his demise. Perhaps she had struck a wager similar to that with Nar, as depicted in the original narrative. Yet Qin Xiao was acutely aware of his own limitations. Securing Nar's affection was already a feat achieved by deceiving a naive girl. Winning over Gu Yue, a reclusive dragon imbued with hundreds of thousands of years of wisdom, would be exponentially more challenging. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. As for revealing his true identity to Gu Yue, dream on. Did he think she would be as easily deceived as Nar? The current Gu Yue was the Silver Dragon King, who yearned to lead the soul beasts to resurgence. Even though she had developed feelings for Tang Weilin, her intentions remained unchanged. The complications arose merely from her affection for a human. Although Qin Xiao possessed means to stir her interest, such as enabling soul beasts to circumvent the constraints imposed by the Douluo realm and its rules, or methods to facilitate their reproduction and increase their numbers. These were all desires Gu Yue harbored while still retaining her intellect. However, without sufficient strength, possessing leverage could instead become perilous. If he were to confront Gu Yue directly, it was far more likely that this reclusive dragon would capture him and confine him in her basement, ruthlessly extracting every ounce of usefulness from him before silencing him permanently. After all, this group of soul beasts had even regarded their kin, the Sky Dream Iceworm, as sustenance. One could only imagine their lack of scruples when dealing with a human like Qin Xiao. Thus, after seeing Gu Yue off, Qin Xiao resolved to devise a plan. The foremost task was to obscure his true identity. From the conversation he had a month prior and their recent exchange, it was evident that Gu Yue had not recognized him in his current state. Rather, she had misconstrued him as some other entity. By weaving his half-truths, he had successfully misled Gu Yue regarding his true circumstances. Therefore, his immediate objective was to shroud his authentic information. ensuring that this version of Qin Xiao was entirely severed from his original identity, transforming into the person Gu Yue believed him to be. This was crucial for preserving his own safety in this precarious state. With his life hanging in the balance, Qin Xiao's intellect surged back into action. As he contemplated his next steps, aiming to construct a reasonable identity that bore no relation to his true self, one that would leave no room for error. This is a matter of insurance. Qin Xiao is confident that as long as Gu Yue isn't foolish, she will certainly arrange for someone to investigate him. Even if she knows that the information she has received may not be entirely true, she would deduce some valuable intelligence from this. And if they discover that he is indeed Qin Xiao, it is likely that they would immediately bring forth the savage beasts of Emperor Tian to tear him apart. Thus, a plausible identity becomes exceedingly important. It need not be entirely authentic, but must sufficiently obscure his true identity from Gu Yue. However, executing such a maneuver, while seemingly simple, is quite complex. After all, intelligence investigations are not something one can easily fabricate, especially considering Gu Yue's status and intellect. Given time, she could ascend to a position of considerable power, and at that point, he would find himself in peril. What if he were to procure identification through the black market? Qin Xiao pondered this, recalling how he had initially risen to prominence by leveraging the federal criminal law of the Sun and Moon Federation to secure his first fortune on the Douluo continent. His familiarity with the black market assured him that with sufficient funds, obtaining a reasonable identity would be a mere formality. Yet, was this truly a secure option? Qin Xiao contemplated, retrieving his communication soul guide. He scrutinized the scant names listed before eventually bypassing the number labeled Nar and directing his gaze to the last contact. His expression contorted with unease. Just as he had declared war against Shrek, he now found himself entangled in this predicament, necessitating assistance from that scoundrel. How utterly vexing. Gu Yue, if only you had delayed a few days, allowing me to gather enough leverage to negotiate with that old bastard Yiming. Qin Xiao sighed in frustration before dialing the one person he least desired to contact. After a series of busy tones, a deep voice resonated. Hey, what a rare visitor. What brings you here? Qin Xiao hesitated to state his purpose directly and instead inquired. Nar isn't with you, is she? On Sea God Island, Yunming glanced at Nar, who sat beside him, playfully engaging in games with Yali. Having just completed her daily training and fresh from a bath, she donned the Pikachu pajamas that Qin Xiao had gifted her, completely engrossed in the game alongside Yali, both neglecting Yunming. Frustration brewed within him as neither his wife nor daughter seemed inclined to pay him any attention. Therefore, upon receiving Qin Xiao's call, his voice rose noticeably. Noticing Yunming's sudden shift, both Nar and Yali fell silent. Nar, in particular, covered her mouth, attempting to suppress her curiosity about what Qin Xiao could possibly be concealing during this conversation with Yunming. Yunming chuckled lightly, responding, no, nothing at all. Please, do me a favor. Upon hearing this, Yunming perked up, sitting upright from his previously relaxed position, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he said, Oh? You're actually calling me for help? Qin Xiao could detect the sarcasm, but, given his current predicament, had to swallow his pride, replying with restrained irritation, indeed. Reclining against the sofa, Yunming crossed his legs, earning a series of disapproving glances from Yali. Yet he remained unfazed, leisurely stating, Why should I assist you? I can offer something in exchange, Qin Xiao replied. What could you possibly possess that I would desire? Yunming countered, You tell me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Come to the Ice Spirit Square, kneel before the statue of the Ice Spirit Da, and bow 3 times while proclaiming that I was wrong. Qin Xiao could no longer contain himself, although he had sought assistance from his enemy. Yunming's demand had crossed a line. He shouted into the communication, Soul Guide, get lost. Bow. I'd rather bow to your grandfather. After venting his frustration, Qin Xiao abruptly hung up the device, tossing it onto the sofa. He slumped into the seat, muttering darkly, Damn it, I might as well head to the black market. Who cares about safety? Even if I get caught, I'll own it. Meanwhile, Yunming stared at the communication soul guide, now emitting a busy tone after being abruptly disconnected. He glanced at Yali and Nar, who were both giving him disapproving looks, and uncertainly asked, Did I perhaps ask too much? What do you think? In Qin Xiao's office, illuminated by the glow of the lamp, his handsome face was cast in shadows. Indeed, relying on others is the most unreliable of strategies, and yet he had foolishly indulged in such hope. Despite having dealt with that old bastard Yunming for several months, he still harbored illusions. Damn it, how frustrating. Irritated, Qin Xiao ruffled his hair, making it appear as if he had just emerged from a henhouse. He then resolved to visit the black market near Shrek City to secure an identity. Just as he was about to leave, the communications soul guide, which he had tossed aside, rang once more. Frowning, he retrieved it, only to find it was Yuanming again. How dare you call again? Do you think I have no temper? With a scoff, he ended the call. Ghost. After stashing the communication device in his pocket, he had barely stepped out of his office when it rang again. He hung up once more, but it rang a third time. Unable to resist any longer, he answered. Growling, what? Are you addicted to calling me now? Qin Xiao, it's me. A soft, soothing voice came through the communications soul guide. Chapter 41. A glimmer of hope amidst darkness. Despite being greeted with an expletive from Qin Xiao, the tone on the other end remained devoid of anger, showcasing the speaker's exceptional composure. This voice was all too familiar to Qin Xiao. Yali? Upon hearing that gentle voice, Qin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He recognized it immediately. It belonged to the Holy Spirit, Douluo, Yali. Unlike the detestable Yuanming, Qin Xiao held a fondness for Yali, not merely due to her beauty, but because her presence brought tranquility to his turbulent heart, providing him with immense comfort. Furthermore, Yali had always been kind to both him and Narer, and he was not one to conflate enmity with innocence. He would not extend his disdain for Yuanming to her. Qin Xiao surmised that this was likely due to the unique nature of Yali's wish angel martial soul. It was no wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful woman on the continent. Thus, he humbly apologized. I'm sorry, Yali. I thought it was that scoundrel Yuanming. Yali sighed in exasperation, glancing at the sulking Yuanming, who was pouting like a child, and said, What did you need from Yuanming earlier? Tell me, and I will do my best to assist you. Even hearing that she was willing to help did not elicit any joy from Qin Xiao. He flatly declined, stating, No need, Yali. I have already found another solution. So there's no need to trouble you. Yali naturally discerned that Qin Xiaoxian still harbored resentment. Thus she remarked, Qin Xiaoxian, there is no need for such behavior. The issue earlier was due to Ming Ji's fault, and I have already reprimanded him. Hearing Yali's words, Yuanming felt increasingly dejected. Narer despised him because of Qin Xiaoxian's matter, and now his own wife was not on his side either. Life had become unbearable. With a cold snort, he nestled deeper into the sofa. It was impossible to vent his frustrations, especially towards his wife, unless he wished to find himself sleeping on the sofa that night. Hence, he could only stew in his own anger. Qin Xiaoxian interrupted Yali, speaking in a calm tone. All right, Sister Yali, I have made my decision. Although I tend to deliberate, I can also be somewhat resolute. When I say no, I mean it, so there is no need for further discussion. Yali felt a wave of sorrow at Qin Xiaoxian's demeanor and sighed. Alas, Qin Xiaoxian, could you enlighten me on what you intended to discuss with Minggu just now? While you may not require our assistance, I could still offer you some personal advice. Was it impossible to communicate directly? Yet could this matter truly be disclosed? The more individuals who knew, the greater the risk of exposure. Thus, Qin Xiaoxian outright declined. No need, Sister Yali, I have some matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. Wait, Qin Xiaoxian. Yali hurriedly called out before he could end the call. You are not considering achieving your aims through dark forces. Are you? Qin Xiaoxian replied, surprised. Yali chuckled lightly. Given your character, seeking Ming Ji's assistance must pertain to something rather complex. It stands to reason that you're opting for alternative routes due to the inherent risks, leading you to contact Ming Gu. Since you have previously frequented the black market, I surmise your secondary plan involves resolving your troubles there, correct? With a profound sigh, Qin Xiaoxian inwardly lamented the high intelligence of those around him. Interacting with such astute individuals was exceedingly challenging. Yali continued, share your thoughts with me. I can offer you some strategies. Although operating in the black market can be effective if one has sufficient funds, it is not without its perils. At this point, Qin Xiaoxian saw no reason to withhold his concerns, or perhaps Yali's deductions had dispelled his hopes and illusions. If she could deduce so easily, Gu Yue would likely not be far behind. Resigned, he conveyed his needs to Yali, omitting the ultimate purpose behind them, and Yali, perceptively, did not pursue further inquiries. Is that all? Yali inquired, perplexed. Is it merely a matter of concealing certain information from outsiders? Why go to such lengths for such simple requests? It is merely a matter of creating an alias. Is it truly necessary to go through all this trouble? These aspects are of utmost importance to me. I require absolute security. No one else must discover my true identity, Qin Xiaoxian insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Yali replied, I see. Then leave this matter to me. I will assist you, using my personal standing, without involving Shrek. How could I refuse? Qin Xiaoxian licked his lips and said, I appreciate your help, Sister Yali. It's a small matter. Just as Yali was about to end the call, Qin Xiaoxian interrupted, wait, Sister Yali. You should first inform me of what I need to offer in return. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoxian's words, Yali wore a complex expression and sighed, offering a wry smile. If you truly mean it, perhaps you could prepare a home-cooked meal for the three of us sometime. I have heard from Nar that you are quite the culinary talent. Yunming, who had been silent, glared incredulously. How could a mere meal suffice to settle this? That was far too lenient on that lad. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Yali's gaze, which seemed to say, if you dare to interject, you will find yourself sleeping on the sofa tonight. Wisely, Yunming chose to be silent, retracting his head and sulking instead. Yali, you have changed. How dare you reprimand me? He thought, feeling a mix of frustration and despair. At Yali's suggestion, Qin Xiao felt considerably lighter, a smile breaking through. All right, Sister Yali. I agree. Thank you. No problem at all. Qin Xiao suddenly remembered something and added, oh, by the way, Sister Yali, please do not mention this to Naur. Naur, who had remained silent, overheard Qin Xiaoxian's words, for Yali was on speakerphone, and her large eyes glimmered with curiosity. Why did Qin Xiaoxian wish to keep his alias a secret from her? Was he perhaps intending to use this guise to pursue romantic conquests? In an instant, Naur's gaze sharpened. She felt a need to be wary of this possibility. Yali asked why not. It doesn't seem like a significant matter. Qin Xiaoxian opened his mouth, but refrained from expressing his thoughts. The relationship between Naur and Gu Yue was complex, and his decision to not inform Naur immediately stemmed from his own selfish motives. Gu Yue had separated from Naur. Surely she would be aware of this. Were not her true feelings toward him now? Would they have shifted due to Gu Yue's premature emergence? Thus, Qin Xiaoxian opted to fabricate a response. I fear it would cause her concern. Yali, being seasoned in interactions, easily recognized the insincerity in Qin Xiaoxian's statement. After all, having navigated the intricacies of human relationships for decades, she was well aware that Qin Xiaoxian had not lived half as long as she had. His tone alone revealed the inconsistency. Nevertheless, she chose not to confront him, simply stating, very well, we shall keep this from Naur. It is not a grave matter. Since Naur was nearby, listening in, it was indeed not a matter they had disclosed to her, but rather something she had overheard. Thus Yali had not lied. Thank you. Qin Xiaoxian expressed his gratitude profusely before ending the call. Standing in the middle of the street, bathed in starlight, he sighed while gazing at the communicator in his hand. Relying solely on you all feels insufficient. I apologize, Sister Yali, but I must remain vigilant. With that, he resumed his strides towards the black market. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Naur, feeling somewhat despondent, remarked, Sister-in-law, why is Qin Xiaoxian keeping secrets from me? She felt uncomfortable. Although Qin Xiaoxian had previously mentioned he had secrets, he had at least given her a heads up, allowing her to prepare herself. Yet this time, he had conspired with Yunming and Yali without her knowledge, leaving her unprepared and quite irked, wishing she could vent her frustrations on Qin Xiaoxian. Was it truly as she suspected? Was he planning to create a new alias to pursue other women? Before Yali could respond, Yunming scoffed and muttered, do we even need to say? He surely has no good intentions. Mind your tongue. Yali shot Yunming a glare, compelling him to keep his thoughts to himself as he sulked, turning his face away in annoyance. Yali gently patted Naur's head, offering comfort. These are matters you must understand for yourself, Naur. However, I trust that Qin Xiaoxian, with his character, would not act frivolously. He is not like some who would pursue girls in a clandestine manner. After speaking, she cast a glance at someone. Yunming felt as though he had been caught in the crossfire while merely reclining, and hastily sought to clarify. Ahem, Yali, you are unjustly accusing me. Ever since I have been with you, I have completely severed ties with other women. Yali shot Yunming a sidelong glance and said with a hint of melancholy, I never said anything about you. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that you harbor a guilty conscience? Yunming, damn, I was too hasty. Yali, seizing the moment, pressed further, why are you silent now? Have I struck a chord? No. Yunming's face was a portrait of despair. Qin Xiao, you little rascal. You are truly a source of trouble. Ever since you arrived, I've been suffering, observing the harmonious relationship between their master and mistress. Naur felt a surge of warmth mixed with envy. When would Qin Xiao treat her as master treats mistress? Nair pondered to herself. Before long, it was time for Naur to retire for the night. Yali gently tucked her in and, noticing Naur's somewhat awkward expression, asked with a smile, Naur, what are you thinking about? Nothing at all. Yali chuckled softly and gave Naur a light tap on the forehead, saying, all right, you can't hide anything from me. If there's something on your mind, do share. After a moment's contemplation, Naur nervously scratched her cheek and asked, Mistress, could you perhaps provide me with the fabricated information that Qin Xiao requested? Yali teased, what is this? At such a young age, you wish to keep your little man in the palm of your hand? No, haha, all right, I won't tease you anymore. While I understand your feelings, I cannot assist you with this matter. I promised Qin Xiao to keep a secret, and I won't divulge it even to you, Yali replied apologetically. Seeing the disappointment on Nader's face, Yali comforted her. Nader, Qin Xiao is just a boy, an independent individual with his own secrets. It's perfectly normal. I understand your curiosity about Qin Xiao's secrets. After all, if your master Yunming had any secrets, I would also be tempted to uncover them. However, you must also trust him. Pressing too hard may yield counterproductive results. Chapter 42. The Schemes of Adulthood. Nader pursed her lips and said, I don't know, mistress. Although she claimed to understand, her little face still revealed a hint of discontent. Ultimately, Yali managed to quell Nader's desire to acquire insider information through gentle persuasion. Then, Yali softly kissed Nader on the forehead, a farewell gesture before leaving her room. Upon Yali's return, Yunming abandoned his previously carefree demeanor in front of Nader, sitting upright and asking, Why didn't you tell Nader? She's quite fond of Qin Xiao. Why should I? Yali retorted with a smile. Yunming was puzzled by his wife's intentions, although his intelligence and emotional understanding were commendable. After all, he had won Yali's heart. This did not mean he grasped all of her thoughts, especially when it came to the subtleties of female emotions. Yunming often found himself at a loss. Yali remarked with a smile, I can see that Nader and Qin Xiao share a good relationship, perhaps even one that could deepen. However, I also perceive that Qin Xiao is a restless flirt. Unlike typical scoundrels, he does not conceal his true thoughts. Rather, he tends to share them openly. Then why keep Nader in the dark? Wouldn't it be better to inform her directly about Qin Xiao's nature? Yunming questioned, struggling to understand his wife's strategy. Yali rolled her eyes, seemingly exasperated by Yunming's lack of insight. What do you know? At Nader's age, can she truly grasp such profound matters? Though she's quite mature for her age, she remains naive around Qin Xiao. Do you believe that if Qin Xiao sweet-talks her, she won't fall for it? Instead of that, it is better to let Nader grow gradually under our guidance. Once she develops a complete character, she can discover everything about Qin Xiao herself and make her own decisions regarding her feelings. Hearing Yali's reasoning, Yunming felt somewhat swayed, holding deep admiration for his wife. Although Yali's plan might take time, its effectiveness was undoubtedly superior, addressing matters thoroughly rather than through brute force. However, Yunming soon hesitated again, expressing concern, but one that ultimately hurt Nader and Qin Xiao's relationship too much. In truth, Yunming's primary worry was not for Qin Xiao, but rather for Nader's emotional well-being. If it were only Qin Xiao who suffered, he would not be overly concerned. According to his impression of Qin Xiao, he would likely exacerbate his own wounds. His main fear was that Nader might suffer too greatly and take drastic actions. Yali sighed and said, but this truly is the best approach. I do not want Nader to become a woman who merely caters to men. I hope she can love fiercely and hate fiercely, for that is the path to genuine happiness. Hearing this, Yunming nodded in agreement. All right, Yali, I support you. By the way, speaking of this, Yunming, do you have any little secrets you are hiding from me? At that moment, Yali squinted her eyes and smiled. Yunming chuckled heartily, responding with feigned righteousness. Are you joking? Do you think I would have secrets from you? Yali raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Absolutely not. Sweat began to bead on Yunming's forehead as Yali's gaze sharpened, a smirk playing on her lips. You're hiding something. Let me investigate. With that, she reached out her hand to search Yunming's body. Wife, please don't. The military training had concluded, yet Class 1 was immediately thrust into a selection competition for class officers. After a day of intense competition, the class officers were finally decided. Among the 7 positions, Qiao was unequivocally eliminated, realizing that there were so many geniuses within Shrek. The 4 major committees, design, forging, manufacturing, and maintenance, each had members with at least 3rd-level prowess, with the strongest design committee member even reaching 4th level. Among the more than 100 students in the class, not a single one was below the 3rd ring, and some of the top 10 ranked students had even attained the level of 4th ring soul masters. Even those who hadn't reached the 4th ring had configurations as exceptional as Qin Xiao and her sister Tao Shui Tao, boasting 3 purple rings. Considering her status as a 2nd-level designer at Lingjin High School in Gongxin City, Tao Qiao was left feeling somewhat deflated, realizing that she was merely an average student in this class. This sudden realization left her feeling a bit lost. Stretching her limbs and gazing out the window, Tao Qiao murmured, I wonder what Qin Xiao is doing now. It's been a month since I last saw him. Has he grown taller? Hey you, where are you up to? Tao Qiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she struggled. Chui Peiyu playfully embraced Tao Taio from behind, teasingly inquiring, Taio, are you once again lost in thoughts of your beloved? As she spoke, her hands roamed mischievously, and with a mix of envy and jealousy, Chui Peiyu added, alas. I wonder what is so extraordinary about that arrogant Qin Xiao that he can hold such a divine being in his arms. What on earth are you saying, Peiyu? Tao Taio, her cheeks flushed, wriggled free from Chui Peiyu's grasp. Not yet? Well, it won't be long, judging by how infatuated you seem to be, Chui Peiyu quipped, only to be met with a playful slap from a delicate hand. You always picking on Taio. Mu Yuejia emerged to chastise Chui Peiyu for her mischievous antics. Tao Taio, blushing and lowering her gaze, spoke in a barely audible voice. It's nothing. Upon hearing this, a palpable silence enveloped the trio. Chui Peiyu and Mu Yuejia exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of defeat as they glanced at their own hands, and then at Tao Taio, who was partially shielded by her hands. Yuejia, are you all right? Tao Taio, feeling the weight of their gaze, hurriedly shifted the conversation. Mu Yuejia, a new class representative and a level 3 mechanic, was indeed a remarkable presence in her freshman class. Most of the new student matters have been settled, so things will be much easier from here on out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here chatting with you, she replied, shaking her head. With the new semester starting, I can only imagine how busy you student servants must be, Chui Peiyu remarked, resting her chin on the table. Suddenly, an idea struck her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Oh, by the way, isn't there a mandatory task we need to complete this academic year? How about the three of us go find Qin Xiao and get it done? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuejia and Tao Taio's expressions shifted dramatically. Mu Yuejia's face turned rigid while Tao Taio appeared intrigued. Having not seen Qin Xiao in a month and yearning for a reunion, Mu Yuejia admonished seriously, Peiyu, are you out of your mind? Why would you want to seek trouble with that creep? Have you forgotten what Tao told you? With a resigned sigh, Chui Peiyu replied, what can we do? It's something we have to do sooner or later. Besides, Director Long mentioned that we should engage in a bout with Qin Xiao, not necessarily win. Even if we lose, it counts as fulfilling the task. Don't forget, she continued, rising to wrap an arm around the bewildered Tao. We have Taio, our secret weapon. If she just puts on a cute act in front of Qin Xiao and pleads for mercy, we might not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Peiyu, what are you saying? Tao Taio's face reddened, resembling a ripe apple as she shyly pushed away her dear friend, exclaiming, Qin Xiao doesn't fall for that kind of charm. Yet, as images of possible scenarios flickered in her mind, she couldn't help but consider that perhaps Chui Peiyu's plan held some merit. Seeing Tao Taio's reaction, Chui Peiyu and Mu Yuejia exchanged glances, a resigned sigh escaping them. This girl might actually be contemplating it. Chui Peiyu suddenly recalled something and addressed the two. By the way, speaking of Qin Xiao, Taio, did you know? Our class president is none other than the 23rd ranked genius on the continent, Mo Nuo. Tao Taio responded curiously, oh, I know her. What about it? Chapter 43, by Xue and Zhongyu. Tao Taio was well aware of Mo Nuo, the class president and forging committee member with 3 soul rings, all purple, and formidable battle prowess that placed her 23rd on the genius leaderboard. She was one of the 2 outstanding students from Shrek this year, having achieved level 3 in her secondary profession. And her unique martial spirit allowed her to produce the highest quality medals, making her the ideal candidate for the forging committee. However, Tao Taio didn't pay much attention to Mo Nuo, for in her eyes, no one could rival Qin Xiao's strength. Instead of pondering Mo Nuo's abilities, she preferred to think about when she might seek out Qin Xiao. Thus, in the realm of gossip among students, Tao Taio could not compete with the lively and spirited Chui Peiyu. Cui Peiyu continue d'ernestri. He plans to gather all first-year students who wish to challenge Qin Xiao and form a team to confront him. What? Yes. Mo Nuo has already recruited 20 students, Chui Peiyu informed them. Mu Yuejia mused, 20 talented students may not be enough. Qin Xiao can defeat 10 second-year seniors in an instant. Even with preparation, 21st-year newcomers would likely stand no chance against him. Cui Peiyu nodded. That's why he's still searching. He even approached Zhongyu, but she ignored him, stating she would challenge Qin Xiao alone, even knowing she would fail, just to overcome her own mental hurdle. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, reminiscent of a starry-eyed fan, as she remarked, see, that's true resolve. No wonder Zhongyu ranks higher than Mo Nuo. If only she weren't so proud and solitary, she would surely be president. Tao Taio chuckled softly, that's true. Zhongyu was indeed another remarkable student in their cohort, ranked 21st on the genius leaderboard, also possessing 3 soul rings and strong battle capabilities. While her martial spirit quality and combat power were on par with Emo Nua's, her outstanding mental prowess and high secondary profession level elevated her, ranking above Emo Nua's. As a level 4 designer, Zhang Yu is the design committee member of their class. However, as Cui Peiyu had pointed out, Zhang Yu's pride and aloof demeanor made her difficult to approach, which allowed the more sociable Emo Nua to best her during the class committee selection. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu had made Emo Nua pay dearly, having bested 7 three-ringed soul masters in the process. At that moment, a girl with long, snow-white hair entered the classroom. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, radiating an icy aura akin to a snow fairy. The girl surveyed the classroom and fixed her gaze on Tao Tayo, who was engaged in conversation with Cui Peiyu and Mu Yuejia. Her eyes brightened, and she approached. "Hello, you must be Tao Tayo." Her voice was as frigid as her appearance, devoid of warmth, as she silently approached the trio. It wasn't until she spoke that the three realized someone had joined them. "Zhang Yu!" Cui Peiyu exclaimed, standing in shock at the sight of the ethereal girl. "What a beautiful girl!" Tao Tayo marveled at the girl's wine-red eyes, feeling as though her very soul was being drawn into them. Shaking her head to regain her composure, Tao Tayo asked, "May I ask what brings you here, Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu glanced at Mu Yuejia and Cui Peiyu before addressing Tao Tayo. "I have some questions I would like to ask you, if you have a moment." As the matter required my attention, I bid farewell to Yuejia and departed. Immediately realizing the situation, Cui Peiyu hastily escorted Mu Yuejia away, casting an encouraging glance at Tao Xiao as they left. Observing her two friends abandon her, Tao Xiao let out a resigned sigh. Turning to the imposing Zhang Yu, she timidly inquired, "May I ask what you wish to know, classmate Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu took a seat behind Tao Xiao and replied nonchalantly, "I wish to inquire about Qin Xiao." Sensing that Tao Xiao might misinterpret her intentions, she quickly added, "It's for gathering intelligence. I aim to defeat him." Tao Xiao hesitated, thinking she might be unwilling to help, prompting Zhang Yu to continue. "I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory reward. I can take charge of the mecha design for our final project." The creation of mechas serves as a pivotal end-of-year examination for the new students at Shrek Academy, where over 100 students are divided into groups, each comprising various professions necessary for mecha construction. Ultimately, every individual must craft a mecha, culminating in a battle using these creations for their final assessment. Zhang Yu's proposition implied her intention to include Tao Xiao in her team, thereby assisting her in navigating this crucial examination. As the only level 4 professional in their freshman class, Zhang Yu's team was indeed the most coveted and promising among all. Even if her forging and crafting skills paled in comparison to those of Emo Nua's group, her exceptional design prowess made them formidable contenders for victory. Tao Xiao quickly shook her head. "That's not what I meant. In truth, I'm not well acquainted with the specifics regarding Qin Xiao." Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she looked at Zhang Yu with earnestness, stating, "However, I can tell you this. Qin Xiao is exceptionally strong, truly formidable. Unless we work together, none of us first-year students stand a chance against him." Zhang Yu regarded Tao Xiao thoughtfully for a moment before nodding and breaking into a radiant smile, her beauty accentuated by her joy. "I see. Thank you for the information. Nonetheless, I shall still challenge him." Tao Xiao, witnessing Zhang Yu's demeanor, recalled Qin Xiao's words when he faced the oppressive spirit energy of Yunming, and she found herself momentarily speechless, her expression a mix of complexity as she asked, "Why must you challenge an opponent you cannot possibly defeat?" Zhang Yu rose from her seat, declaring, "How can I know whether I can win without attempting it? I've already made one misstep at Lingbing Square. I refuse to falter again. Regardless of the outcome, I must confront it." With that, she strode out of the classroom, having acquired what she sought, though not entirely satisfactory. It was enough to ascertain Qin Xiao's strength. As Zhang Yu walked down the corridor, the gentle breeze tousled her silvery hair. Glancing at the swaying branches outside, she pondered, "Who is Qin Xiao? How does he possess such immense power? Yet I have never heard of him before." Sighing, she dismissed her concerns, knowing she would eventually uncover the truth. However, if she were to face him, she needed to gather more information. Emo Nual, that fellow, was currently rallying a team. She might as well let him test the waters first. Despite her suspicions that she might not be a match for Qin Xiao, Zhang Yu resolved to confront every battle earnestly, striving to enhance her chances of victory. Proud yet prudent, she looked down upon Emo Nua's cowardice in preferring numerical advantage over genuine strength, yet she was more than willing to utilize him for information gathering. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Tao Xiao watched Zhang Yu's departing figure and flowing hair, her gaze cast downward in contemplation. Finally, as if having made a firm decision, she too rose and exited the classroom, heading in the opposite direction of Zhongyu, towards the administrative office of Shrek's outer academy. Days passed, and the first day of the special training period concluded. Rising early, Qin Xiao intended to venture into Shrek Academy to invite the long-absent Na out for a day of leisure. After bidding farewell to the bed that still held traces of Xiao's warmth, he set forth towards Shrek. From the original narrative, it was evident that Na had lived a life almost isolated from the world since joining Yuanming's tutelage, only gaining recognition after winning first place in the inner academy competition with her silver dragon spear. Severely detached from society, despite enjoying a bond akin to family with her mentor and a life devoid of want, she had nonetheless missed out on much. Moreover, Qin Xiao sought to solidify the bond between himself and Na, planning to periodically bring her out to enjoy life, lest she fall prey to Yuanming's harsh teachings. After sending her a message to notify her in advance, he approached the grand gates of Shrek Academy. Upon presenting his unique token at the entrance, Qin Xiao was granted access. Returning to Shrek after a month, he noticed little had changed. The academy felt just as sparsely populated as when he first gazed at the gates from his hotel. Not long after, he encountered several Shrek students along the way. Initially, they walked together, chatting amiably, but upon spotting Qin Xiao, they abruptly halted, their expressions shifting between shades of green and white. Qin Xiao was not surprised by their recognition. After all, his earlier bravado at Lingbing Square had made him a notorious figure, especially after they had been penalized by Gu Yue, the temperamental instructor, and subsequently declared war on the entire Shrek Academy. Such actions made it nearly impossible for these students to forget his visage. An even more significant factor was that during military training, their teacher had hung Qin Xiao's photograph on the classroom blackboard as a daily reminder of their humiliation. Thus, while these students might forget their parents' faces, they would undoubtedly remember Qin Xiao's. Just as Qin Xiao anticipated they would confront him. Preparing to take the initiative to resolve the situation quickly, he observed them coldly huffing and glaring at him, yet taking no further action. What gives? I'm all set. And yet you remain idle? Qin Xiao thought, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment at their inaction, as he had hoped they would provide him with a chance to stretch his limbs. With a sigh, he dismissed them from his mind and continued his stride toward the inner academy. Once Qin Xiao had departed, one student turned to his companion and inquired, "Are we really just going to let him pass?" His companion sneered, "Let us not rush. Let the first-year students test his mettle first. We'll gather sufficient intelligence before making our move. Otherwise, we might end up on the receiving end of a beating. He doesn't even regard our class leader. How much can we, as second-year students, withstand?" Having navigated 3 years at Shrek, they were seasoned enough to know how to prolong their stay at the academy. In any situation, patience was key. Even in anger, one should refrain from hasty actions. It was imperative to collect ample information and prepare thoroughly to maximize their chances of success. Nodding in agreement, the student replied, "Then let us follow him. I've heard the first-year students have gathered quite a few people. It will be interesting to see what intelligence we can gather." Upon hearing this, another individual evidently felt a stir of interest, and the two of them proceeded to follow closely behind Qin Xiao. As they walked, Qin Xiao encountered numerous students from Shrek Academy, who, like the first two he had met, initially regarded him with cold disdain before stepping aside to allow him passage, only to follow in his wake like devoted shadows. Gradually, the number of Shrek students trailing behind Qin Xiao swelled to over 100, nearly the total enrollment of an entire grade at Shrek. This left Qin Xiao pondering, were these students truly so idle, or was the coursework at Shrek remarkably undemanding? Before long, a group of over 20 new students, all under the age of 15, appeared ahead, obstructing Qin Xiao's path 50 meters away, providing him with the answer he sought. It seemed as if they had indeed banded together to challenge him as a formidable boss. Observing the crowd of Shrek's new students, he turned to the older students following him and muttered, "So, am I being cornered again? Hey, are you all in cahoots?" Ignoring the newcomers blocking his path, he directed his inquiry towards the older students behind him. Many shook their heads in denial, but a young man in his 20s stepped forward, asserting, "We are not allied with these newcomers. You may proceed to confront them. We, the upperclassmen, are not lowly enough to gang up on you, kid. Let us hope you can maintain that stance." Qin Xiao retorted with a cold smirk. He had no illusions about the integrity of Shrek's students. After all, the protagonists of Douluo continent were often devoid of such principles, much like himself. The young man, whose cultivation was formidable, turned pale upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, muttering about his unreasonable nature before retreating to join the others in observing the unfolding events. Qin Xiao then focused his gaze on the group of new students before him, relieved to find no familiar faces among them, especially not that of Tao Qiao Tiao. He then addressed the leader of the new students, asking, "Have you come to challenge me to a fight?" At first glance, Qin Xiao was reminded of a character from a certain tale, recognizing the essence of both grace and strength in this young leader. The boy was strikingly handsome with a fair complexion and rosy lips, yet his physique was robust, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet at the tender age of 13. His well-defined muscles resembled those of a bodybuilder, and he seemed far from the typical 13-year-old student. Qin Xiao mused internally, "I hope I one day end up resembling this grotesque figure in the future. I would rather perish than become such a sight." The leader stepped forward, emanating an aura of authority that marked him as a natural leader. "Indeed, I am Mono, the class president of the first-year class. We met briefly during the opening ceremony. Brother Qin Xiao," he stated after verifying that he had not mistaken his target. "Nonsense. You're quite the charmer, but I certainly didn't see you then. Perhaps you noticed me, but I was entirely unaware of your presence, unless you made a grand entrance." Qin Xiao silently observed Mono as he continued with his self-introduction. "This time, I will lead a challenge from a total of 30 new students against you, Brother Qin Xiao," Mono declared, stamping his foot. The air shimmered as 3 majestic soul rings materialized around him, encircling him like a shield rather than the typical swirling formation. "Please, Brother Qin Xiao, do not hold back in your teachings," Mono exclaimed, and at that moment, the 30 new students behind him unleashed their soul power, causing a dazzling display of yellow and purple soul rings to rise from their feet, their radiant glow dimming even the midday sun. 33rd Ring Soul Masters had banded together to confront the boss known as Qin Xiao, even if their coordination fell short. Merely engaging in a war of attrition would be sufficient to exhaust an ordinary soul emperor without external assistance, rather than feeling fear or trepidation at the sight. Qin Xiao's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. "How intriguing. You aspire to challenge me as a boss. I must admit, you have quite the ambition. Let us see what you can truly accomplish." With that, he stamped his foot, summoning 4 resplendent soul rings beneath him, exuding the aura of a soul master. Surprisingly, he single-handedly resisted the pressure exerted by the 30 soul masters. Extending his right hand, he beckoned towards Mono and the throng of new students, inviting them forth. "Come on," he called, and as soon as he spoke, the last 7 auxiliary soul masters in the rear unleashed their soul power, their 3 rings gleaming brightly as they cast enhancements upon their companions. The remaining soul masters summoned their respective martial souls: offensive, defensive, agility, support, and control, representing all 5 primary roles within a soul master team. Moreover, these were 30 students who had undergone a month of military training together, possessing a foundational synergy. Should their coordination improve, even without soul-guiding devices, their combined might could easily rival that of small-scale skirmish. Qin Xiao, with keen eyes, spotted a young girl among the auxiliary soul masters wielding a 7-layered glazed tower, realizing the formidable support martial soul that had appeared in previous tales. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, they certainly came prepared, even bringing along the 7-treasure glazed tower." Mono too summoned his martial soul, a massive long-handled hammer, the head of which was a circular shape with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Its angular edges and imposing weight signified its power, and the 3 purple soul rings around Mono ascended to the 8-edged hammer martial soul. This was Mono's martial soul, the celestial 8-edged hammer, one of the finest weapon martial souls. Upon summoning his martial soul, Mono activated his first soul skill and hurled the hammer towards Qin Xiao with all his strength. Simultaneously, nearly 10 offensive soul masters behind him unleashed their ranged soul skills, bombarding Qin Xiao with a barrage of elemental attacks: thunder, flames, storms, and ice, like a relentless barrage. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, particularly with Mono's hammer hurtling towards him, Qin Xiao's smile faded as he adopted a serious demeanor. Countless golden arcs of electricity erupted from his body, culminating in a brilliant explosion of light, illuminating the entire path and momentarily halting the incoming attacks. However, Mono's mighty hammer remained undeterred, barreling towards Qin Xiao as if unaffected by the shockwave. Third soul skill, Realm of No Light. As Qin Xiao unleashed his dazzling brilliance, Mono, who had already acquired certain intelligence about Qin Xiao from Mo Siqing, promptly activated the 3rd soul skill of a control-type soul master he had meticulously prepared. This control-type soul master possessed a martial soul known as the Light Barrier, a domain-type martial soul whose soul skills were effective only within the confines of the barrier. His third soul skill, the Realm of No Light, served to diminish the potency of all energy-type attacks, effectively neutralizing the cutting damage from the dazzling light and the golden lightning released by Qin Xiao. Naturally, Qin Xiao was aware of his opponent as soul skill. Witnessing his dazzling light having no effect, failing to strip away his opponent's vision as it had in the past, he could not help but marvel. These people certainly did their homework. Just as Qin Xiao contemplated taking further action, Mono's octagonal hammer collided with the high-temperature shield generated by his erupting soul power. In that instant, Qin Xiao felt a peculiar force emanating from the hammer, causing a slight dizziness to cloud his mind. Is this a forced disorientation soul skill? A mental attribute attack? Mono's first spirit was quite unique. Unlike other weapon soul masters who directly merged with their martial souls to enhance their properties, he had expended considerable resources to select a special power-type spirit with mental attributes. Consequently, his three soul skills not only boasted formidable attack power, but also incorporated a degree of mental attribute attacks, granting him a significant advantage in the early stages. Everyone, unleash your soul skills. The effect of my first soul skill does not last long, Mono exclaimed as he successfully struck, prompting nearly 20 soul masters of various attributes behind him to launch their assaults toward Qin Xiao. This soul skill is quite impressive, but its duration is too short. As a powerful attacking snow leopard soul sovereign approached within 10 meters of Qin Xiao, before he could extend his claws, Qin Xiao opened his eyes, locking gazes with the snow leopard soul sovereign. Wait, was that even a second? Mono, did you hold back? The snow leopard soul sovereign, startled by Qin Xiao's gaze, grumbled about Mono's unreliability while preparing to evade Qin Xiao's onslaught. His speed was not to be underestimated, and given the 10-meter distance, he felt confident in dodging Qin Xiao's attack. Then, he witnessed Qin Xiao calmly extend his hand, swinging it in a seemingly mundane manner. As his fist was launched, it was devoid of any fluctuation of soul power, leaving the snow leopard soul sovereign perplexed. However, the moment the fist was fully unleashed, a surge of golden soul power erupted, and a colossal soul power fist, akin to a grinding wheel, traversed the 10-meter span and struck him directly. Great Demon Fist. The snow leopard soul sovereign was instantly sent flying, akin to a speeding soul-guided vehicle, spitting blood as he careened backward and collided with a giant sword soul sovereign who was hastily advancing. For a moment, the scene fell silent, with the dozen or so charging soul sovereigns frozen in place, staring dumbfoundedly at the snow leopard soul sovereign, who now lay on the unfortunate giant sword soul sovereign. Retching blood, clearly devoid of combat capability. One punch had incapacitated a soul sovereign. To be precise, it had incapacitated two, as the giant sword soul sovereign pinned beneath the snow leopard had also succumbed. There were no soul rings glowing. Was that a self-created soul skill? Its power was astonishing, capable of eliminating a soul sovereign in an instant. Indeed, even with some knowledge of Qin Xiao's capabilities, having evaded the visual deprivation from the dazzling light, his combat prowess was evidently formidable. Behind them, a group of senior Shrek students exchanged furtive glances, whispering about the display they had just witnessed from Qin Xiao. Mono's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Qin Xiao recovering from the daze. His disorientation hammer, even when employed at his current level, should have left anyone with a mental capacity at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea disoriented for 3 seconds. Confident that this soul skill would allow him and his companions to gain the upper hand, he had dared to lead the challenge against Qin Xiao. Yet Qin Xiao had recovered in less than a second. This is a miscalculation. Qin Xiao's mental fortitude is formidable. He is certainly not at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea. Mono gritted his teeth and shouted to the defensive soul masters behind him. Plans have changed. Initiate the second strategy. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a thunderous sound erupted from behind him. Before he could turn around, a rush of wind swept past, and several figures were sent hurtling into his ranks. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all his comrades. What just happened? Mono felt an ominous chill as he turned back, only to witness an unbelievable sight. I merely turned my head for a moment. Looking around, he saw nearly 10 attacking soul masters he had brought lying scattered across the ground. In the brief time it took to glance away, half of his team had been incapacitated, leaving only the auxiliary and defensive soul masters standing. What on earth had transpired? Then he glanced back at Qin Xiao, and the transformation taking place on him elucidated the cause. Qin Xiao had one arm replaced by a massive, dark golden mechanical hand, gripping one of his day's companions. Despite retaining consciousness, the individual appeared severely rattled, as if subjected to immense terror. Devil! Mono barely uttered the word when Qin Xiao flung the Soul Master from his grasp, sending him soaring like a stone from a catapult dozens of meters away, where a senior flying Soul Master swiftly caught him. This Soul Master embraced the fallen comrade, his gaze towards Qin Xiao laced with trepidation. Unlike Mono, the others had witnessed the preceding events, and their understanding of what had transpired filled them with dread. At that moment, a golden light shimmered across Qin Xiao as his third soul ring illuminated. The armor on his right arm manifested, rapidly expanding to take on a distinctly mechanical appearance. The 20-meter-long giant arm descended with the precision of swatting a fly, sending every charging Soul Master crashing to the ground, rendering them incapable of further combat. The new students attempted to resist. However, Qin Xiao's speed was blinding, leaving them no opportunity to deploy any defensive measures before they were subdued. How could such a massive form possess such astonishing speed? The senior student gazed in horror at Qin Xiao's enlarged arm, pondering the impossibility. While larger sizes typically imply greater strength, they also often entail reduced responsiveness. Thus, among the continent's elite, larger figures are often viewed as easier targets, which is why battle armor masters are deemed superior to mecha masters, not due to their attack output, but because of their enhanced reflexes, ensuring their limbs can keep pace with their reactions. Yet, Qin Xiao's current performance defied all expectations. His enlarged arm was not only agile, but exhibited an unprecedented level of dexterity. With the sheer speed and strength of his arm, Qin Xiao possessed the prowess to engage in combat with both Soul Kings and even Soul Emperors. Was this the effect of his third soul skill? Many upperclassmen recalled the transformation they had just witnessed in Qin Xiao's physique and couldn't help but speculate. Mono, unable to believe his eyes, gazed at Qin Xiao, whose arm was gradually shrinking before him. He had brought along 30 soul respecters to confront Qin Xiao, which amounted to 1/3 of the combat strength of the freshman class. Yet Qin Xiao had effortlessly dispatched 7 or 8 of them with a mere slap. What did this imply? If Qin Xiao so desired, he could eliminate every student in the freshman class with just a few more slaps. This realization filled Mono with a sense of dread. Who on earth was this person? How could anyone possibly rival him? Even the top 10 on the genius ranking would not stand a chance against Qin Xiao as formidable strength, would they? This individual was astonishingly powerful. Mono bit his tongue to shake off the fear that had overwhelmed him, forcing himself to remain calm. As Qin Xiao emerged from the fusion state of his soul spirit, the Iron Cavalry Wolf King, his right arm gradually returned to its original size, now appearing merely adorned with the armor of his martial spirit. Unlike the purely metallic texture of his previous armor, this iteration bore an exquisite jade-like luster, a transformation granted by the Millennium Jade gold essence he had consumed, enhancing the quality and durability of his armor. While Qin Xiao's martial spirit still paled in comparison to the top-tier martial spirits like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer, it was now on par with the likes of the White Tiger. Gazing at Mono, Qin Xiao spoke with a tone of indifference. Is this all you are capable of? If so, I must express my profound disappointment. The fact that 7 or 8 individuals had failed to withstand even a single slap from him was indeed disheartening. He had expected them to endure at least a few of his strikes. Mono's expression flickered between shades of green and white as he grappled with the reality that his hard-earned team had been vanquished by a mere slap from a 13-year-old boy of similar age. How could he possibly accept this? Exhaling a deep breath, Mono summoned his Tiangang 8-edged hammer once more and addressed his teammates. From here on, I shall handle this alone. The role of defensive soul masters has diminished. The opponent's strength is overwhelming, and you cannot withstand it. Support me with all your buffs. Yes. The defensive soul masters nodded in agreement, while the remaining auxiliary soul masters swiftly activated all their soul skills, determined to provide Mono with one last opportunity. 7 treasures, famous. Blue Maple Curse. Go for it, boss Mono. A total of over a dozen auxiliary skills were conferred upon Mono, elevating all his attributes to the levels of a soul ancestor or even a soul king. Grasping the 8-edged hammer, Mono fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Xiao and declared, Heavenly Hammer Mono, I humbly request your guidance. Qin Xiao remained silent, his expression resembling that of a dead fish, as he regarded Mono with apparent disdain, as if uttering a single word would be a loss. Mono, receiving no response from Qin Xiao, felt a flicker of anger rise within him. How dare his opponent show him such a lack of respect? With his 2nd and 3rd Millennium Soul rings shimmering brilliantly, Mono stomped the ground, causing it to crack beneath him. The recoil propelled him towards Qin Xiao like a cannonball. Simultaneously, he swung his 8-edged hammer, which expanded in size to become a 2-meter diameter sphere aimed directly at Qin Xiao. The second soul skill of the Tiangang 8-edged hammer, Tiangang Star Power, augmented both strength and attack power by 200%. The third soul skill, Tiangang Giant Hammer, was an offensive soul skill with the effect of breaking defenses. Mono's inherent attack power was already formidable, combined with the quality of his martial spirit and soul skills. Even defensive soul masters at the soul ancestor level would struggle against his assault, with nearly 20 auxiliary soul skills from his teammates boosting his power. Mono now possessed the capability to engage briefly with a soul king or even a soul emperor. Yet, Qin Xiao continued to regard this spectacle with indifference. Even as Mono approached him, the giant hammer poised to strike. This chilling apathy ignited a fierce anger within Mono. He would not allow Qin Xiao to remain unscathed. With renewed determination, he thought, my attack will break even the defenses of a soul king. The giant hammer obscured Qin Xiao's diminutive form entirely, creating a striking visual contrast akin to facing a meteor. Why hadn't he retaliated? If he continued to stand idle, he would surely meet his end. The senior students from Shrek, watching from behind, questioned how they would fare against such an attack. They knew they could not withstand it. Even those among them who were soul kings would be no match for Mono at this moment. This was sheer arrogance. As spectators sighed in confusion over Qin Xiao's inaction, he finally stirred. Though he made no physical movement, a dark golden silhouette of a colossal armored figure materialized behind him. The style of this armor was markedly distinct from anything seen on Douluo continent. Its head bore 2 dragon-like horns that curled backward, and its arms were broad, resembling 2 massive shields. Standing approximately 7 meters tall, it was not particularly lofty, but compared to Qin Xiao's current stature, it appeared quite imposing. It emerged silently, as if it had been waiting patiently for the impending attack. This was Qin Xiao's second soul spirit, the unspoken Iron Cavalry. The moment the unspoken Iron Cavalry manifested, it raised one arm, colliding with Mono's descending giant hammer. Boom! The instant of contact unleashed a surge of soul power, erupting in a tempest that sent trees within a radius of dozens of meters swaying violently, while also causing the skirts of several female students to flutter, prompting them to grapple with their garments in a flustered attempt to maintain modesty. Yet, the male students were too captivated by the clash between Qin Xiao and Mono to spare a thought for such distractions. To be precise, it was a battle between Qin Xiao's unspoken Iron Cavalry and Mono. How could Qin Xiao withstand an attack comparable to that of a soul emperor solely through the strength of a single soul spirit? It was inconceivable. As Qin Xiao stood beneath the shadow of the giant hammer, his face obscured, he exhaled, the game is over. With that, the unspoken Iron Cavalry tightened its grip and, with a powerful heave, hurled Mono and his hammer away with tremendous force. Mono was sent flying, covering a distance of several dozen meters, propelled back at a speed surpassing that which he had charged toward Qin Xiao. Amidst the astonished cries of the auxiliary soul masters, he crashed into the crowd like a projectile, causing chaos as 3 or 4 soul masters were sent sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. As the last cry of anguish echoed, Mono's body hit the ground, and an eerie silence enveloped the street. Chapter 47, Disrobing. The atmosphere on the street grew heavy with silence, as many turned to gaze at Qin Xiao and the dark golden-armored figure looming behind him, swallowing hard in disbelief. It is essential to understand that the current standing of soul spirit is merely a component of a soul master's strength. Unless it is a uniquely fused soul spirit, its power will never surpass that of the soul master themselves. Mono's offensive capabilities have undoubtedly reached the level of a soul king, yet Qin Xiao, relying solely on a millennium soul spirit, managed to withstand Mono's assault. What then is the extent of Qin Xiao's own power? A senior student observed this scene and could not help but murmur, is he truly only 13? Another student beside him pointed at Qin Xiao's height of 1.70 meters and remarked, what else could it be? Should we claim he is but a 6 or 7-year-old child? Perhaps we should form a group to challenge Qin Xiao. Otherwise, I fear that even the senior students of the 5th grade would not stand a chance against him without employing their battle armors. That makes sense. The senior students of Shrek expressed their thoughts, though Mono remained oblivious to their words. He was utterly befuddled, unable to comprehend how his full force strike, which could threaten a soul king, was merely sufficient to move a single arm of Qin Xiao's millennium soul spirit. Mono found himself incapable of mounting any resistance against this overwhelming force, as he was propelled several meters away by his own enlarged octagonal hammer. crashing to the ground and colliding with several individuals. Standing behind Qin Xiao was the silent Iron Cavalry, hands casually tucked in pockets, observing the new Shrek students with indifference, and remarked, "I expected you to provide me with some amusement, yet you have left me profoundly disappointed." The Shrek students felt utterly disheartened by Qin Xiao's words. However, they could not retort, for he had the right to speak so. A whole group of third-ring soul masters, alongside a prodigy from the genius rankings, had been effortlessly subdued by Qin Xiao, and no matter how furious they felt, they had to endure his scorn. It could only be said that Qin Xiao was exceedingly formidable. As they gazed at the youth not far away, many felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was not a lack of strength on their part, but rather that their opponent was simply too powerful for them to contend with. Mono, however, was still unwilling to accept defeat. Rising from the ground, supporting himself on his enormous hammer, he looked toward Qin Xiao. He would not be so easily vanquished, even before a top 10 expert on the genius rankings. Yet, facing Qin Xiao, he could not even overcome one of his soul spirits. Still wishing to retaliate? Observing Mono's defiance, Qin Xiao let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving Mono no time to react before a foot clad in dark golden armor struck his abdomen. Mono's physical defenses crumbled under the impact, and he felt a tumultuous wave of nausea in his stomach, forcing him to expel bile. Before he could take any further action, darkness enveloped him again as Iron Cavalry turned and delivered another kick, this time aimed at his face. Pivoting at the waist, Iron Cavalry swung his leg like a windmill, striking Mono's face, sending him spiraling through the air 3 times before collapsing to the ground. Soon, darkness claimed him, and he was left utterly incapacitated. Witnessing Mono's effortless defeat at the hands of Qin Xiao's soul spirit, his companions displayed little anger, instead feeling a sense of resignation. A defense-type soul master who had accompanied Mono set down his enormous shield and declared, "It's over. Everything has come to an end." Although they, as defense-type soul masters, had not shown as brightly in this conflict compared to their support-type counterparts, they could still claim to have participated in the battle against Qin Xiao. They were genuinely disinterested in continuing the fight, fully aware that their defensive measures could not withstand the overwhelming might with which Qin Xiao had treated those powerful attack-type soul masters. "Over? How naive of you." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao chuckled, his dark golden eyes fixated on the group, his smile both sinister and audacious, causing discomfort among them. As Qin Xiao approached, the robust defense-type soul masters and the delicate support-type soul masters instinctively recoiled in fear. A female soul master from the 7-treasure glazed tile tower timidly spoke. Qin Xiao, our battle is already concluded." Qin Xiao sneered, "Concluded? But you are still here, are you not?" A defense-type soul master immediately raised his hand. Saluting in a military fashion, "We concede." Taken aback by their abrupt surrender, Qin Xiao quickly dismissed their plea, stating, "I cannot indulge in such trivialities. I have wasted so much time with you. I must recoup something, or I would be at a loss." A young girl, sensing an ominous chill, felt as though something dreadful was about to unfold. "What do you mean, Qin Xiao?" "What do I mean? Merely a complimentary lesson for you," he replied, cracking his knuckles. In an instant, he charged toward the remaining students, delivering a kick to the face of a defense-type soul master. As the unfortunate soul's face began to distort, Qin Xiao's voice echoed, "The battle shall not cease according to your whims. Now, the duration of this conflict is dictated by me." With a powerful kick, he sent his opponent tumbling, and then, soaring into the air amidst the gasps of Shrek students, he lifted a leg, his third soul ring glowing, channeling all attributes into his strength. Then, like a whip, his leg struck the ground. Boom! The earth within a 10-meter radius cracked, as if shaken by an earthquake, sending all students within that range flying backward. While the defense-type students fared relatively well, the support-type students were rendered unconscious from the impact, their pristine uniforms now in disarray from the dust and debris. Upon landing, a sinister smile crept across Qin Xiao's lips. Iron Cavalry immediately followed his lead, dashing toward the nearest student. The unfortunate soul watched helplessly as Iron Cavalry's figure loomed larger in his vision, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." A punch landed squarely on his face, shattering his nasal bone and sending him crashing to the ground, stripped of any combat capability. Thus, Qin Xiao and Iron Cavalry, master and servant, turned their attention to the others. The instant they were singled out by Qin Xiao and Iron Cavalry, a collective shiver ran through the remaining students, akin to prey being stalked by a predator. Yet, even in this moment of peril, they did not succumb to despair. Their resilience shone through, perhaps spurred by the pressure exerted by Qin Xiao. "You can do it, juniors." shouted the senior students of Shrek from the sidelines, rallying their younger peers. Let this rogue see our Shrek spirit. Everyone charge, bellowed a towering soul master, though he was promptly sent flying by Iron Cavalry's kick the very next second. Nevertheless, his rallying cry ignited a final charge from the remaining students toward Qin Xiao. Let us face defeat standing, never kneeling in surrender. Once again, a formidable soul master, who had narrowly escaped Qin Xiao's fierce assault, attempted to strike him with a palm. However, Qin Xiao deftly evaded the attack by sidestepping, seizing the opponent's collar, and flinging him backward, causing him to collide with another student rushing towards him, thus eliminating both from the fray. In the next moment, 3 more individuals surged toward Qin Xiao, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a villain facing a horde of Shrek students. With a disdainful snort, Qin Xiao unleashed his soul power, propelling the assailants away with unprecedented speed. Concurrently, Buyin Tai Chi grasped the ankle of one student attempting to kick him, wielding him like a weapon to strike down yet another adversary charging at them. In this manner, Qin Xiao and Buyin Tai Chi resorted to the most primal form of combat, systematically bringing down each student who dared to confront them. Before long, Qin Xiao gazed indifferently at the 30 students sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, rendering even the senior students observing from the sidelines speechless. Indeed, what could they say when their peers had been so thoroughly defeated? Although they had boasted with bravado, their words now seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of overwhelming strength. Why the silence? Qin Xiao interjected, his words laced with sarcasm, leaving the defeated students even more reticent, as they felt that any utterance would only deepen their humiliation. If you choose not to speak, then I shall. Qin Xiao continued. Do you not feel humiliated? Assaulted so brazenly, yet unable to retaliate? Do you believe my actions to be excessive? Some averted their gazes while others shot him furious stares, as if to say, how dare you acknowledge your own excesses? Yet, Qin Xiao remained impervious to their glances, continuing to harbor such thoughts. I can only say you have brought this upon yourselves. This provoked a reaction from the onlooking Shrek students, who erupted in protest. Qin Xiao, do not become too complacent. You dare to challenge all of Shrek Academy with your actions? With a derisive snort, Qin Xiao retorted, is it not deserved? Shrek has often taken it upon themselves to intrude upon others, have you not? The Professional Association of Shrek City, the Advanced Soul Master Academies of other cities, even a Spirit Tower and military departments. Shrek has provoked them all, have you not? Now that the tables have turned, do you feel wronged? This is merely the manifestation of karma. He continued to question, is it only permissible for you Shrek students to act in such a manner, while others are deemed wrong for doing the same? His relentless inquiries left the Shrek students pale and stumbling back into the crowd. Yet Qin Xiao's words echoed in their minds, mercilessly chastising their pride. The long-standing arrogance of Shrek, cultivated over millennia, began to falter under the weight of his inquiries. Qin Xiao chose not to elaborate further. After all, one must take things step by step. To dismantle Shrek completely would require more than a single decisive blow. He lacked the power to deliver such a blow. Instead, he opted for a gradual approach, subtly undermining their pride until it became a mere jest before him. Then, Qin Xiao turned his gaze toward the defeated students lying on the ground. With a sinister grin, he extended his hand of mischief. What are you planning to do? Stay away from me. Wait, I'm a girl. Don't rip my clothes off. Are you some kind of pervert? The ensuing chaos roused the senior Shrek students from their gloomy state, particularly the male students, as Qin Xiao began to strip the green skirts from the students, revealing their colorful undergarments, evoking a mix of anger and excitement. They were furious that Qin Xiao would dare to undress Shrek students, yet unable to contain their thrill at the spectacle. Qin Xiao left the students, regardless of gender, clad only in their underwear. The boys left with nothing but their briefs, while the girls were left with only their bras. In an instant, 30 students were reduced to their final garments, exposed to the chilling air, huddling on the ground like frightened courtesans from a previous life. Many girls began to sob quietly, clearly traumatized by Qin Xiao's earlier actions. Buyin Tai Chi harnessed the golden yang spirit flame, incinerating the students' uniforms before their terrified eyes. Consider this your first punishment for seeking trouble with me. Next time, I shall leave you with nothing but your bareback sides. Do you understand? Qin Xiao sneered at the trembling students, who nodded fervently in response. Shifting his attention to the senior students watching from the sidelines, he pointed a finger at them, declaring, you too shall face the same fate, regardless of gender. I suggest you think carefully before approaching me again. Should you lose, I will strip you down to your undergarments. The threat sent a wave of unease through the observing Shrek seniors, especially among the girls, whose faces turned crimson. Those confident in their strength remained unfazed, but those who doubted their abilities went pale. While they could manage to run around in swimsuits, being forced to do so in their undergarments would be a profound humiliation. With a disdainful snort directed at the students, Qin Xiao withdrew Bu Yin Tai Chi and turned to leave, continuing toward the inner courtyard of Shrek, recalling his intention to seek out Nar. Shortly after his departure, a furious Shrek teacher arrived, taking in the sight of the students, stripped to their skivvies and their crestfallen expressions, and his anger ignited. All of you stand up, wear this attire, clean up the traces of battle along this path. Then march back to the dormitory for all Shrek students to see your shameful state. But teacher, one girl, terrified by the punishment, attempted to plead but was swiftly interrupted. In battle, your enemies do not care about your condition. If they come while you are bathing, do you expect them to wait for you to dress? Furthermore, you will all attend class in this attire for the next month. The students shivered in fear, falling silent as they obediently donned their undergarments and began tidying up the battlefield. Manuo, clad only in his underwear, joined his classmates in cleaning up, his reputation as the class leader of the new students severely tarnished. He could feel the resentment and piercing glares of the female students he had brought with him. But who could he blame? Sighing, Manuo caught a glimpse of something white out of the corner of his eye, only for it to vanish in an instant. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly before resuming his work alongside his peers. Chapter Kurksikis, Xinglan. From the moment Qin Xiao stepped into Shrek Academy, Zhang Yu had already received the news and had been lurking in the shadows, gathering intelligence on him to prepare for her own battles. However, despite acquiring some useful information after a confrontation, it remained insufficient. For Qin Xiao's combat against over 30 individuals was akin to a burly man bullying a group of children. Even a robust man would engage them one at a time. Yet Qin Xiao effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike. Qin Xiao possessed a soul skill that augmented the size of his arms, or rather, certain parts of his martial soul, and remarkably, his speed remained unaffected by this enlargement, allowing him to move with astonishing swiftness. This bestowed upon him a power comparable to that of a Soul King, or even a Soul Emperor, and his spirit's strength was formidable. He effortlessly subdued Mono with one hand, highlighting the sheer potency of his spirit. Thus, it was evident that Qin Xiao's prowess was formidable, to the extent that unless the entirety of the new student class joined forces, they would stand no chance against him. In light of this, Tao's assessment of Qin Xiao was indeed an understatement. Furthermore, his character was rather malicious, necessitating a mental preparation for any future encounters. Zhang Yu recalled the earlier incident where Qin Xiao had stripped and burned the clothing of over 30 students, causing her to blush even at the memory. She resolved that in future confrontations with Qin Xiao, she must ensure to find a secluded place for a one-on-one battle. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's complexion changed, a sickly flush appearing on her pale face as she coughed lightly, exhaling a breath of icy mist. More had accumulated. Zhang Yu lamented, subsequently closing her notebook, densely filled with information regarding Qin Xiao, while also having recorded the footage of his battle against Mono and others, intending to review it thoroughly later. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, a fair-skinned girl was diligently collecting his intelligence all over the world, while he had already arrived at the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Along the way, he encountered several Shrek students engaged in their studies, each formidable in their own right, with the least among them being of Soul King caliber, yet significantly younger than the 30-something Soul Kings from the Outer Academy, all in their 20s. In Shrek's inner courtyard, only those who reached the rank of a one-word battle armor master, equivalent to a 5-ring Soul King, before the age of 25, could gain entry. Thus, Qin Xiao had to exhibit more restraint here. If he continued to flaunt his prowess as he did in the Outer Academy, he risked attracting the ire of those capable of matching him, and should an older individual encounter him, he would need to contemplate an expedient exit. Many students from the inner courtyard recognized Qin Xiao, yet, similar to their older counterparts from the Outer Academy, they merely shot him a fierce glare before departing. However, unlike the Outer Academy, these students refrained from bullying him, demonstrating a commendable restraint. Observing a youth glaring at him with hostility, Qin Xiao spat at his retreating figure, T-Sich. Glaring like that? Just wait a couple of years. If you dare to glare at me then, I'll make sure to blacken your eyes. Thus, Qin Xiao made his way steadily to the shores of the sea god lake, perhaps under the watchful gaze of certain individuals. For instance, Yunming, a father anxious about his precious daughter being courted by the black pig that was Qin Xiao, in an office within the Golden Tree. Yunming was engrossed in his duties as the current leader of the Sea God Pavilion, a position that came with its fair share of social obligations and official matters. Despite Shrek proclaiming neutrality among the 3 continents, its students were scattered far and wide, occupying significant positions locally and wielding considerable influence in the Day and Moon Federation's council. Thus, even with minimal social responsibility, Yunming's work was unrelenting. At that moment, the most powerful figure on the continent paused in his bureaucratic tasks, gazing out beyond the golden tree, as if peering through the very fabric of space. Spotting a certain little thief casually strolling towards the sea god lake with his hands in his pockets. Though he appeared as a diminutive 6 or 7-year-old child, Yunming was acutely aware that this individual housed the essence of a nearly mature 13-year-old youth. That little rascal has arrived. The thought of his beloved daughter being taken advantage of by Qin Xiao left Yunming feeling utterly drained, especially considering how willingly she seemed to accept it. His heart sank further. Why couldn't it have been me and Yali who encountered Na first? Yunming sighed despondently, suddenly struck by an idea. That girl from the Yi family has been getting along splendidly with Na lately. I should send her over to keep an eye on Qin Xiao. During this time, Yunming had begun to perceive Na's reclusive tendencies, attributing them to Qin Xiao's influence and deeming it a failure in his upbringing. Thus, he had been seeking companions for Na, as there were indeed many children on Sea God Island, although numerous titled Douluos ended up solitary in their old age. It did not imply that there were no couples formed, and the Sea God matchmaking event was not merely for show. Moreover, the children of talented disciples brought back by powerful figures during their travels contributed to the population of young ones on the island. After filtering out those boys attracted by Na's beauty, the girl from the Yi family was the one who played with Na the most. Determined to act, Yunming utilized the spirit to communicate with a little girl who was currently practicing in a wooden house on Sea God Island. The girl appeared youthful, only slightly older than Qin Xiao, around 6 or 7 years old, clad in a green tracksuit that fit her perfectly. Her golden ponytail was neatly tied back, and her striking blue eyes sparkled beautifully, framed by long eyelashes resembling sapphires, with fair, delicate skin that glistened like jelly under the sunlight, eliciting exclamations of "Oh, one adorable little girl!" from anyone who beheld her. At that moment, the golden-haired little girl was channeling a purple aura. It was the Tang sect's secret skill, the purple extreme demon eye. Yi Xinglan. Yunming's voice resonated in her ear, startling her from her meditation, though fortunately, she remained unscathed. Yunming was not concerned about her well-being. In fact, he relished the playful mischief of such interactions. Such a reserved man, pretending to be serious outside. Yi Xinglan sprang up, her golden ponytail bouncing with her movements. "Huh? Who called me?" Yunming replied, "It's me, Yunming." Yi Xinglan, trusting in his identity, recognized that only the Sea God Pavilion Master, the Titan Da Yunming, would dare to speak so freely on Sea God Island. She did not believe anyone could conduct clandestine activities here without his knowledge. Immediately, she bowed respectfully towards the void. "Master Yunming, Senior Titan, may I inquire what brings you to seek me?" Yunming replied solemnly, "Today, a friend of Na's will come to Sea God Island to take her out for some fun, but I am quite apprehensive about this individual. I fear Na may be at a disadvantage should she accompany him, so I would like you to accompany her and offer her some support." Whenever the name of her newly acquainted friend, Nar, was mentioned, Yi Xinglan's ears perked up, and she momentarily froze upon learning that Nar had friends other than herself. Nar has other friends? Why have I never heard her mention them? Yi Xinglan tilted her head in contemplation, recalling how Senior Yunming had expressed disdain for Nar's friend, leading her to conclude that he must be a nefarious character with ulterior motives towards Nar. She felt as though she had uncovered the truth. For who was Nar but the disciple of the Sea God Pavilion's master? It was only natural for her to attract the attention of those with impure intentions. At this point, Yi Xinglan's limited intellect had reached its peak, especially with the malevolent guidance of the ever-looming Yunming. Before even meeting him, she had already developed a sense of animosity towards Qin Xiao. With a weighty sense of responsibility settling on her shoulders, Yi Xinglan nodded resolutely and declared to the void, "Rest assured, Senior Yunming, I shall protect Nar with all my might." With that, she twisted her body and dashed out of the wooden cabin, racing towards Nar. Yunming nodded in satisfaction, reclining into his massage chair, musing, with that girl Xinglan around, "I wonder how this little rascal intends to take advantage of Nar." Chapter 49. Naur. Under my protection, Qin Xiao settled himself by the shores of the Sea God Lake. Having just messaged Nar, he was informed that he would need to wait a while longer, leaving him to ponder what she might be up to. As he sat by the shimmering waters of the lake, he muttered to himself, that Nar, despite her youth, has certainly mastered the art of dawdling like an elder sister. After a lengthy wait of an hour since 9 in the morning, Qin Xiao finally spotted Nar in the distance. He caught sight of her silvery figure, and after a month apart, he noticed that she had grown taller, the roundness of her face seemingly diminished. Could it be that Yunming and his associates had pressured her into losing weight during this time? Nevertheless, she appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Her once constrained beauty now liberated, presenting an allure that surpassed her appearance when by his side. As soon as she saw Qin Xiao, Nar darted towards him like a silver bird, practically tackling him. "Qin Xiao!" Nar exclaimed, pinning him down, her face alight with affection and joy. "Ah, now Qin Xiao sighed with a wry smile, but before he could formulate his words, Nar buried her face into his neck. "Stop! Stop! Now you're going to drain me dry." In her greedy embrace, as she indulged in absorbing Qin Xiao's essence, a clear voice rang out. "Now what on earth are you doing? Girls should be more reserved. Don't let these boys take advantage of you." At that moment, Nar was pulled away by a flash of gold, revealing a lovely little girl with a golden ponytail. The little girl regarded Qin Xiao with a watchful gaze, her expression rife with disdain. Although Qin Xiao was grateful to this girl for providing him a moment's respite from Nar's voraciousness, her scrutinizing gaze made him feel rather uncomfortable. Rising to his feet, he looked at the golden-haired girl and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "You must be Qin Xiao." Xinglan appraised him with a critical eye, realizing he was far older than she had expected. It's rather disconcerting that someone of your age would be fixating on a young girl like Nar. Is this what my master often refers to as a pervert? My name is indeed Qin Xiao." He nodded in acknowledgement. "Xinglan, this is the Qin Xiao I mentioned. He has always looked after me." Nar chimed in, "Qin Xiao, meet my good friend from Sea God Island, Xinglan." You always said I was a dullard and had no friends." At this revelation, Qin Xiao recalled a character from the original story, the current member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Xinglan, the wielder of the soul tool, Star God Sword. Could this little girl truly be the same? Observing the golden-haired girl who regarded him with hostility, he found the possibility increasingly plausible. After all, Xinglan was of similar age to Tang Wulin and the others, and only slightly older than Nar. Having been raised in Shrek Academy, her presence here seemed entirely justifiable. Nar wriggled free from Xinglan's grip and linked her arm with Qin Xiao's, asking, "Qin Xiao, did you miss me?" "Not at all," Qin Xiao replied with a gentle smile, causing Nar to pout adorably, her eyes glimmering with longing. "Well," Qin Xiao, sensing her discontent, added playfully, "who else could I possibly think of?" In an instant, Nar's frown transformed into a radiant smile, though she still playfully pinched his waist as a form of mild retribution. Though it didn't hurt, Qin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how instinctively adept girls were at manipulating the weaknesses of boys. Little did he know, the scene unfolding between him and Nar painted a very different picture in Xinglan's eyes. Indeed, this man was nothing more than a frivolous scoundrel. I must protect Nar. I cannot allow her to fall prey to his charms. Driven by her preconceived notions, Xinglan regarded Qin Xiao with disdain, even his handsome features appearing to her as overly polished. "Dush," she addressed Nauer. "Nauer, you must maintain a distance from other boys." Nar, still entwined with Qin Xiao, cheerfully retorted, "It's all right, this is Qin Xiao." Xinglan's expression darkened. Is there something amiss with this girl? How did I not notice it before? She used to keep her distance from the boys her age on Sea God Island. Why does she show no caution around Qin Xiao? Feeling a sense of defeat, Xinglan realized the challenge before her was greater than she had anticipated. She and Nar had never been so close. Yet, Qin Xiao de tu vi fanet is fiction. Today I, the second most adorable girl from Sea God Island, shall demonstrate to this boy what true friendship among girls entails. In that moment, the cerulean depths of Xinglan's eyes seemed to ignite with a fiery determination. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao began to decipher the source of Xinglan's animosity towards him. However, he pondered further. Surely, a 7-year-old, no matter how precocious, would not harbor such intense aversion toward a stranger. After all, his own looks were not lacking, and while first impressions might not yield a perfect score, they surely wouldn't be abysmal either. Thus, someone must have whispered something in Xinglan's ear beforehand. Connecting the dots to Nar, Qin Xiao swiftly identified the prime suspect. Yiming. Indeed, it must be him. How despicable, sending a third wheel to sabotage his rendezvous with Nar. Yiming. I, Qin Xiao, shall remember this grudge. When the opportunity arises, during your date with Yali, I shall ensure a global live broadcast of your folly. With one last defiant gesture towards a golden tree, Qin Xiao took Nar by the hand and departed from Shrek, accompanied by a little shadow trailing behind them. Walking side by side with Nar, he could distinctly feel the unwavering gaze of Xinglan 2 paces behind, fixated upon him. The intensity of her stare rendered him somewhat hesitant to grasp Narer's hand. This little girl certainly fulfilled the role assigned to her by that old curmudgeon Yun Ming with remarkable dedication. She was an exceptional third wheel, indeed. At least 5,000 watts of brightness, one might say. Leaning closer to Narer, Qin Xiao inquired, Narer, must we bring her along? It would be rather awkward to send Xinglan away. Narer, blushing, scratched her cheek in embarrassment. The reason she had lingered for so long was largely due to Yi Xinglan seeking her out just before their departure. Narer hadn't anticipated that Yi Xinglan would be so fervently devoted to playing the role of a third wheel. After all, they were all children of the same age. Why could Yi Xinglan not comprehend the atmosphere? This predicament was quite awkward for her, as she wished to embrace Qin Xiao freely. It had been half a month since they last met, and she noticed that Qin Xiao's fragrance seemed even more intoxicating. Qin Xiao let out a resigned sigh, muttering to himself, why bother being upset with a child? I might as well consider it as taking care of a little one, whether it's one or two. It amounts to the same. Narer, puzzled, asked, what are you talking about, Qin Xiao? Oh, nothing much. By the way, he replied, shaking his head and turning to Yi Xinglan. You are Yi Xinglan, correct? I plan to take Narer to the amusement park in Shrek City. Would you like to join us? Yi Xinglan responded. Who? Chapter 50. Is Qin Xiao a good person? In Yi Xinglan's previous memories, entertainment had been scarce. For cultivation began at a young age for the offspring of prominent families, even before their martial souls awakened. Since she could remember, her life had been filled with rigorous training schedules, leaving little room for the joys of childhood that her peers indulged in. While others reveled in leisure, they were immersed in cultivation. While others took breaks, they continued their relentless training. And even when others were preoccupied with various troubles, they remained focused on their growth. Coupled with familial support and the abundance of rare resources, they were far beyond mere beginners. Not only did they start from a higher point, but they also dashed ahead before the race even began, making it a dream for ordinary individuals to catch up with them without extraordinary means. Although Yi Xinglan and her peers had sacrificed the joys of ordinary childhood, they were destined for unparalleled status and strength in the future. Whether this was a loss or gain depended on personal perspective. At least Qin Xiao did not perceive it as a loss. However, these children inevitably lacked certain experiences in their childhood memories compared to others. Thus, the concept of an amusement park was merely a distant notion for Yi Xinglan. She had only heard of it, never having witnessed one, despite living close to it. Qin Xiao watched helplessly as Yi Xinglan, brimming with excitement, followed along while munching on snacks he had purchased. Yi Xinglan exemplified that, regardless of her precociousness and intelligence, she remained a child at heart. She was not a time traveler, devoid of any maturity beyond her years. Before long, she had nearly forgotten her original purpose, swept away by the joy of being with Qin Xiao and Narer. As they walked side by side, with Yi Xinglan holding Narer's hand, the three of them came to a halt in a square. The azure of Yi Xinglan's eyes sparkled like stars as she gazed intently at the amusement park's entrance across the square, murmuring, "Is this the amusement park?" Staring at the distant cluster of buildings, Yi Xinglan felt a sense of reverie. She had finally arrived at the legendary amusement park. She was the first child from Sea God Island to visit one. Narer nodded with a cheerful smile. Yes, Qin Xiao brought me here before. We had such a wonderful time. Indeed, it took quite a bit of effort, Qin Xiao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Narer before his thoughts drifted back to a few years prior in the Dingxin district. That had been his first visit to an amusement park. And on that very day, an evil soul master had perished, though he had returned with Narer several times since. None of those occasions had matched the thrill of that initial encounter. He wondered how Director Sun Xiao and the others were faring. Perhaps one day, when Nader had the time, he could take her back to visit. Qin Xiao, let's go, Nader exclaimed, tugging at both of them as they dashed towards the amusement park in Shrek City. One of Nader's hands was held by Yi Xinglan, while the other clutched Qin Xiao's, as if she were the one surrounded by admirers. Slow down, Nader, with Nader dragging them along. The two exchanged a glance filled with shared exasperation. They both smiled wryly before following the spirited Nader to the amusement park's entrance. It was clear that Nader would not be paying for anything. Although she had some pocket money from Qin Xiao, she had never had the opportunity to spend it, as she was always by his side, simply asking him to cover the costs. As for Yi Xinglan, she had heard of money but had never used it herself. The ticket saleswoman at the entrance smiled at the three of them and asked, "Little ones, where are your parents? You can't come to the amusement park alone. It's too dangerous to play by yourselves." Nader was indifferent, as she had no recollection of the terms father and mother. Yi Xinglan's expression darkened slightly. She hadn't seen her parents in a long time. Since arriving at Shrek, their encounters had dwindled, and even those few meetings were primarily about her progress in cultivation. At that moment, Qin Xiao produced his identification and stated, "I am their guardian," bringing them to the amusement park. He handed over the identification he had acquired at great expense from the black market. Fortunately, the ticket saleswoman found no issues, promptly accepting his payment and handing him 3 tickets. "I'll pay you back later," the little girl Xinglan said, her cheeks flushed. Although she remained somewhat guarded around Qin Xiao, she understood who had brought her here and wished to uphold her principle of not owing anyone favors. "Oh," Qin Xiao replied with a nonchalant nod. He was no longer the impoverished youth of years past. A few hundred federal coins were of little consequence to him now. He regarded it as treating someone, and with Yi Xinglan's declaration, he decided to forget about the matter entirely. Watching Qin Xiao's calm and indifferent demeanor, Yi Xinglan felt her face heat up, turning as red as an apple. Nara pointed excitedly at a cluster of metallic structures, exclaiming, "Qin Xiao, I want to ride the roller coaster." The roller coaster in Douluo continent differs significantly from the one in Qin Xiao's previous life. Given the existence of soul power and the distinct nature of ordinary individuals in Douluo, the entertainment facilities here are far more exhilarating than those in Qin Xiao's former existence. Take, for instance, this roller coaster, which boasts a staggering height difference of 500 meters. Yes, precisely the same height for which Nader once leapt. Qin Xiao scoffed. "I fail to comprehend the allure of that contraption. Clearly, my speed surpasses that of any roller coaster. Soaring through the skies with you would surely be more thrilling." "How could you even say that? To fly so swiftly, with such a considerable drop. Had it not been for my calm disposition, I might have been frightened into developing acrophobia." Nader rolled her eyes at Qin Xiao, recalling how envious she had been of his sword flight ability. Her yearning for the skies often led her to nag him to take her soaring high above, until one day, exasperated by her persistence, Qin Xiao simply embraced her and jumped off from 3,000 meters, nearly scaring her into losing control. Reflecting on Nader's true identity, Qin Xiao chuckled. "If you had a fear of heights, that would be quite the jest, wouldn't it? And you, Yi Xinglan, would you care to join me for a ride on the roller coaster?" Upon hearing Qin Xiao's invitation, Yi Xinglan paused, momentarily flustered, stammering, "Ah? Qin Xiao teased, "You're not afraid of heights, are you?" Instantly, Yi Xinglan lifted her chin with an air of pride, huffing, "Who is afraid of heights? I merely wish to avoid owing you any more money. However, since you're so earnest in your invitation, I suppose I cannot refuse." With that, she strode confidently, albeit with her short legs, toward the roller coaster, her gait slightly awkward. Qin Xiao chuckled softly and followed Nar. To his surprise, Yi Xinglan exhibited far greater enthusiasm for the amusement park's attractions than he had anticipated, eagerly trying nearly every ride under Nar's encouragement. On this day, Yi Xinglan found immense joy, reveling in companionship with her beloved friend Nar, free from the burdens of rigorous training. As for Qin Xiao, he was merely a tool, a means to an end for her. Yet, despite her words, it was evident that Yi Xinglan was merely being proud. She had gradually begun to acknowledge Qin Xiao as presence. Although he had been described disparagingly by Yun Ming, it was undeniable how he dotes on Nar, evoking a tinge of envy within her. His flaws included an excessive fondness for teasing Nar, who, even now, had her arm draped around his neck, rendering his face pale as she refused to let go. He truly is a boy with a mischievous heart. Ye vinglam muset, angering had ejecutim. Even as she noted that Nar had never embraced her in such a manner. But never mind that. The ice cream was simply delightful. As Yi Xinglan savored her treat like a little kitten, she remained blissfully unaware that her preoccupation would soon lead her to collide with a group of carefree youths. "Hey, watch out." Just as she was about to bump into one of them, Qin Xiao swiftly caught her collar, pulling her back. However, while she was saved, her ice cream, unfortunately, fell to the ground, splattering into a white bloom. Yi Xinglan glared at her fallen delicacy in fury, especially as the cold wind seeped in where Qin Xiao had gripped her collar. "What are you doing?" "My ice cream." Qin Xiao shot her a displeased glance. "Still thinking about your ice cream? If you had walked a moment longer, you would have run into someone." Only then did Yi Xinglan notice the presence of others ahead, her face flushing with embarrassment, observing the remnants of ice cream smeared on her lips. Qin Xiao instinctively pulled out a tissue and began to wipe her mouth. "Honestly, how messy. Haven't your family taught you how to eat properly?" he remarked as he cleaned her. Yi Xinglan stood frozen, as if carved from stone, allowing Qin Xiao to tend to her. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "And nothing. I can do it myself." Suddenly snapping back to reality, her cheeks aflame, she snatched the tissue from him and turned her head, delivering a playful slap with her ponytail. Meanwhile, Nar, enjoying her ice cream, observed the scene with an expression of indifference. Glancing at the 3-layer treat Qin Xiao had bought her, she took a hefty bite, her face becoming even messier than Xinglan's. She then tugged at Qin Xiao's sleeve. Qin Xiao responded, and Nar, after swallowing her ice cream, pointed to her face, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness. He paused for a moment, then obediently retrieved another tissue to wipe her face, prompting Nar to display an expression of contentment, akin to a cat being scratched under the chin. Xinglan, now cleaning her own face, watched this peculiar interaction with bewilderment, her mind racing to comprehend why Nar would choose such behavior. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air, abruptly shattering the warm ambience shared among the three. "Hey, you 3 kids, what's going on? Are you blind?" As they turned to face the source of the voice, they found the very youths Xinglan had nearly collided with, glaring at them with displeasure. "What is the matter? Why are you shouting at us?" To Qin Xiao's astonishment, the normally timid Xinglan stood her ground, displaying a newfound confidence and courage as she boldly placed herself in front of Qin Xiao and Nar. "What's the issue? Look at my pants. They're stained with your ice cream," one of the youths exclaimed, pointing at the splatters on his trousers. Upon inspection, Qin Xiao and the others indeed spotted several white spots, evidence of the ice cream. "Do you have any idea how much my pants cost? Go fetch your parents." The youth continued to bellow, his companions echoing his sentiments. To be fair, the pants in question were indeed quite expensive. Qin Xiao vaguely recalled that such custom-made attire, akin to the high-end suits he had seen in his previous life, could cost several tens of thousands of federal coins, enough to sustain a soul master for nearly a decade. These garments were not mere fashion statements, but were specifically crafted for soul masters, boasting exceptional elasticity, able to withstand transformations without tearing, thus justifying their hefty price tag. Observing the attire of these youths, Qin Xiao noted they all appeared quite affluent, their soul power fluctuations indicating they were likely in the 3rd or 4th rings. A group of ruffians wielding such formidable strength would be inconceivable elsewhere, yet in Shrek City, it was a plausible reality. However, it was important to note that these individuals were not true delinquents. Rather, they were talented outsiders who had come to Shrek for the enrollment examination, but had been rejected, lingering on in a manner reminiscent of the unremarkable urban rascals from his past life. Unlike those individuals, these people genuinely possess extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. They simply have not honed their skills adequately. Xinglan, observing the white spots on the other's trousers, recalled the ice cream she had dropped on the ground and, with a quivering lip, offered her apology. "I'm so sorry." "So sorry? What good is that?" The young man bellowed. "Call your parents over to apologize." Normally, they would not have reacted so vehemently even if offended by others. At worst, they would have merely reprimanded or beaten the offender. However, upon noticing the distinctive green tracksuit that Xinglan wore, his perception shifted. This attire, a product exclusive to Shrek, had never been available for public sale. He had witnessed individuals donning such garments during his own entrance examinations at Shrek. Thus, he surmised that Xinglan was a student of Shrek, perhaps even a member of an esteemed family, which ignited a more aggressive demeanor within him. He thought to himself, "If I can get this little girl's parents to apologize to me, wouldn't that imply that I have secured an apology from Shrek itself?" Under this warped psychological influence, the young man's gaze towards Xinglan gleamed with malice. "Ah, so this little brat is already under Shrek's wing? Back when I was a genius, they turned me away. Today, I shall make them regret it. Regret dismissing a talent like me." He mused darkly. "Child, hurry and summon your parents, or do not blame me for being ungracious." He shouted at Xinglan, his voice akin to that of a rabid dog. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, and their murmurs only intensified Xinglan's sense of panic. "Hey, everyone, come look. A student from Shrek has soiled my clothes and hasn't even apologized." As the crowd grew, the young man's voice rose further, attracting even more attention. Amidst the onlookers, a peculiar curiosity emerged. Rather than witnessing the folly of small-time thug, they were more eager to observe the reactions of Shrek's students. Pointing and whispering about Xinglan. "Does Shrek even have students this young? It can't be real, can it? What if she is the child of a prominent figure at Shrek? Privilege, perhaps. Then does that mean this little girl is using Shrek's reputation to bully others?" The earlier confidence and arrogance of the young man dissipated under the scrutiny of the crowd, and the azure hue of Xinglan's eyes trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Stubbornly, she blinked her large eyes, shimmering as if waves were rippling within them. "I have already apologized." The young man let out a cold laugh. "What apology? I didn't hear anything. Did any of you hear it?" As he spoke, he gestured towards his companions, who eagerly chimed in, exactly. I didn't hear anything either. That's right. She never apologized. How can a student from Shrek behave in such a manner? The distortion of truth left the young Xinglan utterly bewildered, and she murmured in disbelief. How can you all be like this? What do you mean, how can we? Let me tell you, unless you kneel and apologize today, this matter will not end. The young man shouted, his revolting grin sending chills down Xinglan's spine. At that moment, Qin Xiao, having finally cleaned Na-Er's face, put away the wet wipes and remarked, truly despicable, picking on children? His voice, though not loud, possessed a certain enchantment, silencing the surrounding clamor as all eyes turned to him, including Xinglan's. Initially startled by Qin Xiao's sudden interjection, the young man relaxed upon realizing that he was merely another child like Xinglan. Oh, look, another child. What? Do you intend to defend your friend? Don't think that being a student of Shrek grants you immunity from the law. He sneered, I'm not afraid of you. Who told you I am a student of Shrek? Qin Xiao regarded them with disdain, deeming them beneath contempt. Calling them garbage would be too generous, as he merely found them repulsive. As his words fell, the group suddenly felt a radiant force emanating from Qin Xiao, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. The scenery around them shifted in an instant, and intense pain surged through their bodies as they collapsed to the ground like discarded sacks. Ouch! Chapter 52, Shrek Strikes. As their bodies hit the unyielding ground, a tidal wave of agony assaulted their minds, compelling them to scream in anguish. What had just transpired? Moments ago, these individuals had been barking like mad dogs, yet now they lay sprawled on the ground. Xinglan could hardly believe her eyes, and the bewildered onlookers echoed her sentiment. With only Na having witnessed Qin Xiao's swift actions, in that fleeting moment, Qin Xiao had summoned his silent iron cavalry spirit, unleashing a rapid barrage of blows that sent the group crashing to the ground in an instant. Qin Xiao has grown stronger. I must not be left behind. Na silently encouraged herself. After a brief pause, the fallen individuals began to wail. A student from Shrek has assaulted us. Shrek is bullying us. Shrek does wrong and refuses to apologize while hitting us. Their shouts rang out loudly, and with the encouragement of some onlookers eager for chaos, the situation swiftly spiraled out of control. We did not hit anyone. Xinglan wished to clarify, but her small voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd, and as the chaos intensified, her anxiety mounted. In that instant, a hand rested upon her shoulder, halting her attempts to interject. Xinglan turned to Qin Xiao, pleading, Qin Xiao, you must explain this to them. I have no interest in such troublesome matters, and besides, do not interfere, Qin Xiao replied coolly, pulling the bewildered Xinglan behind him as he strode towards the writhing individuals on the ground. Qin Xiao, what are you doing? Xinglan sensed something was amiss and reached out to pull Qin Xiao back, only to find her wrist firmly grasped by Na-Er. Despite Na-Er's delicate hands, Xinglan felt as though she were ensnared by an iron vice. Na-Er's silver eyes locked onto Xinglan, her voice calm, yet commanding. Do not disturb Qin Xiao. In that moment, Xinglan felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Na-Er, causing her own soul power and martial spirit to quiver, as if confronted by an absolute superior. Na-Er is incredibly powerful. Qin Xiao approached the group of individuals, looking down at the young man below, who resembled a boorish swine, and disdainfully remarked, though I harbor a certain dislike for Shrek, I equally detest your lot. Moreover, allow me to clarify, I am not affiliated with Shrek. In fact, I bear a grudge against them. What do you intend to do? Speak. The young man sensed an aura of danger, and in the next moment, his premonition became reality as Qin Xiao lifted his foot and brought it crashing down upon his head. Boom! The young man's head was forcibly embedded into the ground by Qin Xiao's foot, the tremendous impact creating a large crater in the earth. The rock is seen gradually quieted as Qin Xiao's foot descended, with onlookers swallowing hard at the sight of the young man's head buried in the ground. Quite the brutal child. Isn't he? Speechless now? Qin Xiao coldly surveyed the bystanders. If you have nothing to say, then allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Xiao, 13 years of age. Not a student of Shrek, for I scorn that institution. I do not smoke, and I only partake in a modest amount of alcohol, never overindulging. I retire at midnight and rise at 6, yet I always enjoy a quality sleep, never left fatigued. Listening to Qin Xiao's rather self-aggrandizing introduction, the crowd, including the ruffians, Xinglan and Na-Er, fell into a contemplative silence. The onlookers thought, while we may not comprehend his words, he claims not to be a student of Shrek. So who are we to argue, especially given his formidable presence? The ruffians mused. Suddenly, This self-introduction seems quite impressive. Xinglan questioned, "What did he say?" "He looks down on Shrek?" Na exclaimed, "Qin Xiao actually drinks." As Qin Xiao asserted dominance with his foot, the individual underfoot finally found his voice to affirm his existence. "Help! What are you all doing just standing there?" With his entire face pressed into the earth, the young man struggled to articulate clearly. But his companions understood Qin Xiao's intent and rushed towards him, casting aside any concerns about the repercussions of assaulting someone in Shrek City. After all, Qin Xiao struck first. They believed they had the moral high ground. Go. At the command of one youth, 3 or 4 ruffians, regardless of gender, unleashed their martial spirits. Though they had fallen from grace, they did not squander their talents. Each hailed from prestigious academies, well aware of the significance of power in the Douluo continent. Despite the disparities caused by their divergent paths, their inherent strength remained formidable. In an instant, 5 ruffians simultaneously unleashed their soul power. With 3 optimal soul rings of yellow and purple rising from beneath their feet, none possessing a rank lower than Soul Master. Xinglan's expression turned grave as she beheld these 5 individuals. The collective surge of soul power emanating from the quintet forced her to instinctively summon her martial spirit to withstand the pressure. A longsword materialized in Xinglan's grasp, its entire form a brilliant yellow, glimmering with countless stars, its resplendent light strikingly vivid even in daylight. This was the advanced, mutated martial spirit, the Star God Sword, endowed with stellar powers, one of the highest-tier weapon spirits. However, even such a powerful martial spirit could not withstand the oppressive soul power of 5 soul masters. The disparity in levels compelling Xinglan to summon her soul ring for protection. A deep yellow soul ring appeared upon her Star God Sword, aiding her in resisting the overwhelming force, allowing her to finally open her eyes. What she beheld next nearly shattered her worldview once more. The onlookers had long since fled the moment the ruffians released their soul rings. Although Shrek City was guarded by formidable experts, they knew that battles between soul masters could result in collateral damage. Thus, it was wise to observe from a distance. To venture too close would be courting disaster. It was precisely for this reason that they failed to witness what transpired next. As Qin Xiao observed the stances of his opponents, he let out a cold chuckle before unleashing his own soul power. One by one, purple soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, revealing 4 rings. But unlike the optimal configuration of yellow and purple, all of Qin Xiao's rings were deep purple, 1,000-year soul rings. Even though Xinglan had already come to terms with Qin Xiao's true age, she couldn't help but feel a wave of unease wash over her. 13 years old, a soul master of 4 rings, all 1,000-year rings. Such talent was exceedingly rare, even among the ranks of Shrek. Why had he not joined? The ruffians, too, were taken aback by Qin Xiao's displayed soul rings. As participants of the Shrek assessment, they understood all too well the implications of such a configuration. It essentially guaranteed admission to the Inner Academy. This little brat claims he is not from Shrek. How could he not be with that soul ring configuration? The leading young man, whose face was nearly flattened by Qin Xiao's foot, displayed no fear upon witnessing Qin Xiao's soul rings. Instead, his expression turned sinister. Charge! He stands alone. No matter how gifted, he cannot surpass the 5 of us. The young man shouted, but the next moment his voice was silenced. Qin Xiao casually extended his hand, which was swiftly enveloped in armor, growing rapidly until it became a colossal hand, 10 meters in diameter, descending upon them. The speed was astonishing. They had no time to escape. In the blink of an eye, it struck them down. Bang! All 5 were slammed into the ground. The force so overwhelming that they had no chance to emit a single cry of despair. Chattering incessantly is tiresome, Qin Xiao remarked disdainfully as he withdrew his hand. Chapter 53. Am I still hitting you? Is it resolved? Xinglan gazed in disbelief at the 5 3-ring soul masters, now embedded in the earth by a single blow. 5 powerful 3-ring soul masters had been effortlessly subdued by Qin Xiao. Even if he was of a higher cultivation, the gap seemed insurmountable. Were she not also a soul master, having barely withstood their soul power pressure, she might have mistaken them for ordinary individuals. Qin Xiao. Xinglan stared incredulously at the 4 purple soul rings that Qin Xiao was slowly retracting, her mouth opening as if to inquire how he had become so formidable. But she ultimately stifled her words. SoulLand, what's the matter? Nar inquired from beside her, prompting Xinglan to remember her companion was still there. Nar, let me check on you. You weren't harmed in that battle, were you? Nar blushed, evading Xinglan's hands, retreating behind Qin Xiao. her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot an annoyed glance at her well-meaning friend. What was SoulLand even thinking? As Qin Xiao gazed helplessly at the two small figures surrounding him, he let out a resigned sigh. Just as he was about to speak, a frantic shout pierced the air. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled, and the atmosphere felt thick as if mired in mud, impeding everyone's movements. All 5 individuals sprawled on the ground, except for Qin Xiao, experienced a wave of suffocating pressure. This overwhelming force emanated from a Soul King. No, it was a Soul King clad in battle armor. From the intensity of this pressure, Qin Xiao deduced the strength of its source. He waved his hand and summoned his true energy to conjure a protective barrier, shielding himself, Xinglan, and Nar. Unbeknownst to them, another figure had appeared in the sky, a tall middle-aged man, who, upon noticing that Qin Xiao not only withstood his pressure, but also protected others, momentarily paused in astonishment. Upon scrutinizing the trio's faces, he recognized them but still adhered to protocol, inquiring, who dares defy the regulations of Shrek's city and engage in conflict here? Before he could finish, a young man, knocked down by Qin Xiao, struggled to lift his head and shouted, reporting to the enforcer, "I am but an ordinary resident of Shrek. I was enjoying myself at the amusement park when your Shrek students soiled my trousers and refused to apologize, even resorting to violence. Is this how unreasonable Shrek has become?" Qin Xiao stared, dumbfounded at this brave soul. Remarkably, he continued to lie even in such dire circumstances, assuming they were oblivious. No sooner had the young man finished speaking than the enforcer, his eyes blazing with fury, glared at the ragtag group sprawled on the ground. He ominously declared, "Do you take me for blind and deaf fools?" The enforcer continued, "I arrived the moment your conflict erupted." The young men's faces drained of color in an instant. They realized they had been caught red-handed. You Shrek people are so idle. Instead of maintaining order, you lurk about like voyeurs. You 5, from this day forth, leave Shrek City and never return. The enforcer rendered his verdict, having long harbored dissatisfaction towards these delinquents. However, due to regulations, he could not act against them unless they provoked trouble. Now, the situation had changed. Attacking Shrek's students and attempting to extort them warranted a more severe response. The 5 instantly appeared despondent, realizing they had not only failed to gain entry into Shrek, but were now barred from the city altogether. Subsequently, the enforcer's gaze turned unerringly to Qin Xiao. He had heard tales of Qin Xiao's eccentric disposition and disdain for Shrek, and today he was eager to confront him. "And you, Qin Xiao," his voice thundered, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Even with the protective barrier erected by Qin Xiao, Xinglan and Nar felt a buzzing in their heads. Qin Xiao scratched his ear and replied nonchalantly, "Why shout so loudly? Speak your mind. What is it you desire?" His demeanor astonished onlookers, particularly the young delinquents, who gazed at him in disbelief. How dare he speak to a Shrek enforcer in such a manner? While they had acted foolishly moments ago, it was merely a reflection of their warped psychology. They had always held a sense of reverence for Shrek. Faced with a formal student of Shrek, they would have cowered immediately, but they mistook Xinglan for an easy target due to her youth. Such an attitude was indeed irksome. The enforcer's countenance darkened upon witnessing Qin Xiao's insolence. "You have harmed someone. What punishment do you deserve?" Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Enforcer, it's not like that." Xinglan attempted to interject, but the enforcer had no interest in fairness and would not heed her words. He waved his hand dismissively. "SoulLand, do not speak. I have my own standards of judgment." But Qin Xiao once again grasped Xinglan by the collar and pulled her behind him. "All right." Xinglan remained silent. "This person is here to settle matters with me." Turning his attention to the middle-aged man above, he continued, "So, you are here to provoke me, are you?" The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "I have no interest in squabbling with a whelp who knows nothing of the world." Qin Xiao regarded him coolly and replied, "Do you truly believe that nonsense?" The atmosphere fell silent, as all present stared incredulously at Qin Xiao, who dared to insult a Shrek enforcer. The enforcer's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping with fury, trembling with rage. "You dare insult me? How long has it been? Besides the elders within Shrek, no outsider has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner." As Qin Xiao observed the middle-aged man, his soul power surged, and 4 purple soul rings reappeared amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. "Not only will I insult you, but I shall also strike you." With that, layers of armor enveloped his form, shielding all but his head. He then propelled himself off the ground, rocketing towards the middle-aged man like a cannonball. The crowd below watched in disbelief as Qin Xiao ascended, marveling at his audacity. This man dared to confront a Shrek enforcer. Such courage. The middle-aged man, witnessing Qin Xiao charging towards him, was both furious and amused. He raised his hand, intending to teach Qin Xiao a lesson. 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, emerged in optimal configuration around him. With a swift motion, a massive flaming sword manifested in his grip. The 4th soul ring shimmered, and the flaming sword grew to an impressive 10 meters in length almost instantaneously. The middle-aged man swung the sword down upon the ascending Qin Xiao with the intent to cleave him in two, confident in his soul king-level prowess. He believed that even if Qin Xiao were formidable enough to dispatch 10 second-year students in an instant, he would still be unable to withstand his 4th soul skill. Qin Xiao, be careful, Nader exclaimed in alarm. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly materialized beside Qin Xiao. Though small in comparison to the colossal flaming blade descending from the sky, it drew the gaze of all present. For reasons unknown to her, Xinglan felt her star god sword tremble in her hand, as if filled with both fear and excitement upon the appearance of the golden light. Nader's heart raced as she recognized the golden light. It was none other than the Qin Xiao sword, which Qin Xiao seldom employed. With both hands poised like a sword, Qin Xiao pointed towards the flaming giant blade. The golden radiance surged forth, effortlessly slicing through the flaming blade as if it were but a mere thread. In the blink of an eye, the flaming blade was cleaved in two. The middle-aged man's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, a stark reaction to the backlash from his shattered soul skill. He stared in disbelief at the large blade in his hand, now reduced to a mere half, and then glanced at the golden radiance suspended in midair, exuding an ever-present aura of sharpness. How could this be possible? He uttered in disbelief, grappling with the fact that he, a dignified soul king, had been effortlessly thwarted by a mere soul master. When the next moment, a voice loomed above him, interrupting his thoughts. You can go down now, you brat. Looking up, he beheld Qin Xiao, silhouetted against the sun, the light obscuring his vision. Yet, he could still discern that Qin Xiao's right arm was gradually swelling, his fingers emanating a rich golden glow, a brilliance that even the sun could not fully conceal. This is bad. The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he sensed the imminent threat from Qin Xiao's maneuver. If things went awry, he would surely be defeated here. How could someone so formidable arise from a mere soul master? His 5th soul ring, aglow with 1,000 years of power, illuminated the fireblade, restoring it to its original form, albeit marked by a deep gash from the Qin Xiao sword that traversed its entire length. His martial spirit had been wounded, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The flaming sword in his hand slashed through the air, conjuring a crimson blade of light that formed a perilous shield around him. The moment the shield materialized, Qin Xiao struck forth. 5 golden beams, each 5 meters long, shot down from the heavens, crashing against the middle-aged man's protective barrier. It can withstand this, he thought confidently as he felt the feedback from his defense. Yet, in the next instant, he watched in horror as a shield was effortlessly cleaved apart by the 5 golden rays. What? As the golden light approached, the middle-aged man finally grasped the unparalleled sharpness of the attack. It was not a matter of insufficient power, but rather that it was too razor-edged. Chapter 54. Shrek is not the only path. The middle-aged man plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, and the next moment, Qin Xiao descended from above, reaching out to retrieve his Qin Xiao sword. He planted a foot on the chest of the middle-aged man, pinning him back down, and pointed the sword at his throat. Not bad. You managed to summon your battle armor, just in time to block my attack, Qin Xiao remarked, jabbing the sword beside the middle-aged man's neck, grinning at the intricate patterns adorning his red armor. As a battle armor master of the 1st rank, combined with the middle-aged man's own prowess as a 5-ring soul king, he could exhibit the strength equivalent to a soul sage. Defeating such an opponent would require considerable effort, even from the current Qin Xiao. The middle-aged man's predicament stemmed primarily from the Qin Xiao sword in Qin Xiao's possession. The initial attack from Qin Xiao's Golden Extreme Claw had already dismantled the defensive measures the middle-aged man had implemented. In a flurry, he had summoned his battle armor for protection, but it was insufficient to fully counter the assault. Having sustained injuries prior, coupled with the sword now aimed at his throat, the extreme piercing power of the golden level combined with the sword's soul-shattering properties had culminated in this dire situation. Thus, it was not that Qin Xiao possessed such overwhelming strength as to easily subdue a battle armor master of the 5-ring rank. Rather, the prowess of a battle armor master at the soul sage level was not to be underestimated. Defeating an opponent of that caliber would not be a simple task for Qin Xiao. It would require a significant exertion of effort. With the sword pointed at his throat and Qin Xiao's foot pressing against his chest. The rapid shift in their respective circumstances sent the middle-aged man's face into a tumult of colors, alternating between green and white. How had he, a 5-ring battle armor master, fallen to such depths? How humiliating! The middle-aged man glared at the sword before him, a deep sense of humiliation washing over him. Yet he dared not make a move. He sensed that the long sword was exceedingly dangerous. It could undoubtedly cleave him and his battle armor in two. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, the small-time thugs now fully convinced of Qin Xiao's strength. He could not possibly be from Shrek for otherwise. He wouldn't be threatening a Shrek powerhouse with a sword. This man is formidable. The thugs collectively swallowed hard, realizing that their previous encounter had merely been the result of Qin Xiao holding back. Their earlier attempts to provoke him now felt utterly foolish. With this in mind, nearly everyone cast unkind glances at the young leader who had instigated the confrontation. It was you who urged us to seek trouble earlier. Now, you deal with the aftermath. The young leader silently lowered his head, burying his face in the dirt, effectively camouflaging himself. The implication was clear. He was as good as dead, and it was time to pay respects. Xinglan stared in astonishment at Qin Xiao and the middle-aged man beneath his foot, struggling to comprehend how Qin Xiao, a mere soul master, could vanquish a battle armor master of the first rank. This was simply excessive. On the other hand, Na found it quite reasonable. Having previously unleashed an attack capable of annihilating a soul sage without inflicting any substantial harm on Qin Xiao, it was believable that he could now defeat a battle armor master. Weren't you so cocky just moments ago? Why are you not flaunting yourself before me now? Qin Xiao taunted, tapping the edge of the Xinglan sword against the middle-aged man's face with a cold smile. This act of insult only darkened the middle-aged man's expression, yet he could not muster a retort in the face of such a situation. Tch, how dull. Qin Xiao spat disdainfully, then withdrew his foot and sheathed his sword, gazing down at the middle-aged man with derision. From now on, refrain from throwing your Shrek tantrums in front of me. I will not be swayed by your antics. You humph. Qin Xiao scoffed dismissively and then turned to leave. Qin Xiao, you wait. I will surely return the humiliation of today in kind. The middle-aged man shouted at Qin Xiao's retreating figure. You can't even defeat me now. How do you expect to overcome me in the future? Dream on. Do you think only your Shrek people will progress? Qin Xiao replied without looking back. The middle-aged man's face darkened with anger at Qin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, and with a cold snort, he departed, unable to bear the shame of remaining there any longer. Upon returning to Xinglan and Na-er's side, Qin Xiao continued to grumble. Honestly, I go through the trouble of bringing you out for a bit of fun, and I end up embroiled in such vexatious matters. It's a bother. I've had to fight multiple times in one day. Qin Xiao's relaxed demeanor caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Xinglan's forehead. Her mind was spinning from a series of events that had unfolded. First, they had been targeted by thugs. Then Qin Xiao had drawn out the Shrek inner courtyard's expert, and subsequently, he had effortlessly defeated that expert. Are you certain you're just a 13-year-old? 4-ring soul master, and not a 30-year-old titled Douluo? Na murmured. Qin Xiao, are you being too ostentatious? This is nothing like your usual style. Qin Xiao crossed his arms, chuckling. Ostentatious? I hardly think so. I merely utilize my strength to resolve troubles. And it's not as if I instigated any of these incidents, right? How can you accuse me of being too ostentatious? As she spoke, Xinglan's golden hair dimmed, and she thought to herself that had there not been a problem on her side, none of this would have transpired. I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for? Qin Xiao, sensing Na-er's sudden vigilance and Xinglan's adorably bewildered expression, reached out to pat Xinglan's head and said, I brought you all out for fun, so I should be ready to face any troubles that arise. Besides, with all of you being so beautiful and of such distinguished status, it would be abnormal if nothing went wrong. Beautiful? What are you talking about? Xinglan suddenly blushed, pushing Qin Xiao's hand off her head, and pointed at him with a quivering finger, saying as expected, Senior Yunming was right. You are a naughty child. Qin Xiao thought to himself that Yunming had indeed slandered him in front of others. Huh, where have I been naughty? Don't unfairly tarnish my reputation. It's so noisy. I don't care. You're a naughty child. Xinglan gave Qin Xiao a shove, and after pushing him away, she left in a huff. What is wrong with you? Qin Xiao muttered, watching her retreating figure and the swaying golden ponytail, when he suddenly felt a lingering gaze upon him. Ternan Donaev, who wore a rather unpleasant expression, he asked, Nar, what is the matter? Nara looked at Qin Xiao for a moment, sighed, and replied, "It's nothing." Sigh. "When will you ever stop causing me worry?" Qin Xiao thought to himself that this little brat was acting so mature. "What, are you jealous?" he quipped, reaching for Nara's hand, only for her to evade him. Nara turned her face away, clearly displaying her displeasure. "No, I just want to walk alone." With that, she followed closely behind Xinglan, leaving Qin Xiao utterly perplexed. "Still claiming you're not jealous?" Just as Qin Xiao was about to follow the two of them, a previously quiet young man mustered his courage to ask, "Who exactly are you? Are you not a student of Shrek?" Qin Xiao halted, gazing at the young man. "Me? Didn't I already say? I am Qin Xiao, not a student of Shrek." The youth, puzzled, inquired, "Then why don't you go to Shrek? You're clearly so strong." His question echoed the thoughts of the others. Observing the inquisitive and confused expression on the young man's face, Qin Xiao smiled and retorted, "If I'm already this strong, why should I go to Shrek?" The crowd responded with a collective, "Eh?" Qin Xiao scratched the back of his head and continued, "Perhaps Shrek is a sanctuary in your eyes, but in mine, it is not. Shrek is a place that teaches monsters, not a place that produces them. Monsters are monsters, no matter where they are, so why would I willingly go to Shrek to suffer? Rather than becoming a student of Shrek and basking in its glory as the world's #1 institution, I would prefer to become Shrek's adversary and seize that crown for myself." After saying this, he made a gesture as if to grasp something, then released it, looking at the group of young men before him with a smile. "When you return, make sure to train diligently. Don't fall into the depths of depravity as mere delinquents. Shrek is not the only path for you, and there is no need to hold a lifelong grudge against it." With that, Qin Xiao turned and hurried after Nara. The group of young men watched Qin Xiao's departing figure, recalling how he had just showcased his prowess by defeating a formidable armored fighter. His words still resonating in their minds. Shrek is not the only path. Chapter 55, Once a Week. After having dinner with Nara and Xinglan, Qin Xiao escorted the two back to Shrek. "Ugh, it's just ridiculous that they let Nara stay out overnight. I'm going to report Shrek for restricting personal freedom." Qin Xiao grumbled darkly. "Oh please, it's clear you just want to take advantage of Nara." Xinglan, clutching the gift Qin Xiao had bought for her, shot him an exasperated glance. "What are you talking about?" Qin Xiao retorted. "I've lived with Nara for over a year. When have I ever taken advantage of her?" "Nara, back me up." Nara, equally holding a matching gift, walked beside Qin Xiao and said with a pout, "You do it every day." Hiss. Xinglan's face paled, and she gasped, glaring at Qin Xiao. "Pervert. Lolita Loa. Metalwork enthusiast." Qin Xiao felt somewhat exasperated. "Nara, don't say such nonsense." Nara scoffed, poking Qin Xiao in the chest. "Oh, aren't you the one who cuddles with me every night?" Upon hearing this, Xinglan looked at Qin Xiao with eyes full of horror, shakily pulling out her communication soul guide. "Help! Help! There's a pervert here molesting a little girl." Qin Xiao, in a state of mild panic, exclaimed, "That is not true. It's Nara who is always squirming into my arms while we sleep." Nara blushed, letting out a playful huff. "Well, go tell the police and see if they believe you." "Help! Help! Help!" Xinglan stopped fanning the flames. The three of them continued to bicker as they returned to Shrek's inner courtyard, where Qin Xiao dropped off the two little girls by the sea god lake, where someone was already waiting. It was still Yuanen Yehui. Qin Xiao, observing her waiting by the lakeside with a boat, couldn't he help but wonder if her sole task in the inner courtyard was to row boats. Yuanen Yehui noticed Qin Xiao approaching with the two little ones and lingered her gaze on him for a moment. She had already heard about the events from earlier that morning, and even though she knew Qin Xiao's strength was exceptional, she couldn't help but gasp. One person overwhelming 30 soul elders. What kind of strength was that? It was something even 5th grade students rarely achieved. This guy truly has confidence, she thought. But the gap would eventually narrow and even reverse, as Shrek places great emphasis on armor masters. When the time comes for making armors, Qin Xiao will surely have regrets. Yuanen Yehui reassured herself. She addressed the golden and silver little girls behind Qin Xiao. "Miss Nara, Xinglan, it's time to go." Nara nodded slightly, feeling somewhat downcast. Although she had seen Qin Xiao today, she was particularly happy, with Xinglan as a third wheel. She felt unable to get close to him as she once did. "Well then, goodbye Qin Xiao." As Xinglan waved to Qin Xiao while boarding the boat, Nara felt a pang of discomfort. They had only just met, so why did she have to act so familiar? Qin Xiao nodded lightly and waved back at Xinglan, saying goodbye. Indeed, it was a problem of his own making. Nara felt even more upset, huffing and ignoring Qin Xiao as she boarded the boat without a word. Seeing this, Qin Xiao could only smile wryly, calling out to Nara, "Nara, goodbye. If you want to hang out with me, just send me a message, and I'll come to pick you up." Naer shot him a sidelong glance and turned her head away without responding. This girl. Qin Xiao shook his head in exasperation before turning to leave as Qin Xiao began to paddle the boat away from shore. As the ship commenced its voyage, Naer could no longer restrain herself and turned her head to gaze at the departing figure of Qin Xiao. She called out, "Qin Xiao, come back for me in a week." "Understood," Qin Xiao responded, turning to wave at Naer. "Goodbye." Naer halted her waving, murmuring to herself as her lips betrayed a smile she couldn't suppress. At that moment, Xinglan, seated beside her, spoke up. "Naer, where shall we venture next?" "What?" Naer exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at the golden-haired girl beside her. "You actually wish to join again next time?" For a moment, Naer pondered whether having such a friend was a blessing or a curse. In the office of the Shrek Academy's dean, the current head, the Holy Spirit Douluo, dismissed a student who had reported on duty. This student happened to be the middle-aged man who had previously clashed with Qin Xiao. The Holy Spirit Douluo stroked her smooth chin and chuckled softly. Interesting. To defeat a one-character battle armorer, even through cunning tactics, raises some questions. After all, Qin Xiao is merely a four-ringed soul master. How could he possess such formidable strength? It's reminiscent of Ming Ji's accomplishments. Reflecting on the intelligence gathered about Qin Xiao with Yun Ming through Shrek's information network, Yali felt increasingly bewildered by the unfolding events. The data revealed that Qin Xiao was an orphan from the Welfare Institute in Gongxin City, his initial funds for becoming a soul master amounting to 80,000 federal coins. Saved by the institute's director, Sun Xiao. His background was untainted, with comprehensive records of his life maintained by the Welfare Institute, confirming that he did not hail from a prominent family. However, the circumstances of Qin Xiao's rise were intriguing. With Yali and Yunming's status in Shrek, the minor actions of Master Li from the Spirit Transmission Tower were easily uncovered, revealing that Qin Xiao's financial sources for purchasing soul spirits and enrolling in manufacturing courses were untraceable before meeting Naer. This indicated that he had encountered a hidden power that nurtured him, leading him to Donghai City a year prior to acquire a century-old dark gold claw bone from a bear, and subsequently spending a day in the remote city of Aolai before returning with Naer in tow. Thus, Yali and Yunming speculated that Qin Xiao had been secretly cultivated by that concealed force to serve as Naer's attendant. However, Naer's peculiar attitude towards Qin Xiao and the latter's extraordinary prowess raised many questions. Despite not exhibiting any residual effects, he possessed immense strength, suggesting that the price paid was undoubtedly substantial. Which major power would treat an ordinary soul master with a mere 5 levels of innate soul power in such a manner? Even Shrek would never engage in such a transaction. It would be far too unprofitable. What could this force possibly intend? With this query lingering in her mind, Yali returned to Sea God Island, intending to discuss it with Yunming. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, weary from the day's endeavors, returned to his studio. He had accomplished much that day. Aside from the relatively effortless task of fighting, the primary exertion came from accompanying Naer and Xinglan, the two little Lolas, on their shopping escapades, which had proven to be quite exhausting. It was evident that no matter how young the girls were, their stamina and enthusiasm for shopping surpassed any boy's imagination. Even during their time at the amusement park, Qin Xiao felt as if his legs might give way. Alas, these two girls will want to come again in a week. Qin Xiao recalled Naer as parting words, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. He suddenly regretted having agreed so readily. Chapter 56, Gu Yue School Life. Ah, such is fate, Qin Xiao sighed, then entered his studio to commence his work for the day. Simultaneously, several hundred miles away, on the outskirts of Shrek City, stood the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Towering thousands of meters into the sky, the Spirit Transmission Tower resembled a colossal jade pillar, and its vast size warranted a myriad of rooms. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a soul-spirit transformation array, which would be a waste of real estate. In reality, the interior of the Spirit Transmission Tower contained countless rooms, not only for soul-spirit transformations, but also for various other purposes. There were even spaces for farming, utilizing special technology to accommodate the needs of thousands of inhabitants, along with diverse entertainment facilities, fulfilling every requirement from birth to burial. Indeed, there were instances of individuals born within the Spirit Transmission Tower who had never set foot outside its walls. Naturally, the tower also accommodated schools for the children of its personnel. At that moment, in a brightly lit classroom, Gu Yue and her peers were preparing to conclude their lessons organized by the Spirit Transmission Tower. "Stand up, teacher, goodbye." 7 or 8 children rose from their seats, their youthful voices calling out to a middle-aged woman in a suit standing at the front of the class. The woman nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Yes. Remember to complete your homework when you return." Class dismissed. As the teacher departed, the students remained orderly, only beginning to engage in conversation once she had left. Gu Yue found herself alone. Although some children had approached her on her first day, she remained an outsider, preferring not to converse with those she had no connection to. As a dragon who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, her interest in human children was minimal, making it unlikely for her to interact much with her classmates. In truth, had it not been for the strong insistence of Leng Yaozhu, Gu Yue would have preferred to avoid wasting time here. What are they teaching in this cultural class? She thought to herself. As a dignified silver dragon king who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, what have I not seen? Do I need you to lecture me on history and culture? Even if I were to spend all my days deep within the lake of life, it would not mean I am illiterate. I have personally experienced the so-called history. And you want to recount the achievements of Gu Yue? I only regret not dealing with him decisively back then. She lamented that she had once believed the spirit transmission tower could help alleviate the relationship between soul beasts and humans, only to find it hastening their extinction instead. Had she known, she would have swiftly eliminated him. Truly, there is nothing of value here. I wish to learn about mecha and battle armor. Gu Yue sighed in frustration, tidied her desk, and then left the classroom. As Gu Yue stood to leave, the nearby children fell silent, watching her exit before resuming their chatter. A young girl couldn't help but mutter, "That Gu Yue, honestly, always wearing such a cold expression, as if someone owes her money." A girl beside her advised, all right, Jiao, don't be upset. Gu Yue is the disciple of the Vice Tower Master Long. A bit of pride is only natural." The girl named Jiao retorted sourly. What's she so proud about? It's just luck that she became the Vice Tower Master's disciple. As she reached this point in her thoughts, Jiao felt a twinge of grievance. Reflecting on her initial encounter with Gu Yue, she had eagerly approached her, hoping to strike up a conversation, only to be met with indifference, leaving her feeling utterly disregarded. How could Jiao possibly accept such treatment? Consequently, she found herself harboring a lingering disdain towards Gu Yue, though she refrained from voicing her sentiments openly. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Gu Yue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, leaning against the wall, having overheard the exchange among Jiao and her companions. Yet, she merely lowered her gaze in silence, choosing not to react or engage with them, and eventually departed alone. What is the point in being upset with a group of mere children? It's not worth it. Gu Yue sighed softly, murmuring to her reflection in the glass window. Gu Yue, you are the Silver Dragon King. How can you indulge in human sentimentality? Do not forget your identity and purpose. It wasn't that Gu Yue lacked emotional intelligence. Rather, her disposition was such that she only exhibited feelings towards those she genuinely cared for. For everyone else, her emotions remained remarkably stable. At this stage, children are typically acutely sensitive to emotional nuances, and thus, Gu Yue's aloofness naturally impeded any warmth in their interactions. In truth, Gu Yue was fully aware of her standing in the class, but she perceived no necessity for change. In fact, her current circumstances were a deliberate choice on her part. Since she had assumed human form, her mental state had fluctuated more frequently than ever before, with emotional upheavals occurring in just a month that surpassed the cumulative experiences of the last 10 millennia. Gu Yue was acutely aware of her own disquiet, and to safeguard her mental state from further environmental influence, she opted for a solitary path, minimizing others' impact on her and ensuring that her emotional shifts would not lead to erroneous judgments. What had prompted her to take on human form in the first place? Gu Yue gazed out at the dimming scenery as the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight light filtering through the glass, enveloping her in a warm glow that gradually eased her mind from the question. After lingering by the corridor to observe the dusk, she finally decided to leave. However, just a few steps away, she unexpectedly encountered someone, staring at the red-haired beauty before her, who wore a cheerful smile. Gu Yue was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, master?" She was astonished to see her mentor, Leng Yaozhu, come to collect her. Although Gu Yue had taken her as a disciple earlier than in the original narrative, Leng Yaozhu was no ordinary figure. She was the vice master of the Spirit Tower, a person of considerable busyness. While Gu Yue could seek her guidance on complex cultivation matters, it seemed improbable that she would personally instruct her in basic cultural courses. Hence, it was more suitable for Gu Yue to study alongside the other children in the Spirit Tower. Today the sun has merely set in the west, not risen from it. "What brings you here, master? What's wrong? Are you displeased that I came to fetch you?" Leng Yaozhu chuckled, playfully tapping Gu Yue's forehead with a delicate finger. "No, it's not that," Gu Yue replied, regaining her composure and shaking her head. "I was simply curious as to why you would come for me today. Considering how busy you usually are, today isn't as hectic as before." Lung Yaozhu replied with a light laugh. Since I have some free time, and you have been studying diligently, I thought it would be nice to take you out for a little drive. Really? Chapter 57. Conversations on the Cloud C platform. Gu Yue felt an amalgamation of emotions as she followed her mentor, settling into the passenger seat of Lung Yaozhu's exclusive sports car. Despite being one of the continent's top powerhouses, with her strength nearing its pinnacle, Lung Yaozhu still indulged in personal hobbies, such as collecting sports cars. The Spirit Tower boasted an entire underground parking level dedicated to her collection. Whenever she had the chance, Lung Yaozhu would drive incognito to nearby Qioming Mountain for some leisure, despite her speed rendering the car's capabilities trivial. Before her ascension to Vice Master, she had even won the title of Speed King at Qioming Mountain for 10 consecutive years. Gu Yue, buckle your seatbelt, Lung Yaozhu instructed with a serious expression. While this speed may not be daunting for me, it remains perilous for you at your current level. Understood, Master. Gu Yue obediently complied, fastening her seatbelt, and together they departed the Spirit Tower, heading towards the nearby mountains. Simultaneously, at the highest point of the Spirit Tower, known as the Cloud C platform, an austere elder with a countenance that radiated authority was intently observing Gu Yue and Lung Yaozhu's departing vehicle through keen, hawk-like eyes. Even at a height of several thousand meters, the figures below appeared as insignificant as ants to him, yet he regarded this distance as inconsequential, for his strength rendered it trivial. He was none other than the former master of the Spirit Tower, known as the War God, a quasi-divine limit Douluo, Qian. He remained fixed upon the sight of Lung Yaozhu's car as it vanished from view, making no unnecessary movements. Only after the vehicle had completely disappeared did he shift his gaze, allowing the high-altitude winds to tousle his hair as he looked down upon the depths of Shrek City. There lay the inner city of Shrek, home to Shrek Academy. As dusk descended, the neon lights of Shrek City began to illuminate, transforming the continent's largest metropolis, which housed over 15 million souls and spanned more than 1,000 kilometers in diameter, into a vibrant spectacle. One by one, the neon lights flickered to life, brightening the encroaching darkness, until Shrek City resembled a city of daylight, enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. Yet there was an exception. The inner city of Shrek, though illuminated, appeared dim in comparison due to its sparse population and the extensive greenery surrounding Shrek Academy. The academy itself stood like a black pearl nestled at the heart of Shrek City. Have you uncovered anything? Qian inquired coldly, his gaze unwavering as the winds tousled his hair, complementing his formidable countenance with an air of authority. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him, bowing respectfully to his back. We have gathered some information, but it is likely just a smokescreen deliberately released by Shrek. Despite being the master of the Spirit Tower and one of the top powerhouses of the world, Qian Dongfeng harbored a profound sense of trepidation towards his father. Even as a level 99 limit Douluo, he remained acutely aware of the hierarchical nuances that existed within that elite tier, which included distinctions like quasi-demigod, demigod, and quasi-divine. Although his father had experienced a significant setback in his mental state following his battle with Yun Ming, delaying his ascension to the quasi-divine realm by over a decade, Qian Dongfeng still recalled vividly how, as a child, his father could effortlessly pin him down with one hand while using the other to swat him. Thus, Qian Dongfeng remained remarkably humble before Qian Daiting, despite having attained the esteemed titles of Limit Douluo and Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. After all, one's father is still one's father. Upon hearing Dongfeng's words, Qian Daiting let out a disdainful sneer, remarking, "Humph, Shrek remains as it always has." Recently, the two had received reports from Lung Yaozhu, indicating that Shrek had made groundbreaking advancements in the realm of soul guide devices and soul spirits. Coupled with Qin Xiao's impressive performance in the intermediate ascension platform, it was only natural that Qin Xiao's profile found its way onto the desks of the higher echelons of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Considering various factors, Qian Dongfeng decided to order the research department of the Spirit Transmission Tower to expedite their scientific endeavors while placing particular emphasis on observing Qin Xiao himself. Although Dongfeng could glean little due to Shrek's clandestine operations, even the scan information he obtained proved to be sufficient. He then perused Qin Xiao's talent report, and, deeply shadowed by Yun Ming, he immediately recognized Qin Xiao's potential, foreseeing that he would undoubtedly become the next Yun Ming given time. Moreover, with access to Shrek's latest technologies, acquiring him might lead to a breakthrough in the development of soul guide devices and soul spirits for the Spirit Transmission Tower. Father, should we not send someone to arrange matters with that young man? I have discovered that he has been residing just outside Shrek Academy, making it relatively easy to approach him Dongfeng proposed. Qian Ting scoffed. Oh, and who would that be? Do you think Shrek would not assign him some guardians? Dongfeng replied. If it were those individuals, he barely whispered 3 words. Yet this was enough to send Qian Ting into a furious glare. Upon hearing his son mention that organization, Dai Ting thundered, Dongfeng, how dare you? With a swift motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a powerful surge of soul power, forcing the semi-divine Dongfeng to stagger back several steps. Qian Ting snotted. Though our Qiangu family may lack certain skills, we have not sunk to the level of mingling with those petty scoundrels. Whatever we lack, we shall acquire ourselves. Do not think of relying on others. Dongfeng understood that this was his father's warning, although he had tacitly permitted his son to engage with that organization. Leveraging its power to achieve their objectives, he would not condone such actions in many instances, particularly in this matter. For Qian Ting feared that his cherished son might develop a dependency on that organization. The affair regarding Qin Xiao was merely a trivial matter of a younger generation, and to contemplate utilizing that organization's strength for such a minor issue was indeed an ill omen. However, the power of that organization was undeniably effective. Sighing, Dongfeng respectfully addressed Qian Ting. Father, your admonition is well taken. This matter is indeed one I should have considered more thoroughly. Although he had connections with that organization, he was not completely foolish and understood that forming an overly deep collaboration could lead to perilous consequences. The trivial matter of a junior should not warrant such concern from the master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. It would be wiser to focus on how to manage and enhance the Spirit Transmission Tower itself. With a cold snort, Qian Ting continued his reprimand. What could Dongfeng say in response? He could only acquiesce verbally, feeling as though he were being chastised like a grandson rather than a son. Chapter 58. On Qiuming Mountain, the carriages are few and far between, perhaps due to the chastisement from Qian Ting causing a slight fracture in his mindset. Dongfeng found himself at a loss for words. After Dai Ting finished speaking, Dongfeng remarked, Then I shall assign this matter to Yao Zhu's newly accepted disciple. Yao Zhu's disciple? Qian Ting paused, as he was quite attentive to Lung Yao Zhu. Considering that the Lung family was among the most elite within the Spirit Transmission Tower, and Yao Zhu herself was the current vice master, it was impossible not to take notice. At one point, he had even attempted to orchestrate a union between Lung Yao Zhu and his son, for such a marriage would benefit both the Qiangu family and the Lung family. However, Yao Zhu had shown interest only in Yunming of Shrek, dismissing Qiangu Dongfeng, and when her sister fell to the path of the evil soul master, that plan had ultimately come to naught. Yet, he was less informed about Yao Zhu's disciple, only aware that she had accepted a student with commendable qualifications. What? That young girl is connected to Qin Xiao? Qian Ting inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing his son's statement, he instinctively felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, relying on a young girl to accomplish such matters was simply sighing inwardly. Qian Ting lamented, Dongfeng, this child still needs more tempering. Perhaps he has been too indulged in the past, leading him to approach matters with such a petty mindset. Dongfeng affirmed, Indeed, according to our investigations, Yao Zhu's disciple, Gu Yue, is acquainted with Qin Xiao. We can utilize this connection with Gu Yue to foster a relationship with Qin Xiao and, in the future, perhaps even draw him into our Spirit Transmission Tower. Qian Ting, feeling somewhat weary, waved his hand and said, Such matters, you may decide for yourself. There is no need to bring them all to me. However, ensure that your plans do not go awry. Do not attempt to gain something only to end up losing more. Dai Ting's concerns were not unfounded, for similar incidents had occurred in the past. Not just once or twice. The current Sea God Pavilion Master, Yunming's wife, Yali, was not originally affiliated with Shrek. Yet, she was taken away by Yunming through unscrupulous means. Throughout Shrek's thousands of years of history, such occurrences were not uncommon, whether male or female. As long as one party was connected to Shrek, the ultimate advantage would invariably lie with Shrek. Even if they did not officially join Shrek, their allegiances would certainly lean towards it, as evidenced by the current Vice Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Lung Yao Zhu, and Yunming, as well as the Hall Master of the God of War Hall, Han Hai Douluo, Chen Jia, and the Light and Darkness Douluo, Long Yiyu. It was perplexing. Perhaps Shrek had mastered absolute brainwashing techniques thousands of years ago. I understand, dear father, Dongfeng responded promptly. Very well, you may leave. Qian Ting gestured for Dongfeng to depart, and then stood alone beneath the starry sky, proudly positioned on the clouds, akin to a celestial being, parting the mist to gaze upon the flourishing world below. This feeling of standing above all captivated Qian Gu Daiting, and he could not help but murmur, "How splendid it would be if I could ascend to divinity." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Shrek City, within a mountain range over 100 miles from the city, stood Qiuming Mountain. This mountain was named in honor of the legendary Qiuming, a formidable soul master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, who had once vanquished a beast of monstrous proportions at this very location. It is said that the battle raged on for a full day and night, culminating in Qiuming, wielding his 8-ringed soul Douluo might, and with the aid of his 4-character battle armor and 3 soul spirits, ultimately dispatching the towering beast that stretched 100 feet in length. He then assimilated the creature into his 4th soul spirit, and possessing the soul spirit of a fierce beast, he ascended to become one of the continent's most formidable powerhouses, leading the Spirit Transmission Tower to flourish for an extended period. However, this was an event that occurred long ago, indeed thousands of years in the past. And even in the context of the Douluo continent, it belongs to a distant era. Present day, Qiuming Mountain no longer boasts the vast, towering forests of a millennium ago. Now, it is merely adorned with trees planted by the Urban Planning Bureau of Shrek City, which are only a few decades old at most. Today, the inhabitants can only imagine the valiant figure of Qiuming, the sea dog, battling the mountain giant through the artificial lake at the center of Qiuming Mountain, which spans a diameter of 10 miles. Nonetheless, this locale has become a favored spot for wealthy second-generation elites to engage in street racing. Although the Douluo continent emphasizes strength above all, it does not imply that wealth is exclusively held by soul masters. There exists a plethora of affluent ordinary individuals. Many soul masters possess formidable power but lack business acumen. Strangely enough, the Sun Moon Federation has enacted several laws that offer some leniency towards these affluent individuals, yet without strength, they ultimately cannot ascend to the pinnacle of society, living in fear of the dangers that accompany their wealth. Furthermore, the cultivation of soul masters is no simple feat. 90% of them remain below the Soul King realm. While there's a discernible gap between them and ordinary people, it does not reach the extent of a vast ocean. In this era where soul guide technology prevails, many still find excitement in activities such as street racing. The unique terrain of Qiuming Mountain, coupled with the picturesque scenery surrounding the central lake, has made it a perennial playground for the wealthy and idle elite of Shrek, who often sponsor competitions to enliven the atmosphere. Thus, when Leng Yaozhu and Gu Yue arrived at a parking lot in Qiuming Mountain at breakneck speed, a considerable crowd had already gathered, their raucous chatter causing Gu Yue to frown involuntarily. She loathed such places, bewildered by what these humans were doing in such a frenzied manner. Consequently, she cast a questioning glance towards Leng Yaozhu. With a slight cough, Leng Yaozhu remarked, "Master, I have come here today to unwind. Constantly studying without leisure can lead to issues, you know? No, I do not require rest. Learning brings me joy." Gu Yue thought to herself. Yet, faced with her master's enthusiasm, she felt compelled to comply. Though she was uncertain about the allure of this strange place, it was, after all, a gesture of concern from Leng Yaozhu. At that moment, Leng Yaozhu, somewhat bashful, confided, "Well, Gu Yue, this is a little secret of mine, so please do not let it slip." Her demeanor bore no resemblance to the legendary Tianfeng Law. She resembled a girl who had dashed out of the house to frolic, fearful of being caught. If the members of the Spirit Transmission Tower were to discover that their esteemed Vice Tower Master had come to such a place to amuse herself at the expense of children, it would undoubtedly shatter their worldviews. Did the Tianfeng Douluo care nothing for her reputation? Furthermore, Leng Yaozhu merely sought a brief respite, should word get out. She knew well that her presence as the Vice Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower would attract considerable attention to Qiuming Mountain. After all, it was a fortuitous opportunity for many to connect with the Vice Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Gu Yue understood Leng Yaozhu's reasoning and nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to inquire about their next course of action, her attention was captured, her beautiful eyes widening as she gazed out the window. There, she spotted a youth in the depths of Qiuming Mountain, clearing space. Qin Xiao, Chapter 59, The Unseen Old Sister. Noticing Gu Yue's peculiar reaction, Leng Yaozhu inquired, "What is it, Gu Yue?" Snapping back to reality, Gu Yue quickly replied, "Nothing, just curious about what's outside." Leng Yaozhu, unperturbed, thought to herself that it was natural for children to be curious about new things, even a precocious child like Gu Yue. However, understanding aside, she admonished, "Curiosity is perfectly normal, but do not wander off carelessly. While this place allows me to unwind, it is rife with unsavory characters. All manners of individuals abound. As a young child, if you were to get lost here, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Drawing from her own experiences, Leng Yaozhu recounted how she had once been filled with boundless curiosity upon her first visit, only to encounter various characters. Had she not possessed formidable strength at the time, she might have faced dire situations. And Gu Yue? She was small and lacked power. It was crucial to impart caution lest she find herself in trouble. Leng Yaozhu had brought Gu Yue to this place, partly to let her enjoy a thrill and partly to teach her survival skills in society. Otherwise, she would have taken Gu Yue to an amusement park. Why bring her to a place that even adults found daunting? Gu Yue nodded in agreement and continued to gaze out the window towards Qin Xiao, pondering what he was doing there. At that moment, she could not help but think, what could Qin Xiao, a member of the dragon clan from another world, possibly be doing in this desolate wilderness? Surely he wasn't here merely to gaze at the stars? There must be something amiss. Could it be that he was conducting some mysterious ritual to connect with his kin? Gu Yue was filled with curiosity. Had it not been for Leng Yaozhu's presence, she would have likely dashed off to investigate. As for Qin Xiao, he was not there to perform any mystical rites or communicate with so-called kin. Such notions were entirely unfounded. He had come to experiment with the soul guide device he had crafted. Qin Xiao's workshop was modest, merely sufficient for the creation of soul guides, and conducting experiments there would be considerably constraining. Given the exorbitant land prices in Shrek City, he had no choice but to venture into the wilderness for his experiments. The name Qiuming Mountain had caught Qin Xiao's attention, and he wondered if a certain car king named Tohai resided there, prompting him to bring his freshly crafted soul guide to this location. Initially, Qin Xiao was unaware that this was a racing venue for street racers. He only discovered this after his arrival. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With such an expansive area, he could conduct his experiments while others engaged in racing. As long as he found a sufficiently secluded spot, both pursuits could coexist, and he might even catch a glimpse of a free car race. Thus, deep within Qiuming Mountain, far from the racetrack, he prepared his experimental site, an event that Gu Yue, familiar with his aura, happened to witness. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, had he realized the gravity of the situation, he would likely have lost all motivation to conduct his experiments, thoroughly frightened. Qin Xiao had cleared a space of approximately 10,000 square meters within a valley in Qiuming Mountain, which, while not vast, sufficed as an experimental site. Along one edge of the area, he set up targets, and from his storage soul guide, he retrieved a hand cannon. Its appearance bore resemblance to the hand cannon seen in Pirates of the Caribbean, exuding a vintage charm, yet the internal mechanisms were anything but antiquated. It was equipped with 12 compressed-type array bullets, capable of firing without depleting true essence or soul power. As Qin Xiao concluded his soliloquy, he aimed at the distant target and pulled the trigger. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed, and a bullet hole the size of a thumb manifested at the center of the target. Unremarkable, merely indicative of the power of an ordinary handgun, hardly comparable to even a secondary soul guide. Yet, in the following instant, a series of fiery red runes emerged within a 30-meter radius around the target, radiating an intense heat. The temperature within this 30-meter expanse surged rapidly, and tendrils of flame materialized, rampaging through the air. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was engulfed in flames, obscuring any view of the interior, transforming it into a colossal crimson fireball. The temperature in the small valley escalated correspondingly, with astonishing heat waves rippling for 100 meters around. Fortunately, Qin Xiao had preemptively prepared for this, or else a conflagration would have ensued, leading to dire consequences. After all, setting fire to the mountains could lead to severe repercussions. After expressing his thoughts, Qin Xiao fired again, striking the fiery sphere. In the next moment, a series of water blue runes flickered into existence, gradually diminishing the surrounding temperature. However, the fireball did not dissipate. Instead, the water and fire runes alternated in their flickering, causing the elements within the 30-meter zone to grow increasingly unstable. It was akin to a boiling kettle lacking an escape for steam, heralding an inevitable outcome, an explosion. With a thunderous roar, the valley trembled as the air within a radius of several hundred meters vibrated violently, releasing an immense surge of scalding steam that enveloped the small valley in an instant. Qin Xiao's garments rustled in the tempestuous winds generated by the explosion, and despite the fierce gale capable of sending a soul master flying, he remained immovable, his petite frame steadfast against the storm. However, it wasn't long before his clothes ceased their flapping, rendered heavy and soaked by the accumulated moisture. Gazing at his firearm, Qin Xiao sighed. Although it requires no consumption of soul power or true essence to activate, its range remains rather limited, merely 150 meters, while its attack radius extends to 200 meters. This contraption is unusable by anyone but myself, under its current form. It serves only to torment soul kings and soul emperors. For those of greater strength, a mere punch would suffice. As he lamented, the steam gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal pit with a diameter exceeding 40 meters. This creation was inspired by a non-flammable artifact he had seen in his previous life, specifically a secret technique involving water shadows, resulting in the development of his steam cannon. Unlike the dynamic heating of its prototype, Qin Xiao's steam cannon utilized bullets infused with conflicting fire and water attributes, harnessing the principle of explosive conflict for release. Unlike traditional cultivators, Qin Xiao, leveraging modern technology, could deploy the arranged formations without being physically present, alleviating concerns about self-harm from detonation. Thus far, his innovative attack method proved effective. Even the assault of the Qi training stage bullets, when translated into the Douluo continent's soul guide system, equated to a level 5 attack type soul guide. The explosive effects stemming from the fission reactions of the dual formula bullets transcended level 6, inching towards level 7. Additionally, compared to conventional level 5 soul cannons, the production cost of these bullets was significantly lower. With the cost of a single level 5 soul cannon shell, Qin Xiao could manufacture 3 of his innovative bullets, all while being more convenient to carry. The only drawback lay in the fact that the attack range exceeded the firing range, posing a risk of collateral damage to allies, a point in need of improvement. Perhaps he ought to modify into a missile? As Qin Xiao continued experimenting with his invention, collecting data and exploring further possibilities, on the other side, Gu Yue found herself unable to observe Qin Xiao's activities due to Leng Yaozhu insisting on a thrilling ride, compounded by the sudden thick fog enveloping the area, obscuring her view. She could only follow her master and attend to the pressing matters at hand. Why is there a registration requirement for the competition now? Wasn't it open to anyone before? Gu Yue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she filled out the registration form alongside Leng Yaozhu at the Qiuming Mountain Tournament registration desk. A somewhat unruly young man, attempting to divert his gaze from Leng Yaozhu, swallowed hard and remarked, "It's simply unavoidable. Recently, Qiuming Mountain has gained considerable notoriety, attracting affluent and idle young masters from several surrounding cities seeking excitement. Without regulations, mishaps could easily occur." While speaking, he mused internally, "This lady is stunningly beautiful. Yet here she is alone with a young girl. She must encounter considerable trouble." He lamented, "Why wasn't I born a rich second generation? Even being a soul master would suffice. Then I could at least engage in conversation with such an alluring and captivating lady." Leng Yaozhu reflected on the multitude of individuals she had encountered during her visit to Qiuming Mountain, noticing a significant increase since her last visit. Comparing the cacophony of voices that accompanied her journey, she sighed, "Fame attracts crowds. It's bustling here now, but it feels as though everyone and their dog has arrived." With this thought, a melancholic expression crossed Leng Yaozhu's face. Alas, growing older brings such sentiments. Speaking of which, I'm already 100, cough cough. I shall remain forever 17. Meanwhile, Gu Yue silently observed her teacher's rapid emotional shifts, pondering what could possibly be on her mind. After completing the registration process, Leng Yaozhu and Gu Yue exited the room. In the cool, damp mountain air, Leng Yaozhu stretched, her attire clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Even under the ambient lighting, her beauty outshone everything around, drawing the attention of even those who had initially overlooked her. "Marvelous!" a handsome youth exclaimed, gazing at Leng Yaozhu in awe, while his female companion appeared indifferent, evidently captivated by Leng Yaozhu's allure. He nudged his friend beside him, asking, "Who is she?" His companion, still fixated on Leng Yaozhu, responded absent-mindedly, "Which one?" The youth pushed him lightly, retorting, "Stop feigning ignorance. You're practically gaping. I mean the one with the child." His companion shook his head. "I don't know. I have no recollection." The youth, displeased, questioned, "Aren't you the local big shot here? How can you not know?" The local replied with a roll of his eyes, "You know how many newcomers have flocked to Qiuming Mountain lately? The world is vast. I can't possibly know everyone. She must be from another city." He shook his head, perplexed by Leng Yaozhu's decision to bring a child to such a place, wondering how a parent could make such a choice. At this moment, another young man discerned the handsome youth's intentions and playfully draped his arm around his shoulder, inquiring, "Hey, are you interested in striking up a conversation?" The handsome youth hesitated. His companion, a local ruffian, laughed. "What's the matter? Has our young master suddenly lost his nerve?" Angered, the handsome youth retorted, "Get lost. Am I afraid of this? I simply have no fondness for such promiscuous women." It was clear that he regarded Leng Yaozhu as a reckless woman who irresponsibly flaunted her maternal status. Yet, even a bad woman like her possessed a beauty that was undeniable. Clearing his throat, he conceded, "Well, since you all have suggested it, I suppose I cannot refuse your goodwill. I shall give this mother a chance." At that moment, the instigator of the conversation chuckled. Who knows? If things go well, you might get lucky twice. Though that little one isn't particularly attractive, there is still something alluring about her demeanor. "Wow, old bull, you're ruthless. Impressive. Go for it. I'll give you a buff. Safe travels." The handsome youth shot an irritated glare at his unruly companions, urging them to tone down their raucousness. After adjusting his attire, he strode towards Leng Yaozhu. Meanwhile, Leng Yaozhu sensed a wave of malice directed her way. Although her strength had yet to reach the pinnacle of level 99, her spiritual perception, honed through years of experience, allowed her to detect the moral inclinations of others quite acutely. Turning her head, she spotted a well-dressed young man approaching her. With decades of social experience, she quickly grasped his intentions. Internally, she scoffed, "Another one lusting after my body." Yet, she maintained an innocent facade, discreetly transmitting to her companion Gu Yue, "Observe closely." "Gu Yue, what should we do in this situation? What can we do? There are but two options. After fishing, deliver a thrashing, or after rejection, deal another beating if he persists." Gu Yue contemplated Leng Yaozhu's words, understanding the intricacies involved, yet she had to feign ignorance, performing her role for Leng Yaozhu's benefit. Despite her comprehension of the situation, Gu Yue could not suppress her irritation, feeling that this was a frivolous waste of time that could have been better spent acquiring knowledge. She pondered Qin Xiao's whereabouts and his intentions in this place. Gu Yue's gaze wandered, reflecting on Qin Xiao's previous location, which remained shrouded in a white mist, obscuring any visibility. This only served to heighten her anxiety. At this juncture, the handsome youth had reached Leng Yaozhu's side. She greeted him with a smile that was both inviting and aloof. "What can I do for you?" The handsome youth unexpectedly felt a surge of nervousness, a sensation he had never experienced before in the presence of other women. Intrigued, he found his regard for Leng Yaozhu elevating several notches. Could this be love at first sight? Licking his parched lips, he extended his hand, awkwardly introducing himself. "Hello, I am Shan Jindong, hailing from Lingua City. I am Leng, a local of Shrek." Leng Yaozhu refrained from divulging her full name, neither dismissing him outright nor granting him excessive leniency. She merely offered a light handshake. Had her true identity been revealed, he might have vowed never to wash his hands again. Shan Jindong felt a fleeting softness in her palm. Though it lasted but a moment, it stirred something within him. Seeing the smile on Leng Yaozhu's face made him feel as though spring had arrived in his heart. "You look quite familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" In an instant, he was transported back a decade to when he was 13, experiencing the fluttering of his heart upon meeting a girl he admired for the first time. His demeanor shifted to that of an innocent youth, causing Gu Yue and Shan Jindong's companions to stare in disbelief. Gu Yue, astonished and alarmed, regarded her master, realizing this must be what a siren feels like, captivating a man's heart without uttering a single superfluous word. Chapter 61 necessitated that Gu Yue become acquainted with the harsh realities of society. Watching Shan Jindong, easily enchanted by Leng Yaozhu, it seemed he was already envisioning names for future children. Gu Yue sighed inwardly. "Surely, my master does not intend to teach me such beguiling tricks?" The mere thought of being instructed in such arts by Leng Yaozhu sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her to ponder the merits of studying under her. Shortly, Shan Jindong, beaming with delight, took his leave, turning back multiple times to wave at Leng Yaozhu, an attitude that left Gu Yue in awe, curious why master behaves so peculiarly today. At that moment, Leng Yaozhu's voice reached Gu Yue's ears. She looked up to see her master smiling back at Shan Jindong, while lowering her voice to speak to Gu Yue, perfectly embodying the art of duality in behavior. Gu Yue nodded sincerely, asking, "Master, why are you acting so strangely today? It's entirely unlike your usual self." Leng Yaozhu lowered her hand, gazing affectionately at Gu Yue, gently patting her head, explaining, "Gu Yue, there's a saying in society, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive. While this may not be entirely true, there is some merit to it. We women must learn to act. Do you understand?" Gu Yue's large eyes sparkled with confusion, clearly struggling to grasp Leng Yaozhu's sentiments. Leng Yaozhu chuckled, pinching Gu Yue's slightly chubby cheek, saying, "We may not need to deceive, but we must be prepared to do so. Though I detest pretense, it is often necessary to achieve one's objectives, as it can be quite beneficial in many situations." Lung Yaoju's words stem from her understanding of Gu Yue's character. Though she could not attend to every detail of Gu Yue's life, she was aware of her interactions with other students. Lung Yaoju feared that if Gu Yue continued on this path, it could prove detrimental. A touch of pride in her character was acceptable, yet she must not remain entirely aloof. Moreover, Gu Yue attended school with individuals who were not of ordinary standing. After all, she was a disciple of the esteemed Tianfeng Douluo, and her classmates were the offspring of high-ranking officials within the Spirit Transmission Tower. Cultivating good relationships with such peers would undoubtedly benefit Gu Yue's future within the organization. The Spirit Transmission Tower, being an organization, inevitably harbored power struggles and rivalries. As long as Gu Yue remained a part of it, she would encounter such challenges, necessitating the cultivation of friendships. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed challenging for Gu Yue to forge genuine connections. Thus, Lung Yaoju resorted to teaching her the art of pretense. At that moment, Gu Yue inquired, "Why must we feign politeness with others? Isn't possessing absolute strength sufficient?" Cold Yaoju, clearly taken aback by Gu Yue's retort, pondered on the notion of absolute strength. Gu Yue was indeed correct. If one possessed such strength, all maneuvering would be rendered meaningless. Yet, in the present day, who would dare proclaim invincibility? Who would claim to be undefeated? Even Yunming would not dare to assert his absolute supremacy. With a sigh, Cold Yaoju responded, "Gu Yue, your perspective is commendable. But have you considered how confident you are in growing to that level of invincibility? Even if one could achieve such absolute power, how long would it take?" Gu Yue contemplated her words. She had begun to surmise Cold Yaoju's intentions. Reflecting on her recent experiences at school, a fleeting pang of discomfort crossed her mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. "I did not come to human society merely to forge so-called friendships. I am the Silver Dragon King, the leader of the Soul Beast's resurgence." Gu Yue thought to herself, remaining non-committal regarding her master's words. Observing this, Cold Yaoju sighed helplessly and remarked, "Gu Yue, your temperament will inevitably lead to trouble in society." "That can only mean my strength is insufficient," Gu Yue replied coolly, her thoughts echoing. Society? Isn't the principle of society merely survival of the fittest?" Cold Yaoju pursed her lips, her fiery red eyes seemingly lost in contemplation, before resolutely deciding that it was essential for Gu Yue to confront the harshness of society. Unbeknownst to Gu Yue, her master was already devising ways to challenge her. At present, she resembled a child being dragged through the streets by her parents, indifferent to her surroundings and solely focused on returning home. For her, the only point of interest was the distant valley where Qin Xiao resided. Observing the dissipating mist, Gu Yue murmured, "Still cannot see him." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shan Jindong returned to his team, a visage of triumph adorning his face. Whereas he had departed with a sense of restraint, he returned with an air of exuberance. Coupled with the gleeful expression on his face, his companions were naturally curious about what had transpired. One of his companions, a local ruffian, asked, "What happened to you?" Shan Jindong, snapping back to reality, retorted, "What kind of local ruffian are you?" I inquired, "And they are indeed locals from Shrek City, yet you know nothing. Shrek has millions of inhabitants with numerous family factions. It's impossible for me to know them all." The local ruffian rolled his eyes. "So what? You seem quite pleased chatting with them. What did you learn?" "I know her surname is Lung," Shan Jindong proclaimed, pride radiating from his expression, making it seem as though he had uncovered a momentous revelation. "Lung?" Several youths exchanged glances, while the local ruffian interjected, "Lung is a minor surname, but famous in Shrek. I only know the Lung family from the Spirit Transmission Tower." Upon hearing this, the group collectively gasped. The Lung family was one of the continent's foremost familial powers, their members not only possessing immense strength, but also holding significant sway within the Spirit Transmission Tower, often controlling one of its upper echelons. Thus, compared to their own families, they were undeniably a colossal entity. One of the youths who had previously encouraged Shan Jindong to approach remarked, "Surely we haven't encountered someone from the Lung family?" The others scoffed at this notion. "No way. Members of the Lung family are all formidable. The younger ones are busy cultivating, while the elders are preoccupied with matters pertaining to the Spirit Transmission Tower. Who would be so idle as to come here?" Reflecting on this, they concluded that it was indeed unlikely for such prominent families to be so leisurely. And then, the local ruffian continued. Shan Jindong shrugged, feigning innocence, "That's all." The group groaned in exasperation. One youth, face palming, remarked, "With that lewd expression on your face when you returned, I thought you had already won her over. Instead, you tell me you only learned her surname, without even knowing her first name?" Shan Jindong, with a righteous demeanor, countered, "What do you mean, lewd? I encountered true love." "Oh please, you say that every time you meet a pretty girl. Get lost, this time I'm serious. I believe you when pigs fly." As time slowly passed, the Qiu Mingshan circuit race was about to commence, with all competitors taking their positions. Cold Yaozhu, accompanied by Gu Yue, drove her fiery red sports car onto the track. The roar of engines filled the air, and Gu Yue, seated in the passenger seat, could not help but furrow her brow, clearly uncomfortable with the cacophony. "Master, may I not participate in the race with you?" Gu Yue inquired. "Having boarded the car, do you wish to escape? Moreover, if I am not present to watch over you, what if someone bullies you?" "Hurry and fasten your seatbelt," Cold Yaozhu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Yue. With no alternative, Gu Yue reluctantly secured her seatbelt, preparing to accompany her esteemed master. According to regulations, children were generally prohibited from riding, but who was Cold Yaozhu? A dignified Douluo of the Tianfeng, a top-tier expert on the continent, effortlessly bringing a child along without drawing attention. Furthermore, how could she proceed with her next plans without taking Gu Yue along for an exhilarating race? Chapter 62, My Head is Spinning. At some unknown moment, the surrounding crowd fell silent, the previously boisterous throng along the sides of the road now quiet. Only the deep rumble of engines from a dozen or so sports cars remained audible. The sound of high heels clicking against the cement echoed, clear amidst the engine's growl. Gu Yue glanced out the window to see a voluptuous blonde woman, clad in denim shorts that barely covered her, sashaying forward with a black and white checkered flag in hand. Oomph. Gu Yue couldn't help but scoff at the woman's appearance, increasingly disliking the environment around her. She resolved never to return to such places again. It was purely a waste of time. The blonde woman positioned herself in front of all the sports cars, standing on the white line, illuminated by the headlights, allowing everyone to behold her figure. Whistles erupted in unison as the blonde woman stood confidently, one hand on her hip while the other raised the flag. As the flag ascended, all the sports cars emitted a thunderous roar, including Cold Yaozhu's vehicle, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Despite her disdain, Gu Yue felt a thrill of anticipation, her hand anxiously gripping the armrest by the window, seeking stability. Is it too late to get out now? As the thought flickered through Gu Yue's mind, the golden-haired maiden sharply waved her flag down, signaling the commencement of the race. At that instant, all the sports cars surged forth like cheetahs pursuing antelopes, vanishing almost instantaneously from either side of the road. The gust of wind generated by their speed causing the flag in the maiden's hand to snap and crackle. Yet, standing resolutely at the center, she exhibited an air of calmness, devoid of any fear. Once the cars had disappeared from view, the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers, their shouts echoing and amplifying the atmosphere to a fevered pitch. The sound of racing cars reverberated across Qiuming Mountain. A plethora of uniquely designed vehicles flashed by like phantoms, reminiscent of spirits in the night, without the belated roar of engines. One might have mistaken the scene for a haunting. The exhilarating velocity and the thundering of engines acted as potent elixirs, igniting the adrenaline of both contestants and spectators alike, all caught up in the fervor of the competition. However, for Gu Yue, one of the participants, it was far from a pleasurable experience. She felt a powerful force pushing her against the seat, her surroundings morphing at an alarming pace, the vegetation lining the road retreating rapidly, inducing a pronounced sense of vertigo. A wave of nausea washed over her, akin to the sensation of someone urging her to vomit, yet she stifled the urge, aware that she could not request Cold Yaozhu to decelerate amidst the race. Gripping the window's armrest with one hand, she sought to stabilize herself, yearning for a semblance of comfort. How familiar this all seemed. Despite her discomfort, Gu Yue found herself lost in a reverie. The scene before her reminiscent of a memory she could not quite place. This was a race, yet her recollection was of an extreme bungee jump from the heavens, though she could not recall when that had transpired. Regardless, both experiences were equally unpleasant for her, and she felt utterly powerless against either. If only she could restore her strength in the future, but alas, she was currently but a novice, possessing merely the capabilities of a first-ring practitioner, with a physique that barely met the standard. Although her mental fortitude was formidable, the speed at which they were traveling was far beyond her reach at this moment. Gu Yue resolutely vowed to herself, "I shall never accompany Master to such places again." The sound of air being torn apart echoed throughout the valley as Qin Xiao waved away the mist within, clutching a newly tested soul-guiding hand cannon, gazing towards the outside of the valley, though nothing was visible to the naked eye. The familiar yet strange sounds transported him back to the days of watching F4 racing in his past life, coupled with the geographical setting and the cloak of night. He felt as though he had returned to the moments spent watching Initial D, yearning for a Tofeladen E86 to impart some lessons to the late-night street racers. One exhilarating experience. Regrettably, I had only recently acquired my driver's license. Otherwise, I would have certainly taken my car out to join the revelry. Qin Xiao chuckled to himself before beginning to tidy up the area, having gathered the experimental data from the soul-guiding devices, deeming it unnecessary to linger and contend with mosquitoes any longer. The results were promising. Every soul-guiding device infused with the crafting techniques of spirit artifacts demonstrated impressive power metrics, albeit with minor flaws akin to the soul-guiding hand cannon. Yet overall, the strengths overshadowed the imperfections. After cleaning up, Qin Xiao soared into the sky on his sword, ready to join the spectators and observe the unfolding spectacle. As the final bend approached, Gu Yue felt a tremendous centrifugal force pulling her body sideways, her head spinning in tandem with her movements. The sensation was overwhelmingly unpleasant, as if her very soul were on the brink of being ejected. Coupled with the turmoil churning in her stomach, her complexion paled, and when Cold Yaoju's car crossed the finish line first, claiming victory, a wave of nausea surged, compelling Gu Yue to leap from the vehicle and retch by the roadside. With a loud heave, she leaned against a street lamp, expelling her discomfort in a most ungraceful manner. Who said that beautiful girls did not partake in the harshness of reality? Their bodily functions certainly were not as whimsical as rainbows. Witnessing the pale, tear-streaked visage of the girl, Cold Yaoju felt a pang of guilt rising within her. I apologize, Gu Yue, for putting you through such distress. I shall fetch some medicine for you. Do not leave. Wait for me here. I will return shortly. Gu Yue nodded weakly, her mind foggy and unable to conjure further thoughts. Overwhelmed and dizzy, she could only allow Cold Yaoju to assist her to a nearby street lamp with a seat, ignoring its cleanliness as she sat down slowly to recuperate. Having settled Gu Yue, Cold Yaoju departed, and despite the race having just concluded, not a single person noticed the champion's sudden disappearance among the throngs of spectators. The fervent atmosphere that had once enveloped the event began to dissipate, with attendees gradually vacating the scene, some packing their belongings while others engaged in playful banter, creating a juxtaposition of liveliness intermingled with a growing stillness. Meanwhile, Gu Yue rested her forehead against her palm beneath the street lamp, her peripheral vision absorbing the myriad of human experiences unfolding before her. In this tumultuous environment, she felt like an absolute anomaly, distinctly out of place. Everything around her appeared to accelerate, while she felt as though she belonged to an entirely different realm. Yet Gu Yue did not attribute this dissonance to herself. She found no poetry in the scenery before her, merely a cacophony of noise and restlessness that she yearned to escape. As the crowd dwindled, it was not long before the once boisterous parking lot was left with only a handful of individuals, alongside litter strewn about. Though she cherished tranquility, the disorder surrounding her was overwhelming. Gu Yue sighed softly at the sight of the chaos. Why had Master not returned yet? As this thought crossed her mind, a group of young men approached her. Although Gu Yue was still not quite herself, she sensed an unsettling malice emanating from them. As they drew nearer, the nauseating aura became palpable. Chapter 63, A Plot Most Cunning. Gu Yue felt an instinctive chill at the prospect of the scene, transforming into a grave incident at the hands of these youths. Stop, she commanded as a circle of deep yellow soul rings materialized beneath her, encircling her form. Subsequently, she conjured a fist-sized red fireball in her palm, its instability hinting at the potential for eruption. Yet, even in its diminutive state, it was a manifestation of a soul master's ability, carrying a certain deterrent power, which, when coupled with the authority of her voice, caused the group to halt immediately. Gu Yue let out a cold snort, intending to reprimand these individuals to leave, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense nausea, a remnant of her motion sickness. The fireball in her hand abruptly extinguished, leaving Gu Yue in a state of alarm. This is bad. As expected, upon witnessing Gu Yue's condition, the young men recognized that she was at her most vulnerable. They exchanged glances and approached her. Little sister, you seem unwell. Are you sick? One of the youths inquired with a feigned expression of concern, yet to Gu Yue's eyes, he appeared utterly grotesque. Yes. Do you need your big brothers to take you to the hospital? Another chimed in. Scram. Gu Yue retorted icily. Although she was unable to exert her full strength at the moment, she was not a mere plaything to be trifled with. If she wished, she could even vanquish a title de law, let alone these ruffians. However, she felt it a waste to expend her precious power on such scum, feeling somewhat cheated by the situation. This little girl still has such a fiery temper. One of the youths, losing his patience, sneered at Gu Yue. You little vixen. I've been watching you all this time. Out here alone at this late hour, with no one around. Aren't you just looking for some fun? Stop pretending in front of me. Slap. Hearing their insulting words, even with her composure, Gu Yue could not suppress the urge to teach them a lesson. Yet, in her current state, her reactions were sluggish, and she was easily seized by one of them, who grasped her wrist firmly. Let go of my hand. Gu Yue gritted her teeth, struggling against the nausea as she attempted to shake off the young man's grip, but to her dismay, she found herself unable to escape his hold. Little sister, why are you in such a rush? Your big brothers won't harm you. We just want to show you some delightful experiences. The youth chuckled sinisterly, his demeanor causing Gu Yue's brows to furrow. This man is a soul master. Moreover, he is a power-type soul master, undoubtedly possessing a strength above the second ring. Gu Yue thought to herself, although her physical capabilities were not weak, they were merely comparable to an ordinary person or a soul master lacking in strength. Against a power-type soul master, her current strength was insufficient. As anticipated, a series of yellow soul rings emerged beneath the young man's feet. 3 complete yellow 100-year soul rings. See, joining your big brother in play is truly a worthwhile endeavor. He boasted proudly, indicating the soul rings adorning him. He had every reason to take pride. At his age, being a 3-ring soul zune was no small feat, even without a 1,000-year soul spirit. Yet, to Gu Yue, his achievements were no more significant than refuse found on the roadside. Besides, he was not on the righteous path. Thus, she could only respond to his words with one succinct command. Scram. Another of the youths, amused by her defiance, laughed. Hey, this little girl has quite the spirit. Big brother, let us deal with her. The remaining youth echoed. Deal with her, and we'll see if she remains so audacious. Faced with the trio of ruffians, Gu Yue could only feel a sense of frustration. Where's master? Why is it taking so long to buy medicine? Must I truly waste my strength on these lowlifes? Meanwhile, not far away in the woods, Lung Yaozhu observed the scene with an expression of indifference, her hands empty, indicating that she had not left at all. In truth, had Gu Yue contemplated the situation carefully, she would have discerned the underlying clues. Lung Yaozhu, a dignified super Douluo at level 98, could traverse distances far faster than any vehicle, even without flight. How could procuring medicine take so long? Moreover, Lung Yaozhu could simply transfer her soul power into Gu Yue's body to heal her directly, rendering the need for medicine obsolete. It would be more accurate to say that Gu Yue's predicament was deliberately orchestrated by Lung Yaozhu. Even the chaotic appearance of these ruffians was part of her plan. The objective was straightforward, to expose Gu Yue to the harsh realities of society. After all, with her watching over, no harm would come to Gu Yue. Given her temperament, she could easily offend others in the outside world. Thus, it was better to allow her to learn these lessons now, keeping everything within manageable bounds. My apologies, Gu Yue. Silently condemning the 3 ruffians to a grim fate, she prepared to dispose of them in the depths of the Shrek River Bay dock. At that moment, Lung Yaozhu received a message on her communications soul guide. Upon glancing at it, her brows knitted into a frown, yet she pressed the accept button and inquired. What is it, Tower Master? The caller was, of course, Qiangu Dongfeng, who had just concluded a conversation with his father on the Yinhai platform. Hearing the distant title from his former dream lover, even as the Tower Master, he felt a twinge of frustration. Thinking to himself, Yin Ming is still on Shrek, and you address him so familiarly. Yet after all these years as your colleague, you remain so distant with me. Qiangu Dongfeng felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Although he had long since moved past any infatuation with Lung Yaozhu, being a man surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, he found no reason to hang on to her. Yet, as the saying goes, what one cannot have is often the most coveted. The more he could not attain her, the more he thought of her, especially since Lung Yaozhu was still preoccupied with that man she despised. Yunming, however, this was not the time for personal matters. Qiangu Dongfeng stated, Yaozhu, I have a task for you. A task? Lung Yaozhu paused, pondering what kind of mission would require her as the deputy tower master. Yet, as Qiangu Dongfeng's subordinate, she had no grounds to refuse official duties, so she asked, what task? Qiangu Dongfeng replied, this task ISNT for you. It's for your newly acquired disciple. What? Lung Yaozhu's expression shifted, and as Qiangu Dongfeng elaborated on his plan, her demeanor grew increasingly indignant. Finally, she could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Qiangu Dongfeng, do you understand what you are saying? You actually want that child, Gu Yue, to undertake such a task. Are you out of your mind? Sending my disciple to be a spy? She's just a child. Faced with Lung Yaozhu's vehement rebuke, Qiangu Dongfeng could not help but let out a cold snort. Yet he was aware that his actions were somewhat questionable. Yaozhu, you must understand how significant that technology is for our spirit transmission tower. If Shrek acquires the methods to create soul-guiding devices and soul spirits, our position will become even more precarious. Leng Yaozhu immediately rejected the notion. That is unacceptable. If you want to send someone else as a spy, I have no objections, but if you dare to target my disciple, I will never agree. Upon concluding the conversation, he disregarded the esteemed status of Qiangu Dongfeng, the master of the transmission tower, and abruptly terminated the call. This action incensed Qiangu Dongfeng to the extent that he crushed the communications soul guide in his hand, venting his frustration for an extended period within his office, leaving the attendants and secretaries outside utterly terrified. Meanwhile, on the other end, Leng Yaozhu, who had hung up on Qiangu Dongfeng, could not help but sigh, reflecting on his so-called plans, muttering to herself, "Honestly, this Qiangu Dongfeng's vision is becoming increasingly narrow. I truly cannot comprehend how such a person could be the master of our transmission tower." Chapter 64. The old trick, yet effective. Just as Leng Yaozhu was vociferously condemning Qiangu Dongfeng, the situation for Gu Yue was far less favorable. Gu Yue cast a disdainful glare at the group of young men, yet the grip on her wrist betrayed her powerlessness. This sensation filled her with considerable loathing as she pondered whether to continue feigning compliance to buy time for Leng Yaozhu's return or to unleash a fraction of her power and rid herself of these insufferable nuisances once and for all. "How about it, little sister? Would you like to come play with us?" The leader of the group sneered, clutching Gu Yue's wrist. "Release me," Gu Yue protested, regaining some strength to struggle, but she remained ensnared by the grasp of the third ring soul master. At that moment, one of the lackeys could no longer contain himself and spat, "Little girl, don't be foolish. Our boss has taken a liking to you, and that's a privilege. It would be best for you to comply, or else we might have to resort to force." Gu Yue's delicate features darkened, and she retorted, "You dare lay a hand on me?" The leader scoffed, "Why wouldn't we? Just because you're a child doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Trust me, I'm quite fond of you." He then bellowed, "Second and third, teach this little sister a lesson." "Understood." The second and third obeyed eagerly, reaching out towards Gu Yue. Just as she prepared to unleash her inner strength, and Leng Yaozhu was about to intervene and put an end to the farce, a dazzling golden light suddenly flickered from the shadows behind the trio of young men. In the next instant, the three youths were seized as though by some indescribable force, dragged into the depths of the forest without so much as a sound, leaving Gu Yue, who remained poised under the street lamp, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Staring at the trio, who had vanished in an instant, Gu Yue was momentarily at a loss. Although she did not know who had come to her aid, it was undeniably clear that she was now safe and no longer needed to unleash her power. Just as she was about to inquire into the identity of her benefactor, a gust of wind brushed past her, and she turned to find her master returning with medicine in hand. With a complex expression, Leng Yaozhu addressed the shadows. "Since you have helped my disciple, there is no need for you to remain concealed. Come forth. After all, we are acquainted." Yet, the darkness remained silent, as if devoid of any presence. Leng Yaozhu's brows knitted together in frustration, and she commanded, "Will you step forward on your own, or shall I assist you?" Gu Yue was taken aback by her master's demeanor, pondering the identity of the individual who could provoke such ire from her, causing her head to throb with urgency. In that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her ear. "Senior Tianfeng, is it truly necessary to exhibit such ire? I merely aim to refine the post-event procedures. Surely you can afford me a moment?" Qin Xiao emerged from the shadows, looking somewhat disheveled, dust clinging to him from recently burying a body. "Qin Xiao!" Gu Yue exclaimed in shock as she beheld the dark-haired, golden-eyed youth stepping into the light. Although she was aware of his proximity, she had not anticipated that he would be the one to save her. "Isn't this rather fortuitous? Did Qin Xiao also discover me when I noticed him? Or was this so-called incident orchestrated by him?" In an instant, Gu Yue's mind was flooded with thoughts, though it would be inaccurate to claim her assumptions were entirely correct. They were, in fact, quite misguided. At least, Qin Xiao had only realized that the young girl being accosted by the three youths was Gu Yue when he intervened. And the incident was not of Qin Xiao's design, but rather the doing of her formidable master, Leng Yaozhu, driven by a commendable spirit of justice. Upon witnessing the trio bullying the young girl and intending to perpetrate something truly heinous, Qin Xiao, although not a paragon of virtue, could not remain idle. He aimed to prevent any bloodshed and utilized the five spirits immortal technique to drag the three ruffians away, breaking their necks and burying them beneath an awkwardly leaning tree. Only afterward did he realize that the individual he had rescued was, in fact, Gu Yue. Since when has Gu Yue fallen so low as to be victimized by 3 petty thugs? He pondered, questioning whether she had orchestrated the encounter to draw him closer. Initially, Qin Xiao shared Gu Yue's suspicion that the situation was a trap set by the other party, but the arrival of Leng Yao Zhu swiftly dispelled his concerns. Given the circumstances, it seemed evident that these influential figures were providing specialized instruction to their disciple, fortuitously witnessed by him. How fortunate it was that he had arranged his identity beforehand. Otherwise, Gu Yue might have inadvertently exposed him. Relieved, Qin Xiao donned a congenial smile as he greeted both Gu Yue and Leng Yao Zhu. Ah, Gu Yue, Senior Tian phone, has been quite a while. Gu Yue offered a subtle nod in acknowledgement and replied, Indeed, it has been a while. I never expected to encounter you here. Were you the one who saved me just now? Yes, that was me. Please be more cautious in the future and avoid entanglements with such individuals, Qin Xiao admitted candidly. Gu Yue nodded, refraining from inquiring about the fate of those men. Her senses had already detected that the 3 had ceased to exhibit any signs of life. And despite her lingering wariness towards Qin Xiao, she could not help but feel a warmth in her heart, drawing closer to him. The trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress, though cliched, proves effective time and again. At that moment, Leng Yao Zhu interjected coldly, Qin Xiao, what brings you here? Her tone was frigid, as if she were addressing an adversary, leaving both Qin Xiao and Gu Yue utterly perplexed. Why is the senior so upset? Gu Yue inquired. Seriously? Qin Xiao retorted, perplexed. I merely wish to exchange a few words with your disciple. Must you speak to me as if I have wronged you? Surely our initial meeting was quite pleasant, or have you recently been visited by some troublesome relatives? Leng Yao Zhu's frosty demeanor was not due to familial matters, but rather the aftermath of her conversation with Qian Gudong Feng, having just learned of his so-called plan, having just concluded a call, and now the party involved appears here. It is difficult not to overthink the situation, especially concerning Gu Yue, prompting a sense of urgency. Upon realizing that her demeanor was quite abnormal, Leng Yaozhu hastily adjusted herself, reverting to her customary, formulaic smile, and said to Qin Xiao, my apologies. I became a bit anxious upon seeing Gu Yue in danger. Speaking of which, what brings you to this desolate place? Qin Xiao regarded Leng Yaozhu, whose expression changed as rapidly as the turning of pages in a book, and found only a fraction of her words credible. Yet, even being aware of her deceit, what could he do to compel her to speak the truth? So, he relaxed and replied with a smile. I came here to experiment with a soul guide device and happened to witness some ruffians bullying a young girl. So I intervened, only to find it was Gu Yue. Is that so? It seems quite the coincidence, Leng Yaozhu remarked, a flicker of crimson light flashing in her eyes as she confirmed through her mental prowess that Qin Xiao was indeed truthful. It appeared that this was genuinely a stroke of luck. Chapter 65, Dialogue with Leng Yaozhu. With the misunderstanding resolved, Leng Yaozhu handed the medicine she had prepared to Gu Yue, watching as she consumed it. Curiosity piqued, Qin Xiao inquired, what happened to Gu Yue? Nothing much. Just a bit of motion sickness, Leng Yaozhu replied nonchalantly, though she felt a twinge of guilt for having put Gu Yue through such a predicament. However, she could not afford to show it. Motion sickness? Qin Xiao exclaimed incredulously, thinking that the Silver Dragon King's reputation was rather diminished. Aside from the various absurdities in the original work, now she was even suffering from motion sickness. After taking the medicine, Gu Yue's complexion improved significantly, and she overheard the conversation between Qin Xiao and Leng Yaozhu, particularly the way Qin Xiao was looking at her, which made her feel utterly embarrassed. Once again, she had lost face in front of this foreign dragon. First, he had spanked her, and now he had witnessed her in such a disgraceful state. If he were to discover her true identity later on, it would surely become a source of shameful history. Just think, I once spanked the Silver Dragon King myself, and witnessed her suffer from motion sickness. With that thought, Gu Yue resolved to feign unconsciousness for the moment, placing a hand to her forehead and feigning discomfort as she said to Leng Yaozhu, Master, I still feel a bit dizzy. Leng Yaozhu replied, is that so? Just in time, we should be leaving. You can sit in the back and take a nap. Gu Yue hesitated, as she now bore a lingering dread of Leng Yaozhu's driving skills, a thought that clung to her mind. Noticing her apprehension, Leng Yaozhu smiled reassuringly. All right, I'll drive slowly. Gu Yue nodded, and as she stood, she stumbled slightly, only to be instinctively steadied by Qin Xiao. Be careful, he said with a hint of exasperation. Gu Yue averted her gaze, remaining silent as she gently extricated herself from Qin Xiao's support and quietly settled into the back seat of the sports car. Leng Yaozhu watched Gu Yue enter the vehicle before turning to Qin Xiao, asking, do you still have business here? If not, I'll take you back to Shrek. It's on the way. Qin Xiao was initially inclined to refuse, but upon reflection, he found no valid reason to do so. He could seize the opportunity to gather information, thus he acquiesced. Then I would trouble you, Tian phone me on. Please just take me to the spirit transmission tower. Qin Xiao responded with a smile. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Leng Yaozhu replied. I'm simply giving you a lift since you saved Gu Yue earlier. Due to Gu Yue's presence in the back seat, Qin Xiao could not sit beside her and took a seat in the front passenger side, next to Leng Yaozhu. However, the moment he entered the vehicle, Gu Yue, reclining in the back, involuntarily shivered. Oh no, why did he have to come along? She silently lamented. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, Gu Yue's current listless demeanor was but an act, and he seized the opportunity to engage Leng Yaozhu in conversation to extract information. The scenery outside the car sped by, and although they were traveling at a brisk pace, Leng Yaozhu drove with remarkable steadiness. Devoid of the thrill she had displayed when racing with Gu Yue earlier, this was her consideration for Gu Yue, who remained in a negative state. Initially, Qin Xiao turned to gaze out of the window, choosing not to inquire about information just yet, playing the part of a respectful junior before his senior. As they progressed on their journey, he finally spoke. Tian phone, what is your relationship with Gu Yue? Is she your disciple? Leng Yaozhu chuckled lightly and asked, what makes you think that? Why couldn't she be a member of my family? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that having read the original work, he had the answer. Besides, they had different surnames, Gu and Leng, and their martial souls were entirely distinct. How could they be from the same family? Yet he kept these thoughts to himself, responding cheerfully, just a guess. Leng Yaozhu chuckled softly. Indeed, Gu Yue is my disciple. I brought her out for some leisure today, but I didn't expect her to encounter such trouble. I appreciate your assistance. Qin Xiao smiled back at Leng Yaozhu, saying, it's no trouble at all. And even without my intervention, Gu Yue would have been fine, wouldn't she? While driving, Leng Yaozhu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiao, understanding his unspoken meaning and realizing that her plan had been seen through. However, she chose not to comment, merely offering him an enigmatic smile. Recognizing the implication in her expression, Qin Xiao wisely decided not to pursue the topic further and instead shifted the conversation, asking, when did you first meet Gu Yue? About a month ago, I believe. Why do you ask? Leng Yaozhu replied. Upon hearing this time frame, Qin Xiao felt a slight jolt in his heart. Realizing that this was shortly after his second encounter with Gu Yue, he then inquired, did Gu Yue mention me to you? I've known her for almost a month as well. Lying in the back seat, feigning sleep, Gu Yue stiffened. What is he asking this for? What is his intention? Sensing something amiss, Leng Yaozhu paused momentarily before continuing to drive. Gu Yue mentioned to me that she made a new friend while out and about. What is the matter? This statement could be interpreted as both true and false. The higher-ups at the Spirit Transmission Tower were indeed aware of Qin Xiao's existence and knew that Gu Yue was acquainted with him, and Leng Yaozhu was no exception. However, Gu Yue had not directly told her. This information had come to light during the investigation into Qin Xiao's background by the Spirit Transmission Tower. Could you be any more disingenuous? Qin Xiao inwardly critiqued Leng Yaozhu's lackluster acting skills, while his face displayed a mask of delight. Not all. I've only met Gu Yue 3 times, he replied, smiling and scratching his head in a bashful manner, while Gu Yue, lying in the back, felt a strange sensation stirring within her. Gu Yue was puzzled by Qin Xiao's suddenly shy demeanor, considering he was merely responding to her teacher's mention of him. And moreover, that statement was a fabrication. In that moment, her emotions were a tangle of complexity, and she lay there with her eyes closed, lost in thought. Before long, Leng Yaozhu drove back to the Spirit Transmission Tower. As they approached, she stopped the car and asked Qin Xiao, are you sure you don't need me to take you home? With a smile, Qin Xiao shook his head and replied, no need, Tian phone. I can manage the rest of the way by myself. It's best you take you back to rest. Upon finishing her words, she opened the car door and alighted, waving goodbye to Leng Yaozhu before departing. Through the car window, Leng Yaozhu watched as Qin Xiao's figure gradually receded into the distance. Turning her head, she addressed Gu Yue, who was smiling in the back seat. All right, now that he has gone, you needn't pretend to be asleep anymore. Gu Yue, who had been feigning slumber, reluctantly opened her eyes and climbed up from the back seat, pressing her fingers to her temples as she remarked, Teacher, your lessons are truly unconventional. After a period of recovery, aided by medication, Gu Yue's condition improved significantly, and her spirits had returned to their pre-motion sickness state. With her intellect regained, she reflected on the events that had transpired, feeling quite disgruntled with Leng Yaozhu's teaching methods. How ridiculous! What kind of absurd lesson was that? It made her look foolish in front of Qin Xiao. With a playful tone, Leng Yaozhu offered an apology. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Gu Yue. This is entirely my oversight. Then, with a teasing smile, she added, "However, it did seem to have improved your relationship with Qin Xiao, didn't it? The gallant hero saving the damsel in distress. How utterly touching." Hearing this, Gu Yu's face flushed crimson as she protested. "I'm not in that kind of relationship with Qin Xiao. We are merely friends." Leng Yaozhu, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, retorted. "Then why were you pretending to be asleep? I distinctly noticed your heart rate fluctuating when I mentioned you to Qin Xiao. It slowed down and then quickened substantially, indicating that you were quite nervous." Gu Yu's cheeks burned even brighter, and with a soft whimper, she turned her head away, choosing not to engage further with her rather undignified teacher. Chapter 66. Look at them. After playfully teasing her disciple, Leng Yaozhu felt a significant lift in her spirits. Indeed, as one ages, there is a yearning for the companionship of youthful beings to lighten one's mood. Yet, the thought of the so-called plan that Qiangu Dongfeng had previously shared with her made her sigh softly. She genuinely did not wish for her disciple to be used as a pawn, nor to engage in espionage. It was as though they were still living in the era of the spirit hall thousands of years ago. Noticing the concern in her master's demeanor through the rearview mirror, Gu Yu inquired, "Master, what is wrong?" Leng Yaozhu realized that Gu Yu had discerned her unease, and with an apologetic smile, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just something that crossed my mind." Although Gu Yu sensed the forced nature of her teacher's smile, she refrained from pressing further. After entering the transmission spirit tower with Leng Yaozhu, she bid her farewell and returned to her room. Only Leng Yaozhu remained, gazing at her disciple's retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh as she resolved firmly, "Rest assured, Gu Yu, I will not allow you to undertake such tasks. After all, I am a vice master of the transmission spirit tower." With a newfound sense of relief, she stretched and turned to leave in the opposite direction. It was indeed best to let things unfold naturally. Leng Yaozhu's voice echoed softly at the end of the corridor. Thus, time flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Training, crafting mechas, spending time with Naer and Xinglan, accompanying Tiao, battling Shrek students, and returning to the studio. The simplicity and fulfillment of Qin Xiao's days were evident. During this period, Qin Xiao's second mecha still remained unfinished, as he was creating a sizable construct all on his own. From design to fabrication, everything was solely in his hands, inevitably slowing down progress. On the other hand, his cultivation made remarkable strides. His celestial path reached the second layer of foundation building during this time. Although the quantity of true essence liquid in his body had only increased by a single drop, its density had more than doubled. The training of the dragon transformation technique also yielded promising results, bolstered by abundant resources. Now, 3 golden dragons had coalesced within Qin Xiao's meridians, with the muscle refinement chapter reaching the pinnacle of its first stage. Similarly, the blood refinement and bone refinement chapters progressed well, to the extent that Qin Xiao had to exercise caution while playing games with Tiao, lest he accidentally harm her. However, these matters paled in comparison to the most crucial point, as his mastery of the dragon transformation technique deepened. The influence of the golden dragon blood on Qin Xiao gradually diminished. Currently, he could straightforwardly decline Naer's excessive demands. Qin Xiao was confident that once the foundational 3 chapters of the dragon transformation technique broke through to the second stage, the golden dragon blood debuff would completely vanish, allowing him to truly soar. His soul power had not increased significantly and still had not reached the level of 47. He suspected that his recent focus on physical training and cultivation had impeded his soul power development, which was likely still being elevated by the automatic operation of the 9-sun soul power whirlpool. Conversely, his mental strength had surged rapidly, surpassing the 2,000 mark and reaching the intermediate level of the spiritual sea realm. Should he successfully ascend in the future, considering his current age, his reputation as the leading figure of the younger generation would be unmatched. Regrettably, Qin Xiao's achievements were unknown to outsiders, and he had no desire or means to broadcast his talents widely. Daily responsibilities kept him exceptionally busy, leaving no room for frivolities. Today, as usual, Qin Xiao was on his way to Shrek to meet Naer and Xinglan when he encountered a challenge from a student. However, today's challenger was unlike those he had previously faced. This individual was a third-year student, akin to Wu Chuanxiong. Moreover, this student was not just any third year, but a true elite, having crafted a complete set of battle armor before turning 20. He was poised for the upcoming Inner Academy assessment. To Qin Xiao's surprise, he recognized this individual, staring at the towering youth before him, who radiated an aura akin to a mountain. Qin Xiao exclaimed, Isn't this the person who led Shrek Academy to defeat the Luo Academy representative team in just 2 minutes during the Golden Star Alliance? The young man stood in the middle of the road, gazing at Qin Xiao with a complex expression. This was the very person who had impressed him so much that he had considered leveraging his connections at Shrek to facilitate Qin Xiao's admission. He had initially intended to recruit him and cultivate his potential, but upon returning from an inter-academy training assessment, he learned that the young man he had encountered in Gongxin City had caused such a ruckus at Shrek. While he admired Qin Xiao's performance, after all, declaring war on Shrek was far more audacious than seeking trouble with other academies. He could not allow any dishonor to fall upon his own school. The young man introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Xiaofeng, the vice class leader of Shrek's third-year class. Today, I am here to respond to your declaration of war against Shrek Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiaofeng exuded a powerful aura, standing with an air of authority that unmistakably marked him as a formidable opponent. Coupled with his handsome features, he emanated an undeniable sense of righteousness. Yet, Qin Xiao remained unfazed, for today was meant for nurturing his bond with the two little girls. With a hint of irritation, he retorted, "Is today really the day you come to challenge me?" "Indeed," came the resolute reply. Feng Xiaofeng nodded and remarked, "While it may seem somewhat unfair for me to take the lead, I must concede that your talent and strength have surpassed our expectations. Hence, I believe it is more fitting for me to take charge." Qin Zhao's gaze sharpened as he looked at Feng Xiaofeng and sneered. "So, you are quite certain of your victory, are you? Young man, you exhibit remarkable courage. It's not that I am certain of victory. Rather, I will present myself appropriately for this battle." Upon finishing his statement, a surge of soul power erupted from Feng Xiaofeng, far exceeding any opponent Qin Xiao had encountered at Shrek. 5 resplendent purple soul rings, darkened by a hue of black, manifested around him. 5 rings, a soul king, and one with an extraordinary soul ring configuration. Feng Xiaofeng, a 53rd level assault system soul king. I humbly seek your guidance. Feng Xiaofeng performed a traditional gesture of respect, reminiscent of ancient rituals among soul masters, a fitting display for this moment. A 53rd level soul king? Impressive. With your prowess and age, you should be more than qualified for admission into your inner academy, correct? Qin Xiao recalled Feng Xiaofeng's age. 2 years prior, when he encountered Feng Xiaofeng at the Gold Star Alliance, he had only just entered the 2nd year at Shrek, barely 16 at the time. This meant Feng Xiaofeng was now 18, yet possessed a soul power of 53rd level. Though it may not seem remarkable compared to the main cast by normal standards, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. Not long after participating in the inner academy assessment, the acceptance notice had yet to arrive. Feng Xiaofeng spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if stating a commonplace fact, that he had already been confirmed for admission to Shrek's inner academy. This sensation was akin to a student who had just completed their college entrance examination, responded to inquiries about their feelings with a casual, "It was fine. I'm just waiting for the acceptance notice from Tsinghua or Peking University." If the students still studying at Shrek were to hear Feng Xiaofeng's words, they would likely be tempted to fill their mouths with lemons. Now, Qin Xiao, it is time for you to demonstrate your strength. Chapter 67. Confrontation with Feng Xiaofeng. Qin Xiao did not respond, instead silently activating his soul power. At his feet, for circles of the same purple light blossomed forth like blooming flowers, a powerful aura surging forth. Although the number of soul rings did not match Feng Xiaofeng's, in terms of momentum, he certainly held his ground. The two exchanged intense gazes, neither willing to strike first, both searching for the other's weaknesses, seeking a swift conclusion to the battle. At last, Feng Xiaofeng made his move, brandishing 2 wooden drumsticks, and a massive drum materialized before him, adorned with countless beastly inscriptions that appeared almost lifelike. This was Feng Xiaofeng's martial soul, the Beast King drum. Upon witnessing his opponent's martial soul, Qin Xiao instantly understood why Feng Xiaofeng wielded such a thunderous soul spirit. The drum, combined with the sonic shock waves of the Thunder Howl soul spirit, was a perfect match. In the next moment, Feng Xiaofeng's first soul ring illuminated, and with a thunderous roar, he struck the drum with force. A tangible sound wave surged outward, rippling through the air like a tidal wave, distorting the atmosphere within a radius of several dozen meters. As the sound wave enveloped the surrounding flora, the grass along the roadside erupted into fragments, while even the sturdiest trees emitted mournful creaks under the strain. First soul skill, sound wave. Qin Xiao, in response, swiftly activated his martial soul, layers of dark golden armor enveloping his body, shielding all but his head. The next second, Feng Xiaofeng's sound wave assault crashed into Qin Xiao's armor. The force transmitted was instantly deflected, yet Qin Xiao's complexion paled slightly under the impact, his bones trembling in resonance. A wave of nausea washing over him. This was resonance. Realizing something was amiss, Qin Xiao quickly deduced the nature of Feng Xiaofeng's soul skill. His first soul ring flickered, activating his indestructible diamond, enhancing his attributes to withstand Feng Xiaofeng's onslaught. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is an elite from Shrek, Qin Xiao mused. You need to take this seriously. You're unharmed? Feng Xiaofeng was taken aback by Qin Xiao's reaction. Initially, his first soul skill, Soundwave, served as a straightforward physical attack, but through further development, it had transformed into a formidable armor-piercing technique. Thanks to the resonance effect, even a Soul Emperor's defenses would struggle against the sound wave attack of a now 53rd level Soul King. Yet this four-ringed Soul Master managed to withstand it. Qin Xiao possessed formidable physical strength. Feng Xiaofeng quickly concluded in his mind. Realizing his initial strike had failed, he swiftly altered his strategy and prepared for further attacks. With his second soul ring glowing, Feng Xiaofeng was poised to unleash his next soul skill when Qin Xiao snorted disdainfully, propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards Feng Xiaofeng. Simultaneously, Qin Xiao's second soul ring also flared to life, and mid-charge, he swung a fist laden with power at Feng Xiaofeng. The golden annihilation divine force enveloped him, transforming into an enormous golden fist reminiscent of a table from the Eight Immortals, hurtling toward Feng Xiaofeng with a whistling wind. The fist had yet to arrive, yet its presence was already palpable. Great demon-slaying fist, superimposed with golden annihilation divine force. This was the golden force slaying demon. Feng Xiaofeng forcefully halted the release of his soul skill, retreating rapidly with both his body and martial soul to evade Qin Xiao's strike. Although he held great confidence in his physical prowess, he did not presume to withstand Qin Xiao's assault. As anticipated, in the next moment, Qin Xiao's golden force, slaying demon fist, struck the ground where Feng Xiaofeng had just stood, causing the solid concrete surface to explode, creating a crater 1/2 meter deep and 5 meters wide. Feng Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the blow, his expression shifting to one of horror as he gazed at Qin Xiao. Could this truly be merely the second soul skill of a soul master? Despite the limited range, a soul king struck by this would surely spew forth blood by the dozens. Where do you think you're escaping to? Qin Xiao sneered. As the shadow of his golden force, slaying demon fist appeared almost tangible, morphing from a fist into an open palm that plunged into the ground. With a thunderous shout, Qin Xiao heaved upward. A boulder the size of a house was lifted effortlessly, hurtling toward Feng Xiaofeng like a meteor. Take this, my table flipping attack. Feng Xiaofeng, gripping his 2 wooden hammers, remained unfazed as he witnessed the colossal stone barreling toward him. His third soul ring illuminated, and the hammer struck the Beast King drum. Boom! Like a bomb detonating, the boulder shattered explosively into a cloud of earthy smoke. Beast King drum, third soul skill, sound explosion. Subsequently, Feng Xiaofeng executed a flourish with his hammers, striking the Beast King drum repeatedly, with each blow causing his third soul ring to shine anew. Qin Xiao felt as if the air surrounding him had been instantaneously compressed into spherical shapes, only to explode violently like a bomb, leaving him no time to react. This soul skill was indeed a rapid-fire technique. With unwavering fortitude, Qin Xiao withstood the initial wave of the sonic boom. His expression one of profound astonishment as he observed Feng Xiaofeng, whose hammer strikes seemed to produce melodies. The sonic boom, a rather straightforward soul skill, harnesses the vibrational effects of sound to create explosive shock waves in the air, much like the fireball technique employed by fire attribute soul masters. It may be simplistic, yet proves exceedingly practical, boasting remarkable versatility and the potential for intricate maneuvers. Feng Xiaofeng's third soul skill, the sonic boom, consumes minimal soul power. While it cannot serve as a conventional attack, unleashing a symphony of relentless assaults upon the enemy is certainly within its capabilities. It was precisely this seemingly rudimentary skill that had drawn the keen attention of Shrek Academy. After evading yet another sonic boom, Qin Xiao scoffed. Do not presume that I am without means. He then employed the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibo, deftly sidestepping Feng Xiaofeng's subsequent sonic explosion and charging towards his adversary. With each incoming sonic blast, Qin Xiao maneuvered with increasing swiftness. His speed and agility enabled by the Lingbo Weibo, allowing him to close the distance between himself and Feng Xiaofeng. When confronted with such explosive soul techniques, drawing nearer instills trepidation in the opponent, compelling them to relent. Once the distance was diminished, Qin Xiao would certainly find a way to resolve the confrontation. Is this what Xiao Wu referred to as a technique akin to the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps? Indeed, it possesses its own unique merits. Feng Xiaofeng perceived Qin Xiao, who appeared to multiply into several figures around him, his eyes shimmering with purple light. With each strike of his wooden hammer, he skillfully directed the sonic explosions to erupt in proximity to Qin Xiao. Yet, Qin Xiao evaded with even greater speed, as the gap between them diminished. A triumphant smile crept upon Feng Xiaofeng's lips. The Beast King drum resonated, and the fourth soul ring shimmered brilliantly.